Chapter 1. Shuangyan Island lies at the edge of the windless zone in the East China Sea, resembling two soaring swallows pecking at each other. The island offers only 2 points of access for landing, while the remainder is characterized by towering cliffs reaching heights of several dozen meters. This unique geographical location results in Shuangyan Island being seldom visited by pirates. However, seldom does not equate to never, for the vastness of the sea is replete with pirates. Positioned at the edge of the windless zone, the island inherently harbors dangers a moment's inattention could result in capsizing and drowning, which accounts for the rarity of pirate visits. Merchant ships, too, arrive only once every 6 months. Yet, when pirates do arrive, they generally reap bountiful rewards. According to the memories of the island's inhabitants, the last time pirates set foot on Shuangyan Island was a decade ago. Listen up, lads, ahead lies Shuangyan Island. According to reports from Rogtown, it has been 10 years since any pirates have landed here. Once we reach the shore, let the plundering commence. A pirate ship, adorned with a skull and crossbones, sails across the ocean. The wind billows the canvas sails, the vessel cleaves through the tranquil waters, and waves churn behind, leaving a long white trail in its wake. Seagulls follow the ship, ever vigilant for fish that might be stunned by the impact, preparing for a feast. Oh wow! Roar! Roar! As the captain's voice fades, the pirates raise their weapons in jubilant fervor, a thunderous roar erupting from the ship. The captain, grim-faced, gazes at his jubilant crew. It has been nearly a month since he last had a successful venture, a humiliating circumstance for the notorious pirate, Gree, with a bounty of 5 million. If he fails to lead his men into action soon, they may abandon him for another crew. He is aware of several among them who have ties to other pirate factions. Damn traitors! Captain, look over there. Just as Gree ponders his fate, he is startled by the panicked voice of one of his men. Turning around and following the direction of his subordinate's terrified gaze, he can faintly discern the coastline of Shuangyan Island. However, at that moment, Gree sees not the coastline and the anticipated joy of plunder, but rather a blinding beam of light soaring from the shoreline, slicing through the sea directly toward the pirate ship. What is that? How should I know what that is? Gree barks furiously. Steer quickly. Though he is unsure of what it is, he knows it cannot hit them. The pirates scatter in disarray, except for one, who stands frozen in place, staring at the incoming strike. His name is Cardon, and he knows precisely what it is. He once sailed with a ship that traversed the Grand Line. This is the flying slash of the great swordsman. When he merrily entered the Grand Line, he witnessed something he should not have, and that individual casually cleaved the ship in half. A vessel capable of carrying 200 men and armed with 20 cannons was reduced to splinters. He was the sole survivor. That experience became an indelible nightmare throughout his life. And this slash, albeit slightly smaller in range, is identical to the last one. In the midst of the pirates' despairing gazes, the ship splits in two under the force of the strike, gradually disintegrating and floating on the surface. Cardon clings to a piece of wood, desperately swimming towards Shuangyan Island. He knows that being close to the windless zone means his only chance of survival lies in reaching the island. Stimulated by the threat of death, he swims faster and faster, distancing himself from his comrades' cries. While he struggles, a sea king passing beneath the surface notices the flailing pirates and the broken debris. Thank you, nature. Cardon watches in horror as his companions and the ship vanish, pondering, am I the only one who survived? On the shores of Shuangyan Island, beneath a coconut tree, a young man clad in beach shorts and bare-chested gazes at the distant pirate ship. Upon witnessing a sea king swallow the entire vessel, a twitch of his mouth betrays his thoughts. No need for a second strike. These pirates are simply out of luck. Turning, he sheathes his sword and reclines on a beach chair, sipping coconut juice from a nearby table. Dappled sunlight filters through the branches of the coconut tree, illuminating the young man's resolute face, thick eyebrows, and neatly trimmed hair, his well-proportioned physique exuding strength. In a word, handsome. In 2 words, strikingly attractive. In 3 words, like a reader. The young man's name is Chris Weiss, a former wage slave from Blue Star. During a fateful day while cleaning the second-floor restroom and smoking, he accidentally ignited the methane, resulting in a loud bang that left him unconscious. When he next opened his eyes, he had transformed into a 6-year-old child, inheriting the life of that chilled, dilapidated straw hut and a chipped wooden sword. He is familiar with the concept of transmigration. The crux of the matter is that he does not relish it. This must be the handiwork of some bored scoundrel. Weiss cherished all that Blue Star offered: an 9-to-5 job, a rented car and apartment, and an overall satisfactory life devoid of worries. After spending a week on the island and learning it was a pirate world, despair set in. In a realm where death befalls entire crews, it is a luxury for an ordinary civilian to aspire to a peaceful life. After fervently calling upon deities for salvation, he realized he possessed no golden finger, and after a month of searching the island, he found no devil fruits. With the only weapon he had, a chipped wooden sword, he pointed it at the heavens and cursed for an entire day. His throat hoarse from shouting, he returned to the straw hut. Realizing that divine intervention was futile, he must rely on himself. Just then, an old man appeared, asking Weiss if he wished to train with him. Weiss recognized the man and, without hesitation, became his disciple. After all, he had nowhere else to go, so he followed the old man on Swordsman Island, practicing swordsmanship and martial arts. Thus, 12 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Weiss turned 18. During that time, he asked the old man why he chose to teach him. The official response was, "You are a rare talent for cultivation, gifted in swordsmanship." The unofficial response was, "Your cursing at the heavens has a certain flair. It brings me joy to watch." Since 2 years into his training, the residents of Swordsman Island had not seen a single pirate. The old man, who had been by Weiss' side for the first 3 years, later appeared only once a month on designated days. Last year, he visited to assess Weiss' progress, noting his entrance into the realm of great swordsmen, muttering a silent curse of freak before vanishing again. For the purposes of this narrative, entering the realm of great swordsmen is equivalent to the rank of elite rear admiral. Intermediate great swordsmen are akin to candidates for admiral, and top-tier great swordsmen are comparable to admirals. Even the transponder snail remains unanswered. Today marks a day when the old man should appear, yet there is still no sign of him. Despite waiting a year, Weiss has been patient. It was previously too early to set sail, but after today, he ought to embark. Rubbing his eyes, he picks up a newspaper, pondering, perhaps he met his demise somewhere. Squinting, he scans the headlines, hoping to glean some useful information. The Celestial Dragons visit Spade Archipelago for a friendly interview with the Talent Career Institute. The 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom engage in deep discussions to strengthen their camaraderie. The hero of Alabasta, the warlord crocodile. What an exhilarating sea! To not explore, it would be a travesty. Weiss sits up, carelessly tossing the newspaper onto the table, his gaze drifting toward the ocean as he contemplates where to venture next. Grabbing the coconut juice, he inadvertently glances at a headline on the newspaper. The North Sea beauty pageant concludes splendidly, beauty queen, Elvia D. Lilia. He'll head to the North Sea first to find someone and accomplish a task. Yes, it is certainly not to pursue that colossal will of D. As the sun sets and the moon rises, the residents of Swordsman Island, who have toiled throughout the day, gradually return home, easing the day's fatigue. Ah, Weiss has returned. Good evening, Uncle Long. How is the fishing today? Weiss greets those who call out to him as he strolls through the town. Hey, young Weiss, I caught a big fish today just for you to take home. Without waiting for an answer, Ong tosses a massive fish towards him. Seeing the timber-long fish, Weiss does not hesitate. He draws his sword, thrusting it through the fish's mouth and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Thanks, Uncle Ong. I was just wondering what to eat tonight. Ong laughs heartily. What thanks? If it weren't for you, this island would have faced countless pirate invasions over the years. Watching Weiss carry off the fish, he prepares to pack up his stall. He is yet to close his stall, merely awaiting the return of Weiss. The inhabitants of the island are not fools. They are well aware that the absence of pirate invasions over the years on Swordsman Island is entirely attributable to Weiss' efforts. In the past, the villagers wished to reward Weiss with some wealth, but he declined their offers. Thus, it has become customary for them to reserve the finest delicacies for him. As he strode along the main street of the town, inhaling the briny scent of fish, Weiss made his way home. His residence was a modest villa constructed on the hillside. Originally just a small hut, the villagers had quietly ascended to the mountains while he was away training. The townsfolk, each contributing either funds or labor, completed the construction within a single day. Upon his return, Weiss stood in stunned silence, momentarily convinced he had wandered into the wrong place. Upon learning the truth, he had no choice but to slay a sea king to host a feast in celebration. The villa boasted 2 stories. The first floor housed the kitchen and living room, while the second floor served as the sleeping quarters. Pushing open the door, Weiss raised an eyebrow, casting a discreet glance upstairs. Observing the disarray in the kitchen, he carelessly placed a fish inside and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, pouring it into a glass before collapsing onto the sofa. All his efforts over the years had been aimed at securing a safe and stable life. And as it stood, aside from the occasional return of Garp and the reckless Gongshiro, Weiss was the strongest in the East Sea. The strongest in the East Sea, and yet it means little. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Cardon peered through the crack in the door, stealthily observing Weiss sprawled on the sofa. He had endured great hardships to swim ashore, fearful of encountering the renowned swordsman at the harbor, thus opting to approach the island from another direction. However, he was unprepared for the sheer cliffs surrounding this peculiar island. Ultimately, his dread of the swordsman could not outweigh the terror inspired by the towering cliffs. Cardon selected a spot and climbed up. This endeavor consumed the entire afternoon, and he only reached the top as the sun began to set. After finally locating a house far removed from the town, he indulged in a feast, only to discover the owner had returned. At this moment, Cardon wrestled with the internal conflict of whether to eliminate the person before him. He had never taken a life. Yet, he did not wish to continue as a pirate. Perhaps his initial choice was voluntary, but the second time was certainly not. This individual, capable of constructing such a splendid residence on a mountainside, must be someone of considerable renown in the town. If he were to kill this man, the inevitable discovery would likely force him into a life of wandering the seas. He had no desire to endure the uncertainties of being a pirate any longer. As Cardon hesitated, he glanced back at the sofa, only to find Weiss had vanished. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a blade pressed against his throat. "Don't move." Upon hearing these words, Cardon instinctively raised his hands. "I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Big brother, you also stay still. If you move, it will hurt." Cardon half knelt before Weiss, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. The icy touch of the blade, mingled with a faint trace of the sea's scent, sent shivers down Cardon's spine. Even in the sweltering summer, a chill surged from his heart to his head. Should the man before him exert any force with the sword, it would mean his demise. Pirate? Weiss did not recognize this individual. There were not many people on Swordsman Island, yet nearly all had encountered him at least 2 or 3 times. Recalling the ship he had just destroyed, Weiss' gaze turned icy. He pressed the sword slightly harder against Cardon's skin, drawing a drop of blood that stained the blade. "Big brother, I've turned over a new leaf. I swear I will never be a pirate again. I've never harmed anyone, and I have no bounty on my head, and just a small fry." Feeling Weiss' grip unwavering despite his desperate pleas, Cardon understood there was no escape, and, disregarding everything, sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Why am I so unfortunate? I boarded a ship in Road Town to venture into the Grand Line, only to have the entire vessel destroyed by a sword. I was the only one who survived. After finally escaping back to Road Town, I spent just a day there before being captured on a pirate ship. To think, within just a week, I was struck down by a sword again. Why am I so unlucky?" Listening to Cardon's lamentations, Weiss felt a flicker of surprise and lowered his sword. Through his observation, he sensed that Cardon was not lying. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he gazed up at the ceiling, pondering. "You think you're unlucky? 2 entire ships perished, leaving you as the sole survivor, and you dare call that misfortune? A weakling such as you, managing to survive in such dire circumstances, what could possibly explain it other than sheer luck? Do you wish to emulate the luck of a certain fool, the conqueror's hockey?" With a furrowed brow, Weiss commanded, "Stop your wailing, or I shall end you." "Really?" Upon hearing Weiss's words, Cardon immediately fell silent, choking on his words, witnessing the ebb and flow of Cardon's tears. Weiss almost doubted the accuracy of his observation hockey. Were it not for the streams of mucus cascading from Cardon's nose. Damn that two-dimensional realm, where tears seemed to flow freely at every turn. As Weiss turned to descend the stairs, Cardon hurriedly followed, expressing his gratitude for being spared. You are my elder brother, my rebirth parents. Whatever you command, I shall dutifully fulfill. If you tell me to head east, I shall not venture west. If you bid me drink, I shall not touch water. Whatever you say shall be my law. Then take your own life, Weiss retorted, glancing back. Gah! Cardon scratched his head, instinctively silencing himself, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face as he trailed behind Weiss. Clean up the mess you've made in the kitchen and be gone, Weiss instructed, preparing to handle the large fish himself. Just then, Cardon stepped forward, snatching the fish from Weiss's hands, and ingratiatingly insisted. How could I allow my brother to do such labor? Allow me to take care of it. Weiss, feeling repulsed, wiped his hands and shouted at the door, Get out. Immediately, regret washed over Weiss. Previously, he would have dispatched pirates with a single stroke of his sword. But now one had intruded upon his home. Why had he entertained the notion of toying with this one, even employing observation hockey? He could have simply slain him with a single blow. Damn it. Fine. Brother, I shall depart at once and will not appear before you again. Cardon's eyes brightened, and he bolted away, planning to leave on a ship the following day. That he wished to never lay eyes on this irascible young man again. No, there was no need to wait until tomorrow. He would construct a vessel tonight, as a sailor. He had no fear. As he neared the edge of Weiss's vision, he felt the exhilarating embrace of freedom approaching. The ocean was vast, and surely there existed a tranquil haven suitable for retirement. It could not be that every serene and peaceful place was inhabited by those who would so readily place a sword at another's throat. During his flight, Cardon wondered if it was merely an illusion, for he heard the faint sound of a sword being drawn. Suddenly, a brilliant white light zipped perilously close to his left arm. A soft ringing filled his ears as the wind tousled his hair, a strand falling to the ground. In the distance, the milky moonlight illuminated the trajectory of the slash, cloaking it in a veil of ethereal brilliance. Yet this breathtaking strike surged forth with an unrivaled force into the sky. Boom. Even in the night, Cardon beheld the clouds above shatter and explode under the impact of the strike, dispersing the white clouds and allowing the moonlight to cascade unabashedly upon the village below. The townsfolk, upon hearing such a sound, murmured to one another that Weiss was once again dispatching pirates, and resumed their revelry. The wind stirred through the mountains, alleviating the summer heat. The rustling of leaves confirmed his continued existence. Cardon struggled to turn around, his eyes wide with shock as a flicker of terror coursed through him. The great swordsman from the day was none other than the man before him. Observing Cardon's startled expression, Weiss pondered for a moment before stating, I believe you should take your leave now, as your presence would disturb the villagers below, who have been quite kind to me. You may stay here for the night and accompany me to sea tomorrow, where I will see you off this island. He continued. Oh, and be sure to clean the fish and tidy up the kitchen. With that, Weiss grasped the hilt of his sword and retreated indoors. The following morning, at the dock of Double Swallow Island, a grand three-masted ship loomed, measuring over 10 meters in height and 100 meters in length. Emblazoned with the name Chris, the funds to purchase this vessel had been partially seized from pirates and partially exchanged with the Navy. Of course, since arriving in this world of pirates, he had never set sail. His bounty was claimed by his mentor, and the ship had been rowed here by others. Recalling the scene of the ship's arrival, Weiss couldn't help but chuckle. Let's call it rowing, with the assistance of the villagers. He loaded essential supplies onto the ship and began disembarking. Weiss also brought Cardon aboard. Standing on the deck, Weiss bid farewell to the villagers of Double Swallow Island. After all, this was the place he had called home for 18 years. It was his sanctuary in the world of pirates. Weiss, you must go forth and achieve great things. We await your name in the newspapers. Weiss, take care out there. Be cautious on the sea. Weiss, be careful. If you cannot win, just run. It is no shame to preserve your life. Ong, waving his arms from the shore, shouted fervently. How could Weiss be allowed to escape? With such strength, it is the opponent who should flee. Someone beside Ong objected, feeling it was an affront to Weiss. Not at all. There are always stronger foes on the sea. Caution is certainly advisable. The two engaged in a spirited debate on the shore. Yet tears glistened in their eyes as Weiss shouted from the ship. Farewell, everyone. I shall return. The vessel gradually drifted away, disappearing beyond the horizon. The villagers stood silently, brushing away their tears, fully aware that Weiss would embark on his maritime journey that day. According to the customs of Double Swallow Island, one could venture forth upon reaching the age of 18, and Weiss had long awaited this day. Weiss stood at the bow, watching as the Chris sailed bravely into the distance. The Navy, pirates, the 7 warlords. Starting today, he would face the formidable challengers that awaited him upon the sea, and his name would surely resonate across its vast expanse. Growing weary of the seagulls, Weiss reclined on a deck chair, sipping coconut juice from a nearby table, relishing the rare sunlight. He was a man who sought pleasure. If enjoyment was within reach, he would never subject himself to hardship. Thus, the ship was quite luxurious. Designed in the manner of the sunny 1,000 miles, this meant that the vessel could not be operated by merely 2 individuals. Weiss, could you lend a hand? How could I possibly manage this ship alone? I feel as though I'm nearing madness. Cardon's head poked out from a window above, exasperated. Since boarding, Weiss had done but one thing: hoist the sails. Everything else had fallen solely upon Cardon's shoulders. Preparing coconut juice, arranging lunch, cleaning the cabin, organizing supplies, and constantly monitoring the helm to ensure it remained on course, Cardon constantly pondered his misfortune, having escaped death twice only to be captured and treated as a servant. Moreover, his captor was someone he could not oppose, leaving him to silently endure this torment. This ship belongs to me, does it not? Weiss lay on the chair, eyes closed. Indeed, you eat my food, or my clothes. Use my belongings, and drink my beverages. Cardon hesitated. Indeed, but the clothing is my own. Do not dwell on such trifles. You consume my provisions, drink my drinks, and reside in my space. Shouldn't you heed my commands? While it may be wise to follow your lead, there are certain things I would rather die than do. Furthermore, do not forget that you have yet to clear your name of piracy. Thus, you currently reside as a captive, so you better steer the ship well. Cardon fell silent. This was not what he had anticipated, nor was it what Weiss had conveyed the previous night. Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Oh, what terrible luck! Weiss paid no mind to Cardon's grumbling. Regardless, he would set him ashore on any inhabited island, and then capture a few pirates to assist in sailing. The sea was never lacking in people, and for now, he would exploit Cardon for all he was worth. However, the thought of their destination made Weiss's head throb. The geography of this pirate world was simply absurd. A red Earth continent encircled the planet, dividing the world into eastern and western halves, while the great currents formed between the 2 windless zones split the blue planet into northern and southern halves. The intersection points of the 2 rings were the Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land, Mariawa. Between the East Sea and the South Sea lay the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, while between the North Sea and the West Sea lay the latter half, New World. Thus, if Weiss wished to reach the North Sea, he could either abandon ship at the Reverse Mountain and navigate against the upward current, or descend directly from the Holy Land, ultimately departing from the New World to traverse the windless zone and reach the North Sea. Currently, heading north would lead to the Goya Kingdom, while heading south through the windless zone would bring him closer to the Spade archipelago. To reach the North Sea, he would first attempt to arrive at Spade in search of reliable companions. Otherwise, such a colossal vessel would merely serve as a spectacle that a navigator, a chef, and a doctor are indispensable. As for combat, being the 4th strongest in the East Sea, close to the 3rd, as long as I do not encounter any peculiarities, there should be no issues. Let us meander leisurely, starting from this location to Logue Town, then to Reverse Mountain, and subsequently along the Grand Line to Spade, before devising a way to reach the North Sea. To traverse from Reverse Mountain to the North Sea, one must forsake the ship, navigating upstream alone, which contradicts my nature. It would be a pity to abandon such a fine vessel. After all, that task only needs to be completed within 4 years. Once I came to this realization, Weiss tossed aside the map in his hand and began to sip coconut juice. This drink is plentiful, stored alongside some liquor at the lowest level, and I could indulge in it daily for half a year before exhausting my supply. As for training during fleeting moments like Zorro in the original work, that is utterly impossible. He has not had a single day of rest in 12 years of training. It is high time to unwind. Now, to enhance my strength and continue my ascent, I must engage in constant combat with formidable foes. Has Weiss's ship strayed off course? Why does it feel as if the wind has dwindled? Could we be drifting into the doldrums? Sensing the diminishing wind power on the sails, Weiss shouted upward. Noticing the absence of a response, he rose, leaped, and pressed against the window, finding it empty within. The ship's helm was secured to the windowsill with a rope, preventing it from swaying about. However, at sea, securing the helm does not guarantee the ship will proceed in a straight line. The waves can unknowingly alter its course. Climbing through the window, he glanced at the compass and turned the helm back to restore the ship's normal trajectory. Steering clear of the doldrums.it is not that Weiss fears sea kings. Through years of training, he has dispatched countless of them. At one point, the residents of Twin Swallow Island nearly vomited from feasting on sea king meat. Although I can slay them with a single sword strike, a mere flip from a sea king could destroy this vessel. Seeing the ship return to its course, Weiss emulated Cardon and ventured into the cabin. Indeed, Cardon was tirelessly preparing lunch in the kitchen. Our ship nearly ventured into the doldrums, Weiss remarked while pouring a glass of red wine. Really? What should we do now? Cardon exclaimed, startled enough to drop the plate in his hands. In this world, no one is unaware of the peril of the doldrums. Stay calm. Stay calm. We only almost entered. We haven't yet. If we do, what is there to fear? Just let me know when you're ready, and I will take the helm. Raising his wine glass, Weiss disregarded Cardon's bewilderment and took charge of the helm. Yet, the once clear sky had turned ominous. The Chris seemed to have entered another realm. Above the sea, fierce winds raged, and tumultuous waves surged, causing the ship to sway violently. The 100-meter-long vessel appeared so insignificant against the vast ocean, subject to its merciless torment. Ahead, dark clouds loomed like a heavy curtain, thick and oppressive, while lightning danced within, and torrential rain cascaded down like a waterfall onto the sea. With a hurricane driving the rain clouds toward the Chris, this tempest had caught them off guard, leaving no chance to evade it. The only way forward was to charge through. Cardon had made his way behind Weiss. Sensing the disarray of the kitchen utensils, discarding the plate, he rushed upstairs, only to witness the shocking scene before him. I am truly unfortunate to encounter such a storm even in the East Sea. Cardon, a navigator by trade, had been sailing since the age of 15 and had never before faced such a tempest in the East Sea. Captain, what should we do now? Cardon had lost his composure. Had he not been in the kitchen, perhaps he could have anticipated this storm and altered their course. It may not have been entirely avoidable, but it would not have resulted in a direct collision either. What to do? We must charge through, of course. The ocean is a wondrous place. One moment it can be bathed in sunlight, and the next, it can swallow you whole. Weiss exclaimed with exhilaration, his feet firmly planted on the deck as he remained motionless. One hand gripped the helm while the other swayed his wine glass, draining its contents before smashing it to the ground. Cardon, you take the helm. I will manage the sails. That we will push through this storm. In a tempest, sailing with full sails could send us spiraling who knows where. Moreover, with winds this strong, it would be easy to snap the mast. Weiss leaped from the window onto the main mast, retracting the sails. The ferocious wind filled the sails, which usually required a mere fraction of strength to retract, now demanded at least 5 times that effort. This was precisely why Weiss had entrusted Cardon with the helm. His strength was insufficient, and such winds could easily sweep him away. Yet, he could not fully retract the sails, as that would eliminate their propulsion. After considerable effort, Weiss managed to fold the main and one of the secondary sails while firmly gripping the remaining sail with his other hand. Thunderous roars of lightning echoed, and rain pelted down upon him, drenching him in an instant. At that moment, the immense force from the sail tugged at Weiss. Had there not been a post behind him, he might have been yanked away. Captain, quickly, pull in the sails. The wind is too strong. If we continue, the mast will break. Cardon shouted desperately from the helm that we can only go with the flow for now. We must wait until the wind dies down before we can sail again. Weiss felt the ropes tightening in his hands, the pressure from the sails growing increasingly potent. Immediately, he grasped the sails, leaped, and climbed the mast to secure them, gazing into the distance. He dared not be careless. Even a pirate as formidable as the Golden Lion had nearly perished in a storm, let alone him. Lightning split the pitch-black sky, illuminating the way ahead, while surging waves crashed against the hull of the Chris. Cardon struggled to maintain control of the helm, the immense force nearly slipping from his grasp. What now? Weiss leaped through the window, taking the helm from Cardon to regain control before inquiring. Now, they could only wait to see when the storm would abate and how long the ship could endure. Such a storm was rare even in the East Sea. Cardon, visibly tense, sank to the ground as Weiss took over the helm. He had done his utmost. In such a storm, the currents at sea were chaotic beyond measure. As a navigator, he was unable to discern a path to safety with his current knowledge. Not everyone possesses Nami's extraordinary talent. Oh, you've seen many storms, Weiss asked, surprised. The man was not that old. Of course. I am a navigator, having sailed the seas for 10 years. What kinds of storms have I not encountered? Cardon replied proudly, no wonder you were captured by pirates. You have such skills indeed. I have ventured to the Grand Line. At the entrance, had I not anticipated the immense storm on that course and altered our route, we would have perished beneath the waves long ago. So, how do we escape this storm, my dear navigator? Weiss smiled at Cardon, reflecting on whether he had been too harsh on him previously, thinking perhaps he should treat him a bit better in the future. I do not know. The currents are already in disarray due to the storm. We must wait for the winds to lighten. Cardon awkwardly scratched his head, as a navigator. It was indeed embarrassing to be unable to find the correct direction. Weiss contemplated retracting his earlier statement. As long as you survive, you may leave. On the Chris, we do not retain the useless. At that moment, a cataclysmic transformation was unfolding outside. With the fierce winds and torrential rains, waves surged higher and higher, with several completely engulfing the Chris. Were it not for Weiss's exceptional navigational skills, they would have likely met their demise. Yet even so, the entire ship was perilously close to disaster. Captain, look ahead. Cardon's terrified voice reached Weiss, who had been deep in thought, instinctively raising his head to witness an unforgettable sight. As far as the eye could see, a towering wave, reaching dozens of meters high, surged forward with an overwhelming force. Barreling toward the Chris, alas, on the very first day of my voyage, I am beset by such a tempest. Is the universe conspiring to claim my life beneath the waves? Even now, Weiss finds himself pondering whether the will of this world is aware of his status as a stowaway. Intent on seizing this opportunity to extinguish his existence, Cardon, take the helm and steer us through. But Captain, there is no but, simply obey. With those words, Weiss drew his sword and descended to the mast. In the original tale, Luffy and Zoro managed to carve a path through the raging waves with their fists and blades. There is no reason I, a master swordsman, should falter in comparison. Drawing a deep breath, he positioned his sword before him, concentrating his entire aura into a single point. The armament hockey enveloped his arm, cascading along the blade until it illuminated its entirety. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Weiss yearned to christen his sword strike with a grandiose name. Yet it felt overly ostentatious. Basic attack. A glimmer of cold light erupted, a colossal slash ascending from the Chris, cleaving through the rain-soaked air and leaving a fleeting moment of clarity. The soaring slash severed a bolt of lightning that surged forth, charging defiantly towards the monstrous wave. Nature itself seemed to sense the audacity of this mere insect, for the rain intensified with unparalleled ferocity and the heavens were rent with lightning. Boom, the strike cleaved through the towering wave. A blinding light erupted upon the water, resonating with a thunderous roar, akin to the sun's radiance, creating a breach of 100 meters in the tumultuous sea. Following the completion of his strike, Weiss promptly lowered the sails, the fierce winds propelling the vessel towards the newly formed gap. Cardon, steady the ship and push through. Aye, Captain, Cardon replied, his gaze resolute as he deftly maneuvered the helm. For now, he could heed no command but that of the captain. An hour later, the Chris emerged from the storm, warm sunlight bathing the deck. Weiss reclined in a chair, grateful to have survived nature's baptism of the sea. I am alive at last. I thought my end was nigh. Hearing a commotion by the rail, Weiss turned to see a figure clambering atop it, cradling another in his arms, before tumbling onto the deck. How can it be him? Weiss muttered in astonishment. A man, donning a cowboy hat and adorned with an ASL tattoo on his arm, laid his companion flat upon the deck, both expelling water from their lungs. They had survived, believing their demise was imminent. The man, now sprawled on the deck, gazed at the azure sky while a few seagulls soared freely above. The sensation of living is truly delightful. To board another's ship unannounced is quite an impolite act. Weiss remarked, sitting upright and sipping coconut water nonchalantly. I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Ace. That we encountered a storm, and our vessel was capsized. Seeing your ship, we swam over, he explained, raising a hand in greeting. The individual on the deck was indeed Ace, and the companion beside him was presumably a crewmate from the Spade Pirates named Deuce. It was unexpected that Ace, having just set sail, would cross paths with Weiss. What a stroke of fate. Yet, the storm, the disaster. Ace's emergence from the sea indicated he had not yet acquired the Mara Nomi. It was unlikely he was nearby in the original narrative. These two were washed ashore after a maritime calamity, where Ace obtained the fruit on a distant island. Now by sheer happenstance, he had boarded Weiss's ship, which raises the question, you boarded without fear of us being pirates? Weiss leaned against the rail, seemingly conversing with Ace while his observation hockey extended outward, searching for any nearby islands, even if it was not the island concealing the Mara Mara no Mi. It could serve as a place to regroup. After enduring the storm's wrath, the Chris had sustained some damage. You don't appear the part of a pirate. You seem like a good person, speaking of which. I am a pirate as well, Ace remarked, stroking his hat as he subtly approached Deuce, who remained unconscious. Haha. Hurry and assist your companion. If you don't expel the water from his stomach, he may truly perish. Vis laughed heartily. Alas. Ace finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing Deuce had been unconscious in the sea, immediate action was imperative. Vis shook his head in exasperation, searching the vicinity but finding no islands. He did not mind, as he was committed to the path of a pure swordsman and had no intention of consuming a devil fruit. His curiosity was purely to witness what such a fruit entailed, having never seen one in its tangible form. Moreover, consuming a devil fruit would mean losing the ability to swim, which would strip away half of the thrill that he bore no ill will towards Ace. For the character was one he held fondly in the stories of his past life. Furthermore, without any grievances between them, he felt no compulsion to act against him. It is certainly not fear of Garp. Cardon, is the meal ready yet? I am ravenous, Vis shouted towards the galley. Having encountered a storm during what should have been lunchtime, he was even hungrier after such a tumultuous ordeal. Coming. After braving the storm. I now have to fulfill the role of chef and tidy up the ship. How unfortunate my luck is, Cardon grumbled as he emerged with 2 large plates of food, his own hunger evident. However, upon noticing the 2 unfamiliar figures on board, he paused, placing the plates behind him and stealthily approaching Vis. Are those 2 pirates? Indeed, they just crawled out of the sea. They likely faced the same storm we did. Vis scooped up his spoon and began devouring his food ravenously, finishing an entire plate of fried rice in less than 2 minutes. Still feeling unsatisfied, he licked his lips, eyeing the plate in Cardon's hands. Seeing Vis's eagerness, Cardon hastily spat out 2 globs of saliva and shielded the entire plate with his hand, retreating to serve himself from the large pot in the kitchen. Vis shook his head in disappointment. He simply did not wish to traverse the distance from the deck to the galley. It was now clear that Cardon was certainly not a professional cook, given his attitude. Bear this in mind. The 2 over there are pirates. I can fetch food without concern if they have any sinister designs. I cannot guarantee your safety. Cardon hesitated, glancing at Ace, who was tending to Deuce, before dashing towards the kitchen. Not forgetting to call back, don't touch my food. Cough. At that moment, under Ace's assistance, Deuce expelled the accumulated water from his lungs and gradually began to regain consciousness. With Ace's support, he stumbled over to Vis. Thank you for your hospitality, Ace said, bowing his head slightly as he pressed a hand upon Deuce's head. In his youth, Ace, due to his background, was quite the troublemaker. One might even describe him as a wild child. However, after meeting Sabo and Luffy, he found a semblance of familial connection and made some changes. Ultimately, under the guidance of Makino, he learned the importance of etiquette, especially when it came to sharing meals. Very well, now that you have awakened, let us disembark at the next island, Vis decided. Despite Ace being a significant figure in the pirate world, he felt no obligation to ingratiate himself. His current demeanor was merely a common approach when encountering castaways in the pirate realm. Thank you, Ace replied succinctly, leaning against the rail with Deuce to rest. At that moment, Cardon approached, carrying a large pot. Fearing that Vis might continue to eat and direct him to serve, he simply brought the entire pot over. Here, I've brought it all. Help yourself, he said as he resumed eating from his own plate. As the 2 enjoyed their meal, rhythmic growls resonated, drawing their attention to Ace and Deuce, whose stomachs echoed their hunger pangs. If you don't mind, you may join us, Ace suggested, glancing at Deuce, uncertain of their choice. They had been starving for 2 days since the storm. That would be splendid, Ace exclaimed, racing towards the food. Captain, you are quite cunning, Deuce countered, refusing to be outdone. If the captain was unperturbed, then he had no reason to be fearful. 100,000 berries per person per meal. That amounts to 200,000 berries for the 2 of you, Vis stated calmly as he continued to enjoy his fried rice. Both Ace and Deuce, upon hearing this, slammed their heads against the deck, howling in unison. Where does such expensive fried rice come from? This is robbery. Do not speak nonsense. How could a robbery happen so quickly? Weiss waved his hand dismissively. The 2 individuals across from him surely lacked money, and Ace, unable to overpower him, would likely not mind being extorted a little. Ace surveyed the scene and uttered a simple, "all right." Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, Cardon became even more enthusiastic. What began as a meal for two had now transformed into a feast for four. As the three indulged in their food, Weiss finished devouring everything on his plate and set it aside, no longer eating tea that moment. Ace exhibited a hint of restraint, perhaps due to his inability to gauge Weiss's true strength. In the original narrative, characters who brazenly approached pirates feasting without hesitation would never concede so easily. However, by that time, he had already ascended to the position of captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. With a combination of strength and background, he could afford to disregard most pirate crews on the vast SEADAS for now. He was merely a fledgling pirate. After their meal, the four had established a rudimentary acquaintance. Exchanging names, Dios and Cardon busied themselves clearing the debris aboard the Chris, discarding anything broken or fallen in the cabin. Meanwhile, after settling a debt of 1,000,000 berries for a night's lodging, Ace and Weiss reclined in their chairs, savoring their leisurely time. After all, they were the captains. A single meal cost them 200,000 berries. For a day, that amounted to 600,000, and with lodging expenses, it totaled 1,600,000. Weiss casually unfolded a newspaper and continued his conversation with Ace. Rounding up, that's 3 million a day, right? Wait, 3 million rounded up is 10 million berries a day. Correct. Then let us draft an IOU. Weiss sensed something awry. Given Ace's character, it was unlikely he would so easily acquiesce to this matter. Turning to look, he discovered Ace had placed a coconut drink against his chest. Sucking on the straw, with a substantial bubble of snot forming at his nose, he had long since fallen asleep. Weiss shook his head in resignation. Since Ace was asleep, his agreement would stand. Hey, why is Lilia back in the newspaper? TSK, the will of D is truly formidable, beloved by the people of the North Sea. After speaking, he covered his face with the newspaper and succumbed to slumber, aided by the coconut drink. Time passed, and the two who had completed their tasks sat resting atop the lookout tower. Dios surveyed the surroundings while Cardon had already drifted off as night approached. It was essential to conserve energy. With the captain's notoriously ruthless nature, he would undoubtedly be assigned the night watch. Thankfully, there was someone to substitute. Otherwise, the first night would have been difficult. Dios gazed at the shimmering waves reflecting the colors of the sunset. Observing the sea as it swallowed half the sun in the distance, the Chris sailed towards the sun, while seagulls circled ahead. Yet under the sun's illumination, what appeared as small black dots on the ocean's surface caught the captain's attention. An island, Dios shouted excitedly, having drifted on the sea with Ace for half a month without sighting a single island. Had it not been for the storm today leading him to Weiss, he would have long been lost to the depths of the ocean. Now, spotting land, how could he not be thrilled? The first to awaken from his commotion was Cardon, who, upon seeing the distant, elusive island, felt a surge of excitement and silently prayed for it to be a populated isle, finally allowing them to disembark. Just one day here felt more exhilarating than the past 10 years. Weiss approached the ship's railing, stretched lazily, and gazed at the island ahead, musing that it could not possibly be the island they sought. After all, by the timeline, they had been sailing for an afternoon. In such a storm, it was improbable for them to remain at sea for that long. They would have been fish food by now. Hey, Weiss, there's an island ahead. We can finally disembark. Thank you for your hospitality today. Ace squatted atop the ship's deck, one hand resting on his knee while the other adjusted his HT. No worries, 1,000,000 a day. You can stay as long as you like, Weiss replied calmly. Wait, didn't we agree on 1,600,000? How did it turn into 10 million? When did I ever agree to that? When you were asleep? I asked you, and you agreed with a simple Are you, as a pirate, really going to go back on your word? Weiss feigned surprise at Ace's jaw-dropping expression. Of course, I only agreed to 1,600,000. I want to acknowledge the rest. Ace retorted, returning to his normal demeanor. The most he had ever earned in his life was to buy a ship for Sabo, and that hadn't even amounted to 10 million. How could he allow Weiss to swindle him for that much in a single day? As night fully descended, the Chris had approached the deserted island. If not for the bright moon above, the ship would have nearly run aground. Finding a suitable anchorage, they secured the vessel by the shore and leapt off the ship. Cardon, aren't you going to explore the island a bit? Weiss called back upon noticing Cardon standing at the ship's railing, hesitating to disembark, just as Cardon was about to suggest they go together. A series of thunderous roars erupted from the island, reverberating throughout, causing countless night owls to flutter into the sky in fright. The sound sent a shiver down Cardon's spine. I think I'll pass. There's no one on this island anyway. I'll stay behind and keep an eye on the Chris and see if there's anything that needs fixing. Weiss shrugged, having no objections to Cardon's decision. Among the four, he was the only ordinary person. To put it bluntly, even a mere henchman from the East Blue could take his life with a single strike. Just be careful, he said, and with that, the three vanished into the dark forest. An hour later, Weiss stood atop the corpse of a massive beast, listening as the sound of crickets resumed around him, along with the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. He had finally confirmed that he had become separated from Ace and the others. It had been mere moments after entering the forest that he could no longer see either of them. Initially, he could hear their voices, but soon after, there was nothing. Weiss's observation hockey could only extend about 10 kilometers. Beyond that range, he could hardly sense anything. Moreover, this island was surprisingly vast. With a swift stroke, he dispatched a leopard drawn by the scent of blood. Weiss leaped to the treetops. In the distance, a massive ridge loomed in the center of the island, its towering peaks piercing the clouds. With the moon resembling a pearl atop the summit, a gigantic bird circled the peak, flapping its wings in a peculiar manner. Determining his direction, Weiss jumped down from the treetops and made his way toward the mountain. Wasn't he venturing out to see these extraordinary sights or meet like-minded companions the purpose of setting sail? This mountain was indeed remarkable. How could he not take the time to appreciate it? He thought he might need to find a message snail or a photo snail in the future. Otherwise, he would have no way to document these experiences. With his sword strapped to his waist, hands clasped behind his head, and a blade of grass between his teeth, he strolled leisurely toward his destination. To him, this island felt like no more than a stroll through his own backyard. Oh wait, he didn't have a backyard. As Weiss delved deeper, the once boisterous forest fell eerily silent. The chirping of insects ceased, the birds fell quiet, leaving only the gentle breeze symbolizing the forest's breath. Faced with such a scene, Weiss felt no tension. He didn't even alter his demeanor, humming a little tune. Under the veil of observation hockey, he could clearly discern a tiger more than 10 meters tall from 100 meters away. That tiger seemed to be waiting for Weiss to deliver himself to its doorstep. As he approached slowly, the tiger ceased its concealment, its enormous body no longer hidden. Roar! The 40-meter-long creature leaped down, shattering trees beneath its colossal weight. With the tiger's roar, the surrounding birds took flight in a panic, fleeing for their lives. A nauseating stench wafted from the tiger's mouth, remnants of its last meal still visible at the corners. You must be the king of this territory. It's time for you to abdicate, Weiss declared, drawing his sword. The double-edged blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight, as if poised to devour any creature that dared oppose him. The tiger, unable to withstand the pressure Weiss radiated, crouched low to the ground. This was not an act of submission, but rather a sign that the beast was preparing to attack. Roar! The king of beasts shook the forest, sending all creatures fleeing in terror, his regal presence unmistakable. Clang! A blinding flash of light cut through the air, and the roar abruptly ceased. Drip! Drip! Vivid crimson blood dripped from the blade, splattering onto the ground. As the massive body behind him collapsed with a thunderous thud, the tiger's head and body had become severed, its fierce visage still bearing a trace of bewilderment, as if pondering why its opponent had moved with such swiftness. Weiss, holding his longsword, strolled leisurely to the rear of the tiger. With a deft motion, he wiped the blade clean of blood upon the tiger's hide, leaving behind a colossal carcass as he continued his ascent towards the mountains. Perhaps the only thing capable of piquing his interest was that colossal creature soaring above. As for why he had dispatched the tiger in an instant, did one toil for 12 arduous years in training merely to engage in a 50-50 contest? As the fourth strongest in the East Sea, nearing the third, what purpose does it serve to refrain from vanquishing foes quickly or to feign superiority? Yet, this display of bravado was less than perfect. Save for the radiant moon above, none bore witness to the occurrence. Even the beasts of the jungle would require time to grasp what had transpired. To flaunt one's prowess openly is utterly meaningless. Rustle, rustle, ouch. Cursed the unfortunate bird, its pain excruciating. After Weiss had traversed roughly 10 kilometers, a cry of anguish echoed from afar. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it to be the voice of Dais, with the promise of 80,000 berries in mind. Weiss made his way towards the source of the sound. There, he found Dais ensnared by a high branch, dangling headfirst, desperately attempting to right himself and free his trapped foot. Hey, Dais, what has brought you to such a state? Ah, Captain Weiss. Might you lower me down? My head feels as though it might burst, Dias exclaimed, his face flushed, whether from embarrassment or blood rushing to his head. It was unclear. Clang, a glimmer of cold light flashed as Weiss leapt upward, performing 2.5 somersaults mid-air before gracefully catching the nearly inverted Dias, landing elegantly. Saved, Dias gasped, sitting on the ground, catching his breath as the redness in his face swiftly faded. Captain Weiss, I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue. Without you, I might have met my demise. No trouble at all, considering the 80,000 berries. Weiss replied nonchalantly. No, I mean there's no need for thanks. We are comrades aboard the same ship. Assisting one another is only natural, he quickly amended, shifting the topic. How did you end up hanging here? Surely, no one would emulate monkeys swinging between treetops to traverse this terrain. I was merely walking on the ground, passing through a clearing when the sky suddenly darkened, and a hawk swooped down from above, seized me, and tossed me into the air. Fortunately, there was a tree below, otherwise my life would have been forfeit. Dias recounted, a tremor of fear evident in his voice. And what of your captain? I recall you were with him, Weiss inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Indeed. Oh yes, the captain was also snatched by the hawk. That ferocious beast was formidable, grasping us effortlessly. We stood no chance of resistance. However, the captain managed to inflict pain upon the hawk with one hand, prompting it to drop me. Captain Weiss, I humbly beseech you to rescue my captain, Dias pleaded, dropping to his knees, his forehead pressed against the ground, remaining there for an extended period. Weiss, suppressing a chuckle, helped him to his feet. Fear not, I shall take it upon myself. After all, you are now guests on my vessel. As captain, it is my duty to ensure your safety. The question remained, however, how to inflict pain upon the talons of the bird that had captured Dias. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bird had been peculiar. Having grasped a person in its claws, Weiss resolved to abandon his leisurely demeanor. It was not a lack of confidence in Ace's capabilities, but rather the nature of the flying creature that troubled him. Should he strike, the creature would take flight. If he failed, it would merely toy with him. At that moment, the colossal hawk had deposited Ace in its nest, where 3 hatchlings resided. Ace lay motionless upon the dry branches. The hawk, scratching at him with its foot, detected no response and presumed him to be dead, taking to the skies in search of more suitable prey. Once the hawk had departed, the 3 hatchlings approached Ace, preparing to tear into his flesh with their underdeveloped beaks. Just as they were about to feast, Ace leaped, landing at the edge of the nest. Gazing into the distance, he could no longer see the hawk. Finding himself precariously perched upon a cliff, suspended between heaven and earth, the full moon above shone brightly, casting a gentle glow. After surveying his surroundings, Ace noticed several protruding rock faces a mere 10 meters away. Gathering his strength, he leaped, landing securely on the rocky ledge. Looking up to judge that he had approximately 50 meters to ascend as he prepared to save himself. His stomach rumbled audibly, "Why some twist of fate?" He turned to see the hatchlings. Ace licked his lips, realizing he had yet to secure dinner, and leaped back, dry branches, a fire starter in hand, and hatchlings that required no plucking of feathers. Perfect. The hatchlings, sensing danger, trembled in fright, huddling against the wall. Meanwhile, Weiss stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the towering peak, having dispatched all beasts that dared to assault him. From a distance, the mountain appeared majestic. But as he drew nearer, its vastness became apparent. Ace, I do not wish for you to engage in a counterattack. I merely hope you can adeptly evade. He mused that it was not that Weiss lacked faith in Ace's strength. Rather, the airborne predator possessed a natural advantage over its terrestrial prey. If you perish, where will my 10 million berries go? To find Garp, I'd likely be struck down. With these thoughts in mind, Weiss activated his observation hotkey, allowing him to perceive all creatures within a 10-mile radius. It is said that spring heralds the revival of life, yet summer exceeds it in every aspect. The nocturnal hours were not the time for foraging. It was a glaring oversight. Fortunately, he had not detected the hawk's nest in the vicinity, leading him to dispel his hotkey, feeling a sense of relief. Curse that hawk. Its nest must be upon the cliff or at the mountain summit. How foolish of me to search at the base. Slapping his forehead, he resolved to ascend towards the peak. It may not be at the summit, but I shall surely gain a broader perspective. Crackle, crackle. Atop the cliff, the remnants of the enormous nest flickered with flames. Ace focused intently on the 3 roasting racks before him, each bearing a hatchling. Noticing one that required turning, he hurriedly rotated it. Such a gift from nature was a rare occurrence. As time passed, the meat of the hatchlings turned a golden hue, their fat sizzling. Though devoid of seasoning, An enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The scent and smoke drifted with the gentle breeze atop the cliff. Dio not doubt Ace's culinary skills. He had grown up in the mountains, hunting and building shelters for himself. His practical skills were exceptional. And his grilling prowess had reached remarkable heights. Almost there. Soon, I shall indulge in the delectable roasted hawk, Ace murmured, rubbing his stomach and licking his lips, bringing the roasted hatchling closer to his nose to savor the aroma. Just as he prepared to enjoy his feast, a sudden interruption startled him. Hey, Ace, eating alone will surely lead to an upset stomach. The voice that reached his ears made Ace instinctively turn to see Weiss, standing at a distance on the cliff, wearing a bemused expression, though his gaze was more accurately fixed upon the meat on the rack. He, too, had not dined that evening. Weiss, you startled me. I thought the hawk had returned. How did you find your way here? This is a cliff, and the wind is against us. One would not discover this place without reaching the summit that I noticed smoke rising from the peak, mingled with a hint of meat aroma, so I followed the scent. I did not expect your courage to be so great as to act on the mountainside, Weiss remarked. By the way, I thought you were captured by the hawk. How is it that you were roasting meat in its nest? Well, the hawk tossed me into the nest, believing me to be dead, and then flew away, seemingly in search of new prey, just in time. The exam is over. Let's have a meal together, Weiss beckoned. Naturally, Weiss would not stand on ceremony. The short distance was traversed with a single leap. Sitting upright in the nest, he realized it was established on a prominent platform. Though some twigs meant for nesting had already been used by Ace to kindle a fire. Grasping the roasted meat handed over by Ace, he began to devour it heartily. In the pirate world, the stronger one is, the larger their appetite tends to be, a fact that becomes even more pronounced after intense battles. Although no combat had occurred at that moment, Weiss felt he could easily consume an entire cow if he wished. Thus, he swiftly finished off the small creature resembling a chick. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. Was this food caught by an eagle and brought to its nest? Weiss instinctively inquired. No, the food brought to the nest is me. These three are the eagle's chicks. You mean these are the eagle's chicks? Indeed, Ace replied, his words slightly muffled by the food in his mouth. Weiss was utterly astonished. What in the world was happening here? A gift from nature? The identities of predator and prey switching at will. High-end predators often appearing in the guise of their quarry. Was the eagle truly unfortunate? Or perhaps it was merely a matter of fate? Was it not a case of inviting wolves into the home? You roasted its offspring right in its nest. Didn't you consider moving to another location? Weiss found himself on the brink of collapse. Did these people not understand the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall? Given Ace's current strength and the geographical position, if no one intervened, the cliff would not hinder Ace. However, with disturbances, he would undoubtedly perish at the hands of the enraged eagle. There was no second choice. This was odd. If it were Luffy engaging in such antics, Weiss would completely understand. Conversely, it would be strange if Luffy did not act this way. However, Ace surely wouldn't behave so recklessly. Would he? Oh, regarding that, the eagle caught both me and Dias, but I managed to dislodge it midway. I believe I hung onto a tree, didn't I? The direction the eagle just left seemed to be heading towards Dias. And I fear he might get captured. Upon hearing Ace's words, Weiss fell silent. This seemed to align well with Ace's character. In the original narrative, due to his background, Ace was naturally disdainful of others. It was only after he formed a brotherly bond with Sabo and Luffy that things began to change, treating Luffy like a mere passerby before their bond was forged. Thus, even amidst the storm, Ace had not given up on Dias. 2 years later, it was the betrayal of companions that led to the War of the Best. In truth, Ace longed for companionship. Weiss mused silently. Dias had already been rescued. He should be hiding somewhere in the forest or perhaps back on the ship. As Weiss finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind pass by. Looking up, he found Ace had vanished from sight. Turning around, he saw Ace leaping towards the mountain peak, still clutching the remaining roasted eagle. Weiss, hurry. If that eagle returns, it will be disastrous. I cannot contend with that creature. Ace's voice echoed down from above. Damn, I take back what I just said. Cursing silently, Weiss hastily followed Ace's lead up the mountain. 50 meters was not a considerable height for those in the pirate world. Some could fall from 10,000 meters and land unscathed, creating a massive crater upon impact. Zoro had been carried to the skies by a guide bird and fell without harm. Those who endured Luffy's torment and survived demonstrated the remarkable vitality of the strong in this world. For those with a modicum of strength, Scaling 50 meters posed little danger. As for Weiss and Ace, it was trivial. This was precisely why Ace felt emboldened to leisurely roast meat here. Had he not considered a retreat route, he would not have acted so recklessly. While Weiss pondered this, Ace was nearing the mountaintop. Weiss, you are far too slow. If the eagle arrives, I cannot save you. Is that so? Weiss scoffed disdainfully. I will surely reach the peak before you. Moonwalk. Thud, thud, thud. Goodbye then. In an instant, Weiss surpassed Ace and leaped to the summit. Wow, Weiss, what technique is that? Ace exclaimed as he reached the top, his face a picture of astonishment at Weiss's cool maneuver. The moonwalk from the Navy's 6 powers. What do you think? Want to learn? I can teach you. However, upon hearing the words Navy, Ace quickly distanced himself, eyeing Weiss with suspicion. That you're with the Navy? Not at all. Given my identity, the world government would never dare recruit me as a Navy member. Conversely, if they were to discover my identity, they would likely place a bounty on my head, Weiss replied, spreading his arms nonchalantly. Then how do you know Navy techniques? Simple. Understand the principles. And if your physical abilities reach a certain level, you can utilize it. Weiss had never been to sea in his life. His knowledge of the shave and moonwalk came from reading novels in his past life. He had spent 12 years practicing on his own. And with a teacher, he learned with relative ease. Let us head back to the ship to rest for the night. We can return tomorrow to search for treasure. Upon arriving at this island, they had dashed straight for the peak due to the eagle, neglecting to explore thoroughly. All right. Just as the two were making their way down the mountain, a furious scream erupted behind them, a colossal figure obscuring the moonlight above. A massive shadow loomed over them. They had not anticipated that the eagle would be so enormous. Ace, you truly have some nerve, Weiss remarked, observing the beads of cold sweat forming on Ace's brow. The gargantuan form blotted out the moon, its wings spanning over 50 meters wide. As it flapped its wings, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, uprooting several frail trees. Instinctively, both raised their arms against the tempest, their bodies sliding backward uncontrollably. Ace leaned against a sturdy tree, desperately trying to halt his retreat. After a moment of adjustment to the immense wind, Weiss finally steadied himself, remaining immovable as a mountain on the slope. Such a colossal bird might seem insignificant compared to sea kings, but among terrestrial creatures in the pirate world, it was a behemoth. As the enormous eagle began to ascend, Weiss and Ace were left dumbfounded by the sight before them. They beheld the eagle clutching a massive creature in its talons, a sea beast exceeding 50 meters in size. No wonder the eagle had not returned to its nest after departing. It had ventured out to sea. However, given this island's proximity to the doldrums, such prey was considered small. If it were any larger, the eagle might not have been able to capture it. With a sharp, penetrating cry, the eagle soared above the peak. And Weiss slowly drew his sword, preparing to confront the enraged bird. Unexpectedly, the eagle released its grip, slamming the sea beast onto the slope with a resounding thud. It let out another mournful cry. The whirlwind carrying the fishy scent of the creature, the sound was filled with sorrow and rage, its piercing gaze fixated on Ace, or more precisely, on the roasted chick in Ace's hand. The furious eagle flapped its wings. Swiftly ascending to the skies, with its back to the moon, it dove straight towards Ace. The mountain had a sheer cliff on one side and a steep slope on the other, covered with vegetation and trees of varying sizes. This incline provided a natural advantage for the eagle. Facing the oncoming eagle, Weiss gripped the hilt of his sword. With such a size and presence, the eagle's strength would undoubtedly be formidable, yet it still paled in comparison to Weiss. A massive size does not necessarily equate to overwhelming power. Otherwise, the giant race would have long since dominated the world. As the eagle swooped down, Weiss was taken aback when it bypassed him entirely, targeting Ace instead. Ace, get out of the way. Ace would certainly not sit idly by. Although he faced the obstruction of Weiss ahead, the piercing gaze of the eagle above, intent on devouring him, signaled imminent danger. With a swift dodge, he narrowly evaded the eagle's claws as they nearly grasped him. Having escaped, Ace seized the opportunity to consume the roasted chick in his hand, hastily retreating behind a tree trunk. With a failed strike, the eagle ascended rapidly into the sky. Eagles possess an extraordinary vision, capable of spotting rabbits from several kilometers high, and it soon caught sight of Ace hiding behind the tree. With a mix of fury and disdain, it thought, such a puny tree cannot possibly withstand my 20 years of sharpened talents. Yet, Ace's movements were too swift. The eagle missed the moment he devoured the chick. Otherwise, it would have unleashed even greater wrath. Nevertheless, it was still formidable enough. Weiss, having witnessed the scene, barely contained his laughter. It was a curious sight. the calmness with which Ace consumed his meal in such dire circumstances. As the eagle dove again, Weiss suddenly sheathed his sword, evading the rush of wind created by its descent. He felt it a pity to finish off the creature too soon. Aboard the ship, surrounded by a gaggle of men, there were few sources of entertainment that a little pre-bedtime amusement should not be hastily concluded. Just as Weiss's fleeting thought crossed his mind, the massive trees on the hillside bore the brunt of the eagle's wrath. With the sweeping motion of its wings, trees were either snapped in two or uprooted entirely, collapsing towards the foot of the mountain in a frenzy stirred by the gust it created. No way, no way, Weiss, why have you sheathed your sword? Though he muttered this, it hardly affected Ace's readiness to evade, albeit this time with a touch more clumsiness. It's nothing. I suddenly thought your strength seemed rather feeble. This bird possesses a peculiar trait. You might attempt to resist it. After saying this, Ace ceased his conversation, as he had no time for replies. The eagle had already latched onto him, relentlessly diving above. Ace could only awkwardly hide behind some thick trees, as the enormous talons wreaked havoc upon one large tree after another. Eventually, the eagle even forsook its aerial advantage, landing directly on the ground. Observing this, Ace's heart leaped with joy. Up in the sky, it was invincible, but could it truly prevail on the ground? Growing up in a den of mountain bandits, he was no stranger to conflict. Finding a section of tree trunk from somewhere, he gripped it tightly, staring down the eagle. It seemed both could see the raging fury burning in each other's eyes. One regarded the other as prey, while the latter had lost its offspring, each wishing to annihilate the other. With a fierce flap of its wing, the eagle generated a tremendous gust, uprooting roots, and Ace was caught off guard, sent tumbling backward by the violent wind. He steadied himself on the trunk in midair before landing, leaving traces of his passage as he charged toward the eagle. As he closed the distance, he leapt, striking its talons with the makeshift club. Witnessing this scene, Weiss erupted in laughter from afar. Is this what they call jumping to strike your knee? With a resounding crack, the wooden stick shattered upon impact, feeling the sharp pain radiating from its talon. The eagle instinctively lifted its claw to stomp down. At that moment, Ace had already vanished, reappearing on the eagle's back in the blink of an eye. In the Garibo Mountains, Ace had encountered all manner of prey. He was well aware of the eagle's capabilities. Having seen chickens before, he was not intimidated. Sprinting atop the eagle's back, he knew he needed to conclude this swiftly if it took to the skies again. He would truly be in peril. Little chick, prepare for another blow. Upon reaching the eagle's head, Ace leaped and bellowed, raising his wooden stick high and bringing it crashing down. The stick arced through the air, slicing the silence with a whoosh. With a loud thud, it shattered upon impact, and the eagle let out a shrill cry of agony, a trickle of blood seeping from its head. Ace landed gracefully, discarding the fractured stick and quickly finding another suitable piece to wield. The Waterpipe brothers were renowned for their exceptional staff techniques. However, this stick proved too fragile. It required frequent replacements, which was quite bothersome. It seemed his fist would serve him better. Recalling some rather unpleasant memories, a mixture of joy and pain flooded his mind. First, he needed to deal with the eagle before him. Glancing at Weiss, who lounged on the hillside, watching the spectacle, Ace thought, what a man of peculiar tastes. He possesses the capability to slay it with a single stroke, yet insists on letting me handle it. Ace, are you capable? If not, I shall step in. Weiss shouted from the hillside. It's nearly midnight. This pre-bedtime activity should come to an end. Don't just stand there offering sarcastic remarks. You share responsibility for those 3 birds too. Ace roared back. At their verbal clash, the eagle seemed to comprehend their exchange, its bloodied head slowly turning towards Weiss. With its already sharp gaze intensified by the blood streaking its eyes, it appeared even more fearsome. Seeing those eyes, Ace felt a surge of animosity directed his way. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from the original tale where a bird plotted in the sky, calculating that sustenance outweighed Zorro's presence, and subsequently cast Zorro down. It dawned upon him that this bird possessed considerable intelligence. So you wish to swap opponents? Very well, consider it a pre-sleep exercise. However, it feels somewhat amiss to engage in bird hunting before bed. Nevertheless, Weiss thought to himself, you seem to have chosen the wrong opponent. Remaining in his crouched position, the eagle, filled with rage, flapped its wings, generating a ferocious wind. Ace quickly ducked behind a tree to avoid losing sight of it. When he next glimpsed the eagle, it had soared high into the sky. Not the brightest of creatures, it had chosen to ascend against a formidable swordsman, making itself a living target. Perhaps it was blissfully unaware of what a great swordsman entailed. The eagle ascended higher, its massive form becoming a mere black dot against the vast expanse. Realizing its intent to unleash a full-on assault, Weiss drew his sword. This blade was merely an ordinary sword forged by a blacksmith on Double Swallow Island. Weiss did not possess renowned swords. Rather, he held a sentimental attachment to the notion that those famed blades were just swords, nothing more. Moreover, he practiced a dual-edged sword technique. The eagle-S form became increasingly distinct, clearly exerting itself to its fullest that a powerful wind cascaded from above, forcing the wild grass below to bend, while shattered branches and withered leaves were scattered in disarray. Weiss's beach shorts rustled in the fierce wind, and his T-shirt was blown out of shape. Even from a distance, one could feel the overwhelming momentum and the impending doom of a deadly clash. The eagle extended its claws, talons gleaming under the moonlight, as if intent on tearing apart its adversary. Alas, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Basic attack. Weiss crouched low, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of undeniable prowess. The whirlwind erupted from beneath him as he swung his sword, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped strike that erupted from the blade. The brilliant, blinding sword light cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at the soaring eagle. In that moment, the moon above served merely as a backdrop. Ace fully realized how formidable Weiss truly was to that instant. Far aboard the Chris, the two individuals beheld the radiant sword light erupting from the mountaintop. Weiss possessed a habit of giving his all against prey, striving to eliminate opponents in the shortest time possible. Too many had fallen victim to underestimating their foes. This second chance at life had instilled in him a desire to avoid such folly. Consequently, since becoming a great swordsman, he had encountered few who could withstand the might of his blade, save for his master. Of course, this eagle was no exception. As the heavens wept crimson rain, a singular sword light cleaved the eagle in two, its severed body plummeting from the sky. The blade returned to its sheath. A family should be whole and complete. After speaking, he paid no heed to the lifeless body of the eagle behind him, just as he would not concern himself with the tiger lurking below the mountain, dragging the enormous sea beast behind him. He approached Ace. That moment, Ace was still lost in the aftermath of that sword strike, and upon seeing Weiss descend, he asked in astonishment, "Just how strong are you?" Weiss pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you familiar with Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp?" A sudden jolt ran through Ace's heart. Did Weiss know something? He maintained his composure and replied, "I know that I cannot defeat him." With that, he left with a nonchalant demeanor, dragging the massive carcass of the sea beast behind him. Who asked if you could defeat him? "I am asking how strong you are," Ace bellowed as he followed closely behind. "Chris, Captain, how did you manage to drag a 50-meter-long sea beast out from the center of the island, in the face of such a scene?" Cardon's mind went blank. He could not fathom how such a creature could exist in the middle of the island. Meanwhile, Dias observed the claw marks on the sea beast and seemed to come to a realization, only to cast it aside moments later. "Tonight, we can feast. No need to worry about this. That sea beast will serve as our dinner. Let us hold a barbecue banquet on the beach to celebrate the perfect conclusion of our first day at sea." "Understood, my captain. Prepare to enjoy my culinary skill shortly," Cardon replied, heading to the kitchen for tools. With a sea beast of such size, ordinary kitchenware would not suffice for preparation. "I'll help you, Cardon," Dias said cheerfully as he followed suit. Although he had consumed sizable fish, he had never tasted meat from a creature of this magnitude. Weiss reclined lazily on a deck chair, stretching as he gazed at the stars above, contemplating that once they reached the next inhabited island, he would simply cast Ace and the others aside. "Hey, Weiss, come aboard my ship. I'll make you the first mate," Ace's voice called from a nearby chair. "Even though you are stronger than me now, I will surpass you one day." "No," Weiss replied without even glancing at Ace, swiftly rejecting his request. "What a joke. Following you would only lead to being taken in by Whitebeard. I have no desire to become a pirate. Certainly, there are figures like Luffy who sail under the pirate flag while truly being adventurers. But how many of such individuals exist? The majority of pirates on the seas embody destruction and chaos, ruthlessly pillaging and annihilating entire nations. Consider the 11 supernovas, besides one marine spy among them. The rest are purely pirates. This clearly illustrates how few adventurers actually exist. So, do you intend to join the Marines?" Ace inquired, having received his answer and not pressing further, for he understood that the strong typically possess their own beliefs. Since Weiss chose not to be a pirate, there was certainly a rationale behind it. "Who says the only inhabitants of the sea are pirates or Marines? What about merchants, adventurers, and bounty hunters?" Weiss retorted, a look of confusion on his face. "Well, I haven't decided just yet. For now, let us assist those two. They're struggling to handle such a massive pile of meat," Weiss stated as he leapt off the ship. Listening to the commotion below, Ace ultimately refrained from asking Weiss why he didn't want to become a pirate. fearing he might receive an answer he did not wish to hear. The next day, Weiss groggily rose from bed, glancing around and sighing in relief upon realizing he was the only one awake. Upon reaching the deck, he discovered that the other three had yet to awaken, likely due to last night's excessive drinking. During their departure, the residents of Twin Swallow Island had loaded an abundance of alcohol onto the ship, nearly filling the hold. However, after last night's battle, they had consumed roughly a tenth of it. Do not underestimate that fraction. There were only 4 of them drinking. Fortunately, Weiss had long since built up his alcohol tolerance. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself last night. "Good morning. I didn't expect you to be up before me," Ace remarked, surprised after a night filled with a bonfire gathering that had fostered camaraderie among the 4. During the day, perhaps it was the nostalgia of the original story and the presence of Bailey that allowed them to be aboard. Now, they could be considered to have shared hardships. However, the money owed must not be shortchanged. "There's food in the kitchen. Help yourself," Weiss replied, returning to his previous position and posture as he lay back down to "no need. Cardon has already gone to fetch it." Ace replied, "By the way, how is it that a lazy person like you, who is a year older than me, is so strong?" Ace questioned, perplexed. After all, he had been raised in the mountains by Garp and did not possess such formidable strength. Effort, opportunity, and years of monotonous training. Perhaps it has been 12 years to achieve this level of strength. Weiss answered nonchalantly. Indeed, without these elements, Weiss was uncertain whether he would still be alive today. 12 years. Then our training periods are quite similar. How is it that there is such a vast disparity? Ace remained puzzled. I forgot to mention talent. If one's talent does not align with their training, then they will achieve little despite great effort. Without talent, I doubt I would have been taught by that lofty individual. Weiss explained. However, Ace certainly possessed top-tier talent. It was merely that Garp had laid the foundation for both him and his brother. Otherwise, they would not have become renowned figures in such a short time. "So, are we going to explore the island today?" Ace inquired. "Of course. We almost went to rescue you yesterday. What sights could this island possibly offer that we haven't seen yet?" Weiss replied, as Cardon brought the food on board. After swiftly finishing their meal, they returned to the previous day's routine. Cardon remained on the ship. After last night's events, he was even less inclined to disembark. The 3 followed the path they had taken the day before into the jungle, arriving at the spot where Weiss had been ensnared. Along the way, they encountered little danger. The tiger Weiss had dispatched had decomposed into a mere skeleton overnight. Nature had indeed provided them with ample bounty. "Let us split up here. This island is quite vast. Feel free to explore for any peculiar sights or treasures," Weiss suggested. "Sure. I'll head east. While I was caught by the eagle yesterday, I noticed a grove of fruit trees over there. I'll pick some to bring back," Weiss exclaimed, clapping his hands eagerly. "I'll just roam around aimlessly," Ace replied, not stopping Weiss, but advising him to stay safe. After confirming they would return to the ship before nightfall, they dispersed. Weiss estimated that the tiger and eagle he had eliminated the previous night were likely the fiercest creatures on the island, alleviating concerns about Weiss encountering insurmountable threats that in the original story. He had adventured alongside Ace into the new world and had decent strength, at least not as feeble as Cardon. The weather had also shifted. The originally clear sky had turned overcast, signaling the impending rain. Islands at sea are often unpredictable, with weather changing at a moment's notice. As Weiss walked along the path, he first spotted a few apple trees, their low branches bearing several fruits. Unfazed, he plucked one and took a bite. The sweet and tangy flavor provided a refreshing source of vitamins. As he munched on the apple, Weiss circled the trees, but upon finding nothing of interest, he departed, chuckling at himself. Finding a devil fruit was not as easy as it seemed. Thus, he wandered aimlessly, unaware of when a deer began to follow him. The creature regarded Weiss curiously, seemingly never having encountered such a being before. Sensing no danger, it continued to trail him. Weiss, on the other hand, had recognized the creature but was astonished by its boldness in this world. Foolish deer. Had it not been for its lack of malice or his recent meal, it would have already met its demise. For now, it could follow along, providing a modicum of amusement during his journey. Meanwhile, Weiss had reached the grove he had spotted the previous day, a peach orchard. Dozens of monkeys were clamoring nearby, shaking the branches in a display of aggression. At that moment, he was crouched nearby, nursing a large bump on his forehead. It was a result of the guardian monkeys defending their territory. He had mistakenly believed the grove was safe and ventured in to pluck fruit, only to be attacked. It was not that he could not evade them, but rather there were simply too many. He was now devising a plan to deal with this troublesome pack of monkeys. On the other side of the island, Ace stood by a lake filled with crocodiles, recalling the childhood memory of the three brothers catching crocodiles in the lake, when Luffy had nearly been swallowed whole. Had they not intervened in time, Luffy would have surely become nourishment for the trees. As the three engaged in their respective activities, a pirate ship was making its way toward the island from the opposite side. They, too, sought to land upon the island, yet one of their ship's masts had snapped, bearing faint scorch marks. While the hull was marred with numerous scars, the crew aboard the pirate ship lay languidly. Some slumped over, others seated or leaning against the railings. In the midst of them sat a towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, upon an expansive chair, his bare torso a tapestry of wounds. Adorned with a pirate hat, surveying the scene before him with a glint of malice and ferocity in his eyes. He was the captain of this vessel, Tori, the notorious pirate of the East Sea. With a bounty of 8 million, damn the Navy. Were it not for that tempest, I would have long since dispatched you, Tori thought as he observed the condition of his crew, acutely aware that supplies had run dry. With the unwelcome encounters of the Navy and the storm, he pondered the grim fate that awaited them. Starvation. Captain, Captain, an island lies ahead, cried the lookout, his voice brimming with excitement. The mere sight of land promised sustenance. The once desolate pirate ship sprang to life, crew members racing to the edge, their shouts echoing with fervor. Ha! Truly, the heavens favor Captain Tori. To encounter an island in such dire straits, the captain is indeed the destined king of pirates. Ha! Dinga, you speak true. Once we set foot on that island, you shall be the second to enjoy. Tori cast a glance at the speaker, his imposing 3-meter frame casting a shadow over the surrounding crew, instilling them with a palpable sense of pressure. Flatterer, the other pirates regarded the individual named Dinga with envy and jealousy. Having been aboard for merely a month, he had already risen to the rank of combat leader. When would they possess such eloquence? Meanwhile, the heavens opened, releasing a gentle drizzle. Lads, make for the island. Bring everything edible and drinkable back to the ship, and then we shall strike back. Tori commanded from the bow, brandishing a cutlass high above his head. Captain is mighty. As the crew echoed in unison, Tori's lips curled into a subtle smirk, contemplating the Navy's fate. Just wait, Navy. When I return, the first order of business will be to seize your base. The pirate crew numbered around 60. Some remained aboard while others ventured onto the island. Their vessel had not found a suitable docking place. Thus they resorted to using small rowboats to reach the shore. Tori led the charge ashore, instructing the crew, divide into 3 teams, one to search for food, another for water, and the last to accompany me to scout for any other inhabitants on this island. As the captain's orders were issued, the pirates dispersed across the island, each fulfilling their designated roles in this peculiar world. One moment lifeless. The next, they surged forth onto the island. Weiss, however, remained blissfully unaware that pirates had already landed on this isle. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. These pirates were merely a trifling nuisance. That moment, he stood before a cave, having been quenching his thirst by a stream when his foolish companion, a young deer, inadvertently wandered into the cavern. Following suit, he arrived at the cave entrance, which was evidently man-made, with wild grasses growing chaotically around it. The entrance appeared damp, with signs of soil erosion, and water oozed beneath his feet. It was likely a hiding place for treasure, perhaps once utilized by a pirate or another soul, now exposed by the recent downpours that had washed away the mountainside. Weiss gathered dry twigs from elsewhere, igniting them as makeshift torches, and ventured into the cave. The entrance was slick with mud, the earthy scent mingling with the aroma of fresh grass, prompting Weiss to wrinkle his nose and distaste. After traversing approximately 10 meters, the passage opened up, and the ground became dry. Before him lay a fork in the path, one leading left, the other right, adhering to the notion of staying close to the wall. Weiss swiftly opted for the left passage, delving deeper into the tunneled AT. This moment, Weiss activated his observation hockey, sensing everything ahead and imprinting it in his mind. After an indeterminate stretch of time, the tunnel ebbed and flowed. Suddenly, the feedback from his hockey indicated an expansive area just beyond a bend. As he rounded the corner, he could see light filtering through, revealing a scattering of coins at the tunnel's exit. Weiss stepped forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Dark holes appeared along the tunnel walls, unleashing a volley of arrows, their tips coated in poison. Weiss deftly evaded them with ease. Quite the venomous trap. The individual who buried the treasure intended to leave all intruders ensnared within this passage. And their cunning was indeed meticulous. Weiss estimated the tunnel stretched approximately 100 meters. In the pitch-black corridor, had it not been for his observation hockey, even a torch would necessitate caution. After enduring a series of heart-pounding moments, he found no further dangers. When confronted with a trove of coins, who would still concern themselves with lurking threats? Thus, it was the final passage that proved most perilous. The very first step onto the bricks unleashed a flurry of arrows. What lay beyond? The tunnel extended 10 meters, with perhaps 7 or 8 more bricks. TCH, mere tricks. I can always choose not to step on them. In an instant, Weiss reappeared in the grand hall, nearly blinded by the sight before him. The chamber was filled with chests of all sizes, some tightly sealed, others already ajar. Within the open chests lay countless gold coins. A ring of fist-sized luminous pearls illuminated the entire hall. However, after a thorough search, he could not locate his foolish companion, fearing he had perished in the right passage. What a headache! With so many coins, he could hardly take any. He had no knowledge of the exchange rate between gold and belly. He casually scooped up a handful of coins, the delightful clinking sound resonating as they fell back into the chest, a melody that surely no one could resist, especially when these treasures belonged entirely to him. What is this? In one of the chests, he discovered a diary-like tome and immediately began to peruse its contents. It was a journal chronicling the exploits of a pirate named Ricto, who had a bounty of 30 million and was the possessor of the animal-type crocodile fruit. He had hidden his treasure here, for the island was near the calm belt, and traversing it would lead directly to the Grand Line. Yet, after his last visit to bury his plunder, he had never returned. Who knew if he had become the excrement of a sea king or had fallen to the Navy's blades? In those days, 30 million was not nearly as insignificant as it had become due to inflation. What a pity, for all of this now belonged to me. I shall summon Ace and the others to transport it all aboard the Chris ship. AS for payment. What payment? You eat my food, drink my drink, and lend me a hand. What of it? Weiss mused as he reclined atop the pile of coins. That moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the passage, chaotic and seemingly belonging to a group. Then came the cries of distress, resonating from both sides. You, proceed ahead, Tori commanded from around the bend, shoving one of his subordinates forward, a lifeless deer at his feet. The subordinate, trembling in terror, gazed into the passage before cautiously stepping forward, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Step, no reaction. Another step, still nothing. Captain, there are no traps. The deer must have triggered it, and we've set off a different one. The pirate spoke with relief. Step on each one carefully until you reach the open area. Tori, towering over 3 meters, felt somewhat cramped in the passage. If danger arose, escape would be a challenge. The pirate, upon hearing this, cautiously placed his foot down. His face etched with dread, taking painstakingly slow steps, a journey that typically took mere seconds now stretched into 5 or 6 minutes. Upon seeing the pirate emerge unscathed, Tori charged forward. The sight of the treasure and glowing pearls along the walls ignited a chorus of cheers from the crew. Survival against the odds brings fortune. Indeed, to stumble upon a hidden treasure cave on such a small island was a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the storm, would they have encountered the Navy? Would they have set foot on this island? Would they have found this cave so easily, gather the treasure, and load it onto the ship? My little ones, Tori exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, for it was indeed a windfall from the heavens. Roar, oh roar. Yet, at that very moment, a calm voice pierced through the air. I believe that treasure belongs to me. Does it not? Bang, bang, bang. A bewildered Weiss easily deflected all the bullets aimed at him. When did the pirates of the East Sea become so decisive? Without a word, they opened fire immediately. Shouldn't they have boasted a few threats first? How could they be so bold? They were nothing like the loquacious pirates from the original tale. What was happening? I clearly hit all my shots, yet the other side appears unscathed. Tori instinctively felt uneasy and stepped back towards his subordinates. Years of life at sea had made Tori cautious. He usually let his underlings handle uncertain situations. He gestured for Dinga to step forward to inquire, as this lad was both eloquent and the combat captain, capable of representing the captain in dialogue. Young man, this treasure was discovered by the great Captain Tori. While the captain is still in a good mood, I suggest you leave at once. Our captain has a bounty of 8 million, the fearsome blade Tori. Upon finishing, Dinga instinctively puffed out his chest. As if it were a great honor to serve under such a captain. It was indeed a moment of pride. If faced with a common foe, this commendation of the ship's might, revealing their financial backing, and warning the opponent would make Dinga feel like a genius. But was the opponent truly common? According to logic, this treasure was first discovered by me. Thus, by your reasoning, it should rightfully belong to me. Weiss sat atop a pile of gold coins, casually grooming his nails with a small dagger. This dagger had been nestled within the treasure chest, and it was with this very blade that he had severed all the bullets. Encountering such insignificant pirates, there was no need to draw a sword. That would be a waste of time. This dagger sufficed. Enough talk. Get out of here immediately, or when the captain gets angry, you'll wish you were never born." Dinga shouted loudly. Weiss's dismissive demeanor left him feeling humiliated in front of his subordinates. "Dinga, the captain looks down on you." "Indeed. What will you do now, Dinga? Perhaps you should hide behind the captain." "Ha!" Dinga, enraged by his subordinates' remarks, turned around and shouted silence, before viciously glaring at Weiss. "Since you're unwilling to heed my warning, then perish." With that, he raised his large sword and swung it towards Weiss. Just as everyone anticipated, a scene of blood splattering and gold coins being stained red. A crisp sound rang out. Ding! When they looked, the anticipated scenario failed to materialize. Instead, they beheld a sight they could never comprehend. How is this possible? That dagger was so small. Weiss's palm-sized dagger had effortlessly blocked Dinga's massive sword. And a noticeable chip appeared on the blade's edge. "Apologies, but I possess no blade smaller than this," Weiss stated, maintaining his seated posture, as if blocking the giant sword was as simple as raising a hand. At that moment, the pirates noticed a jet-black sword sheath resting beside Weiss, within which lay a longsword, quietly awaiting its master's command. Observing the wide-eyed expressions of the pirates, Weiss felt a deep satisfaction in his display of prowess. He finally understood the thrill of being like Hawkeye. Dinga swiftly retreated, hiding behind Tori. Those who navigated the treacherous seas were no fools, especially someone as sycophantic as Dinga, who was adept at assessing situations. In his estimation, even the captain might struggle against this young man. Tori's gaze was grave. Although he wielded influence in the East Sea, there were indeed individuals he could not afford to provoke. To be frank, if he wanted to defeat Dinga, it would take around 5 strikes. Yet this young man had diminished Dinga's will to fight with but a single blow. Impressive. "Young man, the sea is filled with treasures. There's no need for us to clash over this. Why don't we each take a step back and split the spoils?" Tori spoke as he approached Weiss, causing Dinga to realize the captain's intentions, prompting him to retreat hastily to the rear of the crowd, edging closer to the exit, ready to flee. Such tactics would not work against this individual. Dinga had survived 20 pirate crews in the East Sea, relying on his sharp instincts to navigate danger. "This is unacceptable. I discovered this treasure first, and you expect me to relinquish half with but a word? Impossible." Weiss remained unfazed by Tori's approach, casually responding, "You are quite dishonorable, young man. In the spirit of camaraderie at sea, let us leave some room for future encounters." Tori's expression darkened, his imposing 3-meter stature casting a heavy shadow. "Who needs future encounters with you?" Weiss lifted his head, unflinchingly meeting Tori's fierce gaze. "Ha ha ha. Well done, young man. If that is the case, I shall count you as a friend. We shall meet again." With that, Tori turned to leave. Seeing Tori's movement, Weiss remained indifferent, even chuckling. Indeed, just as Tori had turned his back, he suddenly swung his giant sword down towards Weiss. Weiss was momentarily stunned, thinking, what trickery is this? Is it really just this? A glint of cunning flashed in Tori's eyes. Witnessing Weiss's paralysis, he felt a surge of delight at his scheme's success. Having assessed the situation, Tori realized he could not defeat Weiss in a fair fight, so he devised a sneak attack. First, he would deceive his opponent with words, then close in for the kill when they relaxed. With this tactic, Tori had dispatched numerous foes of equal standing at sea. Against a novice like this, it was the most effective strategy. Just as he envisioned his cunning plan succeeding, Tori felt the world spin around him. Witnessing a streak of sword marks in the cave, he saw the luminous pearl hanging on the wall and the terrified expressions of his subordinates, along with Dinga, who had already fled into the passage. Finally, he beheld a familiar headless corpse, and then darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. "Did you truly think me a fool?" Weiss stood, using his dagger to push the headless corpse to the ground, disdainfully declaring, "I had no intention of sparing this pirate. Since he attempted a sneak attack, it is only fitting he be eliminated. There is no loss in doing so. Now, you lot, listen closely. Pack all the treasure and transport it to my ship." Weiss commanded the now-dazed pirates. Initially considering pleading for mercy, the pirates immediately sprang into action upon hearing Weiss's orders. They tossed aside Tori's corpse and head, commencing the collection of treasure. How wonderful not to die. With the captain dispatched in a single blow, the underlings showed no interest in resistance and obediently followed the new strongman. Such is the drama and cruelty of the sea. One by one, the pirates transported the treasure towards the Chris ship. Aside from 2 unfortunate souls who ventured into the passage Weiss had entered, only to be killed by a trap, there was no further resistance. Nor did they dare to resist, for Weiss's sword had caused the cave to show signs of collapse. Had the pirates not acted swiftly, they would have been buried within. Ace stood atop a stone, Surrounded by groaning pirates, with the corpses of beasts strewn about. He had encountered pirates searching for food on the island, leading to a confrontation that ended with all pirates lying defeated. 3 waves of pirates had passed. One group contained their captain, and he could only hope DOC would remain unharmed. After learning the specifics from the pirates, Ace grew concerned for DOC's safety. As for worrying about Weiss, Ace had never given it a thought. Having witnessed Weiss's extraordinary prowess, one should be more concerned for the pirates' survival. After discerning the direction, Ace sprinted towards the fruit grove where DOC was located. Fortunately, Ace was not far from that area. He only needed to cross one hill. What was DOC doing now? Engaging in a battle of wits and courage against a troop of monkeys. After an initial negotiation failure with the monkeys, DOC chose to advance by circumventing them, but their defenses were simply too formidable. Monkeys were stationed in every direction, vigilantly on guard. Upon spotting anyone attempting to pilfer peaches, they would shriek loudly, summoning their kin at remarkable speed, which temporarily thwarted Dors's tactics. At that moment, Dors was fashioning a scarecrow, binding branches and foliage from the trees into a human-like figure to lure the monkeys. While he stealthily approached the peach grove from another angle, it wasn't so much about consuming the peach itself, but rather a playful challenge against the troop of monkeys. After all, it was merely a game. As long as he returned to the ship before nightfall. "Hey, what are you up to?" A sinister voice interrupted Dors's concentration. He glanced back to see a knife slicing through the air towards him. Reacting swiftly, he used the scarecrow to deflect the blow and executed a backflip, propelling himself closer to the peach orchard. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a ragtag group of over a dozen pirates, each clutching a bucket. As Dors neared the grove, they placed their buckets down and half-encircled him. "Hey, where's your ship? How many crew members do you have? Which pirate crew do you belong to?" One of the apparent leaders stepped forward. The very same who had just attempted to strike him. Dors remained silent, aware that he was outnumbered and outgunned. As his eyes scanned the surroundings, he spotted a monkey observing the pirates from a peach tree, and an idea formed in his mind to set a trap for them. "Our ship is at sea, while we are from the Sea King pirate crew." Dors fabricated a pitiful persona, conjuring a name on the fly. "Captain, help!" he cried out, tossing a pebble at the sentry monkey. The monkey, struck, let out a furious screech, shaking the branches and calling for reinforcements. The pirates, baffled yet intrigued, followed Dors into the peach grove, completely ignoring the agitated monkeys. This decision would cost them dearly. Dors sprinted through the grove, but the trees were too sparse. Despite this, the pirates relentlessly pursued him. After 2 or 3 minutes, he suddenly halted. He observed a cluster of peach trees shaking violently as ripe peaches began to tumble to the ground. Realizing the imminent danger, Dors quickly turned back. Underestimating the monkeys would be a grave mistake. With over 100 of them, each flinging a peach would be impossible to dodge, and worse still, they were armed with stones. Unfortunately, it was too late. Peaches rained down upon him one after another, forcing Dors to shield his head and flee. "Oh, look who dares to return." The pirates, emboldened, ceased their flight and began to laugh like children catching a mouse. They plucked peaches from the trees to satiate their own hunger. Witnessing this scene, Dors felt a surge of exhilaration. The monkeys valued the peaches more than their lives. There was no way they would allow the pirates to harvest them. Indeed, the peaches that had once targeted Dors redirected their assault towards the pirates. The pirates frantically raised their weapons to shield themselves, some even cowering behind their comrades. Alas, their efforts were in vain. As a dozen pirates struggled against the onslaught of over 100 monkeys, each individual was forced to contend with multiple adversaries at once. "Damn these monkeys, damn those little bastards," one pirate exclaimed. "Captain, these monkeys are relentless. We must retreat," another added. "Yes, Captain, let's fall back. That scoundrel will be driven out by the monkeys eventually. That little bastard's rocks hurt like hell." Of course, it was Dors who had thrown the stones, not only hitting the pirates but also targeting the monkeys, who remained oblivious. As expected, the monkeys, enraged by the attacks, leaped from the trees, retrieving stones from the ground to hurl at the pirates. Now, the pirates faced a dual assault from both above and below, leaving them utterly exhausted. Some pirates discarded their weapons entirely, hiding behind the peach trees, picking up whatever the monkeys threw at them and tossing it back. Thud, thud, bam, ouch. At that moment, a small monkey, seeing the larger ones throwing with glee, wanted to join in. Spotting a massive fruit on the ground, it struggled to lift it, finally unearthing a watermelon-sized orb adorned with crimson patterns, resembling flames. Convinced it would cause significant pain, the little monkey tossed it into the air. A pirate, witnessing the fiery fruit soaring towards him, ducked behind a peach tree in terror. With a resounding thud, the fruit collided with the tree. The pirate, undeterred, picked it up and hurled it back, believing it to be a delightful find. However, the scene was observed by the squad leader. Don't throw that. That's a devil fruit. But the captain's warning came too late. A lowly pirate, oblivious, hurled the devil fruit away. Damn it. Retrieve that red fruit. It's a devil fruit. The squad leader shouted, his voice breaking with urgency. While others had never seen one, he had. Before becoming a pirate, he had witnessed someone selling a devil fruit in Rogue Town. That individual had perished, and the devil fruit had been consumed. Though that fruit had been banana-shaped, this one was undoubtedly a devil fruit. The squad leader was frantic. A devil fruit was worth at least 100 million berries on the black market. How many ships would he need to rob to amass such wealth? Moreover, consuming a devil fruit could instantly transform one into a formidable fighter, enabling them to navigate the East Blue with ease. Or even venture into the Grand Line in pursuit of that elusive throne. The little monkey, clutching the devil fruit, noticed the terrified expressions of the pirates rushing towards it and, frightened, tossed the fruit into the air before scampering up the tree, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, the squad leader's heart soared. He was finally about to seize it as he lunged forward to catch the devil fruit. A tremendous force struck his abdomen, sending him tumbling backward. A hand caught the devil fruit. It was indeed the coveted item. Ace marveled at it. Recalling how Luffy had eaten a similar fruit to become a rubber man, he had only heard of Luffy's feat, but had never witnessed it himself. At that moment, the monkeys seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, ceasing their assault on the pirates and hastily retreating to the treetops. Dorse approached Ace, standing guard against the gathering pirates. The squad leader shook off the remnants of fruit flesh clinging to him. While some of his comrades aimed their guns, others brandishing knives, slowly encroaching upon the two. You two little brats, toss me that devil fruit, and I might let you go. The squad leader had already devised a plan. Once he obtained the fruit, he would consume it immediately. With it, he would eliminate Captain Tory and take command of the ship, setting sail for the Grand Line. At that moment, his life would change forever. Yet, Ace wouldn't allow that. This was a treasure that had literally fallen from the sky into his hands, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. He scrutinized the devil fruit, contemplating whether to consume it. However, recalling Luffy's boldness in eating anything, even if it was repulsive, he understood just how dreadful this fruit could taste. Then you shall perish. Just as the squad leader spoke, he lunged forward with his knife. While the pirates behind him aimed their guns at the two. Upon seeing the guns raised, Ace and Dorse ducked behind a peach tree, the sound of bullets ricocheting off the tree resonating around them. The squad leader, however, was determined to swiftly eliminate the two. If the commotion attracted others, it would be a disastrous miscalculation. If it drew the captain's attention, it would spell the end of their chances of claiming the devil fruit. As the pirates advanced, Ace took a decisive bite of the fruit. An indescribable, bizarre flavor flooded his mouth, sweeping through his nasal passages and engulfing his brain. Ugh. Ace, unable to control himself, leaned against the peach tree. Retching. In that instant, he grasped the fruit's power. Fire! Watch out, Captain! Dorse shouted urgently as he noticed the squad leader's movement. Ace, caught off guard by the incoming blade, didn't he even attempt to evade. The moment the weapon made contact, an instinctive thought surged through him, and flames erupted from his body. The blade carved a long gash across his skin, but the squad leader felt as though he had struck nothing but air. Stumbling forward, he nearly collided with a peach tree. Upon raising his gaze, he saw not the anticipated spectacle of a split vision, but rather Ace, whose entire being was engulfed in flames, his freckled face adorned with a broad smile. Fire fist. A torrent of flame surged forth from Ace's fist, engulfing the pirates before him. They were consumed by the inferno, reduced to charred remains as they collapsed to the ground. The crimson pillar of fire continued its relentless advance towards the pirates at the rear, who were thrown into a state of sheer panic. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon. What kind of ordinary person could exhale flames? Only a legendary demon could wield such power. Run. It's a demon. A demon of the seas. Quickly, summon the captain. I want to go home. Alas, no matter how swiftly they fled, they could not outrun the flames. Dozens of fleeing pirates met their demise in the blaze. As the flames dissipated, charred corpses littered the ground, while the surrounding peach trees ignited violently under the intense heat. This devastating fire fist not only claimed the lives of pirates but also incinerated an entire peach orchard. At that moment, the sky, which had brewed with anticipation throughout the morning, finally began to rain. Dios, quickly pluck some peaches. We must return to the ship before the rain intensifies, Ace exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, eager to share the spoils with Weiss. All right, Captain, there are wooden barrels outside that those pirates were using to fetch water. They can be repurposed to carry the peaches. Lost in thought, Gio snapped back to reality and hurried outside, equally exhilarated by the newfound strength of his captain. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, Weiss extended his observation hockey, sensing the eruption of flames and murmuring to himself, has he truly obtained it? The Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi. Fire Fist Ace. Turning around, he beheld a deck strewn with the lifeless bodies of pirates, who regarded him with terror. Just a quarter of an hour prior, this young man had boarded their vessel, demanding they offload all supplies and treasures. Their defiance had led to the present scene. Recalling the orders issued by this demon, the remaining pirates scurried into the hold, hastily transporting the ship's valuables onto the Chris. Once all the pirates had evacuated, Weiss unsheathed his sword, cleaving the already dilapidated pirate ship in two, as it sank slowly beneath the waves. Follow me. Aboard the Chris, all the surviving pirates stood anxiously upon the beach, awaiting their fate. The deck of the Chris was now piled high with gold coins and treasures, all plundered from the caves. As for the pirate ship, its riches were meager, a band of impoverished wretches. Cardon stared in disbelief at the rain-soaked heaps of treasure on the deck. After 10 years of sailing the East Blue, he had never encountered such wealth. Cardon, you've been sailing for a decade. Weiss reclined in his chair, a parasol shielding him from the rain. Indeed, Captain Weiss, Cardon replied, unsure why such a question was posed. Then, estimate how much this treasure on the deck is worth. Weiss was curious about the valuation. Cardon glanced at the gold pile, pondering for a moment before responding. If we only consider the gold, it amounts to approximately 50 million berries. However, there are numerous artifacts among them, which could significantly increase their value if sold to the right collectors. If we merely assess their intrinsic worth, the figure is considerably less. 50 million berries is no small sum, considering the Chris itself cost just over 40 million berries, Weiss remarked, swirling his wine glass and savoring a sip. He had not expected to recoup 12 years' worth of savings within a single day at sea. Truly, fortune favors the bold, and wealth accumulates swiftly for those who dare to venture forth. At last, he understood why so many chose to set sail. The speed at which wealth could be amassed was astonishing. Of course, all of this hinged upon possessing strength. Were it not for his power, Weiss could have easily met the same fate as those pirates, perishing upon the island, subject to the whims of fate. Yet, there were no what-ifs. Everything had been predetermined the moment Weiss had toiled 12 years prior. Hey, Weiss, do you know what I obtained today? Ace perched on the ship's railing, one hand holding a bucket of peaches, while Joe's followed closely behind. Neither inquired about the fate of the pirates below. What did you acquire that has you so elated? Weiss feigned ignorance, although he was already aware. It was merely a matter of social nicety. The devil fruit. Do you know what that is? It's incredibly powerful. I can now become fire, Ace declared, shaking off the rainwater beneath the parasol. Cardon and Dios hurriedly stowed the peaches in the cabin, mindful that prolonged exposure would spoil them. A devil fruit. You managed to find one. That's a treasure of the sea, worth at least 100 million berries, Weiss exclaimed, pretending to be astonished. What? You mean this is worth 100 million berries? So I just consumed 100 million berries. Ace gasped in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret, realizing he still owed Weiss 1,600,000 berries. Oh no, it must now be 3,200,000. And with no idea how long he would remain aboard, that debt would only grow. Moreover, in the black market, 100 million berries could only buy the most worthless of devil fruits. Yours, being a Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi, is worth at least 1 billion. What did you say? Ace's heart sank at the thought. Observing Ace's expression, Weiss questioned, You didn't know the value of a devil fruit, did you? I've heard of them. My brother once consumed one, but I truly had no idea of its worth, Ace admitted, his voice tinged with embarrassment under Weiss's scrutinizing gaze. He took a large gulp of wine to soothe his frayed nerves. 1 billion berries, such an astronomical figure in these seas that it would astonish anyone but the most elite. Given Ace's recent experiences, 1 billion berries indeed seemed like an exorbitant price. Let me put it this way. Devil fruits are often referred to as the treasures of the sea. Few have seen one in the East Blue, and even fewer comprehend their true value. Many believe they exist solely in myth. When some encounter a devil fruit user for the first time, they assume they have encountered a legendary demon. Now that you are at sea, you should familiarize yourself with these fundamental concepts. Otherwise, when you reach the Grand Line, you'll be as naive as a novice. Weiss continued, Devil fruits are generally categorized into 3 main classes, Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. First and foremost, Regardless of the type, consuming a devil fruit will incur the ocean's wrath. Should you fall into the sea without timely rescue, you will surely perish. Additionally, there exists a substance known as sea prism stone. If shackled with it, a devil fruit user will become utterly weak. Each category possesses its own unique traits. Zoan fruits grant formidable regenerative abilities and robust vitality. But unless they are ancient varieties, many are rather lackluster, thus diminishing their value. Mythical Zoans are said to include legendary creatures like dragons, phoenixes, and the Yamada no Orochi. Weiss took another sip of his wine. What about the others? Ace listened intently, eager to learn. As for Paramecia, they encompass a vast array of abilities. Some are exceedingly powerful, capable of altering rules, while others can be effortlessly dispatched by the average person. Paramecia includes many varieties, control types, derivative types, and rule types, among others. They can resurrect, traverse time, attain immortality, and manipulate souls. There are no limits to their capabilities. Just remember, if you encounter an ability you do not understand, eliminate it as swiftly as possible. As Weiss contemplated the sheer absurdity of certain Paramecia abilities, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Such powers could render the Grand Line exceedingly perilous. He felt a twinge of regret for having consumed the fruit he now possessed. But don't worry, you might go your entire life without encountering such abilities, Weiss reassured him, sensing Ace's apprehension. What about Logia? Ace inquired. Logia, as the name suggests, pertains to natural phenomena, lightning, fire, magma, ice, swamps, and so forth. You currently possess the power of fire. Presently, the three admirals of the Marines are all Logia-type users, their strength having reached a level where they can alter the very fabric of nature. One of the three great admirals, Akainu, is indeed a user of the magma fruit. After speaking, Weiss glanced at Ace and noticed that his expression remained unchanged. He let out a silent sigh, knowing that the future user of the flame fruit ultimately fell to the hands of the magma fruit user. Ace, you must remember that everyone at sea believes the magma fruit to be superior to the flame fruit, and a superior fruit exerts a certain degree of suppression over an inferior one. So, you must exercise caution in the future. He continued. The development of the flame fruit is not solely about its range. The most crucial aspect is temperature. What you need to do is compress it. I understand. Weiss thought I will strive to develop my fruit abilities well. Although Ace was puzzled by Weiss's sudden seriousness, he took his words to heart, reflecting on the original story. Ace had developed his devil fruit powers with a focus on the range of flames, akin to the Great Flame Emperor, whose flames could engulf an entire small island. Yet, what was the outcome? Furthermore, there is also the natural type's elementalization, which I assume you have experienced firsthand, providing complete immunity to physical attacks. Yes, I know. Ace thought of the pirate from the Peach Forest. However, no power can offer absolute defense. There is no invincible fruit. Even if you are a natural type user, possessing Haki can allow one to make contact with your physical form. What is Haki? Ace inquired. Stand up and elementalize, Weiss instructed. Without hesitation, Ace transformed into a being of fire. Weiss extended his arm, and Haki enveloped it as he lunged towards Ace. Ace believed he could evade it. But upon contact with the Haki, his arm instantly returned to its physical form. This is Haki. It can touch any natural type's entity. So do not think that acquiring a devil fruit renders you invincible. Those who think this way often meet their demise at sea. Ace nodded, realizing that without Weiss's words, he would have discovered these truths only after suffering losses. As for Haki, there are three types, the one I just demonstrated. Armament Haki, as well as observation Haki, which allows one to anticipate an enemy's attack direction. The Conqueror's Haki can only be exhibited by those with the qualities of a king, 1 in a million. Perhaps, before entering the new world, you should first master the two types of Haki. Ace exhaled deeply after hearing so much from Weiss. It dawned on him that there was so much knowledge he lacked in this world. And the sea was indeed a vibrant tapestry. Then let everything begin in the East Blue. Ace, let me give you a final piece of advice. In this sea, no matter how powerful ability may be, it is supported by physical strength. If your physique is inadequate, even the strongest devil fruit cannot sustain you. In the new world, the strong rely more on their physical prowess and Haki. Physical strength is the foundation of all. Just like Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, which is hailed as the strongest Paramecia fruit. The question remains, did the Tremor fruit make Whitebeard, or did Whitebeard elevate the Tremor fruit? Perhaps only the top-tier strongmen of the sea truly understand. Weiss approached the ship's railing, observing the pirates below, who stood silently on the beach. They had all witnessed his formidable prowess, and even now, drenched in rain, they dared not voice a complaint. their hearts filled with profound fear. They could only wait in silence for judgment, whether they would live or die. You may survive on this island. I have already vanquished the two strongest species here. If you manage to endure, it will be sheer luck. That if you cannot survive, it merely proves your inadequacy. What use is there in being pirates? Having spoken, Weiss called for the three to hoist the sails and set sail. As they gazed at the gradually receding ship, the pirates exchanged glances on the beach, astonished to have survived at the hands of that murderous fiend. In the cabin, Cardon was preparing food, while Dios changed his clothes after getting drenched in the rain. Ace used his fire to dry his clothes. Thus, Weiss entrusted the steering of the ship to him. Currently, Ace sat alone in the helm, gazing at the pile of gold coins on deck, feeling quite conflicted. His turmoil was not due to a desire to steal, for although he had done so in the past, he had changed. Instead, he was torn about whether to borrow money from Weiss. Ace had already dismissed the idea of inviting Weiss aboard. The disparity in their strengths was far too vast. If that was the case, it implied that they would part ways sooner or later, yet Ace had no ship. His previous vessel had been lost to the storm, and acquiring a new one would require funds, which he unfortunately lacked. Should he borrow money? They had only known each other for 2 days, and Weiss was technically his savior. How could he bring it up? Ace's brow furrowed in contemplation, struggling to decide whether to ask for a loan. Forget it. I'll decide after we reach the next island. If we encounter a pirate ship, I'll just seize it. After all, there are only 2 members in our crew. While Ace grappled with his thoughts, Weiss examined the map of the East Blue, a detailed chart he had obtained from his teacher. He too was conflicted about their destination. Based on the current course, they would reach an island called Doran in a couple of days, home to a town where they could resupply. However, this was merely a temporary route. Weiss was torn between heading directly to Rogue Town and crossing Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line, or seeking out Yusaku for a challenge to assess his hidden strength. There is no real dilemma here. Seeking Yusaku could accomplish 2 objectives. Suddenly, Weiss recalled that Yusaku hailed from Wano country, and the sword he wielded, Wad Ikamanji, was forged by his father. This indicated that his father must have been a master blacksmith. Even if he were no longer alive, he would have certainly known highly skilled craftsmen. Weiss's sword was crafted by a blacksmith from Twin Swallows Island. While it was adequate in the East Blue against pirates, it would prove insufficient in the Grand Line. A swordsman without a fine weapon would see his strength diminish significantly. Conversely, possessing a good weapon would enhance one's capabilities. This is why every swordsman yearns for a prized blade. Yet in the world of pirates, swords and blades are indistinguishable. A sword is a blade, and a blade is a sword. Almost all renowned swords take the form of bladed weapons, which is precisely what Weiss wished to avoid. There are indeed some double-edged swords, with the most famous being the Curse 7-star sword, along with Gold Lion's Cherry Blossom and Brook's sword. However, none of these appealed to Weiss. Gold Lions and Brooks were the type of slender swords he did not desire. While the 7-star sword was too troublesome, the crux of the matter is that Weiss prefers cultivation, a sword that is forged and gradually adapted to his hand, showcasing its power over time, is the most suitable. Just as Mihawk spoke of the black blades, all swords were not initially renowned. They were nurtured through their wielder's haki and honed through countless battles, eventually becoming famed blades. Thus, it was decided. The target would be the island where Yusaku resided. Aiming to challenge him and seek a blacksmith, after setting his objectives, Weiss folded the map, intending to reach Varun Island first and disembark the 3. While journeying, he needed to find some companions. It was imperative to add a shipwright to their ranks. He pondered what kind of person he might encounter. Weiss lounged on the sofa, lost in thought, while Dios, having changed his clothes, joined Cardon in the kitchen to assist. Previously, preparing meals for 2 had already exhausted them. Now, with 4 mouths to feed, Cardon found himself overwhelmed. Hey Weiss, who is your teacher? How did he manage to produce such a formidable disciple? Ace inquired during lunch. In his view, someone capable of teaching Weiss must be a figure of great renown across the seas. Just an unremarkable old man. Really, it's mainly due to my talent, Weiss replied nonchalantly. As he spoke of his abilities with such ease, Ace felt an inexplicable urge to punch him, finding solace in the thought. Cardon, noticing Ace's expression, exchanged a knowing look, as if to say, "You're not the only one who feels that way." "I do too." Dios, munching on a roasted leg, turned to Cardon and asked, "How did you come to know Captain Weiss?" "For me, it was merely a matter of wanting to set sail when the captain happened to arrive." It was destiny. Cardon hesitated, uncertain whether to share, as he was living on this ship as a pirate captive. Upon reflection, there is truly nothing of great consequence. How should I put it? I was once a pirate. Following the captain to the islands, yet before I could even set foot on the land, I was cleaved apart by Weiss's sword and cast into the vast ocean. I then swam with all my might. And I must say, my speed in the water was a blessing. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Do you know what happened next? What transpired? At that moment, Ace interjected. A colossal sea king appeared and swallowed the entire ship in one gulp. A vessel over 100 meters long. Can you fathom the size of that creature? Cardon exaggeratedly gestured as he recounted his experience. Aren't you saddened? Your comrades perished. What sorrow is there? I was merely a navigator. Captured and brought aboard. Cardon, while enjoying his meal, seemed unfazed as he continued narrating his previous adventures. As he spoke, duos occasionally gasped in astonishment, while others chimed in, encouraging Cardon to elaborate. Though a mere 10 years of driftwood, he had undoubtedly encountered more than duos. Oh, by that logic, had your captain heeded your advice to alter course, perhaps he would have avoided that formidable swordsman. Cardon pondered internally, realizing the truth in that notion. If they had charged straight ahead, they might well have met their demise, for the Grand Line is indeed fearsome. 2 days later, after a lengthy voyage, the Chris ship sighted Valen Island. This island was not particularly large, merely half the size of Twin Swallow Island. Cardon carefully navigated the helm, drawing the vessel slowly towards the dock, as duos stood atop the lookout tower, with Weiss and Ace at the bow of the ship. Contrary to the bustling scene of crowds and cargo that one might envision, the dock was desolate, almost forlorn. Something is amiss on this island, Ace called out to duos atop the tower. Do you see anything? Nothing, Captain Ace. A small hill obstructs my view, duos replied, glancing at the island, confirming the absence of any noteworthy sights. Isn't this quite normal? Weiss remarked, as he believed their route had always skirted the doldrums. This path was inherently remote, compounded by the sparse population on many small islands. Most inhabitants were likely preoccupied with their own affairs. How could one expect anyone to linger idly at the dock? Little did they know, the dock at Twin Swallow Island witnessed visitors only once or twice a year. The rest of the time, only Weiss remained there to train at an island like Valen, barely marked on maps. Was even less likely to attract visitors. Let us disembark and investigate. Duos will guard the ship while Cardon accompanies us, Weiss commanded decisively. Cardon was simply too inexperienced. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards the Chris, he would be of no help. Captain, is this island inhabited? Cardon exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It seemed he might finally set foot on land, having grown weary of his days confined aboard. Indeed, hence my decision to bring you along. It may be a place you find to your liking. For reasons unknown, Cardon felt a chill at those words, observing the departing figures of Weiss and Ace, musing whether they might be plotting his demise. Captain, I sense something is wrong with this island, he shouted, hastily following after them. What could possibly be wrong? The two strongest individuals in the East Blue are absent, one of whom is preoccupied with the destruction of the East Blue, while the other is nowhere to be found. What could possibly be amiss? Could there be some peculiar devil fruit user lurking about? Impossible. Those kinds of individuals are already in the Grand Line. Cardon thought that as Weiss expanded his observation hockey to its maximum range, the feedback revealed a bustling town. That it was merely the small hill between the dock and the town that obscured Duos' line of sight. The three stood atop the hill, beholding a town nestled at its base, surrounded by endless rice paddies, bustling with farmers tending to their crops. The town's center lay the only street, flanked by the residences of Valen Island's inhabitants. The street was alive with people, seemingly engaged in commerce. Jack, your vision exceeds mine. Do you see anyone atop the hill overlooking the dock? A figure carrying a catch called out to a companion. Jack, a 20-year-old with extraordinary eyesight, could discern details from 3 kilometers away. When he closed his eyes, his perception extended even further. Those in the know recognized it as observation hockey, though he was unaware of its specifics. Following his gaze towards the town, Jack abruptly dropped his catch and sprinted down the hill, tripping and tumbling in his haste. Those aren't our islanders. Jack's voice echoed back. The companion atop the hill shouted. Trouble. Pirates. This island rarely saw visitors, as its inhabitants were largely self-sufficient. Even merchant ships had only come once a year in the past. However, due to dwindling profits, it had been 5 years since any merchant vessel had arrived. Now, only pirates dared to set foot on the island. Upon hearing the commotion from the hill, the townsfolk witnessed a spherical figure rolling down, faintly catching wind of the cries of pirates are coming. Pirates are here? Jack chuckled. Oh, dear, We have not had anyone visit Valen Island in nearly 5 years. What could they want? Delivering vegetables? The vendor jested. Valen Island may be small, but it was marked on the map. Pirates often landed on uncharted islands, let alone those that were noted 0.5 years without. Visitors spoke to the fierceness of the island's residents. Their mayor, a retired Navy captain, understood that one could not place all hope in mere luck. Upon being elected, he selected some residents for special training. As a result, they repelled wave after wave of pirates, leading to the East Blue's already sparse pirate presence ceasing to land on this island altogether. Just as the vegetable vendor concluded his remark, he noticed the absence of a response and turned to gaze towards the sea, his expression grave. Doran, do you see something? Nothing at all, the vendor, Doran, replied. Then why the solemn demeanor? A nearby person inquired. Eyes wide. I observe the villagers wearing such expressions. If I do not mirror them, I would appear a fool. At that moment, Cardon was concealed behind the two, intimidated by the gazes of the townspeople. As the trio stepped into the village, all eyes converged upon them. Fishermen discarded their catches, brandishing knives, while those carrying burdens exchanged them for hoes. Even those armed with kitchen knives picked up axes. And the unarmed seized dropped knives. Those preparing to butcher a pig relinquished their grip. Are the people of this island not quite right in the head? Cardon quivered, his voice trembling. This enthusiasm seems rather excessive. Weiss mused, stroking his nose. At my first visit here, have I offended them? Amidst the two factions stood a pig, grunting contentedly in the dirt. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from within the village, as those wielding various weapons parted to make way. A line of armed individuals stood at the forefront, aiming their weapons at the trio, poised to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. Among them stood Jack, targeting Weiss. Jack felt an instinctual certainty that the individual he aimed at was the strongest among the three. Pirates, leave Valen Island. You are not welcome here. A white-haired elder, leaning on a cane, stood before the crowd. Though aged, his presence commanded respect beyond the ordinary. He was the mayor of Valentown, the former Navy lieutenant. Razor. I am not a pirate. I am a pirate. The two exchanged glances, sparks seemingly igniting in the air. Ultimately, Weiss shot a warning glare at Ace, as if to say, be cautious aboard my ship. Old man. I am not a pirate. I am merely an adventurer at sea, seeking an island to replenish our freshwater supply. Weiss stepped forward to clarify. The ship had originally stocked ample freshwater. The fault lay with Ace, who had carelessly damaged the storage while experimenting with the abilities of the burn fruit. He had consumed 2 days' worth of peaches. The towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with 8 chiseled abdominal muscles and explosive strength capable of vanquishing large sea creatures with a single strike, indulged in peaches for 2 consecutive days. An utterly unforgivable transgression. Is he not a pirate after all? You all should vacate this island promptly. Otherwise, we shall resort to gunfire. Perceiving the unwavering resolve in Resser's words, Weiss shook his head and turned away, departing. A quarter of an hour later. I had long suspected you were not pirates. With such striking good looks and impressive stature, how could you possibly be brigands? Old Resser, owe you an apology. Within a quaint tavern, Resser laughed heartily, slapping the table, while Weiss sat across from him, wearing a bemused expression. If it weren't for the sack of gold coins that should rightfully belong to me lying beside us, I might have almost believed you. Old Resser, are you not afraid that we truly are pirates? Weiss teased, swirling his drink. No worries, no worries. Having served in the Navy for so many years, I possess a keen eye. The moment I saw your sails devoid of any insignia, I knew you were not pirates. I almost called you back then, but I feared it would be a blow to my pride. Who would have thought you would present me with a sack of gold? Old Resser downed his drink in one gulp, his face flushed. Anyone would be elated to receive such treasure. Initially, Weiss had intended to leave but realized there was a dire need for fresh water aboard the ship and considered exchanging gold for it. Thus, he brought a sack of coins, small, akin to a 10-kilogram rice bag. Little did he expect that upon seeing the gold, old Resser would undergo a remarkable transformation, his expression shifting faster than the turning of a page. Moreover, a pirate crew's flag serves as a symbol of their spirit. It is inconceivable to not display it, and your absence of one proves you are not pirates. Of course, it is possible you are merely fledgling pirates without a flag. However, such brigands do not pose a threat to our island of Wallen. Allow me to share a secret. Under my leadership, Wallen's armed forces rival even the weakest branches of the Navy scattered across the seas. Rest assured, if I declare you are not pirates, then you are certainly not. We harbor no interest in you. Were it not for some wretched scoundrel ruining our fresh water supply, we would not have disembarked. Once we replenish our water, we shall take our leave. Does Weiss truly fail to comprehend such an obvious implication? It is a veiled display of strength, a warning to Weiss not to tread carelessly. We possess formidable power. Dealing with a band of small-time pirates would be entirely manageable. Weiss held a certain respect for the old man. The atmosphere today was such that upon hearing of pirates' arrival, nearly everyone seized their weapons in preparation. Such unity and discipline could not be achieved without a cohesive organization and prolonged training. It would be a miracle if they did not scatter at the slightest provocation. All of this was a testament to the tireless efforts of the venerable Resser, who had trained them day in and day out for years. In the entire pirate world, there likely exists no other island quite like this one. Even Schwangen Island relies solely on Weiss to maintain order at sea, which pales in comparison. Therefore, young man, once you have replenished your fresh water, it would be best to depart. Our island cannot support excess inhabitants. No problem, Weiss replied, having already planned such an exit. Meanwhile, on the other side, young man, do you require assistance? It truly seems a pity for you to carry so much alone. Your captain must be quite ruthless. Would you like me to lend a hand? That way, you could leave the island sooner. A robust woman in her 40s observed Ace with a glimmer of pity in her eyes. No need. Miss, this is merely a trivial matter for me, Ace quickly declined, his expression stiffening. Who knows how you would assist me? At that moment, Ace was laboriously transporting fresh water, shouldering the entire burden for the ship. Even Deuce could not help, as he was the one responsible for the mishap. The rules aboard the Chris dictated that whoever made a mistake must bear the consequences. As Ace approached the edge of the Chris, Deuce remained atop the lookout tower, when suddenly he thought he glimpsed a dark shape gliding across the water. Just as he reached for his binoculars, the figure vanished behind the island. It must be a sea creature. He mused, dismissing the thought, and awaited Ace's descent from the hilltop to the deck. Meanwhile, Cardon strolled leisurely through the town, initially hoping to ascertain whether he could survive on the island. Everything here mirrored his envisioned ideal of peaceful living, free from absolute power. Yet, at this moment, doubt crept into his heart. Is this truly the best course? At merely 25 years of age, he was still quite young in these vast seas. Venturing out would surely lead to remarkable endeavors. Moreover, was this island genuinely as stable and serene as it appeared? Despite its formidable armed forces and the residents' comfortable lives, Cardon noticed something peculiar. All the inhabitants engaged in barter, never employing belly or any form of currency. Even if they produced everything they needed, why would the old village chief demand so many gold coins? Such wealth seemed entirely unnecessary to them. Furthermore, the surrounding fields hardly sufficed to meet the town's food requirements. Unbeknownst to him, while he wandered the town, a figure had been silently tailing him. The townsfolk, upon noticing, simply turned a blind eye, remaining taciturn, with these questions lingering in his mind. Cardon ceased his wandering and unknowingly found himself at the foot of the mountain, contemplating a climb to gain a better perspective of the island's size and the presence of any fields nearby. The mountain was not high and easily ascended. Upon reaching the summit, Cardon was met with a sight that left him utterly astounded. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, and his vision blurred, plunging him into darkness. Behind him, Jack stood, gripping a wooden stick, coldly observing the unconscious Cardon on the ground. At the Wallentown Tavern, Weiss and Resser enjoyed their drinks, devoid of any accompaniments. Resser drank heartily, exuding an inexplicable air of bravado, perhaps a remnant of his past naval days spent in drinking contests. Weiss, in contrast, savored his beverage, each sip a studied affair. Just then, the tavern door swung open, and Jack entered expressionless, whispering something to Resser while casting a discreet glance at Weiss. Weiss paid no mind, attributing it to youthful curiosity about strangers. Little did he know that upon hearing Jack's words, Resser's thoughts shifted. Glancing at the treasure strewn across the floor, a plan quickly formed in his mind, realizing he might capitalize on this opportunity for profit. With a darkened expression, he turned to Weiss. It seems your crew is acting rather unruly. What transpired? As Weiss's observation hockey rapidly expanded, the outline of the entire town materialized in his mind. Frowning, he vanished from his seat. Old Resser's previously gloomy visage transformed as he dashed outside, his heart racing with shock. How could it be a shave? The scene shifted, and at the village's edge, Weiss encountered Cardon. Bound and guarded by two sentinels, he sighed in relief, positioning himself before Cardon and scrutinizing the guards with a dark expression. He refrained from action, uncertain of Cardon's transgressions. It appeared the guards had merely rendered him unconscious. With no intent to kill, old Resser, accompanied by Jack, hurried over, sweat streaming down his aged cheeks. Damn it, I only intended to take advantage of this situation, and now I merely wish to rid myself of this plague. We cannot fight. The entire village cannot withstand such forces. He once served in the Navy and even had the fortune to visit the headquarters once. Inadvertently, he learned of the conditions for mastering the Navy's sixth style. Such a person is undoubtedly beyond the resistance of anyone on this island, even if they all banded together. Reflecting upon this, he initially thought he was merely a naive rookie, but unexpectedly discovered he was a formidable force in disguise. Old Leeser, such matters may require some explanation. Weiss held the sword in hand, still sheathed, yet it exuded an aura of sharpness. As old Leeser gazed at the individual before him, he felt as though a blade were incessantly slicing through his vision, further solidifying his conviction that this was a person not to be trifled with. Your companion, upon reaching the back mountain, witnessed the secrets of our island and was thus incapacitated by Jack. What do you intend to do with him? First, he either remains here, never to leave the island again, or no need for the latter. Let us choose the first option. I believe he would be quite agreeable to it as well. Weiss felt a surge of curiosity. Was this what they called fate? Upon hearing the first option, it was immediately determined that this condition aligned with the island's requirements, matched Weiss's expectations, and resonated with Cardon's sentiments as well. Such a fortunate turn of events. As for the possibility of unforeseen troubles arising from him staying, that was highly improbable. The secrets of the entire island had been unveiled, and Jack's hesitation in resorting to violence indicated that the inhabitants of this island were not of the malevolent sort. You're not interested in the second condition? Old Leeser appeared bewildered. Weren't those at sea supposed to value their companions highly? This young man seemed to have made his decision without a second thought. Had Weiss been privy to his inner musings, he would have surely found it laughable. He had known Cardon for no more than 10 days, and Cardon was surviving on his ship as a captive, as long as the island spared his life. What objection could there be to this arrangement? Regarding the island's secrets, what could they possibly be? Currently, 90% of the town's population consists of women, with scarcely a man in sight. Where have all the men gone? Surely, that must be the so-called secret of the island. If Cardon remained, perhaps a romantic destiny awaited him. This situation appeared to be beneficial in every conceivable aspect. So, you have no desire to uncover the island's secrets? Old Leeser wore a perplexed expression. No, Weiss waved his hand dismissively. Pirates, they are all just pirates. At that moment, Cardon awoke with a wail, interrupting Weiss's train of thought. The townspeople had all gathered around, just as they had when they first arrived on the island. Disperse, little brother, come with me, Leeser gestured, sighing heavily. Mayor Jack, who had just begun to speak, was cut off by Leeser. There was no need for further discussion. It was clear that Jack's current approach was unviable. What about this year? What about next year? What then? Having said that, Leeser turned and walked towards the tavern, his demeanor somewhat forlorn. Weiss furrowed his brow, convinced that there truly was no one on the island capable of besting him, and thus followed after. Cardon hurriedly trailed behind, casting uneasy glances at the surrounding crowd. Inside the tavern, old Leeser began to weave a tale, not a story of treasure, but of the island's history. This island had once seen many pirates, but upon Leeser's return, he rallied forces to resist them, and gradually, word of their resistance spread, coupled with the lack of profitable ventures. Pirates ceased to visit. In time, due to the dwindling population, merchant vessels also abandoned the island, leaving it truly isolated. However, this isolation was not entirely detrimental. The townsfolk soon realized they could not produce many essential items and had no choice but to procure them externally. Thus, they formed a fleet composed entirely of townspeople. Initially, this venture proved fruitful, as they consistently returned with needed goods, establishing a semblance of a supply cycle. Unfortunately, good times do not last. The outgoing fleet was spotted by a ship flying the flag of Mariewa, which approached with ill intent. Upon learning that Wallen Island was not affiliated with any nation or pirate crew, their leader began to scheme. They demanded an annual tribute of heavenly gold, having once been in the Navy. Leeser understood perfectly what heavenly gold entailed. Refusing was not an option, for they were not part of any allied nation. Yet, resistance was futile, as they were outmatched, leading them to quietly stockpile resources. Relying solely on the island's production could never fulfill the immense demand. Thus, pirate crews were born, and they exclusively targeted rival pirate crews, steering clear of merchant ships and private vessels. Their pirate operations had to remain clandestine. If discovered, it would invite the Navy's wrath. As for those in the Holy Land, would they care if you perished while preparing heavenly gold? Certainly not. Their only concern was whether they could seize it. Hence, it was imperative to keep this secret. Thus, Cardon merely needed to stay on the island to become one of its own. Eradicating any fears of him revealing their clandestine affairs, Weiss rubbed his temples, lamenting the wretched state of the world. A perfectly fine group of people had been coerced into becoming pirates when the captain presented all that treasure. Why didn't you consider seizing it? Cardon posed a question. Humph, you are not pirates, nor have you committed any heinous acts. How could I engage in such morally reprehensible behavior? Leeser shot a glare at Cardon, blaming him for wandering off. Otherwise, he would have long since sent these people away. So, you intend to continue along this path. What else can we do? Who can stand against those in the Holy Land? Old Leeser sighed. Then, Cardon, the decision rests with you. After all, you are free now. With that, Weiss exited the tavern, leaving Cardon in a state of contemplation. Weiss had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. This place was already under scrutiny from that group. Would resolving this initial conflict prevent a subsequent one? If the root cause was not addressed, defeating a few more adversaries would yield no different results. Moreover, he was no saint, compelled to assist everyone indiscriminately. With these thoughts, Weiss made his way towards the Chris ship. As he approached the edge of the town, he faintly heard Ace's voice and then witnessed a roaring inferno erupting from the sea. In an instant, Weiss vanished from his position, reappearing atop a hill. On the water's surface, a ship bearing an unfamiliar flag was launching cannonballs towards the Chris ship, just as those cannonballs soared through the air. Ace ignited them with a fiery punch, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom, boom. Weiss employed moonwalk, propelling himself onto the deck, his expression icy. 3 ships, 2 ordinary and 1 ostentatiously luxurious, were likely vessels of Mariawa. I did not provoke you. Yet, here you are, instigating me. Weiss surmised that this was indeed the vessel come to collect the heavenly gold. Such payments were typically escorted by the Navy. How could they be entrusted to a band of gutter rats? With that thought, he prepared to unsheath his sword, intent on cleaving through the trio of ships before him. Hey, Weiss, wait, don't act yet. Let me test my abilities first. Ace, caught up in the excitement, hastily interjected as he saw Weiss preparing to strike. How could he let Ace take the lead now that they had finally encountered foes? If Ace attacked, how would Weiss have his fun? All right, take your time. Weiss relented, loosening his grip on the sword's hilt and leaning against the ship's railing to observe closely Ace's application of his powers. After all, the adversaries could not escape. Due to Weiss's interruption, there was a brief lull in the action, and at that moment, the air above the Chris ship was filled with explosives, divine fire. Unknowable fire. In response to this scene, Ace extended a finger, with candle-like flames igniting at its tip. As he pointed skyward, small flames shot forth like bullets, bursting forth with tremendous force upon encountering the bombs, which seemed to respond to his guidance and detonated. Bang, bang. With the sounds of explosions resonating, numerous bombs were ignited in the air, transforming into plumes of black smoke that dissipated into the atmosphere. On the opposing ship, a figure observed through a telescope, having witnessed all of Ace's actions, his gaze darkening with malice. Relay the order. All 3 ships, commence a full-scale bombardment of that vessel without discrimination. Be prepared to engage without waiting for further commands. As the orders were issued, the figures clad in black aboard the 3 ships sprang into action, the deck reverberating with the sound of boots striking wood. Subsequently, a barrage of cannonballs was unleashed from the ships, cascading down like a curtain of projectiles. If a pirate ship of mediocre strength were to face such a predicament, it would have long succumbed to despair. Awaiting its inevitable demise, the firepower of a single vessel pales in comparison to that of 3, especially when they operate as a cohesive unit. But is Ace an ordinary individual? In the face of this scenario, Ace remained unperturbed, his right hand transforming entirely into flames. Against the nature-based assault that utilized area attacks, his efforts would merely be in vain. Fire Fist. With a thunderous roar, Ace unleashed a fireball, which erupted from his hand. Beside him, Weiss felt an intense wave of heat wash over him, as though he were being baked in an oven. Indeed, he was engulfed in flames, the inferno capable of annihilating an entire ship carved a path through the air. Yet this path led only to heaven. Any target obstructing the flames would ultimately dissipate beneath their scorching embrace. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs in the air detonated violently under the onslaught of the searing flames, sending tidal waves crashing. Even on the surface of the sea, wisps of steam rose, the water evaporating in the heat. Ace gazed upon his handiwork, proudly showcasing his fiery punch while directing a fierce battle intent toward Weiss. Yet, fully aware of his own limitations against Weiss, he suppressed this intense desire. All right, I know you're being boastful. Now, Let us just wait for them to come over, Weiss remarked, gripping the hilt of his sword. His expression relaxed as he focused on the approaching ships, having just sensed their presence with his observation hockey. There was no one among them who could match him. It was all under control. Oh, fire, is it? A user of a devil fruit. The leader of the opposing crew, upon seeing the cannonballs blocked by flames, realized that continuing would only waste ammunition, and thus commanded, close in, engage in boarding combat. With only 2 people on the opposite side, there was no way they could contend with 3 ships. There are those capable of fighting in this world, but they are certainly not found in this small East Blue. As the 3 ships drew nearer, Weiss unhesitatingly boarded the most opulent one, with Ace following suit, unwilling to be outdone. Standing at the bow, the 2 looked down upon the deck teeming with black-clad figures. Oh, how audacious to board our ship. Are they seeking death? The leader regarded the 2 with an expression devoid of alarm, as though he were gazing at 2 corpses. He even felt a laugh bubbling up. Pondering how many years it had been since an enemy had dared to step aboard this vessel. Ever since aligning with the celestial dragons, even the underworld of the Grand Line had to show him some respect. They had opened 3 employment agencies in Spade, and now, unexpectedly, someone had boarded his ship. Those who boarded were either allies or slaves. Capture them, but be careful with those sea prism stones. They're S1 with abilities. And judging by appearances, they might align with those nobles with peculiar tastes. Don't harm the leader, he instructed before retreating to the rear. Engaging in brute force is for fools. Maintaining the demeanor of an elegant gentleman is his steadfast principle. Charge, then, to Weiss's astonishment, several men surged forward with fishing nets, seemingly intent on capturing him alive. At this sight, Weiss smiled, though his grin held a trace of cruelty. With no need for flamboyance, Weiss strolled across the deck, nonchalantly wielding his sword. Many of the black-clad figures, still reeling from the surprise, fell beneath his blade, dying before they could comprehend their fate, for Weiss's sword was exceedingly swift, as if he had never struck at all. 1 sword stroke for each black-clad figure, even easier than harvesting crops. Finally, a certain black-clad individual, unable to endure the sight, charged directly at Weiss. Bang! A fist met the sword in a clash, unleashing a shockwave from their point of contact that scattered the surrounding black-clad men. The ship's deck, unable to withstand the pressure, splintered apart, and those caught unawares were swept away by the debris. The use of armament hockey. Weiss, who had come from the Grand Line, remained utterly unfazed, his sword-wielding posture unchanged. The black-clad man's expression shifted as he realized Weiss possessed observation hockey. He had just attempted a surprise attack from behind. Yet, this individual seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Merely turning to block the punch enveloped in armament hockey, he was knowledgeable, but alas, it was too late. Thus, this man met his end, not feeling a modicum of pain, dying peacefully. Meanwhile, Ace had transformed entirely into flames, rendering the opposing forces incapable of touching him, leading to their demise even with sea prism stones in hand. For Ace, filled with discomfort at the sight of those handcuffs and recalling Weiss's earlier guidance, had known from the outset that these were sea prism stones, and thus had dispatched them without hesitation. The moment the black-clad man perished, the leader's expression finally shifted. That individual was the second strongest of his entire fleet, with the first being himself. Yet he had no confidence in severing his head with a single stroke. The young man before him was simply beyond his capabilities. Even the nature-based youth beside him could not compare. Gentlemen, perhaps we can discuss this, the leader proposed, maintaining his composure even while seeking assistance. Why think of negotiation now? Why not earlier? Weiss's sword had not ceased its movement since stepping aboard. A deck littered with corpses lay behind him. On Ace's side, due to the flames, the bodies had turned to char, rendering them less terrifying. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charles Panama. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us, Panama stated, subsequently commanding his subordinates to retreat. Those who had already begun to falter, upon hearing his command, scattered in fear, casting terrified glances at the 2 before them, particularly at Weiss, the one who had slain so many without a single drop of blood on him. His eyes, betraying no emotion, appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of hell. Your name holds no significance to me. The current situation seems beyond your capacity to dictate, Weiss declared, planting his sword before him, hands resting atop it. Coupled with the sea of corpses around him and the fiery figures standing beside him, an overwhelming aura pressed down upon the entire ship. Panama wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing internally. When had the Grand Line seen individuals return to the East Blue? Why had he not heard such news, and how had he encountered it himself? He had never believed that the 2 before him were masters who had never left the East Blue. Those who wielded armament and observation hockey were considered formidable in the earlier segments of the Grand Line. How could they possibly reside in the East Blue? I am a direct subordinate of the Mary Geos Bridge, Mira St. I have come to fulfill a special task, so I ask for your consideration. Panama began to outline his background, his gaze fixated on Weiss, who appeared unperturbed by the mention of the celestial dragons. That a special task? What sort of task? Weiss pondered gravely, suspecting that the special task involving the celestial dragons might pertain to slave trafficking. Surely, one would not require 3 ships to transport mere funds. Oh, merely some talent acquisition. Perhaps we could assist the residents of Vern Island, he continued. After all, this place does not belong to any nation nor any pirate crew. And survival here poses considerable challenges. Thus, the great bridge Mira Saint instructed me to introduce some professions to these individuals to aid their survival, which is a form of mercy from the celestial dragons. No one can refuse. Panama believed that merely invoking the celestial dragons would intimidate Weiss, yet he failed to notice Weiss's increasingly grim expression. Talent acquisition. It sounds pleasant enough, but what you really mean is slave trafficking. These individuals are infamously notorious across the world. However, due to the backing of the celestial dragons, many dare not voice their anger. So, you intend to take the residents of Vern Island away? Indeed, Weiss realized. Now fully aware that the residents of Vern Island were being deceived by this individual. Under the guise of providing the celestial dragons with gold from the heavens, they could supposedly survive for generations. Yet in truth, he had gathered 3 ships for their transport. Such an obscure island, even if it were to vanish, would go unnoticed. Should anyone become aware, they would likely attribute the disappearance to a colossal sea creature ravaging the isle. Given its proximity to the Calm Belt, ultimately they would not need to toil to locate these people's assets, for they had already prepared them. Such cunning schemes. Initially, Weiss had no intention of involving himself in these matters. But the slave traders must be eliminated. Moreover, the so-called celestial dragons likely remained oblivious to these happenings. Once the celestial gold is paid, it is tantamount to being registered in Mary Geos, even if it is merely a small island. This is the source of their funding. They cannot afford to engage in such reckless depletion. Regardless of their awareness, none of the 3 ships can survive. When did human traffickers become so ostentatious? The words of Weiss caused a visible shift in Panama's demeanor. Realizing that today's events could not be left unresolved, he immediately commanded everyone to board together, regardless of life or death. After speaking, he took a step back, gradually retreating from the crowd. However, Weiss would not grant him such an opportunity. He vanished from the deck in an instant, reappearing with his sword poised threateningly at Panama's throat. Ace was busy dealing with the lackeys. These individuals, devoid of armed hockey, were nothing more than live targets. Panama felt the chill at his neck, fear gripping his heart, and he rolled away to evade the sword that sought to sever his head. This was Weiss showing mercy. Otherwise, he would not have evaded that strike. Some individuals simply could not be allowed to die so easily. As Panama rolled on the deck, a man in black rushed forward, leaping to strike Weiss with a knife, only to be met with Weiss's blade, which cleaved him in 2. Those behind him hesitated, and one person positioned beneath the mast aimed a cannonball at Weiss and fired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Panama fled without looking back, well aware that such a formidable foe rendered numbers and firearms ineffectual. Only those of equivalent power deserved to engage in dialogue. Yet, he could still buy himself a moment to escape. In the depths of the ship, there lay a submarine for which Panama had spent a significant portion of his wealth. It was his only chance of survival. Weiss casually unleashed 2 waves of sword energy, one aimed at the cannonball, the other racing toward Panama. Boom! Ah! The explosion echoed as Panama let out a harrowing scream, drawing the attention of everyone on the ship. They beheld him sprawled on the ground, one leg severed by Weiss's blade, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Weiss, akin to the Grim Reaper, continued to reap those who sought to rescue Panama, causing the remaining figures in black to falter in their advance. Knowing that even a single strike could not be withstood, why would they still approach, especially with their employer seemingly on the verge of death? The more astute among the black-clad individuals had already leaped into the sea, swimming toward the other 2 ships, none daring to swim ashore. Please don't kill me. I have money. I possess vast wealth in my bedroom. Berries, gold, even treasure maps. If you spare me, I shall give you it all. Foolish man, if you die, all those treasures will belong to me. Why would I need to spare your life? Weiss pointed his sword at Panama, ready to claim his life at any moment. That I could also introduce you to Shiro Mira. With your strength, you would surely be valued, perhaps even rise above me. Panic consumed Panama's thoughts as he desperately pondered how he might find value in surviving. Are you begging me? Yes, indeed. If it means survival, I would even call you father right now. When you begged me, you didn't even wish to address me with respect. Very well. Answer me 2 questions. And if you respond correctly, I shall let you go, Weiss said, squatting on the ground with a smile on his face. Speak, my lord. Was this action of yours a decision made on your own at this juncture? Weiss fully activated his observation haki. No, it was commanded by Shiro Mira. Panama gritted his teeth, insisting that it was a directive from the celestial dragons, as this was his only chance of survival. Good. Next question. What is 1 + 1? Panama hesitated. Such a powerful individual would not pose such a trivial question without deeper meaning. Is this difficult? No. It equals 2. After speaking, Panama lost all sensation, and in the final moments of his life, he seemed to hear a distant voice. You know too much. Ace, how about I chop wood while you set it ablaze? Is it these 3 ships? Indeed. Perhaps not. Returning to the Chris, Weiss fell silent as he prepared to conclude matters with the 3 ships. I had planned to take you along when I donned my guise, yet you tell me you cannot. Ace's earlier bravado had transformed into a state of bashfulness. Internally, he mused that it was not that he could not. Rather, the target chosen was far too great. Even if it exhausted him, he could not burn them all. Are the 3 slave ships large? Very large, considering that Ace had only acquired the flame fruit merely 2 days prior. It was indeed a daunting task. His current stamina was insufficient to sustain the overwhelming explosive power of the fruit, to reach a point where a single fiery punch could devastate 5 warships. A considerable journey lay ahead. See, you can't manage it, thus physique and haki are fundamental. Otherwise, you'd be unable to handle an enemy lying on the ground, Weiss remarked, no longer pressing ACE.I in the distance. The slave ships had begun to change course, preparing to flee. I suppose I must wield my sword a few more times. A thought had lingered in Weiss's mind, one he had pondered and tested before, though with less than ideal results. For these 3 ships to become the inaugural subjects of this technique would be an accomplishment in itself. Weiss leaped onto the ship's railing, drawing his sword from his waist. The sound of the blade unsheathing resonated in the air, causing the distant vessels to sense danger and hasten their retreat. Ace watched with excitement, eager to witness Weiss draw his sword once more. It was a pity he couldn't invite him aboard their own vessel. As for Dorse, he had long been on watch from the lookout, eagerly anticipating such a rare spectacle. Meanwhile, the villagers of Valentown, hearing the explosions by the seaside, rushed to the hillside, only to behold a crescent-shaped sword energy cleaving through the air from the Chris. What a formidable sword energy it was! Reza felt as though this very energy could cleave through the entire Valen Island. And he felt grateful for his previous decision. The sword energy, under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, split into 3 parts, racing toward the 3 slave ships with astonishing speed, even divided into 3. The might of the sword energy remained undiminished, indeed growing stronger. The massive sword energy tore through the ocean, leaving 3 insurmountable chasms in its wake. The slave ships, bereft of their strong defenders, could only watch helplessly as the 3 waves of sword energy approached, unable to offer any resistance. Crack, crack, crack. As they made contact, the 3 slave ships were predictably cleaved apart, their captives splitting in 2, slowly sinking beneath the waves. The surviving black-clad individuals clung to floating debris, desperately swimming towards the shore, caring little for the dangers that lay ahead. Though a figure akin to a demon awaited them on the shore, only by reaching land would they have a chance to survive. Ace, can you deal with them now? Weiss inquired, having confirmed his suspicions and ready to enhance his technique. Gazing at the remnants scattered across the sea, Ace affirmed, no problem. Flames began to flicker around him as he prepared to unleash a fiery punch, only to be interrupted by Weiss's voice. Wait. Weiss looked at the depths of the sea with an odd expression, inwardly pondering whether fate was truly this intertwined. Before Ace could retort, the ocean began to churn, revealing a colossal sea creature surfacing. On the shore, Cardon exclaimed, I know this one. Thank you, nature's bounty. Under the terrified gaze of the black-clad individuals, the sea returned to tranquility. The proximity to the calm zone had its advantages. Even the slightest commotion could attract these colossal denizens of the deep. Those on the shore were left speechless, their expressions frozen in shock as they stared wide-eyed at the now empty sea. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, 3 fully crewed ships had been present? No cheers erupted. As they gazed at Weiss ascending the hillside, the residents of Valen Island instinctively took a step back. Save for Jack, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. This is true strength. Is this the world of the powerful? Old Razor sighed deeply, stepping forward. You all must leave. Having slain members of the world government, they will not let this go easily. It is still not too late to depart. What about you? Weiss glanced at Razor in surprise, not expecting him to consider the fate of unrelated individuals at this juncture. We will take it one step at a time. Razor cursed inwardly, wishing he could capture Weiss if he were not outmatched, rather than waiting for others to arrive that as soon as someone from Marigios arrives. One could assert that a band of formidable pirates from the Grand Line inadvertently traversed the Calm Belt, exterminating everyone in their path and seizing the gold from the heavens. As a Navy officer, he is not oblivious to the fact that such deeds have been committed before. This impeccably flawless plan truly seems seamless, and it could save a considerable sum for the island of Wallong. Old Riser, am indeed a genius to conceive such a perfect scheme in such a short span of time, shifting the blame elsewhere. In truth, there is no need for your concern. These individuals are not from Marigios, but rather slave traders from Spade. Subsequently, Weiss conveyed the information he had acquired to Riser. At the final moment, Weiss sensed that Panama was deceiving him. Noticing Riser's lingering skepticism, Weiss promptly remarked, "You are a Navy officer. When have you ever witnessed the collection of gold from the heavens without the protection of the Navy? Are you unaware that those 3 ships lacked any military vessels? Is it truly necessary to employ 3 large ships for mere gold? They are not meant to carry gold. They are intended to transport you." After delivering his words, Weiss ceased further explanations. Were it not for the old man's apparent kindness, he would have long since departed, having wasted enough breath in explanations. Riser's expression shifted. He was not a fool. After a thorough analysis and recalling certain details from his previous encounter with the leader, he began to suspect he had indeed been deceived. So, are we still in that indifferent state of Wallong Island? The thought stirred some excitement within Riser. If possible, who would wish to endure a lifetime of oppression? Is it not far more delightful to live freely? After all, that is no small sum. Well then, since there are no issues, I shall take my leave. I have already wasted considerable time fetching fresh water. As Weiss prepared to depart, Riser grew anxious. Were it not for this young man before him, Wallong Island would likely succumb to slavery. Just imagining such a bleak future sent a shiver down his spine. Young man, please do not leave just yet. I am grateful for your assistance to the residents of Wallong Island. I, Old Riser, earnestly request that you stay for a meal before departing. With Riser's humble plea, the residents who gradually learned the truth also bowed their heads, beseeching Weiss to remain. Very well, I shall stay. Weiss pondered briefly before acquiescing, relieved to avoid the prospect of consuming peaches. Let us celebrate with a feast. With Old Riser's jubilant proclamation, cheers erupted, particularly from Jack, who was especially elated that a group of men descended from the mountain and learned the truth of the matter. They erupted in joyful exclamations. Not everyone yearns to venture out to sea and engage in the perilous life of a pirate. Is it not more appealing to enjoy the warmth of home? With a wife and children, the banquet commenced smoothly. Weiss generally did not favor such gatherings, but with Ace's presence, the atmosphere remained lively. Hey, Ace, come eat, come drink, do not be shy. Someone offered a drink to Ace, who readily accepted and downed it. The next person attempting to challenge him to a drinking contest soon discovered that Ace was utterly unresponsive. A mere tap caused Ace's head to plunge into his drink. He's dead. A startling scream shattered the revelry. Everyone turned to gaze, and upon witnessing Ace's condition, they feared the worst, plunging the festivities into silence. What on earth is happening? Let us continue drinking and dancing. Ace lifted his head, grasping his cup. Cheers. Were you in slumber? Who behaves so peculiarly? A moment of panic passed, and the celebration resumed. What is the atmosphere like here? Weiss inquired of the silent Cardon beside him. As everyone else reveled in merriment, whereas he remained taciturn, the atmosphere is delightful. Though I have not known the islanders long, they are kind-hearted people, and this is a suitable place to reside. So, do you intend to settle here? I am uncertain that I contemplate making this my home, yet I feel my life should not conclude in such a haphazard manner. Despite having sailed the seas for a decade, I have achieved nothing. The days passed with me merely following merchant ships, serving as a deckhand. Later, by sheer chance, I acquired knowledge of navigation and became a navigator, gaining some status aboard the ship. Subsequently, I sought to carve my own path aboard a pirate vessel, only to be felled by a single sword strike. Eventually, I was captured. If I were to settle down now, I would feel unfulfilled. Cardon believed that giving up his seafaring dreams now would betray the tumultuous journey of the past decade. That is your choice. You are a free man now, no longer a captive. Whether you choose to leave or stay is inconsequential. Should you find this island unsuitable, I can take you to another. Really, Captain Weiss? Then But you must pay, just like Ace and the others. Then I shall think it over. Weiss shrugged indifferently. Cardon's nature was not malevolent. He had never taken a life, and was somewhat timid. A feeble navigator, any sensible individual would refrain from sending him into battle. In Weiss's view, this island was precisely where Cardon should be, or else he would not have expressed such thoughts. However, captives and free men warrant different treatment. After parting ways with Cardon, Weiss joined several others in a drinking contest, losing track of how much he had consumed. You are strong, very strong. I cannot match you. Jack approached Weiss and filled his empty cup. Weiss wished to retort that many have failed to surpass him, but upon seeing Jack's fervent desire for battle, he quickly suppressed his thoughts. This was indeed a combat enthusiast. I cannot afford to provoke him. I wish to sail with you, Jack earnestly declared to Weiss. Hearing those words, Weiss sputtered the drink he had just taken, extinguishing the flame that Ace had been showcasing on his fingertips, upon noticing Ace's disapproving gaze. Weiss offered an awkward smile. I wish to set sail. There is no one capable on this island. I am the strongest here. As Jack spoke, an aura of determination radiated from him. I am the most accurate shot on the island. No matter the size of the prey, I can dispatch it with a single bullet. I yearn to explore the world. I do not wish to remain confined to Wallong Island. Please take me under your wing. Weiss was momentarily taken aback by Jack's fervent declaration, still processing the implications. Could it be that my display of might this morning has led him to seek my favor? It seemed improbable. Weiss had always perceived himself as a laid-back individual who enjoyed life and revelry, never considering himself to possess charm. In his mind, future crew members would either be hired or found, never anticipating someone would voluntarily seek to join him. Why do you choose me? Weiss inquired, sipping his drink. I believe you are strong, younger than I, and you will undoubtedly lead me to witness different vistas. That is sufficient, Jack replied earnestly. State your dream. I wish to see the entire world without regret. Weiss hesitated. Unbeknownst to him, Reiser had approached. Observing Weiss's uncertainty, he interjected, Weiss, just accept this child. He is an orphan who has endured hardships over the years. Each year, he implores sailors to bring back knowledge of firearms. Under my guidance, his marksmanship has become comparable to that of a colonel in the East Blue. He is considered a formidable talent there. Furthermore, as you traverse the seas, you cannot do so alone. You will need companions to support you on the vast ocean. Who can thrive without a band of allies? Look at the seas. How many of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords do not have a cadre of brothers backing their names? The world's greatest swordsman stands alone, Weiss retorted. Others may be the world's greatest swordsman, but what about you? You, Reiser began, but upon noticing the sword quietly resting beside Weiss, the words faltered. Indeed, Weiss was still young. Merely 18, yet already a great swordsman. Thus, the aspiration to become the world's best was not far-fetched. Suddenly, Reiser found himself slightly irritated by Weiss's handsome visage, feeling he lacked respect for his elders. What a nuisance. I intend to set sail. I shall neither serve in the navy nor become a pirate. Perhaps I may find myself unwelcome in both realms. Will you still follow me? I only know that strength transcends everything. If I am unwelcome, so be it. Jack raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Very well then, you shall be my ship's sharpshooter. I, Captain. With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and erupted in laughter. Captain Weiss, may I continue to stay aboard your ship? Well, Cardon remarked beside him as a crew member. Fearing that Weiss might bring up the topic of money, he quickly added, my navigation skills are unparalleled in the East China Sea. He puffed out his chest, having sailed these waters for a decade, and felt justified in his confidence. If those captains had only heeded my counsel, we wouldn't have faced such calamities. Weiss thought to himself that if Nami heard this, she might very well strike you down. Pondering the expenses of recruiting someone, he mused that it would be more prudent to simply utilize Cardon, considering it wouldn't cost him a dime. All right then. Yea, the banquet stretched from noon until night, and Weiss found no inclination to depart. Navigating at night was indeed perilous. Under the warm hospitality of old Leeser, the celebration continued, transforming into a lively bonfire gathering. Weiss, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, raised his cup high and began to perform a peculiar dance. Although the islanders were unfamiliar with such movements, they joined in, not wanting their guest to revel alone. Sailing could be monotonous. It had been half a month since they departed from Wallen Island, during which the Chris had not encountered a single island, let alone a pirate ship. The sea was vast. tumultuous and fraught with danger. Anyone gazing at the endless horizon day after day would inevitably grow weary. Prolonged voyages were accompanied by tedium, and with a crew of burly men aboard, their only forms of entertainment were card games, leaving little else to engage in. Thus, the captain declared, "I cannot continue. A man should not admit defeat." Yet Weiss remained motionless, his expression akin to that of a languid fish, after completing his daily regimen. Cardon lay sprawled on the deck, while Weiss sat before him, counting his repetitions. The Chris did not tolerate slackers. Although Cardon was a navigator, possessing requisite skills was imperative. Thus began Cardon's grueling regimen on the third day of their voyage. Aside from maintaining the ship's course, he had to engage in fixed training daily. It must be said that the physical prowess of individuals in the pirate world was truly remarkable. Cardon transformed from a weakling to performing 1,000 push-ups in a mere 12 days. Exhausted like a desiccated fish, he would merely need a meal and a brief rest to regain his vitality. However, despite such a constitution, Cardon would likely never become a formidable warrior. At 25, he had surpassed the prime age for training. Not everyone possesses the fortune of a protagonist. Later, Weiss contemplated casually finding a Zoan-type devil fruit for him. Achieving the strength to rival a Navy colonel in this lifetime would suffice, but a navigator merely needed to ensure their own survival. "Jack, have you spotted any ships or islands?" "Captain, there are none within a 10-mile radius." Jack, with his flowing hair, was stationed at the lookout, polishing the gun he had brought from Wallen Island, occasionally glancing out at the sea. He did not use a telescope, as his own vision surpassed its capabilities. Since Jack boarded the ship, he had been entrusted with the lookout duties. However, Weiss had not anticipated that such a surprise would arise from the unassuming East China Sea. Jack had awakened his observation hockey. Coupled with his gunmanship, Jack could handle most adversaries they encountered in the East Sea, freeing Weiss from the burden of concern. "How long until we reach Frostmoon Village?" "Captain, at the current pace, we should arrive in about 3 days. You can conclude today's training session. I must prepare lunch. That is not your concern. For the days you trained, it was Dias who prepared your meals. If you speak so woefully, one might think I'm abusing you. By the way, I haven't seen Ace around this morning. What is he up to?" Cardon shook his head in confusion. He had been dragged up for training the moment he rose. With no time to ponder such matters, Weiss rested his chin on his hand, contemplating that Ace had been aboard for quite some time without calculating how much he owed in lodging and meal fees. Perhaps rounding it up to 100 million would suffice. Could it be that he jumped overboard in despair over his debts? Impossible. Ace values his life too much. There are many things he has yet to accomplish and would not recklessly waste his existence. If Ace knew what he was thinking, he would likely shout, "Stop overthinking." After a brief respite, Cardon resumed his training. Surely he didn't believe that push-ups alone constituted Weiss's regimen. Thus, the monotonous voyage continued as Weiss began to indulge in his thoughts. Should he invite some female companions? This group of men was rather unbalanced. But who to invite? Nami? No. Why seek out a caretaker? Robin? No. Too cunning. What was the name of that thief who accompanied Nami? She seemed promising. Perhaps the secretary from Water 7 would suffice. Lilia from the D family was also quite appealing. She was a beauty pageant champion and could serve as an eye-catching ornament, while Weiss was lost in such musings. He noticed Ace sitting before him, startling him back to reality. "When did you sit down?" "Quite a while ago, but you appeared to be in a daze, so I refrained from interrupting," Ace replied, resting his chin on his hand. "Where have you been?" "I haven't seen you all morning." Ace fell silent. Should he confess that he had spent the morning agonizing over how to ask to borrow money? Weiss, I would like to borrow some money." Ace finally spoke. They were temporarily residing on Weiss's ship, and one day they would need to disembark. He wanted to rob pirates, but so far, he hadn't encountered a single one. In these past few days. Ace had longed to meet a pirate even more than Weiss, as that would mean he wouldn't have to remain on the Christ. It wasn't that the ship was undesirable. It was simply too costly. 160,000 berries a day. Now approaching 20 days, that amounted to over 30 million berries. No bounty in the East Sea exceeded 30 million. "So you've been fretting over this?" Ace, you're actually asking me to lend you money? That's quite out of character for you." Weiss laughed heartily, never having imagined Ace, the proud one, would turn to him for financial assistance. This must be a first. He recalled Ace's childhood at the garbage dump, where he either hunted or stole to gather funds for a ship. He had never borrowed money from anyone, likely because he couldn't secure such a sum. Seeing Ace's face redden as if it might ignite, Weiss stifled his laughter. "This seems a bit excessive. All right then, take half of that treasure. Weiss stood and walked to the ever-unchanging lounge chair. But aren't you going to ask what I need it for? What could you need it for? Most likely to buy a ship, right? Are you planning to retire somewhere? Weiss took a sip of coconut juice. That I thought you wouldn't lend it to me. Are you really that trusting? There's nothing to distrust. I believe in you, Ace, just as you never abandoned Dias during that storm. I trust that a captain like you will never break faith. Then how about you lend me all the treasure first? And we'll pay it back together later, Ace proposed after grasping the situation. What do you need so much money for? In the East Sea, a decent ship typically costs around 20 million berries. Weiss exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Ace scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't that to cover my lodging fees? I just want to borrow a bit more to settle that. And then I'll only owe for the treasure. Wow, Weiss exclaimed. You borrowed money from me just to pay off your previous debts. What a novel approach. He rolled his eyes and ignored Ace. Just tell me if you will lend it or not. Only half. Are you joking? Now that you owe me, how do I collect the rest? All right, Ace conceded. Being able to borrow even half was a win. At least he now had enough to purchase his ship. And perhaps even a bit extra for some furnishings. He calculated. Ace suddenly sighed, thinking that indeed, robbing was the more profitable option. Captain, a ship is approaching ahead. Ace's eyes brightened. Perhaps he wouldn't need to borrow money after all. It's a Navy ship. Even better, Navy ships are far superior to pirate vessels. Don't worry. Let's head straight for it. We're not pirates, so we have nothing to fear from the Navy, Weiss said, his expression unchanged as he leisurely sipped his coconut juice. Such is the advantage of not being a pirate. Encountering the Navy brings no trepidation, and we can approach without concern. If the Jolly Roger is flying, we must make a hasty retreat, while Weiss could indeed dispatch foes with a single stroke. What then? The Navy is not comprised of a solitary individual or a mere family. It is a colossal entity that maintains order across the vast oceans. You may have sunk a few warships in the East Blue, but do you not fear being cornered in the Grand Line? What are you doing, Ace? Weiss noticed Ace and Dias perched atop the mast, burdened by a hefty package, seemingly preparing to leap into the sea. Wait, when did you pack that? Surely it doesn't contain treasure. You aren't planning to raid a warship, are you? I haven't heard any word of Ace engaging in such acts. His notoriety only began to burgeon upon entering the Grand Line. Ultimately, due to a vacancy in the Warlords of the Sea, there was even an invitation extended to Ace. This is a different matter altogether. Indeed, Weiss has been quite the benefactor these past 2 weeks. But your expenses are exorbitant. I can no longer afford to stay here. Once the warships arrive, I shall take my leave. Consider this carefully. If you were to plunder a warship, the bounty on your head would surely skyrocket. Should we cross paths again, I would show you no mercy. I trust Weiss would not apprehend me. Ace chuckled. Captain, that warship appears rather peculiar. It has a dog's head at its bow, clutching a bone. Jack shouted from above. Weiss exchanged glances with Ace, as if to convey, are we still robbing? No more robbing. No more robbing. We can't win. Let us flee. Meanwhile, on the distant warship, Garp stood on the deck clad in his justice cape. A bag of donuts in hand, a large bubble forming and retracting with each breath. Garp, we've encountered a vessel ahead. An ensign rushed to report. I fell asleep again. Blast it, my challenge to devour donuts has failed once more. Garp chuckled heartily. Don't sweat the small stuff. Flicking a booger into the air. A ship was approaching, oddly devoid of any flag, neither pirate nor merchant, but merely a white sail. Shall we conduct a routine inspection? Are they pirates? They likely are not. They haven't fled upon sighting the warship. As long as they aren't pirates, we'll leave them be. I will resume my donut challenge. The ensign, seeing no need for further inquiry, concluded that as long as their course remained unchanged, the two vessels would inevitably meet at that juncture. Whatever strange beings awaited would reveal themselves. With Garp present, even the 4 emperors posed no threat. Besides, there appeared to be no figures worthy of Garp's attention in the East Blue. Typically, such matters were left to his subordinates. The ensign cast a glance at the stoic swordsman standing nearby. Eyes shut in contemplation. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the warship, chaos erupted aboard the Chris. Ace was in an uproar. Weiss, we must turn around. That is Admiral Garp's ship. We'll be doomed if we encounter him. Ace shouted in alarm. He had no desire to cross paths with Garp. The repercussions would certainly leave him nursing a swollen head from those fabled iron fists. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Let alone the reality of enduring such a blow. Stay calm, Ace. We are not pirates. We need not flee upon sighting the Navy. Weiss struggled to suppress laughter. But I am a pirate. Ah, true. I had forgotten that. However, you lack a bounty, which means there is no record of you. What is there to fear without a record? But enough. If you're scared, retreat to the cabin. I doubt the Navy will board to search. Yet, if we deviate from our course, that imply we have something to hide. The warship will surely pursue us. Ace pondered, finding some logic in Weiss' words, and hurriedly dragged Dias towards the cabin. Fearing detection by the Navy, watching Ace's retreating figure, Weiss shook his head. One wishes to be a pirate, while the other aspires for his grandson to join the Navy. Such contradictory desires, resorting to fists for education. This hardly constitutes proper guidance. Does one not realize the existence of a rebellious phase? One's son defected from the Navy to establish a faction opposing the world government. Perhaps this was due to Dragon's observations. Believing the world required change, his own motivations. Yet what of Ace and Luffy? It is peculiar to abandon a mere child in a den of bandits for their upbringing. Furthermore, Ace was informed from a young age that his father was the Pirate King. Growing up in an environment where the Pirate King was universally reviled must have placed immense psychological pressure upon him. Without Sabo and Luffy later on, Ace's mind might have become profoundly distorted. Doubt it not. Look no further than Doflamingo to understand. He and Ace share certain similarities, both being objects of public disdain. One encountered two pure-hearted individuals, while the other met an ambitious soul, resulting in divergent fates. Thus, Luffy endured countless tribulations before he could penetrate Ace's guarded heart. Garp's educational methods are indeed questionable. Jack leaped down from the lookout, spear in hand, as the Navy's warship gradually approached. A regiment of sailors standing in perfect formation along the ship's railing, observing the slowly advancing Chris, Weiss remained reclined and unperturbed, as though oblivious to the warship's presence, while Cardon continued his training. For he knew the captain would handle the situation. On the warship, the ensign stood beside the stoic swordsman, who disregarded the two on the ship, focusing instead on Weiss, who lay in a chair. Weiss seemed to sense the swordsman's gaze, their eyes locking momentarily. A great swordsman. Impressive. A flurry of sparks seemed to erupt in the air, both men yearning for a duel while simultaneously restraining themselves. Bogart, Garp's vice admiral, his strength the subject of much speculation. Some claim he possesses only the prowess of a captain, while others assert he wields at least the might of a rear admiral. Regardless, Weiss deemed him formidable. Consider the fact that he travels the New World alongside Garp, engaged in various battles. Such individuals cannot be weak. Moreover, two of Garp's former vice admirals serve as testament to Bogart's undeniable strength. Akiji, Peach Rabbit. Weiss had contemplated this before setting sail, maintaining two mindsets when facing the ocean's formidable foes. One wields a sword, while the other does not, for those who do not wield a sword. If one can win, then fight. If not, flee. When encountering an adversary of admiral caliber, one must escape without hesitation. When faced with sword-wielding foes, such as Yusaku or other formidable swordsmen, it mattered not if victory was assured. Engage first. Think later. Survival is essential. If there is no one obstructing my path, what harm is there in yielding? Yet Weiss did not anticipate encountering Bogart, a master swordsman in the East Blue, since fate has brought them together. A battle must ensue, regardless of naval affiliation. The number of elite swordsmen within the Navy is limited. Thus, the scarcity of top-tier swordsmen is a detriment to Weiss' swordsmanship. Shall we duel? Weiss inquired. Not feasible. I am on a mission, Bogart replied, eager for a bout. For pure swordsmen are a rarity, with only Peach Rabbit surpassing him within the Navy. Ha! Bogart has found an interesting opponent. You should go ahead. After all, I am merely here for a vacation. I insisted you rest at headquarters, yet you insisted on accompanying me. Garp laughed heartily, remnants of donuts adorning his mouth, aware that encountering a worthy opponent is a rarity. Particularly a pure swordsman. Let us find an island. I trust you Navy folks can locate one. Weiss turned to Jack, instructing him to keep Ace hidden for a while longer, as fate would have it. Weiss sailed for half a month without sighting a single island. The Navy, after glancing at the map, discovered a small island 2 hours away from their current position. A leisure vessel and a warship altered their course accordingly. A patch of jagged, dark rocks, spanning roughly 3 miles, lay scattered across the sea, hardened by years of relentless waves. The surface, coated in moss, rendered it perilous. One misstep could easily send one tumbling, rather than being described as an island. This place is more aptly characterized as a cluster of jagged reefs. Not a single blade of grass adorns its surface, while seawater flows through the crevices, saturating these rocky formations, destined to soon vanish beneath the waves. Ha ha ha, indeed, it serves as a natural battleground. Garp gazed at the rocky expanse, continuously shoving donuts into his mouth, truly embodying the role of a spectator. Weiss and Bogart simultaneously ascended the rocks. The minor challenges presented by the stones were inconsequential to them. Distancing themselves, they both drew their swords, focusing intently on one another. The waves crashed against the reefs, and Bogart's cloak billowed dramatically in the wind, while Weiss donned his eternal beach shorts and t-shirt. Look, the seawater is receding. The waves that once pounded the rocks seemed to be obstructed by an invisible force, held at bay beyond the reefs. The restrained seawater churned restlessly, gradually coalescing into a circular form. Resembling liquid flowing through a pipe, encircling the rocky outcrop, the intensity of their confrontation escalated, and faintly, the sounds of clashing blades could be heard, as the sharp edges of their swords sliced through the intangible air, unleashing waves of sword energy that clashed against one another, causing the very atmosphere to dissipate. The water encircling the rocks continued to gather, only to be shattered by the unseen sword energy. The once impenetrable reefs now bore fine fissures. Their escalating momentum had transformed this area into a realm dominated by sword energy. Crack, as one of the rocks could no longer withstand the pressure of the sword energy. It emitted a cracking sound and shattered into fragments. The two moved, leaving behind mere afterimages. They clashed once more, engaged in fierce combat. Boom! With a single strike, the rocky outcrop buckled under the tremendous power they exuded. Simultaneously, a fissure tore across the solid ground at breakneck speed, cleaving the island in two, hastening its inevitable submersion beneath the sea. The crack surged forward toward the ocean, causing the waves to roil violently, leaving a long, unhealable scar in its wake. Such speed, the vessels must retreat. They are too close, the captain incessantly instructed. Garp, why haven't they unleashed their flying strikes? The lieutenant, awash with excitement, inquired. It's not yet time. They are merely testing each other's depths, Garp replied. Is such strength merely a test? The lieutenant was astounded. Having just been transferred from the Four Seas to the headquarters, he found himself accompanying Garp on a vacation. Having never witnessed a clash of titans before, the swords trembled, their energies unabashedly surging forth. The hockey enveloped the blades, and Weiss had no illusion that this ordinary sword could withstand Bogart's weapon. A double-edged sword, a rare sight indeed. Rarity does not imply absence. The twin swords clashed, their fierce and swift energies raining down upon the entire rocky expanse, shattering countless stones in the process. In unison, they uttered the same words. Both retreated at lightning speed. Cold night. Bogart unleashed a sword strike imbued with cold radiance, its intent potent enough to sever 9 out of 10 swords wielded by mortals. Yet, as Weiss faced this strike, he felt the world around him undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The once clear sky instantaneously turned pitch black, devoid of any light. Only streaks of darkness consumed his will, plunging him into an abyss of despair until death. A faint smile graced Weiss's lips. This was indeed a worthy adversary. Watching anime, he often pondered how a single sword could create such flamboyant scenes, conjuring images of tigers and demons. It was only after comprehending the essence of the Grand Swordmaster that Weiss realized these were the very insights the great swordsman infused into his strikes. Basic strike. The slash erupted with unrestrained vigor, radiating brilliance as if to obliterate any obstacle in its path. In the blink of an eye, it swept aside the oncoming blade of fierce energy. At that instant, the sword energy descended from the heavens like light, the blade cutting through darkness as if enacting judgment upon it, shattering the night and bathing the world in radiance. Aside from Garp, no one could discern how the two wielded their swords. The area exuded an aura of terrifying despair, ensuring that anyone who dared enter would face certain death. The sword energies intertwined, soaring slashes continued to erupt upon the island, which could scarcely withstand the collision of two Grand Swordmasters, now reduced to mere fragments, on the verge of sinking into the sea. Yet, none paid heed to the destruction. Their gazes were solely fixed on each other. Locked in a contest of sword energies and wills, the sea surged violently into the already battered reefs, a scene indicative of the breathtaking battle unfolding. Regrettably, only one among the spectators could truly perceive it. Clang! The clash of hockey resonated, sending black streaks rippling through the air as the blades collided, the sound of metal striking metal echoing across the ocean. The sword energy stirred, and without warning, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. The hockey infusing the lightning with a hint of darkness. The sword energies and lightning relentlessly battered the rocky island, an aura of annihilation engulfing the surroundings. Weiss's sword suddenly thrust forth, aimed directly at Bogart's face. Bogart parried with a swift movement, unleashing a cascade of dazzling sword energy that thwarted the deadly strike. Quite an impressive swordplay. Likewise, it had been ages since Bogart encountered an equally formidable opponent in the realm of swordsmanship. Coming to the EC proved to be a splendid decision, his spirits evidently high. Clang. Another strike. Have you not sought a duel with my hawk? Weiss inquired, only to be met with an unwavering stream of sword energy. Faster and more ferocious than any before. It struck like a tiger poised to deliver a final, lethal blow. Though Bogart did not provide a direct answer, Weiss understood the implication. Bogart could not contend with my hawk. This was irrefutable. Basic strike. Weiss unleashed without hesitation, stepping forward as his sword moved with incredible speed, a colossal slash erupting from the blade. The sword energy surged, reverberating through the air, as the severed seawater danced like a whirlwind. Boom! The two energies collided with a resounding crash, merging in midair to form a colossal slash that soared skyward under their conscious control. Look above. Those aboard the warship, still oblivious to the unfolding drama, gazed skyward, where a vast rift had been cleaved by the strikes of the two grand swordmasters. The clouds above fractured, the sword energy swirling, restoring clarity to the heavens, even though the duel itself remained unseen. The consequences of their clash were vividly apparent. Had Garp not intervened midway to shatter several sword energies aimed at them, the ship would likely have met its demise. The Chris, however, lacked such formidable protectors, prompting them to retreat to a safer distance. Observing from the lookout tower, the devastation wrought by the sword energies was staggering, leaving an indelible impression on Jack's soul. Was this the nature of battles between the mighty? The destruction was overwhelming, with the sword energies palpable even from afar. Simultaneously, Jack felt validated in his decision to accompany Weiss. He would undoubtedly witness the world in all its glory. The battle raged on. And 2 hours later, the reefs had vanished entirely, leaving only scattered remnants across the sea sponge, providing Weiss and Bogart with scant footholds. Weiss furrowed his brow, the sword in his hand, protected by hockey, seemed on the verge of succumbing to the intensity of the conflict. After all, it was forged by the old blacksmith of Twin Swallows years ago and had served him well ever since. Had it not been for Weiss mastering the armament hockey, his journey toward becoming a great swordsman would have been abruptly severed from the very moment he embarked upon it. While it is said that the sword dances with grace, the path of swordsmanship in the pirate world, once it comprehends the art of aerial slashes, seems to return to simplicity, primarily characterized by directness and a lack of deceitful intricacies. Each clash poses a significant threat to the blade itself. As the battle progressed, the essence of the swordsmanship became rooted in swiftly dispatching foes. Bogart glanced at the wounds on his shoulder and abdomen, remnants of Weiss's relentless strikes over the past 2 hours. His sword was simply too swift. Were it not for the years of combat honing his armament hockey, that last strike might not have concluded as it did. Duels among swordsmen often see minimal injuries. However, once wounded, the consequences can be severe. After such an extended engagement, it was high time to conclude this bout, as they still had voyages ahead. Weiss, sword in hand, showed no signs of fatigue after 2 hours of battle. Indeed, continuing would leave them without a foothold. Bogart, too, found himself lacking the peak state he had previously possessed. In terms of sparring, Bogart had already lost. Weiss remained at the zenith of his prowess while Bogart was slightly wounded and thus no longer at his best. Yet, Bogart perceived a flicker of opportunity, a chance to advance further, compelling him to persist in this exchange. The two resumed their combat. In an instant, Bogart's expression shifted. It had changed more swiftly than before, revealing that he had concealed some of his strength. Weiss practiced the swift sword technique, adhering to the philosophy of being invincible through speed. If one could reach the pinnacle of swiftness, the enemy would be rendered unaware, ultimately succumbing without a fight. Despite the straightforward nature of swordsmanship in the pirate realm, Weiss aimed to outpace his opponent amidst this brutal confrontation, leaving them unable to retaliate. This was why he had consistently achieved one-hit kills since setting sail, though it was not ruled out that his adversaries were simply too weak. Now, Bogart found himself ensnared in Weiss's tempestuous onslaught, his sword waving like water that could not be pierced, rain that could not seep through. Bogart's instincts screamed warnings as his sword continuously parried, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. It felt as though he were not blocking Weiss's strikes, but rather being led by him, upon the sea. Weiss relentlessly attacked while Bogart defended, their movements leaving behind trails of darkness across the rocky terrain. Suddenly, Bogart's observation hockey failed to predict Weiss's sword trajectory, resulting in another wound on his arm. With no choice left, he gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. Just a little more. What was it? Just a little more. Panting heavily, Bogart found himself drained of energy and stamina under Weiss's unyielding barrage. compounded by the fatigue from the preceding 2 hours of combat. Whether he could endure the ensuing fight was in question. Yet, he refused to yield. This was the essence of a swordsman's battle. Surrender was simply not an option. Weiss, slightly out of breath from such prolonged exertion, felt exhilarated. It had been ages since he had faced an opponent of equal caliber. After attaining the title of a great swordsman, sparring with his mentor had been less a practice and more a one-sided thrashing. Both Bogart and Weiss were at the onset of their journeys as great swordsmen, making them true rivals in every sense. The Navy is formidable, but still just a notch below me, so let us conclude this battle here, Weiss declared, sheathing his sword as he stood atop a rock. Bogart, positioned opposite him, remained silent, his piercing gaze locked onto Weiss. Very well, I still have one last move, but if I execute it, you may not survive. Dying in a swordsman's duel is considered an honor. No, I fear the Navy's pursuit. Once, Weiss had conceived an idea which first triumphed during the trial on Wallen Island. Over the subsequent 15 days at sea, he refined it further, now ready for immediate deployment. The concept was straightforward. If the technique of sorrow involves rapidly striking the ground numerous times to achieve extreme speed, why couldn't one unleash dozens of sword strikes in an instant? As a practitioner of swift swordplay, Weiss extended this thought, achieving success on Wallen Island and, after 15 days, could now strike 5 times in the blink of an eye. What appeared as a single slash would actually inflict the damage of 5. This was the limit of Weiss's capabilities at present. Further advancement would necessitate enhancements in physical prowess or armament hockey. Come forth. Almost as soon as Bogart finished speaking, Weiss's blade was already drawn. Unsurprisingly, Bogart met defeat, though he survived. When the Navy retrieved him from the sea, he bore 5 bleeding wounds. Weiss had shown mercy. Otherwise, in Bogart's current state, he would have perished from that final strike. As Bogart was carried off by the Navy for treatment, Weiss gracefully returned to the cruise ship, collapsing into a chair and summoning Cardon for a glass of red wine. The execution of that final technique had nearly drained Weiss of both stamina and energy, leaving him feeling akin to a lifeless fish. What do you think of this battle? Weiss inquired of Jack beside him. Incredibly powerful. I couldn't even get close to the battlefield. Stay with me. Such battles will become the norm once we enter the New World. Are you afraid? Not at all. I will strive to grow stronger. If I ultimately perish at sea, it will merely affirm my inadequacy. That's the spirit. But you needn't worry too much, as a marksman. Just focus on staying in the back and harassing the enemy. Perhaps one day, I might depend on you to save my life. Weiss chuckled at a suddenly amusing thought. Though Jack was oblivious to the captain's laughter, he nodded in agreement before emulating Cardon's training, believing that a marksman could indeed possess formidable strength. Little brat, what is your name? Suddenly, Garp leaped from the warship, reclining unceremoniously beside Weiss, continuously stuffing donuts into his mouth. Weiss, Chris Weiss. The captain replied without shifting his gaze. Isn't it rather inappropriate for a Navy officer to board a civilian vessel? Weiss emphasized the term civilian with particular weight. Don't sweat the small stuff, kid. I wanted to ask where you learned that moonwalk technique. Is it difficult? Not at all. It's not exclusive to the Navy. Many techniques are available for purchase in the underworld. Didn't you know? Weiss replied without turning back, fabricating a response. Garp, upon hearing this, did not press further, realizing that one could indeed acquire such skills on the black market. How about joining the Navy? With your strength, becoming a rear admiral would be a cinch. I could personally ensure your promotion to captain first, and then you could ascend to rear admiral after accumulating merits. No thanks. What's so great about being in the Navy? Garp's proposition was quite generous, especially since this was not the time of large-scale conscription post-war of the best. If one possessed sufficient strength, they could directly attain the rank of admiral. The position of fleet admiral was currently quite stable, with the 3 admirals suppressing the seas and the paradise, easily gathering over 100,000 officers of lieutenant rank or higher. To attain the rank of rear admiral, one would need sufficient merits and combat prowess. Weiss's joining would have been akin to stepping into the heavens in one leap. If you're not joining the Navy, do you intend to become a pirate? Garp's demeanor shifted ominously, his fists cracking menacingly. Is it always like this? Is the only choice between the Navy and pirates? Can we not have other factions? Weiss was at a loss for words. It seemed his family shared a singular mindset. Ace had once thought similarly. Is your entire family so simplistic in their thinking? Do you aspire to join the Revolutionary Army? Garp's expression grew even more threatening. Hey, Jack, stop training and fetch some ink from the cabin. Right, rescuer on the sailboat. Understood, Captain Weiss, Jack replied and dashed away. Rescuer. Indeed. Anyone who finds themselves in distress at sea and crosses our path can be rescued and taken to the nearest inhabited island. Regardless of who they are precisely, whether navy, pirate, or even merchants, all are welcome. As long as the payment is made, it suffices. Each individual's meal costs 200,000 belly, and accommodation is 1 million belly per day. There is no deception, fairness prevails, payment is required in advance before boarding the vessel, and credit is strictly prohibited. What do you think? If it involves the Navy, perhaps, considering the reputation of Admiral Garp, I could extend a generous discount of 9. Garp is utterly bewildered, having never anticipated encountering such an intriguing individual or such audacious dealings. After decades of traversing the seas, he has never encountered a profession quite like this. Can't we negotiate a better discount? After all, I am a naval hero. Surely my reputation warrants a little more consideration. Very well, an 80 discount shall suffice. That is ample, considering you are not a user of the Mero Nomi. Both parties regard this matter with a sense of levity, believing it impossible for the Chris to encounter a beleaguered navy. They treat it all as a jest. Once Garp learned what he wished to know, he departed, resuming his vacation to Windmill Village to visit his grandchild. One wonders what expression will grace his face upon discovering that a grandchild is aboard this very ship, gazing after Garp. Weiss finally comprehends why the East Blue is dubbed the weakest sea. You claim you can obliterate a town. Garp has gone home for a vacation. You say your bounty has surpassed 30 million? Garp has gone home for a vacation. You declare your strength can annihilate a branch. Garp has gone home for a vacation. How can this not be disheartening? Encountering a max-level powerhouse who occasionally revisits the novice village. Surely that's a recipe for chaos. Presently, there exists a 15 million belly clown and a 20 million belly Arlong. One remains low-key, while the other is merely shrouded by protection. Otherwise, do you think these two would have survived so long? Yet, under such pressure, should a pirate venture into the Grand Line, it would spiral out of control. Just look at the formidable trio of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Each one is a powerhouse in their own right. You mentioned the protagonist Halo? Forget I said anything. The sea breeze flows gently, seagulls call, and today's sun radiates with unusual intensity, distorting the very air with its heat. The languid breeze, aside from imparting a slight stickiness, fails to dissipate the heat clinging to one's skin. In Frost Moon Village, the Chris lies docked at the harbor, which appears to have been recently renovated, imparting a sense of freshness. The port stands a small dwelling inhabited by an elderly man, beside which a large bell is positioned, and a broad path leads deeper into the island. The old man looks up at the words rescue team emblazoned upon the sail. Though curious, he dismisses it as long as they are not pirates. The feeling of solid ground is truly preferable. After 3 days of sailing, Weiss and his companions finally arrive at Frost Moon Village. Stretching along the coastline, Weiss yawns, for life aboard the ship has been exceedingly dull. I say, Weiss, you are being rather dramatic. It's only been a few days of sailing, and you're already like this. Ace, unable to tolerate Weiss's antics, remarks. A month without sighting an island. That would be a matter of your luck. Didn't the Navy find their way by merely glancing at the map? If one cannot navigate, they cannot blame their fortune. All right, let us go. Another thrilling battle awaits, Weiss exclaims, filled with fervor as he strides toward the main road. Followed closely by Ace and Deuce. The trio's objectives diverge. Ace and Deuce seek to discover whether any ships are for sale on this island or if they can gather some information, while Weiss intends to locate the Ishin Dojo, preparing for a challenge. Jack and Cardon have transformed into training machines, tirelessly honing their skills, effectively serving as the ship's guardians. Excuse me, Elder. Could you please direct me to the Ishin Dojo? Weiss approaches the small house, seeking guidance. After all, local knowledge is better than wandering aimlessly. Upon noticing the sword at Weiss's waist and his sunny demeanor, he appears quite the amiable individual. You're here to find Gungshiro, aren't you? Follow this road, and you'll encounter a group of children wielding wooden swords. Ask them to guide you. Grateful, Weiss maintains his cheerful expression. He then hears Ace inquiring about shipyards in the vicinity. Expressing a desire to purchase a vessel, the old man ponders for a moment and, glancing at Weiss, replies, There aren't any shipyards here, but you might inquire within the village if anyone is selling a ship. I recall that old Jerry at the village's end has an old merchant ship for sale. Ace bows in gratitude. I'll head with Deuce to see if that ship is still available. Good, Weiss responds, humming a tune as he ventures further in, the sound of cicadas ringing in his ears. After more than 10 days of monotonous existence, he finds the noise not at all bothersome, but rather melodious. Sunlight dapples the path, casting shifting shadows, and soon he hears the faint sound of wooden swords clashing. Despite its softness, the sound is discernible to a skilled ear. Upon approaching, he finds several children engaged in swordplay, with a few girls observing nearby. Contrary to his expectations, the green-haired boy is absent. At his current age, he likely wouldn't be playing with these youngsters, presumably off training alone somewhere. "Excuse me, do you know how to get to the Ishin dojo?" Weiss offers a friendly smile, believing himself quite approachable. The children pause, exchanging glances, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure before them. Sweat glistens on their brows, a result of strenuous activity combined with the sweltering weather. "Are you here to challenge Master Gungshiro?" A snot-nosed child grips his wooden sword tightly. "Yes, I am here to spar with Master Gungshiro." Weiss responds with an unusual patience reserved for children. "Very well, since Brother Zaro isn't here today, you must first defeat me," declares the snot-nosed child, his eyes glinting as he points his wooden sword at Weiss. Upon seeing the sword directed at him, Weiss struggles to contain his laughter, adopting a mock-serious demeanor as he replies, "Oh, since you've drawn your sword, are you prepared to face the consequences of losing your life?" Little swordsman, the snot-nosed child freezes, his expression shifting from confusion to sheer elation. He spins around and dashes off, shouting, "Master Gungshiro, someone called me a little swordsman. Please give me a real sword. I no longer want to use this wooden one." As the snot-nosed child races away, the remaining kids, unsure of who shouted, follow suit, leaving Weiss standing there in bemusement as a gust of wind stirs up a swirl of dry leaves, seemingly whispering secrets. "Am I being toyed with?" Weiss muses, a frown creasing his brow as he follows. Under the cover of his observation hockey, the children remain unaware of his presence. Yet, as he departs, he discreetly glances back at the spot where he had stood. Among the grass, a fleeting shadow darts past, seemingly heading toward the back mountains of Frostmoon Village. A quarter of an hour later, Weiss arrives at a grand courtyard, the entrance adorned with the words Ishin Dojo. Even from outside, he can clearly hear the sounds of training emanating from within, confirming it to be a place dedicated to swordsmanship. The martial spirit thrives here. In the world of pirates, lacking any form of martial prowess would be utterly unacceptable. "Teacher, look, this is the person who called me a little swordsman." Just as Weiss is lost in thought, the snot-nosed child returns, accompanied by a man clad in a kimono, wooden sandals adorning his feet, and glasses perched on his nose. It is none other than Gungshiro. Gungshiro squints, a smile gracing his lips as he bows to Weiss. "My apologies. My young apprentice has troubled you." "Not at all. He is quite an entertaining child, and he shows considerable talent in swordsmanship." Weiss replies amicably. Indeed, he possesses some talent. However, this child incessantly dreams of training with a real sword, which has grown rather tiresome. I conceded that if anyone recognizes him as a swordsman following his challenge, I would grant him that wish. Gungshiro chuckles, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Weiss is genuinely astonished. In the original narrative, Gungshiro remained composed even in the face of adversity following Kina's death. The mere noise of this child could compel Gungshiro to relent. What a remarkable determination. Furthermore, regarding the challenge of a swordsman, all the swordsmen of Frostmoon Village are found at the Ishin Dojo. Thus, the snot-nosed child's aspirations to challenge anyone here would be futile. He would inevitably continue practicing with a wooden sword until he reached the proficiency required to wield a real one. "This is my oversight." Weiss apologizes to Gungshiro before turning to the snot-nosed child. "If you consistently train with a real sword, you might inadvertently injure your friends. Do you still desire it?" The snot-nosed child ponders for a moment. "I'll use it only when training alone. For sparring with friends, I'll stick to the wooden sword. I'm not afraid of hurting myself." This child possesses keen insight. Gungshiro shook his head and instructed a larger apprentice to lead him down. He had no intention of breaking his word, and the snot-nosed boy eagerly followed his senior, Gungshirong's invitation. Weiss entered the dojo alongside him, where numerous apprentices were diligently practicing the most fundamental sword techniques, strengthening their foundations. It was now clear to Weiss why Zaro's growth had been so rapid after all. While he certainly benefited from the tutelage of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, it was primarily due to the solid foundational skills he had cultivated in his youth, skills that had almost become second nature. Kneeling before the tea table, Gungshiro poured a cup of tea and said, "Please." Weiss, who had never been fond of tea, found himself moved by the enticing aroma wafting towards him, and he took a tentative sip. He wanted to express his admiration, but lacking in eloquence, he could only utter two words, "Good tea." "What brings you here, young brother?" Noticing Gungshirong's ever-smiling demeanor, Weiss understood that anyone deceived by his amiable appearance would ultimately find themselves in dire straits. A swordsman wielding a great blade could never be a mere simpleton. Coupled with the peculiar training methods he had mentioned, Zaro methods of cutting through anything, and yet unable to slice through the intangible, Weiss was left in awe. Even as he approached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he had adopted some of those profound principles. Such a person, if one claimed their swordsmanship was lacking, would be met with disbelief. Having arrived at this esteemed place, Weiss sought to inquire about two matters. First, he wished to know if there were any master blacksmiths available. Second, he desired a sparring session, an exchange of techniques between swordsmen. After hearing Weiss's words, Gungsurong fell silent for a moment. Seemingly lost in thought, Weiss remained patient, awaiting his response. After a considerable pause, Gungsurong gazed at the sword beside Weiss and said, "Pardon my rudeness, but why would you think I might know any blacksmiths?" Weiss explained, "I hail from a small island in the East Sea where there are no prominent blacksmiths, and the local craftsmen are unfamiliar to me. I assumed, since you run a dojo, you would be acquainted with some skilled artisans. After all, a dojo requires many swords, and an ordinary blacksmith cannot meet that demand." Weiss fabricated this rationale, careful not to reveal that he knew Gungsurong's lineage traced back to Wano country, where they forged their own exceptional blades. Although Gungsurong had passed on, his family must surely have connections to esteemed blacksmiths, like attracts like. After all, Weiss understood that what began as a simple inquiry about swordsmanship could easily escalate into a life-and-death confrontation. It wasn't that this information had to be kept secret. Rather, he felt a defensive instinct rise within him when faced with someone who seemed to know so much about him despite being strangers. "Ah, I see." Gungsurong temporarily accepted this explanation. However, he added, "With your capabilities, if you know the location of a great blade, acquiring it shouldn't be overly difficult." The instinct of a swordsman told him that upon his first glance at Weiss. He recognized this excessively youthful figure as a bona fide grandmaster swordsman. Yet, he wondered why he had never heard of him before. Weiss offered no explanations. Instead, he unsheathed the sword hidden within his scabbard with a sharp clang. The blade bore slight cracks, remnants from his last battle with Bogart. It had been with him for so long that it could no longer withstand the intensity of his combat. Without the aid of haki, it would have shattered long ago. A double-edged sword. I see. Gungsurong comprehended Weiss's intentions upon seeing the weapon. In this world, all great blades were single-edged. To call it a sword would be a misnomer. It was more akin to a knife, entirely unsuitable for those who wielded a double-edged sword. He refrained from asking the foolish question of why Weiss did not switch to a single-edged sword. As for your first inquiry, I can indeed assist you. There exists an island in the Grand Line called Forging Star, located along the route towards the South Sea, that I'm unsure of its precise location. But the island is home to numerous blacksmiths. Even some naval officers choose to forge their weapons there, so the quality should meet your standards. You might seek out a blacksmith named Fedri. He once crafted a great blade, though I'm uncertain if he is still alive. After delivering this information, Gungsurong fell silent, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Weiss. Concerning the second matter, the sparring session, Gungsurong expressed, "In the past, I would have been eager to oblige. However, it has been over a decade since I last wielded a sword." Weiss furrowed his brow. The original text provided little description of Gungsurong, primarily focusing on Zaro. The only revelation came during their time in Wano, indicating that his family had escaped from there. Beyond that, little else was known. 10 years without drawing his sword likely correlated with the time of Kuina's passing, marking the end of his sparring sessions. Perhaps there was simply no worthy opponent in Frost Moon Village, or perhaps the East Sea had become too tranquil. It was also possible that he had genuinely laid down the sword path. Is it truly impossible? Weiss inquired. I have found matters of greater significance than the sword path, Gungsurong replied. Hearing this, and observing the apprentices in the dojo, drenched in sweat and diligently training, especially the snot-nosed boy who seemed even more serious with a real sword in hand, Weiss realized that a duel was unlikely to occur. Nevertheless, acquiring information about Forging Star Island made the journey worthwhile. I apologize for the intrusion, Weiss said. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. He stood to depart. Please wait. Weiss turned, puzzled, as Gungsurong summoned an apprentice and whispered something in his ear. I have a sword here, a double-edged one. It was gifted to me by a master when I purchased swords for the dojo. While it may not meet the quality of a great blade, it is still quite good. Since your sword is no longer capable of withstanding intense battles, I would like to present this one to you. Shortly thereafter, an apprentice entered, cradling a sword and standing before Weiss. "Why? We have only just met, and our time together has been brief," Weiss questioned, feeling somewhat awkward about the unsolicited gift. "You are a pure swordsman, and a true swordsman must possess a good sword. This blade serves no purpose for me. Please, accept it." "Thank you very much," Weiss replied, taking the sword and departing without a backward glance. Upon returning to the ship, he instructed Jack to send a treasure worth 3 million berries to the Ixen dojo. Weiss believed in repaying debts, but he never took advantage of others. He did not encounter Ace, likely because the issues with the pirate ship had been resolved, leaving only Cardon practicing aboard the ship. What he had anticipated as an exhilarating sparring session had evaporated without a trace. Sitting in a chair, Weiss drew the sword he had acquired from Gung Surong. The blade gleamed, immaculate and clear, reflecting Weiss's handsome visage, while both edges radiated a subtle aura of lethality. With a light flick of his fingers against the blade, a melodious chime resonated, crisp and clear. Then, as Weiss swung his arm, the sword vibrated, and the imposing presence of a grandmaster swordsman surged through the air. The atmosphere around him trembled as he unleashed a powerful slash, the sword's energy bursting forth with a swift whoosh. The underbrush on a distant island was effortlessly severed in two. "Youngster, do not disturb the old man while he reads," the elderly figure shouted from the sea, warning Weiss against his spirited display. "Understood, sir. Good sword." With a gasp of admiration, Weiss contemplated the remarkable advantage of a sword akin to a swift blade. He could only imagine the sensation of wielding an unparalleled great blade, eagerly anticipating the moment it would grace his hand. At that time, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation, emboldening him to dare even a general's challenge. Meanwhile, hidden amidst the distant underbrush, a figure lay prone, acutely aware of the fleeting strike that had nearly grazed his head. Paralyzed with fear and forced to remain motionless beneath the broken branches, the sheer terror of that individual rendered any thought of resistance utterly futile. He could only hope he remained undetected. Weiss, oblivious to the presence of the man, felt an instinctive urge during his sword practice and unconsciously swung in that direction, as he was not perpetually attuned to the observation hockey on the island. Sheathing his new sword, he drew forth the old one. A sigh escaped him as he examined the multitude of cracks adorning its surface. This blade had accompanied him for nearly 4 years, marking the longest partnership he had known. Before mastering the armament hockey, he would go through a sword every year. After such a time, even would harbor a semblance of sentiment. Perhaps this sword, now resembling a cursed blade, might still possess some utility in the future. Discarding it was out of the question. Until it shattered entirely, it would stand as a testament to his growth along the path of the sword. All he could do now was preserve it with care. Jack had returned, his long hair giving him the appearance of a dashing figure. After several days of training, he visibly boasted some muscle and seemed to have grown taller, nearly surpassing Weiss in height. Observing Jack as he disassembled his treasured gun for cleaning, Weiss could not help but jest. "With your current habits, I believe you could manage 2 guns. Otherwise, when the enemy approaches and your weapon is in pieces, you will find yourself defenseless." Jack glanced at Weiss, but remained silent, retrieving a single-shot pistol from behind him. Then, seemingly dissatisfied, he produced a dagger. Weiss recognized the dagger from the trove they had unearthed. Its sharpness unmatched. It was larger than the one he had chosen for show, which was why he had initially passed on it. "Very well. Would you like a revolver? If the opportunity arises, I can procure one for you. I believe Doflamingo possesses a golden one. I could get you a regular one as well," Weiss proposed. "Sure," Jack replied, his response crisp and unhesitating, perhaps solely interested in firearms. How impolite, Weiss mused, that Jack should adopt such an aloof demeanor with the captain, appearing as if he were a different person from the fervent individual on the island. Weiss even began to question whether he had been misled from the beginning. Who goes there? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Jack's booming voice erupted, raising his gun and aiming at the underbrush by the shore. Weiss, witnessing this, instinctively activated his observation hockey, scanning the area to find a trembling figure huddled in fear, before retracting his power. Jack seemed to sense a change, his earlier ferocity diminished. The elderly man in the hut, upon seeing someone draw a weapon, vanished in a flash. He was accustomed to swordplay, so he remained calm, but the sight of a firearm was indeed intimidating. The young man in the grass stood shakily, raising his hands high. "I am a villager from Shuang Yue. I was just, caught off guard by a sword strike that nearly grazed my head. Please, don't kill me," he pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "What terrible luck. I was merely observing for any nefarious intent." "Ha ha ha," Jack laughed, holstering his weapon. "Let us not cause any harm to Weiss," he added, chuckling awkwardly. "I in the future. I should probably sweep the area with my observation hockey before practicing. It wouldn't do to accidentally injure someone." The position of the young man indicated that had the blade veered just slightly lower, it could have cost him his life. "Yes, Captain," Jack complied, sheathing his gun and quietly returning to the base of the mast to clean his weapon. The young man took the opportunity to flee as Jack stored his firearm. "By the way, how did you determine there was someone there?" "I thought I heard a rabbit," Weiss remarked, having assumed the noise was merely an animal. "I often hunt in the mountains. The sounds made by wild beasts differ subtly from those made by humans. This distinction is minuscule, and aside from me, few can discern it," Jack replied. Yet another little proud one, Weiss thought, choosing to disregard it as he covered his face with a newspaper and settled into slumber, awaiting Ace's return before heading straight for Logtown. After visiting the infamous execution platform, they would promptly set sail for the Grand Line. Had he known he would not cross swords with Gung Zero, Weiss would have traversed the doldrums directly to the Grand Line, avoiding any unnecessary delays in the East Sea, which posed little challenge for him. As for why he had previously encountered Garp without experiencing the disparity between him and the world's top-tier powers, once the young man had fled, he circled Shuangyue village a few times. Confirming he was alone, he headed straight for the rear mountain. The summit, a throng of individuals lay concealed within the dense foliage, silently observing. Curiously, while the entire island was devoid of any breeze. This forest swayed, a gust dispersing the heat in the air. Among the crowd stood a man clad in a black robe, his face adorned with dark markings. Were Weiss present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual. Dubbed the world's most notorious criminal, the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. "Leader, we have two groups. One appears to be seeking a duel with Gung Zero, suggesting the youth possesses the prowess of a grand swordsman. The other two, while accompanying them, seem not to belong to the same vessel. They have negotiated with old Jerry to purchase the merchant ship they possess, likely pirates," a report was being made to Dragon. The young swordsman, who had previously embodied a timid demeanor, now stood confidently before Dragon, relaying the intelligence gathered. "A young grand swordsman, you say?" Dragon pondered. "No matter, as long as we remain undetected. We can set sail. There are countless individuals across the world suffering, waiting for our rescue." With that declaration, Dragon led the group into obscurity in the rear mountains. Unbeknownst to Weiss, he was entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Even if he were, he would not intervene. They belonged to entirely separate worlds, with no intersection at present. As Weiss began to drift into slumber, he was suddenly roused by Ace's call echoing from the seaside. Rubbing his eyes, Weiss beheld a ship approaching along the coastline, with Ace waving from aboard. However, it appeared there were more than just Ace and Dais on the vessel. A group of individuals had joined them. They secured the ship at the port and disembarked, seemingly awaiting something. Ace dashed into the cabin, emerging with a large sack of treasure slung over his shoulder. He leaped onto the shore, and the group spread the bounty across the ground as if appraising its worth. The atmosphere was lively, as they appeared to be debating something. One of the individuals held a crown, explaining something to Ace, while another brandished a scepter. Gesturing animatedly. It seemed they were attempting to convey that these items were not as valuable as they had presumed. Eventually, the group, finding no success in convincing Ace, selected a small portion and departed with the majority of the treasure. Ace returned the remaining items, but instead of delivering them to the Chris, he brought them to the newly acquired ship. 3 individuals awaited him there, Dais and 2 unfamiliar faces, likely recent recruits. Moments later, Ace, accompanied by Dais and his new companions, boarded the Chris. Dais, laden with supplies, naturally proceeded into the cabin. Ace gestured to the 2 new faces. "These are the crew members I just recruited. They heard I was setting sail and decided to join me, Belly and Wally. They are brothers." Upon seeing the 2 youths, both around 17 or 18, Weiss greeted them with a smile, to which they responded awkwardly. Having already heard from Dais about Weiss's prowess as a grand swordsman capable of cleaving the sea, the 2 were filled with trepidation at the thought of their captain knowing such a formidable figure. Meanwhile, Dais busied himself organizing their supplies within the ship. "Once boarding the ship with naught but the clothes on my back, I departed with an array of packages. After bidding farewell to Cardon and Jack, I stood before Captain Weiss, saying, 'I must take my leave now. Take care. Your captain has become a landlubber, and I would hate for you to fall overboard and drown, thus becoming the first natural user to perish in the East Sea. Captain Weiss, I assure you, I shall see to it that your debts are settled. I will not allow him to meet his demise.' With that, Dors took his leave, accompanied by his 2 companions, as their presence had grown somewhat awkward. Little did they know, Ace wished to silence Dors, as his careless remarks could cast a shadow over the new allies. causing Ace to feel so uncomfortable that he might as well be digging a 3-room apartment with his toes. Though Ace was unfamiliar with the term, it did not hinder him from learning from Weiss. Why not sail together for a while? With your current physical condition, I could teach you hockey. It would not be too late to depart once you've mastered it. Especially since we will all pass through Reverse Mountain. No. Weiss, I must leave, Ace replied, leaping onto the railing. This ship is impressive, nearing the capabilities of the Chris. Weiss approached, leaning against the railing as the scorching sun hung overhead. The briny sea breeze rustling his attire. Indeed, this vessel once served as a merchant ship. I bought it for 12 million berries, a rather fair deal. I would say. As for the remaining balance, isn't it time you repaid me? I am grateful for your hospitality during these days. You have no use for the surplus, so it's only right to return it. These days spent with you have been the most pleasant of my life. I have kept a record of everything. You may repay me now. Yet, I have my own voyage to undertake, and it is time for me to depart. No worries. Just settle the accommodation fee. Well then. Farewell, Weiss. With that, Ace transformed into a flame and soared towards his new ship, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, relieved to have navigated the situation. Should he have been asked to repay now? He could not have afforded it even if he sold himself. Ace, remember my words. For a natural user, physical strength and hockey are paramount. Your flames must originate from temperature rather than range. Continuing, Ace noticed a book being tossed from the Chris, opening it to find explanations on hockey cultivation and ideas for developing the Maramara Noem. As for why Weiss would gift these items to Ace. Perhaps it was simply for sentimental reasons. And Ace, Weiss pointed to the 3 characters emblazoned on the flag. Be careful, do not find yourself in need of rescue again, should I have to save you next time. I will reclaim all my debts. Ace did not bother counting how much he owed, and Weiss never specified. It was simply rounded off to 100 million, gazing at the 3 bold characters. Ace's eyes grew misty. His circle of friends was limited, and Weiss had now become one of them. Aware that this was Weiss's way of advising him, Ace understood the underlying intention was to collect debts. Without turning back, he raised his arm in a gesture and commanded his crew. The Spade Pirates have been established. Set sail. Watching Ace depart, Weiss recognized that the lad had absorbed his words, shaking his head. He thought, I hope you do not repeat the mistakes of the original story. May you fully develop the Maramara Nomi, and should you lose the ability, may your physical strength be sufficient. For men of the sea, parting is a simple affair, for one day they shall meet again. All right, Cardon, Jack, let us set sail for Logetown. Depart. With Ace's departure, the already sparse Chris now felt rather empty, and conversation dwindled. Cardon, already 25 years of age, realized that without striving, life would slip away. Thus, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, leaving no time for idleness. Jack, being naturally aloof, engaged in 3 activities aboard the ship: training, eating, and cleaning his guns. He would only respond when Weiss occasionally inquired. Prompting him to speak seemed a challenge. Despite Weiss's experience in navigating social dynamics, he felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of these 2 diligent individuals. Bang! One could easily surmise that Jack was striking at some floating debris on the sea. Previously, Weiss had compared his skills to Jack's, after witnessing Jack cleave the ocean's surface with a single sword strike. Weiss had ceased the comparisons, choosing instead to let Jack play alone. Captain, there seems to be an unusual air current ahead. A localized storm may be approaching. We can alter our course to avoid the storm center. Then adjust our direction. Captain. Initially, Weiss thought Cardon's claims of being the best navigator in the East Sea were mere bravado. However, after nearly 20 days of sailing, it appeared he was indeed impressive. Not only had they skillfully evaded all storms, but his predictions had proven accurate on multiple occasions. Indeed, genius exists everywhere. It merely depends on one's ability to recognize it. Though Cardon's courage was somewhat lacking and his strength a bit feeble, he was far from useless. Weiss observed the weather. In the area where the Chris sailed, the skies were clear, while the distant sea was shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The weather gradually turned ominous as Weiss sheltered beneath an umbrella. Raindrops pattering down, they brushed past the storm's edge, and apart from the ship's slight rocking, there was no other danger. However, not everyone was as fortunate. At the heart of the storm, a pirate ship was on the verge of disintegration under the tempest's wrath. The captain, a lecherous brute, stood at the bow, bellowing, "Damn the navigator. Someone find a way out." A lowly henchman clung to a fixture, reporting, "Captain, the navigator was killed by your sword as we plunged into the storm." "What, the damned fool? How dare he die without my permission?" The henchman silently muttered. "What a lunatic. You are our navigator now. Find us a way out." The bewildered henchman stared at the captain. Captain, I shall go at once." He stammered, rushing to the cabin. Knowing full well he had no navigational skills, he was merely trying to escape. Inside the cabin, a girl clad in a tight outfit with purple hair was hauling a chest. Muttering about a paltry bounty of 500. Such a meager fortune. What a miser. She appeared unconcerned by the storm, focused solely on the treasure before her. Stealthily, the girl made her way to the deck. Observing the panicked pirates with a measure of calm, such an environment was perfect for a thief. She placed the chest onto a lifeboat and cautiously lowered it into the sea. In such conditions, the lifeboat felt exceedingly fragile, easily devoured by the storm. A single wave could spell disaster. Yet, the girl had no choice. While searching for treasure, she had discovered cracks in the ship's keel, and if she did not leave soon, disaster was inevitable. When the time came, the lifeboat would be the only intact vessel aboard, and how could she escape then? Once the lifeboat was in the water, the girl refrained from rowing. It would be futile to paddle against the tide. She could only drift, wherever the currents took her. Shortly after her departure, the pirate ship broke apart as the keel shattered. Searching for lifeboats, yet none could be found. As the storm subsided, the Chris sailed steadily upon the sea. Were it not for the rainwater on the deck, one might think they had never encountered a storm. Captain, do you think we should recruit a female crew member? Since I met you, I've hardly seen any women aboard. Upon hearing Cardon's remark, Jack paused in his gun cleaning, seemingly realizing the need for a female presence aboard. It had become rather dull. TSK, you two, always appearing like virtuous gentlemen, that your thoughts betray you. Jack, don't think I didn't notice your earlier actions. You may look aloof and handsome, but you have a hidden wild side. Captain, how can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? I am not that kind of person. Jack's face flushed red, resembling a dead fish, as he retorted, not that kind, you say? Look at your face, it's as red as a monkey's backside. Weiss took a sip of coconut juice, a refreshment collected from some uninhabited island. Indeed, Jack, I find it hard to believe that at 20, you have never held a girl's hand. Shall I enlighten you on what it feels like? Cardon leaned in with a mischievous grin, one hand resting on Jack's shoulder while the other waved in front of him. Why not explore the next island together? I can show you the thrill of it all. TSK, who said I haven't touched any? I have hunted countless female animals. Does that not count? Cough, cough, coughus. Who was drinking coconut juice, was immediately choked. That Kadu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to having seen a ghost. He promptly retreated a few steps while wiping his hands on the deck, as if he had just touched something filthy. Observing their expressions, Jack realized they misunderstood. He had merely hunted what was resting on his shoulder. What are you thinking? I understand, murmured Cardon, the brooding man, suggesting that even animals were not spared from Jack's pursuits. Cardon, what did you say? Jack, infuriated and feeling humiliated, rushed over and grabbed Cardon by the neck, causing Cardon to cry for help. This was well aware that the two were merely engaging in playful banter. At 20 years of age, Jack had yet to step into society, considering his commendable academic achievements in his previous life. Yet, he had not even held hands with a lady, despite the abundance of beautiful women on Wallen Island. Spare me, Jack the Great, Jack the Sharpshooter, I concede. Cardon, unable to withstand Jack's fervor, ultimately surrendered. TCH, weakling. Jack leapt onto the lookout tower in a few strides, scanning the surroundings for any pirate ships or islands. To his surprise, he indeed spotted something. Captain, to the southeast, there's an overturned wooden boat, and it seems someone is lying on it. Is that so? Could it be that our ship is about to welcome its first customer? How peculiar. Viss also jumped onto the lookout tower, peering in that direction. Rescuers seemed to be Viss's temporary identity in these vast seas. As long as one had the funds, anything could be salvaged. Ah, are these two destined children? Just as I was contemplating recruiting a female member, one appears at my doorstep. Moreover, judging by that familiar face, not only would they not receive a rescue fee, but they also had to be wary of their ship's treasure being stolen. Gazing at the girl being pulled from the water, she appeared to be around 14 or 15, with wet purple hair cascading over her shoulders, her mouth spewing an unknown amount of seawater. Viss instantly recognized her. Despite not knowing her name, she was the thief who had accompanied Nami. But why was she still in the East Sea? Shouldn't she be in the Grand Line? This extraordinary girl, amidst the perilous seas. The East Sea thief, the Grand Line's great thief, had ultimately stolen from the Golden Emperor's entertainment city. With that thought, Viss jumped onto the rolling small wooden boat, which seemed barely able to bear his weight. Logically speaking, a thief would never go empty-handed. There was no reason this young girl wouldn't have treasures on her. Contemplating, Weiss crouched down, fully submerging his arm in the warm seawater, which enveloped his limb as he scanned the edge of the small boat. Indeed, he discovered a rope. The rope was taut, evidently weighed down by something heavy below. Pulling with force, a small wooden chest emerged from the water. The box, soaked for an unknown duration, was covered in a layer of slimy substance, which Weiss promptly tossed onto the ship, shaking his hand in disgust. With a firm push, he stomped on the small boat before jumping aboard. Observing the thief appearing to be asleep, the two brooding men merely watched, neglecting to administer any first aid. Compress the chest, expel the water from her abdomen and lungs, then perform artificial respiration. Can't you manage that? If we delay any longer, this woman might truly perish. Well, we don't know how to do that, Cardon replied, squatting on the ground with a blank expression. Should we wait for you to instruct us? You've spent 10 years at sea and don't know basic first aid? I don't know. The ship has a dedicated doctor. I've only seen others do it. I can't, for fear of accidentally causing her death. Don't look at me. I've never been to sea before. Even if they're pirates, they let me guard the island. Jack quickly interjected upon noticing Weiss's gaze. Then let me handle it. I'll use natural forces to expel the water from her body. Whether she lives or dies is up to fate. But you can't do that either. Both exclaimed in unison. No, I just find it troublesome. Karina felt rather unfortunate, having encountered a storm and finally spotting a ship. Squinting through the gaps, she scanned her surroundings, confirming she had been rescued, yet feigned unconsciousness. However, she overheard them. Not only were they neglecting to help, but they also intended to hoist her up. Even pirates wouldn't do such a thing. Even if they encountered her, they would, feeling someone was dragging her. Karina pretended to stir, faking a cough as seawater trickled from her mouth. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a handsome, short-haired man gripping her ankles, holding a rope as if truly intending to lift her. Oh, you're awake. Now that you're conscious, this isn't needed anymore. Weiss tossed the rope onto the deck and sat with the treasure chest. Karina gazed at the box in Weiss's hands and the rope, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Then a pang of pain struck her heart. This was the chest she had painstakingly acquired, enduring countless life-threatening ordeals, and now it was being taken from her so easily. Karina slumped onto the deck, hastily retreating to lean against the railing, adopting a feeble posture as she looked at the three. Are you pirates? Please don't kill me. My family is quite wealthy. I can have my father pay you lots and lots of belly. Yet, the response she imagined did not materialize. Cardon walked towards the captain's cabin, contemplating stabilizing the course, while Jack resumed his aloof demeanor, polishing his gun without a care for accidental discharge. Seeing no one paying her heed, she instinctively turned her gaze to the one who seemed to hold authority. Weiss appeared to know what she was going to ask and pointed to the sailboat above. Rescuer? What a peculiar situation. What kind of strange person could be found in these vast seas? Karina's heart raged, and then she saw Weiss toss a piece of paper her way. Puzzled, she opened it, her face visibly paling. You're robbing me. How can it be so exorbitant? The paper read, Rescue for distressed souls at sea. Accommodation 100,000 belly per day, meals 20,000 belly per person. Regardless of whether you eat, it must be noted at the bottom, in fine print. It stated that the final interpretation rested with Weiss that if you think it's too expensive, you can leave it. No one is stopping you. Weiss replied without even glancing up from the paper. Leave? Am I afraid of you? Karina chose not to mention the treasure chest, realizing that securing her safety was of utmost importance now that she was under the eaves. Besides, there was a small wooden boat. Given her familiarity with this sea, could she not survive? However, as she approached the ship's edge, her expression changed again, for the small wooden boat had vanished. Whether it had sunk to the ocean floor or drifted away to pursue poetry in distant lands, she could not tell. Karina's expression fluctuated like a palette of colors before settling back to normal as she approached Weiss, raising the paper. Is all of this genuine, honest, and trustworthy? I am a man of integrity. Very well, then. Just drop me off at the next island. It's still a 3-day journey from here, Karina thought. Since payment was inevitable, she might as well find an inhabited island. Agreed, but payment must be made up front. No credit. You have my treasure chest. All the valuables inside are mine. I've already paid. Upon seeing Weiss's infuriatingly calm expression, Karina's mouth dropped open in outrage. Yours? Then call it, and let us see if it responds. You. This chest was fished out of the sea. How do you prove it belongs to you? According to maritime law, anything adrift in the sea is ownerless. Whoever retrieves it claims it as theirs. So don't be too disheartened. What is your name? Given that you are a woman, I shall grant you a discount on the rescue fee. Karina, but how much of a discount? initially saddened upon hearing Weiss mention a discount. Her hands clasped over her heart, her eyes gleaming with the prospect of saving a few coins on 99% discount. That seems fair, doesn't it? Weiss stated with utmost seriousness. That was originally mine, Karina protested. Weiss, uninterested in further debate, resumed his examination of the paper. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed from the edge of the ship, sending chills down their spines. That seems to be my treasure. Gazing at that figure, Karina swiftly concealed herself behind a stout mast, fearfully observing the pirate. That treasure was stolen from his ship. Hello? Karina's voice trembled slightly as she expressed her hope for a desired response. Given the substantial amount of money you've received, surely you should be safeguarding your customers. Of course, the captain replied. The rules aboard my ship dictate that no fighting or harm can occur among clients, and I will not permit anyone to harm my patrons. Ha ha ha, little brat. Do you know who I am? I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries. Oh, you dare to speak to me like that? Hand over that woman, and leave the treasure and ship behind in exchange for your life. I suggest you jump into the sea and scram. The pirate laughed boisterously, initially believing his demise was certain, yet unexpectedly encountered a vessel with but a handful of crew members amidst the vast ocean. This ship was even more opulent than the last, presenting a chance for a turnaround. The key factor being, the ship was populated with mere children. Are you certain? He questioned. This is a matter of life and death. The pirate gazed at Weiss, feeling an inexplicable disdain swell within him, realizing it stemmed from Weiss's striking handsomeness. Boy, you are as good as dead, he snarled, his already unsightly visage twisting into a more grotesque countenance. Understood, Jack replied. I shall eliminate him. As you command, my captain. Throughout the exchange, Weiss remained engrossed in reading the newspaper, hardly acknowledging the pirate before him. You are a customer. As long as you pay, you are welcome. But if you cause a disturbance, heh. With 2 gunshots ringing out, Jack elegantly holstered his weapon, not sparing a glance at the fallen pirate, and nonchalantly leaped onto the lookout tower. A bullet had pierced the pirate's forehead, leaving a gory hole as he collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes clouded with confusion, gradually losing their luster. The efficiency of a marksman's combat was strikingly simple. 7 paces away. The gun was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both fast and accurate, especially when facing Jack, a sharpshooter with awakened observation hockey, who was practically a bug in the East Blue. Dealing with an ordinary pirate required little effort. Oh, by the way, did he just claim to be a pirate with a 5 million berries bounty? Take him to the Navy base and collect the bounty. Keep 70% for yourself, and the remaining 30% can serve as operational funds for the ship. Weiss established this rule merely as a symbolic gesture to signify ownership of the vessel, for he was not lacking in wealth. Understood, Captain. Jack had no doubts, even believing that if the captain were to claim all the loot, it would be of little consequence. Such was the norm of the seas, with Weiss being an exception. Karina was left speechless, stunned by the reality of a pirate with a 5 million berries bounty, a figure she could never hope to contend with. A person capable of traversing the East Blue had, astonishingly, met his end aboard this inconspicuous ship, and so easily at that, failing to inflict even the slightest damage on his adversary if the crew was so formidable. What of their captain? Karina swallowed hard, pondering, what sort of ship have I boarded? Thus, she completely abandoned her previous intentions of seizing the treasure at an opportune moment. Captain, there is a pirate ship ahead. Flying a jester-like pirate flag, Jack, stationed in the lookout tower, had spotted the vessel. Karina's complexion paled, and she hurriedly approached Weiss, shaking his arm with urgency. We must leave at once. That is Buggy the Clown. A pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. He is no small fry. Despite witnessing Jack dispatch a 5 million berries bounty pirate with ease, Karina doubted Weiss's ability to defeat such a renowned pirate. Oh, Buggy the Clown, is it? Weiss mused, intrigued by the name that shouldn't be pronounced backward. He wished to encounter this individual, famed as the bane of swordsman. In the original tale, Mihawk had sliced him into countless pieces yet failed to end his existence. The very essence of the split fruit was fragmentation, while a swordsman's strike aimed to sever. These two forces were inextricably linked. Meanwhile, Buggy had also spotted the Chris ship. Captain Buggy, we have sighted a vessel ahead. It does not resemble a pirate ship, the lookout called down, resembling a circus troupe with its animal tamers, wheel riders, and clowns. A figure donned in a jester's hat, blue hair cascading over it, adorned in red and white long sleeves. A purple scarf around his neck, and clown shoes, stood with hands on his hips, seemingly boasting to his crew. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the lookout's shouts, he commanded his crew to approach the ship. Ha ha, Charge ahead with Captain Buggy. They cheered. Yes, the illustrious Captain Buggy, the notorious pirate of the East Blue. Who dares call me Red Nose? Buggy roared, his utmost pet peeve, during his time aboard the Whitebeard ship. He had dared to confront anyone who called him that. Captain, I did not mean to offend. I simply meant you are a figure known throughout the seas. A pirate hastily corrected himself, hoping to smooth over the situation. Bang! A bullet was fired. The current Buggy was no longer the comedic figure from the Marineford War. He was a formidable presence in the East Blue. At this time, he relished in tormenting the weak. Having once bombarded towns with his buggy cannon before encountering Luffy, even using his own crew as shields against returning cannonballs, yet now, someone had uttered his most despised words, Red Nose, upon hearing this. He would invariably erupt in rage, though fortunately, the pirate had only suffered a shoulder wound. Nonetheless, Buggy took good care of his crew, seeking vengeance for any who fell. However, among the Buggy Pirates, only a select few earned his recognition. Buggy's ultimate aspiration was to uncover all the treasures of the world, and upon seeing Weiss's ship, he was certain it would become a target for plunder. As Weiss extricated his arms from being held, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Cardon, maintain our course. We shall approach. His ship must possess vast riches. When a gift presents itself, one ought not to refuse it. Initially, Karina had considered fleeing, but upon hearing of the treasure, she hesitated, pondering whether it might be prudent to wait and assess the situation first. Bang, 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 boom. The cannonballs launched from Buggy's ship were deftly intercepted by Jack's bullets, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Seeing their cannonballs thwarted, the Buggy Pirates remained undeterred, launching volley after volley of cannon fire. Captain, why don't we have cannons aboard? Jack inquired, having spent over 20 days on the ship. As a marksman, he felt something was amiss, only to realize the absence of cannons. Not to worry, Jack. I believe the enemy's cannons pose no threat to you, Weiss reassured him. The Chris ship was devoid of cannons. As Weiss believed his own strength sufficed to handle any foe that if he could not, then cannons would serve little purpose. This led to Jack having to shoot down each incoming cannonball one by one. But his marksmanship, claiming the title of East Blue's finest, was indeed formidable. Standing at the bow of the ship, Jack maintained his aim, firing round after round, each bullet finding its mark, causing the enemy's projectiles to explode mid-air. None landing on the Chris. After swiftly clearing the skies of cannonballs, Jack reloaded with remarkable speed. In theory, flintlock pistols could fire 5 rounds per minute in the pirate world, but Jack's weapon, modified by him, boasted significantly enhanced speed. Thus, countering the speed of the enemy's cannonballs was utterly feasible. One man was effectively matching the firepower of a pirate ship. As the two vessels drew nearer, the Buggy Pirates ceased their cannon fire. Realizing it was futile. At that moment, Weiss took the initiative, boarding the Buggy ship ahead of Jack, who followed closely behind. He had no desire to turn the Chris into a battleground. He was too lazy to clean up afterward. Upon standing on the Buggy ship, Weiss recognized familiar figures: a red-nosed clown, a beastmaster riding a tiger, and a despicable man dubbed the self-proclaimed Swordsman by Zoro, who would soon meet his end at the hands of an enraged Zoro. Buggy, Machi, Kabeji, these three represented the core strength of the Buggy Pirates. Everyone, do not move, prepare to be robbed. With a swift motion, Vizzy brandished a miniature knife, its tip pointed menacingly at the crew of pirates. The blade gifted to him by Gungshir Lang was left aboard the ship, deemed unnecessary for such a trivial display. A stunned silence enveloped the vessel, only to be shattered moments later by a thunderous laughter as the pirates brandished their weapons in defiance against Vizzy and the approaching Jack. Hey, little brat, what did you say? Are you attempting to rob the great Buggy? The pirates parted, revealing Buggy himself, who approached with his hands firmly planted on his hips, his expression dark and brooding. Throughout the East Blue, it was Buggy who had only ever robbed others. No one dared to challenge his infamous name. Yet, today, an absurdity unfolded that was nothing short of unprecedented. Buggy the Clown, your nose is quite red. In a blatant disregard for decorum, Vizzy mockingly rubbed salt into Buggy's wound. The pirates recoiled as if they had seen a ghost, including Machi and Kabeji. Typically, Buggy would fly into a rage at even a mere whisper of his nickname. Faced with such provocation, his fury was sure to be terrifying. You little brat, I shall show you the meaning of cruelty. Buggy's fury reached a boiling point. His upper body soared into the air. His wrist severed from his body, lunging at Vizzy with the knife. Vizzy, however, swiftly grasped the disembodied hand, rendering Buggy's efforts futile. Curiously, Vizzy inquired, "Buggy, does your severed hand feel pain?" Taken aback, Buggy had not anticipated such a question. Ha ha ha. Surely, Buggy the Clown's fruit ability does not allow for pain sensation. Let go. It hurts. It hurts. As Vizzy squeezed and twisted Buggy's hand, the clown fell to his knees, clutching his wrist where his hand once was. How powerful was Vizzy? Even without a sword, a single punch could fell a sea beast, and now, with the added pressure, the pain was intensified. The split fruit permitted the body to be divided, but it did not exempt one from feeling pain. Quickly, everyone, charge. Buggy, in agony, found himself shedding tears. Come on, all of you. Machi, riding a lion, charged forward, while Kabeji on his unicycle followed suit. Come on, hurry up. Ricky, why are you lagging? Machi's lion, after a few strides, suddenly halted, retreating in fear, and no matter how Machi urged. The lion refused to budge, even covering its eyes with its paws. The source of this fear was merely Vizzy's glance, which had terrified the beast. Since beginning his sword training, Vizzy had slain countless creatures, even sea beasts during his underwater practice. Thus, an aura of dread surrounded him, particularly fearsome to beasts. Meanwhile, Buggy, still in pain, had abandoned thoughts of his severed hand and was stealthily searching for something behind him. Vizzy, noticing this, applied more pressure. It hurts. Buggy instinctively grasped at the hand. Kabeji, riding his unicycle, rushed in, tossing an object onto the deck. A visible cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped the area, shrouding the pirates and Vizzy from view. However, this tactic was futile. Jack, possessing the observation hockey, had already anticipated Kabeji's movements. As he leaped onto the railing, Jack fired a shot. Ouch! I fell. Kabeji's unicycle was shattered by the gunfire, breaking apart and scattering across the deck. A wheel rolling to Buggy's feet as he too was thrown off and tumbled onto the deck. Just as he contemplated a surprise attack, the sound of gunfire filled the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of his comrades. Realizing the dire situation, Kabeji understood that the smoke did little to shield them from the bullets. Instead, it ensnared them within. Clutching a knife, he hid behind his companions, terrified of being singled out by the formidable marksman. Vizzy observed this with a frown. This was the true nature of pirates, resorting to any means necessary for survival, even using their comrades as shields against bullets. Even Machi, who had seemed fearless, had not been seen since venturing into the Grand Line. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the deck was littered with bodies, some pirates still moaning in agony. Meanwhile, Buggy remained in pain. With every movement, Vizzy would mercilessly squeeze his hand, rendering him powerless. You bastard. What do you intend to do? Buggy's head floated high, but upon seeing the grip on his hand, he instinctively withdrew. I merely seek treasure, Vizzy replied, extending a friendly handshake, causing Buggy to grimace in pain. Impossible. It was well known that Buggy had one taboo and one dream. His taboo was being called Red Nose. Even by mere homophones, his dream was treasure. His obsession was evident even during his time aboard Roger's ship. He believed that a pirate who set sail without seeking treasure was no true pirate. Years later, he would be arrested for unearthing a treasure near a Navy base, only to encounter Luffy during his escape. Vizzy released Buggy's hand, which he quickly retrieved, blowing on it as if to alleviate the pain. Die. Buggy, filled with rage, kicked out, intending to unleash one of the Navy's 6 powers, the Gale Foot. However, it was merely a ploy to launch a hidden Buggy bomb from his foot. This black spherical projectile, only slightly larger than a standard bullet, was Buggy's secret weapon. Despite its small size, its explosive power far surpassed that of ordinary bombs, especially given its element of surprise. Ironically, it was originally created for blasting through mountains while treasure hunting. Having endured such severe physical and emotional torment, Buggy had never faced such suffering since setting sail. Even during his time with the Roger Pirates, he merely cheered from the sidelines. Vizzy, unmoved by the black bomb, remained still while Jack aimed and fired in one fluid motion. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames roaring like a tempest, scorching the air and obliterating the deck in a conflagration. This was precisely why Vizzy wished to avoid battle on the Chris ship. Pirate skirmishes caused irreparable damage, requiring extensive repairs. The acrid smoke filled the nostrils of the pirates, many coughing violently from the noxious fumes. Yet, Buggy rose once more. He believed no one in the East Blue could survive such an explosion. Ha! This is the fate of those who opposed the great Captain Buggy. The humiliation of moments prior vanished with the explosion, replaced by a sense of euphoria. All hail the Captain, Buggy the Great. The Captain is formidable. The entire East Blue will bow at your feet. Captain, you are incredible. All the treasures of the East Blue shall belong to you. Machi urged Ricky forward, only to find the lion still with its head buried in its paws. Machi gazed toward the dissipating flames, seeing nothing but thick, black smoke. "Ricky, what are you afraid of? Get up," the lion whimpered, pointing a claw upward. Machi glanced up and his eyes widened in shock, retreating behind Buggy. Captain, Machi, what are you doing? Defeating the enemy is a joyous occasion. Quickly, rally the crew to seize the treasure from the opposing ship," Buggy exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of acquiring more riches. "No, Captain, look above." "What above?" Buggy's gaze followed Machi's, spotting the figures of Vizzy and Jack atop the lookout. After Jack triggered the buggy bomb, Vizzy had leaped up with Jack to the lookout. Such an explosion posed no threat to Vizzy. His hockey could easily withstand it, while he would remain unharmed. The ensuing chaos was another matter entirely. Vizzy jumped down, unsheathing a short sword from his pocket, ready to descend amidst the throng of pirates. The pirates instinctively took a step back as they beheld the figure descending from the heavens, with Kabaji retreating further from the edge, seemingly seeking a semblance of security. "Present the treasure, Buggy, with your experience." "You should be well aware of the disparity between us," Weiss said, his sword tip aimed directly at Buggy. "Do not look down upon others," Buggy retorted, feeling a profound insult at the sight of the sword, which was scarcely larger than a palm. "Oh, is that what you're referring to? My apologies. I simply cannot find a sword smaller than this," Weiss remarked, relishing the moment akin to Mihawk's delight. "Huh. Why do I feel like a villain?" He glanced around, and amidst the pirates' banter, he exuded an air of authority, far from the demeanor of a nefarious character. "Do not be so pleased with yourself," Buggy declared, refusing to be further intimidated, with his gloved hand clutching a dagger. He lunged directly at Weiss. The latter merely parried with a short sword, the clash ringing out like a bell as he effortlessly blocked Buggy's attack, though the elegance of the encounter was decidedly lacking. Both wielded daggers, making it difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. Indeed, a successful individual often shines through their weapon. It need not be the strength of the opponent that matters, but rather the size of one's armament that conveys valor. With a surge of energy, Weiss swiftly withdrew his dagger, catching Buggy off guard, who stumbled, nearly collapsing. Swiftly, Weiss executed a flurry of strikes with his dagger, the surrounding pirates witnessing nothing but the blurred motion of his arm. Unable to discern his precise actions, all present thought, "The captain is doomed. No one can withstand such speed." "We're finished. Surrender. Let us divide the treasure. We need a new captain." Weiss halted, reflecting on the brief span of mere seconds during which he had unleashed over 100 strikes. Before him, Buggy's upper body had transformed into thin sheets of paper, suspended in the air. "What are you doing, you damn swordsman?" Buggy exclaimed, rapidly reconstituting himself in Weiss's disappointed gaze, reverting to his original form. "It seems your sword techniques are of no use against me," Weiss muttered, which Buggy overheard. "Of course, young one. I, Buggy the Clown, am a user of the chop fruit, and no matter how you wield that sword, it is futile. Surrender now, and if you hand over all the treasure aboard your ship, I may even allow you a place on my crew, perhaps even the position of vice captain." Buggy evidently recognized Weiss's strength. With such a capable subordinate, there were no limits to where they could venture in the East Blue. If he accepted Weiss, places once deemed too perilous would become open for exploration, and treasures would surely come rolling in. Buggy was now lost in dreams of countless riches, ignoring the two piercing gazes from Machi and Kabaji, who both desired the vice captaincy. They turned their attention to Weiss. "Since swords are ineffective against you, other methods must be employed. This world is not solely inhabited by swordsmen capable of inflicting harm. What did you say?" Bang. "If swords cannot touch you, fists surely will," Weiss declared, delivering a punch to Buggy's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge as he hunched over on the deck, unable to utter a word. "Now, present all the treasure aboard your ship, or I shall take your captain's life." Was Weiss being cruel? No, he was merely employing a rather lenient approach in the original narrative. When Buggy first encountered the main cast, his methods were truly beyond description. At that time, he was a pure pirate. His redemption was only fully realized after the Marineford War. Moreover, Weiss had no intention of killing Buggy, primarily because he could not contend with Shanks, who could fathom the complexities of the love-hate relationship between these two childhood friends, should he kill Buggy. Only to have Shanks return from the New World to exact vengeance. It would be a rather terrifying prospect. Currently, he lacked the capability to confront an emperor head-on, being the sole individual among the four without the powers of a devil fruit. Had he not lost an arm, he would possess nearly no weaknesses. Furthermore, Buggy's extraordinary luck might afford him the opportunity to plunder again in the future. As a talented individual at sea, robbing pirates was merely par for the course. Initially, it seemed the pirates would scatter to retrieve the treasure, yet they remained motionless, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on Weiss. Charge! A voice rang out, and all the pirates surged forward, those armed with guns firing first. Pulling their triggers, the sound of gunfire did not faze Weiss in the slightest. As the bullets hurtled towards him, he perceived their speed as woefully slow, as if they were suspended in the air. Dodging them was a trivial task. With his short sword poised before him, the bullets disintegrated upon contact, akin to cotton candy being torn apart. The surrounding pirates. It appeared as though the bullets had been deliberately aimed at that very short sword. Bang! Bang! More gunfire erupted, this time from Jack, who stood atop the lookout, methodically picking off each gunman one by one. Kabaji lingered at the back, realizing that none could match Weiss if they merely exhausted their opponents. Even the captain would not object to them relinquishing their treasure. Clearly outmatched, why continue to fight? It seemed they would not relent until faced with dire consequences. Weiss maintained a stoic expression, preparing to dispatch this group of pirates. No, no. We shall go retrieve it now, Kabaji exclaimed, sensing the tension as Weiss prepared to strike. The pirates scattered in haste, fearful of being made an example of by Weiss. No. No. You cannot do this, Buggy pleaded. Hunched over and clutching his abdomen on the ground, the earlier blow had utilized armament hockey, and he would surely be in pain for some time. Buggy, why not join my crew? With my strength. Acquiring any treasure you desire is within reach, even that elusive Raftel. Weiss knew he could not accept Buggy. Such an individual could refuse even an invitation from an emperor, so how could he acknowledge someone as obscure as Weiss? How could I possibly follow you, you despicable scoundrel? In Weiss's observant gaze, Buggy's expression remained unchanged at the mention of Raftel. Perhaps to obtain information regarding it, one might require all 4 road poneglyphs. After all, during their time on the island, Buggy had fallen ill while Shanks remained behind to care for him. If they possessed any knowledge, that group above would undoubtedly not let them off easily. Unable to deal with the elder, could they not handle the younger? Very well. I shall gladly accept your treasured, in a desperate bid for survival. The pirates moved with remarkable speed, packing up their loot and transporting it to the deck in less than a quarter of an hour. Jack shouldered a bag, while Weiss carried another, both returning to the ship. The buggy pirates watched helplessly as the Chris sailed away, disappearing over the horizon. Follow them, set sail, I must capture that insufferable scoundrel. Once revived, Buggy stood on the ship, issuing commands. Upon returning to the cabin and seeing his treasure drastically diminished, he felt as though he might shatter once more. The setting sun cast its warm glow upon the sea, while distant clouds blazed like fire in the sky, seemingly narrating the sun's warmth. As night fell, the coolness of darkness dispelled the day's heat. Cardon was studying navigation, while Weiss perused the newspapers. Jack was inside the cabin, cleaning his firearms, as he had single-handedly resolved the day's conflicts. Weiss had only intervened 3 times, once to seize Buggy, once to slash him, and once to deliver that punch. Thus, the barrels were filled with residue from gunpowder, necessitating a thorough cleaning to avoid a potential explosion in the future. The day's skirmish had clarified Weiss's standing. He found himself unfazed by small fry or pirates with bounties of 10 to 20 million. Karina was busy preparing dinner. Initially, she intended to wait until their return before departing, but soon deemed it too perilous. Thus, when Weiss and the others raided Buggy, she sought an opportunity to leap overboard. However, upon searching for lifeboats, she discovered none were available. Considering knocking out Cardon and commandeering the ship, she hesitated at the thought of Jack's unpredictable marksmanship and the captain's formidable strength. She assumed the remaining crew would be no less formidable. Thus, she resolved to patiently await Weiss's return. Yet, she never anticipated that this insufferable scoundrel would invite a guest to cook. When Karina declared herself a guest, asserting that the captain should tend to the needs of his patrons, Weiss boldly pointed to a small print above, stating, "The final say rests with me." Thus, Karina could only sulk as she retreated to the kitchen, her thoughts consumed with the desire to confront Weiss had she only been able. However, a subtle smile graced Karina's lips, as it seemed that the treasures aboard this ship were unexpectedly abundant. Having been astonished by the sheer volume of riches that Weiss and his companion had seized from Buggy's vessel, she remained in awe. Until now, her experiences on the Grand Line had not exposed her to such vast wealth. The most she had encountered was during her time with Nami, where they ultimately fell prey to a treasure hunter's grasp. Today, however, marked the occasion when she witnessed the greatest trove of treasures. As Weiss brought a small chest that rightfully belonged to her into the treasury, she stealthily followed him. The moment the door swung open, she felt as though her eyes were nearly blinded by the brilliance within. From that instant, Karina resolved to abscond with the riches aboard the ship. She vowed not to disembark until she had secured the treasure. If Weiss were to learn of her intentions, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. Everything Karina had seen today was orchestrated for her benefit by Weiss. Otherwise, with her observation hockey activated, could she truly evade detection? This was done with purpose. What could entice a thief more than an abundance of treasures? Weiss was convinced that upon witnessing such wealth, no thief could possibly resist the allure of such a staggering sum. 20 years ago, the pirate king Gold. Roger was executed by the Navy here in Logtown after circumnavigating the globe and ascending to Raftel. His final words ignited a fervor across the seas, prompting ambitious souls to embark on voyages, thereby giving rise to this chaotic era of piracy. Since then, Logtown has become a pilgrimage site for pirates. Those setting sail from the East Blue to the Grand Line invariably pay their respects here. The execution platform, towering in the heart of Logtown, seemingly bears witness to Roger's last moments, inspiring pirates to summon the courage to pursue their dreams of becoming the Pirate King, often to meet their demise at sea. This place hosts the largest naval base in the East Blue, with countless merchant ships, navies, and pirates disembarking daily. After a 10-day journey, the Chris finally arrived. Guided by the port workers, the Chris docked without incident. They were not pirates and could thus enter the port openly. As for pirates, as long as one was unafraid of the Navy, entry was still possible. Jack, you stay here to guard the ship. There are too many pirates in Logtown, and with the chaos, I fear Cardon may not be able to handle it and could end up being harmed. If you need anything, just make a list, and I will have Cardon fetch it for you. He is a local and should be quite familiar with this place. No problem, Captain. I've already prepared everything. Cardon cast a resentful glance at Weiss. Captain, although I know I'm weak, you needn't vocalize it. He exaggeratedly took the list from Jack. Why are there so many items? Do you intend to empty the gunpowder store in Logtown? Is it too much? I merely wish to conduct some experiments. You won't complain that these materials are too heavy to carry, will you, weakling? Jack retorted mockingly. After witnessing Buggy's explosives, Jack pondered whether he could modify his bullets to enhance their power and thus bolster his own strength. All these materials were prepared for that very purpose. What did you say? Cardon shot back defiantly, their gazes clashing and igniting sparks in the air. Enough. You two can't go a day without bickering. Can you? Weiss felt that these two were natural adversaries. Ever since they ceased their relentless training, they seemed unable to tolerate each other without exchanging barbs. Cardon, weren't you supposed to go home and visit? If you keep arguing, we won't have enough time. We're only staying in Logtown for a day. Upon hearing this, Cardon hurriedly took a box towards Logtown. The box contained berries exchanged for the life of a pirate who had perished on the ship. Weiss turned to face Karina. Karina, the total cost for 10 days is 16 million. Rounded off. I'll charge you 20 million. Will you pay in cash or treasure? How could it possibly be that much? 16 million is 16 million. How does it become 20 million? Karina exploded at the figure, unable to fathom producing such a treasure. So you acknowledge the 16 million now. Will it be cash or treasure? I can't come up with that much money. Karina's bravado quickly diminished. No money. So are you implying you wish to dine for free? Weiss's gaze turned dangerously intense, instilling fear in those around him, who instinctively kept their distance. No, that's not it. Don't misinterpret, Karina stammered, frightened, for the man before her could single-handedly contend with a 15 million berry pirate. Karina's pupils widened as she noticed Weiss's hand slowly inching towards the sword at his waist, causing her to tremble in trepidation. I can work for you. I can stay on the ship. In a moment of crisis, Karina shouted, realizing the importance of survival. Oh, is that so? I initially thought you could write me an IOU if you were short on cash. If that's the case, I'll set your salary at 200,000 berries a month. As he spoke, Weiss brandished a piece of white paper before Karina. I must be out of my mind to believe you. Don't ask. It's intentional. After Weiss departed, a man and a woman continued to observe their retreating figures. As Weiss strolled through the streets of Logtown, he noted that the most prevalent establishments were undoubtedly bars. Various bar signs hung above the streets, bustling with patrons coming and going. The Navy patrolled the streets, searching for potential bounty criminals lurking in the shadows. They turned a blind eye to those who bore a fearsome appearance, as there were simply too many of them. That if they were to apprehend everyone, Logtown's prison would be overrun. Sending them to the deep-sea prison was not an option, as they lacked the requisite status. The strength of these individuals was too feeble, so unless one committed an offense in plain sight of the Navy, they generally went ignored. With Cardon having gone home, the responsibility for procuring supplies naturally fell to Weiss. He didn't need to carry much money. He had arranged for merchants to deliver goods directly to the Chris, with Jack covering the expenses. Karina followed behind, dejectedly observing Weiss lavishly spending money, feeling her life had turned bleak. Why had she let herself be intimidated? If only she could endure a little longer, perhaps once Weiss's imposing aura passed, she could escape the fate of having to work at AS for the IOU. Once they left Logtown, who would recognize anyone out at sea? While Karina was lost in thought, a skewer of grilled meat wafted tantalizingly close to her nose, revealing the infuriating sight of Weiss enjoying a hearty meal. Channeling her frustration into her appetite, she snatched the skewer from Weiss's hand and devoured it greedily. Weiss, bewildered, couldn't fathom what had come over this woman. Her voracious appetite could very well be a curse aboard the ship. Pirates, pirates, and more pirates, such was the essence of Logtown. Aside from the shops lining the streets, most individuals out shopping were pirates. A.S. Weiss brushed past a squad of Navy. The squad leader cast a glance his way before swiftly breaking from the group and dashing towards the Navy base. Weiss paid little mind to this, perhaps noticing but choosing to disregard it, for he was not a pirate. Inside the Navy base, Colonel Indress sat in his office, attending to paperwork. He had served here for 5 years and would soon be leaving his post. Perhaps his next assignment would see him stationed at headquarters in a clerical role, as his age was no longer suited for frontline combat. He pondered who might succeed him. Rumors suggested it would be a troublemaker. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Enter. A Navy officer stepped inside and saluted. Colonel, the individual the headquarters was monitoring has been located. They have arrived in Logtown. The individual of interest is the wandering swordsman in the East Blue. Indeed, they previously exchanged a bounty of 500,000 berries at the 198th branch. Very well, you may leave. Yes, Colonel Indress. After the messenger departed, Indress sat back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose as he glanced at a document laid out on his desk, which prominently featured the name Chris Weiss. Chris Weiss, 18 years old, renowned swordsman. He had lived on Twin Swallows Island his entire life, safeguarding it from pirate incursions, and had set sail approximately a month ago. His intentions remain unclear. His mentor is unknown. He has since formed a fleet named the Rescuer, ostensibly to assist those who fall victim to storms or other calamities at sea. However, this is not done altruistically. The East Blue is regarded as the weakest sea by pirates, yet in the eyes of the Navy, it symbolizes peace. The inhabitants of this place live in tranquility, free from the disturbances of pirates, a feat attributable solely to the valiant efforts of the Navy. Thus, when faced with a remarkably youthful swordsman, whose prowess rivals that of an elite vice admiral, the Navy could not afford to be careless, fearing that Vizzy might instigate a monumental upheaval in the East Blue. Consequently, following their parting that day, Garp relayed the information to headquarters in hopes of uncovering further intelligence. Moreover, Garp harbored some doubts, sensing a familiar aura emanating from Vizzy's blade, a cursed lion, so to speak. Eventually, he concluded that this sense of familiarity stemmed from both warriors wielding dual-edged swords and sharing the title of Great Swordsman, thus dismissing it from his mind. True to their reputation, the Navy's intelligence department, not to be underestimated, swiftly gathered critical information regarding Vizzy. Indress, perusing this intelligence, mused that if such an individual hailed from the Grand Line, it would likely pose no issue, save for the fact that he was exceedingly youthful. Yet, in the East Blue, one could only hope he would refrain from actions that contravene justice. With this thought, Indress picked up the transponder snail to contact headquarters. Unbeknownst to Vizzy, he was presently embroiled in a rather ludicrous predicament. Accompanied by Karina, he entered a bar and ordered 2 glasses of red wine to savor. Initially, all was well until a young man in his 20s approached, seemingly captivated by Karina's beauty, attempting to strike up a conversation. Karina, however, paid him no mind, which incited the young man's irritation. He then turned to Vizzy, proclaiming, "This must be your companion, a mere weakling, all looks and no substance." Vizzy, anticipating a scenario where a dashing hero would unsheath his sword to rescue the damsel in distress, was taken aback by the ensuing twist of events. "I am not. Do not speak nonsense. I do not know her," he replied, eager to observe how Karina would handle the situation. Karina shot Vizzy a glance, yet continued to ignore the young man. "Beautiful lady, please accept my affections. I have fallen for you at first sight." With Vizzy remaining passive, the young man revealed a lovesick demeanor, producing a flower from seemingly nowhere and biting down on it. Convinced of his own charm, the folly of lust, Karina thought. Having navigated the treacherous seas for many years, she had encountered all manners of individuals. Spotting this young man as persistent advances, she turned her gaze to Vizzy. Clinging to his arm, "Darling, do not be angry. Look, someone is bothering me." Vizzy erupted in a spray of wine. The bartender across from him, utterly bewildered by the spectacle, he felt the softness of Karina's arm. He was momentarily flabbergasted, questioning the nature of this unexpected turn of events. "Kid, a woman like this is beyond your grasp. You cannot hold on to her. Let her go," the young man threatened, advancing menacingly towards Vizzy. Vizzy swirled his wineglass, contemplating how to make a striking entrance and utter words that would captivate those around him. "Draw my sword. No, too violent. It would mar the aesthetics. Curse him. No, too crude and detrimental to my image." The young man, eyeing Karina clinging to Vizzy's arm, swallowed hard. "Kid, remove your hand from her at once." Vizzy cast a glance at the young man, who seemed to suffer a sudden blow, clutching his chest as he was propelled backward. Crashing into a table and collapsing to the floor, blood trickling from his mouth as he pointed accusingly at Vizzy. "You are truly ruthless." Vizzy stood dumbfounded, astonished by the peculiar turn of events. "When did my gaze become so formidable? Can my eyes emit sword energy? Even if they could, why would it be described as poisonous? Someone has been killed," shouted a voice, igniting a frenzy among the bar's patrons. Comprised of ruffians and pirates who relished chaos. To them, a death was merely a trivial matter, perhaps even an excuse for further revelry. At that moment, a young woman burst through the bar's entrance. Rushing to the fallen youth, "Brother, how could this happen? Who did this to you? What will I do now? Who could be so heartless? You are barely 20, yet to marry," she sobbed, striking the young man's chest. Just as he spat out another mouthful of blood, staining his hair crimson, Vizzy, witnessing the girl's theatrics, nearly believed her plight, almost falling prey to her ruse. Karina, seasoned by years at sea, had encountered countless forms of deception but had never witnessed such a spectacle. "This seems rather entertaining," she remarked. "Darling, your gaze is astonishing. Just a look and he is rendered poisoned." Karina cooed, her eyes filled with admiration. The girl overheard this and trembled slightly, surveying her surroundings, noting the captivated audience. "You all murdered my brother, did you not? You are the killers. He was such a good man, always compliant, helping the elderly cross the street, sharing candy with hungry children. How could you be so cruel?" The girl lamented, her voice laced with sorrow, glancing around for any sign of support. In moments of distress, one would expect the villagers to rally together, yet no one stepped forward. "This is unacceptable. I must rally support," she thought. Such a tragedy should not go unaddressed. "Ha! Look at this young lady crying so pitifully. Why not take her under your wing? A girl her age cannot survive alone on the seas." A pirate jeered. "Indeed, young man, you have quite the fortune ahead of you." Another chimed in. "If you do not take her in, we might just have to take matters into our own hands." The bar's clientele, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized that some matters were best left untouched. To them, a death was merely a part of life, and it was unusual for a day to pass without loss on the high seas. Cough, cough, the young man wheezed, blood seeping from his mouth, seemingly unaware of how much he was bleeding. "Sister, do not worry. I am fine, merely injured." "You were gravely wounded. How can you say that?" she cried, her voice tinged with desperation. "As long as you live, that is what matters. But you cannot simply let this go," she insisted, fixing her gaze on Vizzy, her eyes gleaming with determination. "You, sir, look quite dashing and must be a reasonable individual. You have injured my brother. Surely, you owe us some form of recompense?" Once the young man was steadied, she planted her hands on her hips, confronting Vizzy. "Look around. Everyone is watching. You have harmed someone. Life for a life. Debts must be repaid. You injured him. You must at least contribute to his medical expenses, right? Everyone agrees, do they not? Indeed, if you have taken a life, you must pay the price. But now that he lives, a compensation is in order." Another chimed in. "If you refuse, we may just have to end his life." The young girl, bewildered by the sudden shift in discussion, thought, "What is happening here? Just days ago, my brother and I faced a storm. Awakening on the shores of Rogue Town, we had no idea where we were, only to find ourselves stripped of all our wealth and treasures, forced to resort to deception to survive." Vizzy was their target. Having witnessed him descend from a luxurious ship, clearly a man of means. Yet, Their foolproof plan had faltered. Come now, pay up. My brother has lost so much blood. Surely, even a mere 1,000,000 berries would suffice. The girl declared, adopting a posture of entitlement. Such audacity, Vizzy muttered, astonished by her demands. 1,000,000 berries, for what? He has merely spilled a few drops of blood. Feigning contemplation, Vizzy pretended to bargain, eliciting a glimmer of hope from the girl. But look at my brother's condition. His lips are turning blue. He must be poisoned, and that too incurs medical costs. His brother's lips were pried open like an exhibit, seemingly as if to affirm the truth of her words. Poisoned? Impossible. I certainly have no drugs on me. How could one be poisoned? Could it be that he was careless? I just witnessed him biting a flower with his own mouth that as far as I know. That particular flower is highly toxic. Initially, there is no sensation, just a slight pain in the back, barely perceptible. Upon finishing his statement, Viss noticed the youth's back twitch uncomfortably, as if he were indeed in some pain. Well, that is hardly surprising. After all, he had just collapsed onto the table. Would it not hurt? It was merely that no one mentioned it. Once it was brought up, one instinctively focuses on it, becoming increasingly aware. Then, one might experience a sensation akin to having their ears blocked. This indicates that the toxin is already exerting a mild effect. Subsequently, one would endure excruciating pain in the thigh that as Viss spoke. He flicked his finger, causing an object to be ejected. Due to the dim lighting in the bar and the speed at which it occurred, no one noticed. Suddenly, the youth clutched his thigh, sweating profusely as blood drained from his face. Thankfully, this toxin does not inflict severe harm on the human body. It merely, Viss intentionally paused at this juncture. Merely what? The youth inquired, hunched over and clutching his thigh, feeling as though the bones within had shattered. Brother, do not be deceived. He is tricking you, merely attempting to avoid compensation. The girl, with her back turned to the youth, failed to notice his condition. Viss cast a glance at the twin-tailed girl, regarding her as merely a man's fleeting vigor. The youth's complexion changed dramatically. How does one counteract this poison? Well, if the poisoning is not severe, drinking a couple of barrels of clear oil should suffice to expel the toxins, Viss replied. Just as he finished speaking, the youth, limping, dashed out as if propelled by the wind, heedless of the girl's frantic calls behind him. Stay put. Do not move. I shall return, the girl exclaimed, but upon realizing her brother had vanished, she hurried after him. Viss rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had been taken advantage of, unable to refute the situation. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as I shall only consume 2 cloves, leaving the rest for you. How do you know this flower is poisonous? Karina asked, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the flowers atop the bar, seemingly envisioning their future utility. No poison, it is a ruse. Viss instructed the waiter to settle the bill. After the ruckus caused by the siblings, he found himself lacking the desire to continue drinking. Then why did he appear genuinely poisoned? Karina wondered, recalling how the youth did not seem to be feigning it. It is quite simple. Verbal suggestion coupled with his own internal cues, along with a few subtle tricks I employed, created the illusion of poisoning. The truth often lies in simplicity. Many conditions are self-fabricated. And with external reinforcement, the mental suggestion deepens, leading one to believe they are poisoned even when they are not. Good day, sir. Your total is 100,000 berries. How could it possibly be so expensive? Viss thought he had stumbled into a trap. Indeed, sir. You and the lady beside you ordered our establishment's finest red wine. 2 glasses costing 100,000 berries is already a rare occurrence. Not to mention the damaged chair. Very well, Viss placed a stack of money on the bar and departed, disinclined to continue drinking after the commotion. After the two exited the bar, a table of patrons exchanged glances and followed suit. At the seaside, a pirate ship adorned with a jester's flag sailed across the waters. It was Buggy the Clown's vessel, which had pursued Viss after replenishing its treasure from another pirate ship following their last encounter. Captain, ahead lies Logtown. Should we make landfall? A lackey on the lookout tower inquired, having spotted the coastline. Find a place to dock, remain concealed, and once ashore, you are all to seek out that damned scoundrel who stole my treasure. I shall have his head. I, Captain. Machi and Kabeji observed the bustling new recruits with concern in their eyes. Could they truly prevail? The last encounter had left so many incapacitated by cannon fire and smoke. With even the captain having been easily subdued, could such a crew truly contend with someone like him? Worrying was futile. They did not dare counsel Buggy. This not only insulted Buggy's red nose but also made off with his treasure. Such animosity had clouded Buggy's judgment. He was determined to eliminate Viss. The two hoped fervently that Viss had already vacated Logtown, sparing them a direct confrontation, allowing them to continue their carefree existence in the East Blue. After shedding their pursuers, Weiss and Karina emerged from a narrow alleyway. These dim-witted individuals had chosen Weiss as their target for robbery, leaving them to languish in their beds for the remainder of their lives. The pair made their way toward the execution platform at the center of Logtown, the very site that had ended the Pirate King's reign. From Weiss's vantage point, the platform was easily visible. It had become a popular tourist attraction in Logtown, drawing many spectators daily. Perhaps only the locals would scoff at it. After all, staring at the same platform day in and day out, even with its profound significance, could become tedious. Some had even witnessed Roger's execution firsthand. This place was not yet like it would be during Smoker's tenure as a colonel, when all pirates were forced to scavenge for supplies in secrecy. Hence, even if pirates were to gather here in reverence, no one would chase them away. The inherited will of generations, the tides of time, and the dreams of the people, these are forces that cannot be halted. What secrets did Roger uncover on that final island to compel him to end his life in such a grand spectacle? Was it to incite the tides of this era? Perhaps it was as Weiss perceived. A cadre of traitors had seized high positions, ruling the world. But what difference did it make? Ultimately, if the so-called secret were to be revealed, it would merely attract the covetous gaze of the ambitious. If you can do it, then so can I. The world would plunge into a tumult more ferocious than the great pirate era, a tide potent enough to obliterate those who deemed themselves divine. Perhaps that was Roger's true intent. What are you gazing at? Weiss inquired, as Karina wondered why he seemed so entranced by the execution platform, which appeared rather unremarkable to her. Nothing. I was pondering why the Navy does not dismantle this execution platform. Is it a display of their achievements? Or perhaps a warning to pirates that even the Pirate King can be executed? What difference does it make? Karina questioned, finding it all rather similar. Boasting of their accomplishments is not without merit. Considering they executed the Pirate King, the sovereign among pirates, such glory belongs to the Navy, potentially enticing more recruits. If it serves as a warning, it seems ineffective, as it may instead resemble a pirate's honor. Just look at how the world perceives it. Executed as a king, igniting madness in the hearts of many. How do you think that feels? It should be. Karina struggled to articulate her thoughts that I suppose we shall never know. For we are not Roger and cannot fathom his mindset. As I mentioned earlier, for many pirates, this represents a form of honor. Observe how more individuals are swept into the tides of this era. Look at the fervor in the eyes of those surrounding us. Their passion for the execution platform, unmistakable. It serves as a lighthouse, guiding pirates toward their purpose. Do you believe it should be destroyed? A voice inquired, standing beside Weiss, seemingly unfazed. Whether it is destroyed or not makes little difference. After all, only the pirates of the East Blue can see it, and the East Blue is regarded as the weakest sea. Even if they see it, it is inconsequential. Weiss had already sensed someone standing beside him and chose to ignore them as long as they did not intrude. Why say so much? I thought you aspired to be a pirate. The individual nervously scrutinized Weiss, as if seeking something within his gaze. To pirate? Who would aspire to become such a lowly character? Surely, it is the Navy. The newcomer was none other than Colonel Indress of Logtown. He had been patrolling and, upon spotting Weiss, instantly recognized him as an individual of interest to the Navy. Observing him fixated on the execution platform, he was eager to witness the prowess of the young swordsman praised by Garp. Upon witnessing the scene, Indale nodded and continued his casual patrol, the two having no further interaction. Having observed the current situation, it was evident that if Weiss chose not to become a pirate, there was nothing more to discuss. Let us depart. Karina has seen enough that we shall return to the ship to rest, awaiting Kadu's return before setting sail again. By the way, don't you need to purchase anything? It seems you have been wearing the same attire for days, and I don't recall ever seeing Karina change her clothes. Only now do you realize. Do you have any idea how I have managed these past few days? Karina retorted, her anger flaring. The Chris ship was indeed quite spacious, allowing for each of the 4 individuals to have their own cabin, with room to spare. Yet, there was but a single bathing area on the entire vessel, which was monopolized by 3 large men. Even if Karina were alone, she wouldn't dare approach, especially considering Weiss's appealing demeanor. What if? Oh, your words seem to suggest a slight problem. Very well, I shall buy you a new outfit. After all, it is more pleasing for a girl to have a variety of clothing. However, thinking back, it appears the protagonists in the original story rarely changed their attire. Luffy wore the same outfit from the moment he set sail until the Ghost Island. Setting aside the banter between Weiss and Karina, at the outskirts of Rogue Town, Buggy successfully landed. He was cloaked in a black cape, concealing his identity. Buggy, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries, was among the elite of the East Blue. If you were discovered rashly landing in Rogue Town, it could provoke the entire naval force of the town, as he was a significant target, due to the overwhelming presence of pirates. Kabaji remained with the ship while Buggy, accompanied by Machi and others, dispersed into Rogue Town in search of Weiss. Buggy, cloaked and traversing through deserted alleyways, was well acquainted with the town, ensuring he wouldn't lose his way. At an unknown moment, Buggy found himself in an alley beside the execution platform, gazing at the towering structure, lost in thought. In the original narrative, Buggy had followed Luffy to Rogue Town to reclaim the treasure stolen from him, ultimately capturing Luffy at the execution platform. Just as he was about to execute Luffy, a lightning bolt struck, destroying the platform and freeing Luffy. Perhaps the motive for executing Luffy was that distinctive red hat. As a member of Roger's pirate crew and a friend of Shanks, he could not possibly overlook that it was likely this recognition that prompted Buggy to test whether Shanks's chosen one possessed Roger's audacity. Buggy, did I think that much? I simply wanted to kill him and reclaim my treasure. Don't drag my word count into this. While Buggy was lost in contemplation, a subordinate approached. Captain, we have located the brat who stole our treasure. He is over there buying clothes. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Buggy's comical face split into a cruel grin as he vanished into the shadows. That damn bastard, stealing my treasure only to woo women. What could possibly be more alluring than treasure? After pilfering so much wealth, he chooses to buy clothing instead of acquiring weaponry. Utterly disgraceful. His anger mounted. Upon spotting this, Buggy could no longer suppress his fury. However, realizing he might not be able to overpower Weiss, he stifled his rage. This outfit is splendid, and this one as well. Oh, this is the latest style. Boss, these three, wrap them up. I'll accept these three. Do you have that much money? Weiss interjected, observing Karina's extravagant shopping spree. Aren't you treating me? Don't you have any money? Surely not. Not a renowned swordsman like yourself would go back on your word. Karina's eyes widened, as if witnessing something unbelievable. It is indeed my treat, but I didn't intend for you to buy every single outfit. Just 3 sets, take it or leave it. And let us not forget, you still owe me 16 million berries. Weiss replied with a disapproving glance. What? Just 3 sets? Is that how you treat me? Karina exclaimed in disbelief. Weiss shrugged, seemingly indifferent, as though saying it was up to her how she reacted, for there was no more to give. Then may I advance my wages? Karina, sensing Weiss's demeanor, quickly devised a roundabout approach. Internally, she vowed, one day, I shall seize all your treasure, leaving you with not even a pair of underpants. Are you certain? I am certain. Very well. After successfully advancing 200,000 berries, Karina acquired the outfit she fancied, adding to the 3 sets from Weiss, totaling 7, sufficient to change daily without repetition. At that moment, an elderly man approached. Hunched over, clad in a black cloak, carrying a basket filled with apples. As he walked, he called out, fresh apples, fresh apples. A young couple, enticed by the mention of fresh apples, approached to make a purchase. Buggy chuckled to himself. Poor Navi children. Believing I purchased these from the fruit stall, they are so easily deceived. Clutching his money, Buggy suddenly considered that perhaps this method could yield quicker returns. Indeed, the great Buggy the Clown believed he could not match Weiss's prowess and thus plotted a roundabout strategy. He bought a basket of apples, intending to approach Weiss with it. The apples on top were genuine, while each beneath had been replaced with a Buggy bomb. At that moment, having sold some apples, Buggy envisioned Weiss biting into one, resulting in a grand explosion. Ha! I, Buggy the Clown, am a genius. Hey, Buggy, what are you doing here? Have you turned to selling apples? Weiss remarked, spotting Buggy with a basket that appeared to contain apples. Was it possible that this pirate had undergone a transformation, forsaking treasure for apples? I am not. Don't say such absurdities. I am not that great pirate. Buggy the Clown. Buggy, realizing his excitement had betrayed him, quickly concealed himself with his cloak. Isn't Buggy the one who stole your treasure? What suddenly made you want to turn over a new leaf? It's all because of you. You damned bastard. Buggy's anger erupted, causing his cloak to burst open, revealing his form to the onlookers. That's Buggy, the one with a bounty of 15 million. Run. The once lively crowd fell silent for a moment before scattering in chaos. The couple who had purchased Buggy's apples discarding them in their haste. Buggy's mere presence had cleared half the street. Seems I still do not know your name. Buggy suddenly regained his composure. stroking his chin as he spoke earnestly. Oh, pardon my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Weiss, Chris Weiss. That you're the one. Weiss, that damned bastard who stole my treasure. Do you have any idea how significant my loss was? Buggy exclaimed, his fragmented form launching into the air, hurling all the apples away. Seeing the ordinary apples, Weiss was baffled by Buggy's actions. However, his instincts prompted him to leap onto the rooftop with Karina. Bang, 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 boom. The flames roared, and the tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves across the vicinity, while thick smoke curled down the street. The heat was so intense that the smoke caught fire. Heat surged like waves, causing Karina to instinctively shield herself from the scorching gusts. The street was left in ruins, a gaping black pit where the bomb had detonated, and the surrounding wooden structures lay shattered. Flames engulfed what remained of the buildings. Once the smoke cleared, two gaping 10-meter-wide gaps appeared on either side of the street, emitting dark smoke and the acrid scent of charred debris. Buggy's cannonballs had ravaged the street, affecting both sides. Thankfully, due to Buggy's peculiar behavior, the chaos had escalated from frightening half the street to scaring off the entire block within a minute, averting significant casualties. At that moment, the Navy had also caught wind of the commotion and, upon learning that Buggy was involved, dispatched additional naval forces from their base. Hurry, clear the crowd. We are facing the extremely dangerous pirate, Buggy the Clown, a lieutenant commanded as the Navy continued to disperse the people. Noticing the dwindling crowd, he led a squadron of sailors to confront Buggy. Even a colonel would not dare to be careless in the face of such a pirate, let alone this lieutenant. However, as a member of the Navy, he could not simply turn tail upon discovering that a pirate lay ahead. Weiss, perched atop a rooftop, spread his observation hockey and spotted Buggy hiding within an intact building. He was also caught off guard by the explosion, his face covered in soot, seemingly laughing as he held his mouth. Ha ha ha. With such a powerful blast, that sword-wielding Weiss must have perished in the inferno. And soon, Captain Buggy's treasure shall be reclaimed. Upon witnessing Buggy's state, Weiss drew his sword, twisting his wrist, and unleashed a strike that dispersed the lingering black smoke in the air, slicing through the building where Buggy had taken refuge. Buggy's laughter abruptly ceased as a flash of sword light passed through him, resulting in his body being cleaved in two. Hearing the cracking sound from the wall, Buggy, with tears streaming from his nose, instinctively uttered, "It's over." As a neat sword mark appeared, the building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Buggy emerged from the rubble, pointing his severed hand at Weiss, exclaiming, "You don't know how to kill, do you? Look, I'm still alive. It's just that I've been cut in half. It's no big deal." Weiss sheathed his sword, noticing a naval contingent approaching from the distance. "Explain to me what you mean by no big deal about being cut in half. Anyone else would have died from your strike," Buggy shouted furiously. At that moment, the sound of marching feet echoed from afar. "Pirate Clown Buggy, you are surrounded. Surrender at once and accompany me to Impel Down to spend the remainder of your life." The naval captain, leading a squad of soldiers, raised their guns and aimed at Buggy, blocking the street to prevent his escape. Simultaneously, 3 other exits were also sealed off by soldiers, encircling Buggy in the center. In Weiss's observation, the entire road town was gradually being surrounded by the Navy, among them a presence that felt notably stronger, presumably that of the colonel. Buggy maintained his stance, seemingly indifferent to the Navy officers surrounding him. Seeing Buggy's lack of movement, the naval captain, sweating profusely, dared not underestimate the situation. This was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million. Any reckless action could spell disaster for Rogue Town. Observing the destruction around him and the scent of smoke in the air, he marveled at the devastation a pirate could cause. All they had to do was wait for Colonel Indres to arrive, and then Buggy would have nowhere to flee. Meanwhile, Buggy remained motionless, seemingly engaged in a battle of wills with Weiss. Though internally, he was in a state of panic. How could he escape? There were too many Navy officers, and how had he exposed himself like this? Damn Weiss. It was all his fault that he had ended up in such a predicament. Had he not crossed paths with him, he wouldn't have lost so much treasure. Had it not been for Weiss, he wouldn't have ended up in this cursed road town. Buggy pondered how to break free from the encirclement as the number of Navy officers continued to swell. "Navy, the battles among the strong are not for you to interfere with. Step aside. That man over there is a merciless demon who has killed half my crew and stolen my treasure. I came to Rogue Town in pursuit of him." Buggy pointed at Weiss, his voice low yet resonant, as if he were a hero ridding the world of evil, while Weiss was the true embodiment of a notorious pirate. The Navy officers looked on in confusion, astonished that the figure atop the roof could exert such pressure on Buggy, who was clearly being cornered. We thank you for your significant contribution to the peace of East Blue. We will report your deeds to Colonel Indres. He is a just man and will undoubtedly commend you. The captain saluted Weiss, surprised that this seemingly unremarkable individual had accomplished so much. I humbly request your assistance in capturing this vile pirate. Clown Buggy, the captain earnestly appealed to Weiss. Hey, what are you doing? That guy over there killed my men and stole my treasure, Buggy exclaimed, jumping up and down in frustration. What is wrong with that? The captain responded, puzzled. Is there an issue with assisting the Navy in eradicating pirates? Buggy slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Oh right, by normal logic, I should be the villain here. I am an evil pirate, damn Weiss. Look out. Buggy leaped into the air, executing a kick, and Weiss braced himself, expecting a buggy ball to be launched. However, unexpectedly, Buggy spun midair, kicking towards an exit, unleashing 2 buggy balls. The Navy officers were caught off guard. Underestimating these projectiles as merely oversized bullets, Weiss, realizing the impending danger, could not warn them in time. With 2 resounding explosions, the cries of the Navy officers echoed from the breach. As smoke billowed and flames roared. Buggy seized the opportunity to make his escape, his voice echoing through the air. Ha ha ha. Navy and Weiss, enjoy my wrath. Quick, we mustn't let this ruthless pirate escape, the captain hastily instructed, rushing after Buggy. Neglecting to check on the injured, just as the captain pursued, Colonel Indres arrived, hastily glancing at Weiss before following suit, determined to capture the clown Buggy this day. Justice cannot be desecrated. You take the goods aboard. I'll follow to investigate, Weiss said, turning his back to Karina before leaping off the roof. As she watched Weiss depart, Karina stomped her feet in frustration. In the past, she might have considered fleeing at such a moment. But now, she wouldn't think of leaving until she had plundered all of Weiss's treasures. Just wait. There will come a day when you all must disembark, and then not even a splinter will remain. Karina clenched her fists, setting a small goal for herself. This moment, Buggy was on the run, overwhelmed by the sheer number of Navy officers in Rogue Town. Even if he hid in an alley, he risked being discovered by passing sailors. In the original tale, when Buggy arrived in Rogue Town, he was not alone. He had the attention of Alvida and the Straw Hat crew, necessitating the dispatch of numerous officers. At that time, Smoker was primarily focused on the Straw Hat crew and had no time to spare for him, allowing Buggy to wreak havoc unchecked. Now, however, no one in Rogue Town had a higher bounty than him, and the Navy was prepared to mobilize their full strength to capture him. Naval forces. Buggy is not to be underestimated. Buggy dashed through the crowd, aware that the Navy hesitated to fire for fear of harming civilians, thus continuously tightening their encirclement. Buggy exploited this, sprinting towards the densest areas of people. The encircling Navy officers grew ever closer as Buggy ran frantically, feeling the pressure of their pursuit, and several black cannonballs fell from him. Boom! The cannonballs exploded, sending fireballs rolling through the air, claiming the lives of several unsuspecting Navy officers, and tragically, a few civilians who could not evade the blast. Colonel Indres, rushing to the scene, witnessed this horrific spectacle, his eyes turning crimson. Buggy, you wretched scoundrel, he shouted, abandoning the Navy officers trailing him and quickly closing the distance to Buggy. Ha ha ha. Navy, you can't blame me. Blame those fools who blocked my path. Buggy laughed as he soared through the air, his feet still running on the ground. Just as it seemed Indres would capture him, he split away, evading the grasping hand. Can't catch me, foolish Navy. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to Buggy, his crew was also being apprehended, and his ship had been located by the Navy, set to be seized. Fortunately, Kabaji, his subordinate, was quick-witted. Upon seeing the Navy massing, he ordered the ship to set sail, leaving only a solitary dinghy behind. Let us hope the captain can escape from the Navy's encirclement, he thought, circling Rogue Town, too fearful to make a break for it. After sowing chaos, Buggy successfully hid in a narrow alley. He had few buggy balls left, and lingering too long posed a risk of capture. Buggy navigated through the shadows, evading the ever-present Navy officers, wary of revealing himself. Should he be discovered, the Navy would swiftly converge upon him. Buggy's recent antics had thoroughly enraged Colonel Indres, who had ordered the Navy to seal all ports. No ships were permitted to set sail until Buggy was apprehended. The pirates in Rogue Town found themselves in dire straits. The frenzied Navy was capturing any pirate they encountered, raiding bars, inns, and mortared. A group of unfortunate gangsters, members of the Mafia, found themselves ensnared by pirates, a consequence of their earlier displays of tyranny. Chaos erupted upon the island. Under immense pressure, the pirates descended into utter turmoil, the air filled with the cacophony of gunfire and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, some pirates engaged in plunder and, once sufficiently enriched, rallied together to break through the naval blockade, making their escape into the open sea. Ha ha ha. Let this grand feast serve to cement my renown as Bluebeard, exclaimed an exaggeratedly featured pirate. Brandishing a colossal 9-ringed sword, before him stood a pair of sisters, locked in an embrace, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon him. Bluebeard raised his massive blade, the sisters' expressions filled with despair as they clung to each other, eyes shut in anticipation of death's arrival. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated demise did not come. Instead, a heavy thud resonated as something fell to the ground. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld the pirate's head severed from his body, his form collapsing lifelessly to the earth. In the distance, a young man wielded a remarkably small knife, which danced as if imbued with consciousness between his fingers, with each spin of the blade. A pirate silently succumbed, falling to the ground without a sound. The two sisters turned to look down the street from whence the young man had come, now littered with the corpses of pirates. This sight was indelibly etched into their memories. Walking along the street, Weiss himself was oblivious to the number of pirates he had dispatched. They were mere minions, had Weiss not refrained from using his sword. A mere glance could have dispatched them. Indeed, it was evident that very few ventured into the seas for the sake of freedom and dreams. The majority sought an outlet for their pent-up rage. These individuals, perhaps having been wronged, oppressed by superiors, or led astray, found their innermost desires fully unleashed the moment they embraced the life of piracy. Most pirates were inherently wicked at this moment. Weiss lamented his lack of mastery over the conqueror's hockey. A mere display of such power could have subdued the vast majority of pirates. However, given the prowess of all present in Rogue Town, it was likely that under the weight of the conqueror's hockey, they would all fall. Half an hour later, the sounds of gunfire began to wane in Rogue Town. The island's navy was not to be underestimated. After encountering the initial violent backlash from the pirates, they swiftly adapted their strategy. One port was opened, gradually constricting the pirates' territory, pushing them step by step towards the sea. With a path to escape, the pirates' resolve to resist began to crumble, thoughts of fleeing taking precedence. "Captain, shall we allow these pirates to escape to sea? Wouldn't that be too lenient?" one naval officer questioned, discontented. "Do you believe Colonel Indress would permit their departure? Do not underestimate his sense of justice. Have you not noticed that there is not a single warship left in the base? Captain, are you suggesting?" The officer's eyes brightened. "Let us return to Rogue Town. There are still pirates active there. We must drive them out to sea and let our comrades send them to their watery graves." Those wretched scoundrels. The captain led the group of Navy officers onward toward the pirates. Meanwhile, the true instigator of the chaos, Buggy, was hiding in a dark alley, peering through a crack in a box affixed to the wall. Trying to gauge the situation outside, a squad of Navy officers stood at the alley's entrance, seemingly engaged in conversation, though Buggy could not make out their words. "How strange, there are feet over there," one officer remarked, pointing at a pair of discarded doll feet. "What's so odd about that? Do not let your guard down. We are dealing with the notorious Buggy the Clown. As the Navy departed, Buggy exhaled in relief. In a mere 5 minutes, he had witnessed at least 3 squads of Navy personnel pass by outside. He dared not venture out, though he was not afraid of the soldiers. He dreaded encountering a Navy colonel or Weiss. That would leave him with no means of escape. "Captain, is that you? Are you inside?" A sudden voice startled Buggy, causing him to believe he had been discovered. Upon recognizing the voice, he realized it was Machi. "Machi, how did you find me?" "Captain, your feet are sticking out." Buggy emerged from the box, only to see a pair of bare feet resting on the ground below. Machi, riding on the massive form of Ricky, had completely blocked the alleyway. Buggy had been hiding in an empty honey box, a curious space indeed, one that only a two-dimensional realm could accommodate. When he had hidden himself, he instinctively used his devil fruit powers. While his body fit inside, his feet remained exposed. Those unaware of Buggy's abilities merely assumed the feet belonged to a discarded doll. Buggy leapt out of the box. "Ah, Machi, until now, you are the only one to come to my aid, truly worthy of being my crew member. Upon our return, you shall be appointed my first mate." Usually, Machi would have leapt for joy upon hearing such words. Having long vied for the position with Kabaji, yet to no avail. "Not so, Captain. I arrived at the seaside with the intention of finding someone to assist you, but that traitor Kabaji sailed off with the ship. Machi lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Had he not stolen the ship, I would never have returned. Roguetown was perilous, teeming with Navy officers. Several times Machi had narrowly escaped by masquerading as a circus animal trainer. What? That damn Kabaji. After all I did for him, he abandoned the great Captain Buggy and fled. Buggy seethed, his body fracturing in anger. Flailing in the air.it was evident that he was quite incensed. Captain, perhaps you should consider surrendering. Roguetown is crawling with Navy officers. They have released all the pirates and are now determined to hunt you down. Fear not, Captain. With your strength and credentials, you would only be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison. Machi urged, hoping to convince Buggy to turn himself in, thus securing his own escape. Rest assured, in the deep-sea prison, Buggy, shall find a way to escape, Buggy proclaimed, hands on hips, brimming with confidence. In the original narrative. Due to his concealed identity as a devil fruit user, the Navy regarded Buggy as an ordinary pirate, allowing him to escape and eventually cross paths with Luffy, who would willingly be captured. Why don't you go to the deep-sea prison? Buggy roared at Machi, who failed to notice the terror etched on his face as he glanced behind him. Buggy, you are under arrest. The cold steel of a sword pressed against his neck, accompanied by the chilling words from behind, rendered Buggy momentarily speechless. Sniffling back tears of fright, Buggy slowly turned his head, finding himself face to face with a smiling Weiss. Weiss, Buggy yelped, his body splitting into 3 parts in sheer panic. Run, run, run. I'm done for. I'm done for. Buggy spun in circles, but soon realized he had no escape. The only exit was blocked by the massive form of Ricky. Ricky had already covered his eyes with his paws at the moment Weiss arrived. His enormous backside protruding from the alleyway, remaining utterly immobile despite Machi's frantic attempts to move him. Ironically, Weiss had not originally set out to find Buggy. While wandering, he had spotted Ricky's enormous backside sticking out and recalled that Machi owned a lion. Thinking it might be a stroke of luck, he was pleasantly surprised, much like when he stumbled upon the 2 Sea Kings earlier. Thus, he overheard Machi persuading Buggy to surrender. It was indeed a rare sight to witness a pirate encouraging their captain to capitulate. Seizing the opportunity, Weiss placed his sword against Buggy's neck, leading to the current predicament. Regardless, you cannot escape to sea, so why not surrender? I could earn a bounty of 15 million berries, quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Weiss mused, contemplating the bounty he could collect on Buggy. How dare you mention bounty? Were it not for you robbing my treasure, would I have pursued you to Roguetown? Buggy retorted, his face darkening as he leaned closer to Weiss. Please, please, don't get so close. We are not that familiar. Weiss recoiled, eyeing Buggy with disdain. Had you not fired upon my ship, I would not have robbed you. If you had not entertained the thought of robbing me, I certainly wouldn't have taken your treasure. I am not so unreasonable. Weiss distanced himself slightly, continuing to regard Buggy with disdain. I am a pirate. When I see a ship, it is only natural to seize it. Then I must be better than you. It is only right for you to be robbed by me. Buggy fell silent, for Weiss's words held a kernel of truth. It seemed he would need to prepare more Buggy bombs next time. This time, he had not brought enough. Otherwise, he could have blasted his way out to sea, challenging anyone to stop him. Since there is nothing more to say, let us depart. Little Lion, clear the way. I must escort your captain to his sentencing. Upon hearing Weiss's command, Ricky glanced at him through the gaps in his paws, then swiftly darted off, abandoning his master. Left alone, Machi found himself at an impasse. To stay or to leave was a dilemma he could not resolve, particularly as he remained uncertain of Weiss's sentiments towards him. Did he not even think of fleeing? Bucky, you are well aware of the strength behind my fists. In that fleeting moment when Licky vanished, Bucky indeed contemplated escape, recalling the painful punch he had endured earlier. Damn swordsman, why must your fists be so formidable? With a sword poised at his neck, Bucky appeared to have surrendered resistance, yet the thoughts swirling in his mind remained a mystery to all. Hey, Lieutenant, where is your colonel? I seek to claim my bounty. Weiss intercepted a squad of Navy personnel who, upon sighting Bucky, immediately adopted a defensive stance, though the presence of the lieutenant, whom he had met once, provided a semblance of reassurance. Has Bucky been captured? I appreciate your efforts. Observing the sword at Bucky's throat and his despondent expression, combined with the prior exchange between the two, the lieutenant naturally accepted Weiss's words as truth and escorted him to the Navy's base. A contingent of Navy officers approached, handcuffing Bucky while the lieutenant guided Weiss to Colonel Indress's office. As they departed, Weiss felt a flicker of joy momentarily reflected in Bucky's eyes, stirring something within him. Lieutenant, this Bucky is a devil fruit user. If you possess sea stone handcuffs, it would be prudent to use them. Damn you, Weiss, you scoundrel. The Navy, save for Indress, was unaware of Bucky's abilities as a devil fruit user during the apprehension. With Weiss's revelation, Bucky feigned an attempt to escape. "You cannot flee." A voice echoed from outside the base as Colonel Indress deftly appeared before Bucky, fastening a handcuff around his wrist, with a resounding click. Bucky's strength waned, collapsing weakly onto the ground. His power was insufficient to counter the debilitating effects of Sea Stone on devil fruit users, unlike the 7 warlords who could still move freely even when shackled. Bucky lay defeated, allowing the Navy to drag him into prison. Had he not been restrained by Sea Stone, he would have used his powers to break free, but now all hope had dissipated. In truth, even had Weiss remained silent, Bucky would have been unable to escape. Indress had recognized Bucky as a devil fruit user upon their first encounter, especially when he returned to the base adorned with Sea Stone handcuffs. After the Navy had rounded up the pirates in Rogue Town, they returned to their ranks, while those pirates who attempted to flee by sea found themselves cornered at the exit, leaving behind wreckage that sank beneath the waves. Only a fortunate few evaded the Navy's cannon fire and escaped into the ocean, uncertain if they would successfully navigate through Reverse Mountain and get to the Navy base. In Colonel Indress's office, he informed Weiss. "Regarding the bounty on the clown Bucky, I have instructed my subordinates to retrieve it, though it may require some time." He poured a cup of tea for Weiss and settled onto the sofa. "Thank you for your contributions to Rogue Town, and no need for gratitude. We merely seek mutual benefit." Weiss declined the tea, indicating that he might have accepted a drink instead, for he was still youthful and did not feel the need for moderation. "However, as I understand it, you had no intention of apprehending Bucky upon your first encounter. It was only after the chaos he caused that you made that decision. While the turmoil was indeed partly due to Bucky, my own mismanagement played a role as well. I suspect I may consider an early retirement after reporting to headquarters, yet it cannot be denied that you are a man of justice. I hope you will join the Navy to uphold justice upon the seas." Indress's gaze was resolute as he regarded Weiss, having received reports of Weiss's numerous rescues and the pirates he had dispatched. Such a person was inherently suited for the Navy. "No, you overestimate my intentions. I merely cannot abide those who cloak their crimes in the guise of freedom, pillaging and burning at will. Should the Navy ever cross the line I hold dear, I will not hesitate to act, irrespective of allegiance. As for joining the Navy, I must decline. Even Vice Admiral Garp has approached me with that offer, which I rejected." Indress fell silent, ceasing his attempts at persuasion. Moments later, a Navy officer approached with 2 boxes containing 15 million berries. Weiss accepted the boxes and made to leave, but not before addressing Indress. "If you truly embody justice, consider visiting the jurisdiction of Colonel Mouse in the East Blue as a civilian. Remember, you must go as an ordinary person." With that, Weiss exited the Navy base, the alleyway leading him away. "Captain, we can now see Reverse Mountain ahead. Should we rest for a moment or charge straight ahead?" Cardon emerged from the helm, comparing a map in hand. Weiss contemplated for a moment. "Let us take a brief respite. We must prepare, for a moment's inattention at Reverse Mountain could spell disaster. Locate the ascending current first and inform me once you do." "Approximately how long will that take?" "Captain, if we approach Reverse Mountain, it should take about a minute. I am quite familiar with this route," Cardon assured, patting his chest. Weiss moved to the bow of the ship, where he could see a crimson landmass looming over the sea, encircling the world and dividing it in 2. Pirates from all corners sought entry into the New World, either through the Calm Belt or via Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain featured 4 powerful ascending currents. The waters there were exceedingly turbulent. Even slightly inferior ships could be shattered to pieces. Most pirates took the opportunity to regroup and inspect their vessels before attempting to traverse the current, lest they commit an irreparable error. The Chris ship required less caution. Since departing on their voyage, it had not endured any fierce battles, merely sustaining some wear from storms, all of which had been repaired. The notion of resting was also a chance for Weiss to observe how other pirates navigated the currents. Even though Cardon had traversed it before, Weiss preferred to err on the side of caution. As they gradually approached Reverse Mountain, despite the recent purges in Rogue Town and the Navy's pursuit, 5 to 6 pirate ships lingered on the surface of the sea. All vessels remained stationary. Some were uncertain how to proceed, while others wished to observe the actions of others first. Everyone understood that, aside from bracing for storms and tsunamis, the greatest threat lay in human treachery. No one could guarantee that while navigating the ascending current, another ship would not unleash cannon fire, leading to destruction. Even if one were to evade direct hits, the speed of the current was staggering. Any slight alteration in course could send a ship hurtling towards the cliffs. "Captain, we have identified a suitable current. We merely need to navigate the ship into it. Shall we eliminate those pirate ships outside first? Not necessary. They pose no threat to us. Jack, once the ship breaches the ascending current, lower the sails immediately. As for Karina, you shall serve as our good luck charm for now. Brothers, let us advance towards the Grand Line. Weiss commanded. Oh, my captain. Cardon howled, thrilled to be returning to the Grand Line for a second time. Aye, Captain, Jack replied with an air of aloofness. On the water, other pirate ships noted the movements of the Chris. Captain, one of those ships is on the move. What should we do? Scarface, what's our plan? We follow them, of course. If they have the confidence to charge ahead, so shall we. Captain is mighty. Captain is awe-inspiring. Captain, grant me a monkey. Amidst the cheers of the pirates, the captain of another ship coughed a few times. What is that pirate crew? Not a pirate ship, just a vessel displaying the word saviors on its flag. A pirate from the lookout remarked. Wait a moment. They are not a pirate crew. Let them probe the waters. Unbeknownst to Weiss, the Chris was poised to ride the ascending current towards Reverse Mountain. Cardon, I will steer. You chart the course. Jack, keep a vigilant watch. Should any pirates attempt to disrupt us, deal with them ruthlessly. And what of me? Karina, feeling somewhat neglected, asked eagerly. Although Weiss had not initially intended to assign her a role, he recognized her enthusiasm and did not wish to dampen her spirits. You, stay with Jack, and take a gun. Should enemies approach, fight alongside him. The ship accelerated, even without the aid of sails, moving at an astonishing speed. The allure of the rising currents became increasingly irresistible to the Chris, persistently tugging at it, as if attempting to draw it into the abyss. To be buried beneath the ocean's depths, the waves surged violently, the frothy white crests crashing against one another, imparting a sense of suffocation, while the ocean's waters were drawn upwards towards the upside-down mountain. After enduring a tumultuous ride, the Chris finally made landfall on the upstream route. The vessel's speed suddenly surged, and Karina, unable to maintain her balance, nearly toppled over onto the deck. Weiss, however, had no time to dwell on such matters. As he was wholly focused on steering the ship. At that moment, still amidst the ocean's embrace, a careless collision with the looming cliffs would spell disaster. The force exerted on the helm intensified, indicating that the Chris was veering off course. Weiss, how are you managing the helm? We're about to crash, Karina shrieked, her eyes wide with terror as they hurtled towards the red Earth continent, though Jack refrained from screaming. His grip on the gun turned pale, his expression betraying his anxiety as he stared ahead. Fortunately, Weiss possessed sufficient strength to guide the helm back onto a safe trajectory, propelling them towards the upside-down mountain. Boom! The ship was successfully carried aloft by the ocean currents. Now, all that remained was to deftly maneuver the helm, avoiding the remnants of other vessels above and the potential cannon fire from behind. Ensuring a smooth passage, Cardon swaggered over to Jack, teasing, I just witnessed your comical expression. Your face was ashen, wasn't it? Huh? Pathetic. If you weren't standing next to the captain, knowing he would rescue you at the first opportunity. You would have surely wet your pants, Jack retorted defiantly. Cardon chuckled awkwardly, oblivious to the fact that during his first crossing of the upside-down mountain, he had nearly lost control of his bladder. Back then, he had been an ordinary individual, and though he still was, who could deny the presence of such a formidable captain? No way. No way. You weren't seriously scared to the point of wetting yourself last time. Were you? Humph. Impossible. I was orchestrating everything back then, Cardon replied, though anyone could see he was merely boasting. Enough of your bickering. You too. The most perilous part has yet to pass. Jack, keep an eye out for any pirate vessels emerging from other seas. Upon sighting them, take decisive action. This was well aware that the greatest danger on the upside-down mountain stemmed from ships arriving from the other three seas. The four currents ultimately converged into one, heading towards the Grand Line. During this time, if two vessels reached the convergence point simultaneously, a collision was inevitable, resulting in destruction and loss of life. Weiss had even drawn his sword, prepared to eliminate any ship that crossed their path to ensure their safety. It seemed as though fortune favored them, as the four currents converged to one side, allowing the Chris to plunge into the descending current without encountering any vessels from the other seas. Boom, boom, boom. As the Chris plunged down the descending current, the fierce winds whipped against their faces, sending forth massive splashes of water that drenched the entire ship. Weiss and his crew officially entered the Grand Line. The sun hung low, casting a warm glow, while the sea shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, each wave glistening with a translucent sparkled eye in the East Sea. summer reigned supreme, yet upon entering the Grand Line, it seemed untouched by the eastern climate. A mere mountain range created such stark weather differences. This was the essence of the Grand Line's uniqueness. Each island remained unaffected by the sea's influence. Islands of spring and winter, where a single season prevailed throughout the year, were abundant. Conversely, islands with distinct seasons were the true anomalies along the Grand Line. "Am I still alive?" Karina exclaimed as she slid down the mast. In her moment of fear during the descent, she had clutched the mast and closed her eyes, marking her inaugural step into the Grand Line. Farewell, Nami. Farewell, friends. Farewell, East Sea. The three stood at the bow of the ship, with Jack's heart racing as they entered the Grand Line, the realm where the world's strongest gathered. Could such extraordinary landforms like the upside-down mountain be seen on Balin Island or in the East Sea? Indeed, venturing out to sea was essential. Cardon's emotions were conflicted. This was his second venture into the Grand Line. His first had been to evade a storm, during which he encountered the world's greatest swordsman, who had effortlessly cleaved him in two. After enduring great hardships to return to the East Sea, he had never anticipated the day he would once again tread upon this path. Viss's thoughts were simpler. First, he would forge a sword. Then, he would accomplish his initial goal of setting sail before seeking out Mihawk for a duel. If victorious, he would retire to Twin Swallows Island. As for toppling those so-called gods, he would leave that task to Luffy, the destined child. After all, according to the timeline, it would likely take 5 or 6 years, or perhaps even 7 or 8, before Viss would find himself on Twin Swallows Island, eagerly awaiting news of Luffy's triumph. "Cardon, do you know the location of Gemini Cape?" "Yes, Captain." "Then let's set sail. We shall head there to procure a log pose and select a suitable course for departure." Viss recalled an intriguing old man residing there, a ship's doctor from Roger's crew, who had sustained Roger's life during his final 3 years while also searching for Laboon's companion. It was said that the old fellow resided within Laboon's stomach. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Before long, Viss spotted a lighthouse, yet the intriguing old man and Laboon were nowhere to be seen. Inside the lighthouse, however, lay an orderly array of log poses. A note rested atop them: "Out for business. Fortunate souls may learn." Fortunate souls? What does that even mean? Surely, it referred to those who understood the necessity of log poses in the Grand Line. After retrieving one, Viss returned to the ship. "Cardon, this will ensure we won't lose our way in the Grand Line." "Really? That's fantastic. Captain, the last time we ventured here, we lost our sense of direction due to a faulty compass when entering the Grand Line, which ultimately led us into a storm." Cardon accepted the log pose, eyeing it with curiosity. Karina, having recovered somewhat, approached like a curious child, inquiring, "What is this? It seems so fascinating." "It's a log pose. Due to the Grand Line's unique properties, there are special magnetic fields between islands, which can damage compasses. Thus, this is necessary to record the next island's location to avoid getting lost. Once recorded, the pointer will continuously direct us towards the recorded island's position. So, Cardon, you can discard the compass you hold. Cardon, go and store the magnetic force of the rightmost course. Once recorded, we shall depart. Jack, keep watch for any pirates descending from the upside-down mountain." The two quietly set about their tasks, while Viss reclined in a chair, sipping coconut juice, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Or perhaps, he had always been at ease. Since setting sail, he had encountered little to pique his interest. Is it truly that marvelous? There must be countless treasures along the Grand Line. Karina's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning all the riches she could amass. "That depends on which course we choose. There are 7 routes here. Selecting one may lead us to our destination, Spade Archipelago, an island built upon a colossal tree. 7. Karina's eyes gleamed with avarice, imagining the plethora of treasures each route could yield. If one route held many treasures, then 7 must hold even more. Unlike Nami, Karina was driven by her desire for wealth, but she was not timid. Her audacity was evident when she bravely ventured into the new world as a songstress aboard the Golden Emperor's ship, ultimately stealing the entire vessel. Indeed, I recall that one of the routes leads to an island abundant with gold. Viss thought Karina would eagerly insist on taking that route after hearing his words. But to his surprise, she seemed indifferent. After all, she was not an official crew member, but rather a debt-ridden worker. One would expect her to disregard everything else upon hearing of treasures. "You must be referring to the fairy tale script of Roland the Brave, a mere child's tale that you, a grand captain, would actually believe." Karina scoffed, pulling up a chair to lie beside him. "Who said it was fake? Have you heard of Sky Island? As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, Karina shot Weiss a disdainful glance. Fine, I admit I may have overestimated the openness of the pirate world. What is common knowledge in the New World is treated as mere legend in the Four Seas. After all, that is precisely what those so-called gods wish to see. The more you know, the more detrimental it becomes to their dominion. Consider this. The Navy can construct advanced, high-tech machines like the Pacifista, yet they still rely on three-masted sailing ships to traverse the seas. Tom had already built a sea train to connect islands. Yet, the Grand Bridge project must still be executed in the East China Sea. Is it not a task that consumes both time and effort? Upon entering the Grand Line, your perceptions may very well be upended. Many legends that you could only ever read about might manifest before your very eyes. Just as you mentioned, the whimsical tales told to children about the grandiose Roland are mere fabrications. I can assure you that they hold a kernel of truth. On a certain route lies a place known as Devil's Town, an island of which only half remains. The other half is a land abundant with gold. Imagine, if you will, the sight of gold strewn across the ground, carpeting half of the island. This island has been thrust skyward by a tremendous upwelling current, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, transforming into a floating isle adorned with land. Thus, this is no mere fable. It is contingent upon whether you are fortunate enough to encounter it. With his exposition concluded, Weiss turned to find Karina fast asleep. He shook his head, resigning himself to the notion that it mattered little whether she had heard him or not. After all, his words had been spoken. Did it not resemble the waters of the Grand Line? "Captain, the recording indicator has completed its entry. Shall we set sail?" came Cardon's voice from the helm. "Then let us embark, heading toward the Grand Line." "Oh, vast ocean, you are filled with water. In a mere span of 10 days. The Chris encountered 7 storms, 4 hailstorms, and 2 thunderous rain showers. The weather here is indeed capricious. One moment, the sun shines brilliantly, and the next, one might be struck down by a bolt of lightning from above." Were it not for Weiss's quick reflexes, it is highly likely that all hands would have perished by now. Not only is the weather unpredictable, but the number of pirates seems to have surged as well, their caliber far surpassing that of the East China Sea, leaving the 3 aboard the ship beleaguered. During these encounters, Weiss would occasionally intervene against pirates, treating it as a form of training for them. In the early stages of the Grand Line, Weiss's strength allowed him to navigate with ease, provided he did not recklessly assault the Navy headquarters or Marriott a year prior. He had already achieved the status of a great swordsman. And after a year of honing his skills, combined with his naturally rapid growth, Weiss's prowess is not far behind those of Marco and Katakuri. "Captain, our provisions are running low." Karina emerged from the cabin. "Now serving as the ship's cook? Impossible. How can this be? Did we not prepare enough food for nearly 20 days? We have only consumed half." Weiss pondered, wondering if perhaps their appetites had increased of late. "My dear Captain, have we not faced countless storms and pirates? Does that not require considerable energy expenditure? Although you have not engaged in battle, the other 2 require substantial sustenance after each skirmish." Weiss scratched his head in embarrassment. "I had not considered that. There's still enough fresh water aboard. I shall address the food issue myself. Surely, a person who has trained underwater for years would not find it difficult to procure food from the sea. While the Grand Line may lack colossal sea kings, it teems with marine beasts and a variety of fish. Then, my esteemed captain, what shall we feast upon for lunch today? It all depends on how you resolve this." Karina squinted, her eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint. At the sight of that look, goosebumps prickled Weiss's skin. This young lady was growing increasingly audacious, and he would need to find someone to keep her in check. Those 2 straight-laced fellows were utterly useless. Without a female crew member, they were perpetually bickering. With a female on board, they all behaved like paragons of virtue, aloof and submissive. Who does not know their true nature? Weiss, undeterred, seized the sword resting nearby and dove elegantly into the water, disappearing beneath the surface with nary a splash. "Exquisite. Jack, anchor down. Weiss is off to fish from the depths. Otherwise, we shall have to subsist on water for the next few days." Karina shouted to the lookout. Jack paused in his task of cleaning his firearm, momentarily covering his face, seemingly embarrassed. Little did anyone know that his recent surge in appetite, coupled with a bit more consumption, had led to an increase in strength. He pondered whether the lack of food on Varun Island had stunted his growth, leading to his current predicament. Thus, the Chris stood tall upon the ocean, awaiting Weiss's return. Having sailed the seas for so long, they had yet to taste the fish from the deep waters. "Captain, there appears to be a ship ahead that seems to be adrift." Showing no signs of life, A pirate ship swayed upon the waves not far from the Chris Da. Then let us seize their treasures and women. Ha ha ha. The pirate captain issued his command with reckless abandon. Not even inquiring about the nature of the vessel. This pirate crew had been pursued by the Navy for 3 days. Having finally shaken them off, they could breathe easy, only to encounter a merchant ship. In this early segment of Paradise, they were likely to meet only small fry just entering from the 4 seas. What was there to fear, Captain? That ship bears no flag. It merely displays the words rescue. Such an unusual banner is rarely seen upon the ocean. A crew member cautioned the captain, urging him to exercise caution. That ha ha ha. Root, have you lost your nerve because of a woman? Who do you think I am? Allow me to introduce our captain. Ah, our captain is the infamous Doran, with a bounty of 80 million berries and renowned as the Beast of Fury. Doran, a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height, with disheveled hair and a scar slicing through one eye. Displayed his well-defined muscles beneath a pirate cloak, wielding a spiked club within easy reach. Captain, if you speak thus, I am invigorated. Let us see if your battle prowess has been dulled. Root licked his lips. Steadying his massive blade, the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes fixed upon the immobile Chris in the distance. Boys, let us extend our greetings. Yes, fire, fire. As Jack prepared to return to the lookout, his expression shifted dramatically. In his line of sight, a pirate ship was rapidly approaching the Chris. Cardon, come out. A pirate ship is on its way. Cardon emerged from the helm, still holding a book on navigation. He had been diligently learning about the intricacies of the Grand Line. Discovering that many common knowledge from the East China Sea proved useless here. There are pirates. What are you waiting for? Jack shouted, already rushing toward the ship's bow, with Karina following closely behind. Cardon leaped from the helm. No longer resembling the timid figure he once was, he was now prepared for battle. The 3 stood at the bow as the pirate ship unfurled its sails, demonstrating a blatant disregard for their presence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jack remained unfazed, raising his weapon to take aim, firing 3 precise shots that echoed across the waves. His marksmanship had grown increasingly adept. Cardon, you, and Karina, ready the cannonballs. We cannot simply endure without retaliating. Cardon, upon hearing this, joined Karina as they swiftly moved to load the cannonballs, knowing they were currently unable to contribute beyond this measure. These cannons had been retained at Jack's insistence after he had argued passionately for their utility in dispatching a group of pirates. They could not forever remain under Weiss's protective wing. Their current strength was still significantly lacking, necessitating the presence of such artillery. After some contemplation, Weiss had decided to keep the 2 cannons, as they were easily movable and occupied little space. Now proving their worth, have you 2 finished loading? Jack inquired. All set. Both are ready. Upon hearing this, Jack lowered his weapon, feeling frustrated at having to endure without retaliating, especially when the Chris remained stationary and thus vulnerable. With composure, Jack took aim. The cannonballs launched by the pirates were deftly intercepted by Cardon, those that missed plunging into the sea. In the pirate world, the accuracy of cannon fire relied heavily on luck. Yet for a sharpshooter like Jack, cannonballs and firearms were indistinguishable. After a series of adjustments, Jack ignited the fuse. Captain, fortune smiles upon us. It seems we have stumbled upon an unarmed cruise ship, a pirate announced. Having spotted the Chris, which appeared to possess only a few guns, perhaps even just 2 cannons to TO them, it was akin to being unarmed. Ha ha ha. Lads, cease fire. Do not harm our esteemed patron. Once aboard, be on your best behavior. Do not harm anyone. After seizing the treasure, you may dispose of it as you wish. Doran grinned menacingly, his expression exceedingly cruel, as the Navy pursued them for several days, leaving him quite vexed. Under Doran's command, the pirate ship ceased its cannon fire. At that moment, Jack fired the first shot, which landed not far from the pirate ship, splashing into the sea. Laughter erupted from the ship. Are the gunners trying to make me die of laughter? They can't even hit us from this close. Perhaps they were intimidated by our captain. Ha ha ha. On the Chris, the 2 men saw the cannonball splash into the water without even a furrow of concern on their brows. They believed wholeheartedly that Jack could not possibly miss the pirates. Their faith in his skill surpassed even his own. Observing the Chris, which had only fired a single shot, and the pirate ship positioned across the waves, now preparing to charge for close combat, Jack revealed a cruel smile. Pirates, come and embrace the baptism of cannon fire. Cardon, let us make a wager. I can topple their pirate ship with 1 shot. Do you believe it? The loser must wash the winner's socks for a month. Jack grinned mischievously at Cardon. Cardon calculated in his mind. I believe you can hit the pirate ship, but to sink it with a single shot? That would require more firepower than your current cannonballs. From what Cardon understood, Jack's developed bombs had yet to succeed. Thus, the odds of winning this bet were exceedingly high, so I want to gamble. Jack, I trust you. Tsh, coward, Jack scoffed disdainfully. Enough? What time is it? You two are still joking around while the pirate ship is almost ready to adjust its course. Karina could no longer tolerate the dawdling of the two. Calm down, Miss Karina. My aim is precise. One shot is guaranteed to send the pirates to the heavens. Jack raised an eyebrow. He adjusted the cannon once more, intently observing the movements on the surface of the sea. Seemingly calculating the wind speed. 10 seconds later, Jack murmured. Now, he brought the torch close to the fuse, igniting it with a sizzling flame that erupted into radiant sparks, the scent of gunpowder invading his nostrils. Whoosh! The cannonball cut through the air with a piercing sound, propelled by the wind. It traced an arc through the sky, seemingly about to plunge into the sea once more. The pirates aboard the ship continued their raucous laughter, confident in their experience that this cannonball would undoubtedly land in the water. This was a shot that could not possibly hit the pirate ship, especially since the opposing force had proven too feeble, having only fired 2 shots thus far. Yet the captain gazed at the cannonball with a strange sense of foreboding, as if danger loomed. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Not good. However, it was already too late. The pirates watched helplessly as the cannonball struck below, where the pirate ship's second level housed countless cannons and explosives. Run, but alas, it was far too late. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions reverberated as Jack's cannonball detonated all the bombs aboard the pirate ship. Instantly, the distant sea erupted in a blaze of fire, a massive inferno exploding upon the waves. The pirates on the second level, unable to react, were engulfed in the flames. The pirate ship was left in ruin. For being on the open sea, some of the flames were quickly doused by the surging waters, preventing an immediate disintegration. One could clearly see the ripples created by the explosion spreading outward, forming waves that slapped against the nearby kriss. Splintered wood flew through the air, and the shock waves from the blast wreaked havoc. Those pirates who escaped the inferno were met with deadly shards of wood that claimed their lives. At this moment, the pirate ship creaked ominously, with half of its structure intact yet teetering on the brink of collapse. The surviving pirates clung to charred planks, flailing on the surface of the sea. The ship had sunk halfway, while the remaining portion floated ablaze, the flames creeping higher. The surviving pirates could no longer endure the intense heat and began jumping into the sea. The crew of the kriss watched the scene unfold in silence. Jack silently relishing the masterpiece he had wrought. Oh, what if the range was insufficient? So what if the firepower was lacking? In battle, it was all about strategy. He had indeed sunk a pirate ship with a single shot. Cardon, observing Jack's brash demeanor, was relieved he hadn't taken the bet despite the high odds of winning. After all, would that brooding man make such a wager without confidence? Look out at the sea. It seems some pirates are swimming over. Should we take them out? Karina remarked. Noticing survivors making their way toward the kriss, it appeared one individual was dragging another, moving with remarkable speed. Jack, there's someone fast over there. Take them out. Without a word, Jack seized his gun and aimed at the surface of the water, firing a shot that sent a spray of blood into the air before the figure vanished, seemingly sinking to the depths. With each gunshot, pools of blood surfaced, as pirates fell one by one to Jack's marksmanship. The principle of kicking a fallen foe was universal in that world. There was no moral burden on his conscience. After all, what pirate had not taken lives? Karina observed the scene closely, unable to believe that such a swift individual could be felled by a single shot from Jack. This was not to say Jack was weak. In the presence of sea pirates, a cautious heart was never misplaced. The few pirates who had miraculously survived the explosions were dwindling, and with Jack's gunfire, more corpses littered the ocean, while fewer scoundrels remained in the world. As the last shot rang out, no living pirates were visible before the kriss. Perhaps some pirates, seeing the impending demise, had swum elsewhere to escape. Uneasy, Jack extended his observation hockey out over the sea, confirming there were indeed no surviving pirates, allowing him to finally lower his weapon. He glanced despondently at the two beside him, who appeared unfazed. Perhaps beginning to comprehend some of Weiss's sentiments. At the stern of the kriss, a slight figure was struggling to haul a burly man, blood streaming from his shoulder. The sea returned to tranquility, swallowing all traces of the explosion, with waves rolling steadily. Had one not experienced it firsthand, no one would believe a pirate ship had just sunk beneath the waves. The three felt a sense of elation. This marked their first true annihilation of an entire pirate vessel, albeit through somewhat underhanded means. I wonder if Weiss will believe us when he returns, Karina mused with a smile, her eyes narrowing. Who knows? Perhaps he is still deep in some trench. It's only been a little over 10 minutes, so he probably hasn't found suitable prey yet. Cardon gazed at the sea, his expression contemplative and intriguing. You really shouldn't wear such an expression. It's rather creepy, Jack scoffed, unable to tolerate Cardon's feigned profundity. What did you say, brooding man? I'm talking about you. What's wrong? Coward, Karina, witnessing the exchange, smacked her forehead and turned to return to the cabin to prepare the remaining provisions. Just as she turned, she froze in place. You two, stop arguing. It seems we've encountered serious trouble, Karina stammered. Attempting to pull the two back, her hands trembling and unable to do so, the two still bickering turned to see two figures on the deck. These two stood at the cabin's entrance. One wielding a large knife, blood staining his shoulder as he bandaged himself, while the other was drenched, bare-chested, wielding a massive spiked club. They glared at the trio with a calm demeanor, but their eyes burned with fury. Even from a distance, one could feel the heat of their rage, as if they wished to incinerate everything in sight. Karina darted behind the two, redirecting the cannons. This was the only weapon she could wield at the moment. Jack, without hesitation, raised his gun, enveloping the entire Chris with his observation hockeyed. A series of gunshots rang out, smoke curling from the barrel as bullets sliced through the air, spiraling at high speed, ripples of pressure radiating through the atmosphere. Clang! Doran raised the wolf fawn club in his hand, and the bullets seemed to possess a mind of their own as they collided with him, sending sparks flying and transforming into two iron projectiles that plummeted onto the deck. So it was you little brats who capsized my ship. Dolan's face darkened, and an aura of murderous intent, almost palpable, surged forth, striking the three individuals. This is bad, Jack, standing at the forefront, was the first to feel the onslaught of that killing intent. His thoughts ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, his body trembling uncontrollably under the weight of the threat. Jack realized why they had dealt with pirates so effortlessly before, while it was partly due to their recent entry into the Grand Line. The more crucial factor was that Weiss had always eliminated the more formidable opponents beforehand, leaving them oblivious to such raw murderous intent. The two men hunched over, bending their legs as if summoning every ounce of strength to stand upright. Do not mistake Jack's weakness. The disparity between them was vast. One was a sharpshooter armed with a gun, while the other was a seasoned warrior accustomed to close-quarters combat at sea. The gap was already significant. And now the marksman was cornered by a tank. How could they possibly counter this? At that moment, a cannon barrel emerged between the two, with Jack and Cardon positioned in front, while Karina remained unaffected by the overwhelming pressure. Glaring at the cannon, Dolan's eyes burned with even greater intent to kill. Such a trivial device had obliterated years of his efforts at sea. Just as he prepared to advance and eliminate these three brats, he paused, turning to Luddy with a bloodthirsty glint in his gaze, as if he wished to crush the one obstructing his path beneath his wolf fawn club. Upon meeting Luddy's resolute stare, coupled with the blood streaming from his shoulder, Dolan's expression softened slightly. Luddy, do not hastily kill them, Dodo, and be careful not to damage our ship, for at that moment, Dolan had come to regard the Chris as his own possession. Rest assured, Captain, I shall make them wish they were never born. Luddy tightened the bandages around his wounds, wielding his large blade in a circular motion, causing it to whirl like a windmill, generating a fierce gust that rustled the newspapers on the table. Karina, fire! Cardon, panting heavily with his hands on his knees, loathed his own weakness. Having believed that vanquishing a few small pirates was a feat, he now found himself unable to withstand the most basic of pressures in the presence of true strength. Whoosh! The cannonball was expelled with a deafening screech, soaring past the two men in front as if intent on annihilating the enemy ahead. Luddy continued to advance with a leisurely demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the explosive projectile hurtling toward him. His focus solely on the three who had destroyed his ship. Bam! It was not the sound of an explosion, but rather Luddy's swift kick that sent the rapidly approaching cannonball soaring into the sky, where it detonated in a cloud of black smoke, leaving him unscathed. How is this possible? Cardon was astonished at such close range. How could he have kicked the cannonball away so quickly? What speed and reflexes! Jack understood all too well the velocity at which cannonballs were fired. The adversary before them was despairingly formidable. Brats, is that all you can do? As Luddy spoke, his figure had already vanished from sight. This is bad. Jack, witnessing Luddy's disappearance, hurriedly pushed Karina aside. In that instant, Luddy reappeared before them. Swoosh! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed, and both could distinctly feel the steel gliding across their bodies, slow yet agonizingly swift. Two contrasting sensations torturing them. Gush! Blood erupted from their chests, steaming as it splattered onto Luddy's face. That moment, he extended his tongue to taste it. Such warm blood. It drives me mad. Luddy appeared transformed. His pupils reduced to mere pinpricks, the whites of his eyes dominating his gaze. Yet this was insufficient. You have destroyed my ship. How could you not endure greater suffering? With that, he swung his blade once more. Intent on torturing the two brats before him. No. Karina cried out in despair, wishing desperately for Weiss to appear before her, her heart consumed by regret. For the first time, she felt her strength was woefully inadequate. Powerless to intervene as her companions faced peril. Just as Karina's cry pierced the air, Jack and Cardon bore several fresh wounds anew. Doran, satisfied as he beheld Luddy's handiwork with the Wolf-Fang Club, revealed a cruel smile. Yes, just like that. Ha ha ha. These damned ants have dared to destroy the ship of the great beast. As he watched the weeping Karina, Luddy's smile grew even more sadistic. Why do you not fall? Is this the posture one should adopt before a true warrior? You two wretched ants. After delivering several strikes, Luddy concluded that a few more blows would likely finish them off. Thus, he resorted to using his fists, unleashing a torrential storm of blows upon the two. Jack drew his gun, aiming it at Luddy, but the moment he raised it, Luddy crushed it effortlessly in his grasp. Cardon attempted to retaliate, but his arm was rendered limp by a single punch. The fist rained down like a deluge upon them, an excruciating pain enveloping every inch of their bodies. At that moment, their ability to stand was solely supported by sheer willpower. They could not fall, nor could they allow their enemies to underestimate them. Fall down, you little ants. Fall down. Luddy's taunts echoed in their ears. You seem to be enjoying this. A chilling voice resonated from behind Karina, as if it had crawled up from the depths of hell, infused with the essence of all life. Weiss, come save Jack and the others. Karina shouted in excitement. Do not cry. It will be all right. They will be fine. Weiss gently stroked Karina's hair, his tone now vastly different from before. Upon seeing Weiss, Luddy was overtaken by a sense of danger. A chill racing down his spine. His hand, poised to strike again, swung into empty air. Upon closer inspection, the two individuals resembling sandbags had been rescued by Weiss. He laid them flat on the deck. And through his observation, he sensed that they were not in mortal danger, only suffering from excessive blood loss and a few broken bones. Whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate, it seemed that due to their frailty, their adversary had to restrain his strength to avoid killing them with a single blow. Whether to feel fortunate or mournful, since you take such pleasure in torturing others, allow me to give it a try. Weiss, assured of their safety, instructed Karina to tend to their wounds before gradually rising to his feet, unleashing a formidable aura. Across the ship, a crimson killing intent enveloped the entirety of the Chris. Just as Jack and Cardon had been, Luddy now found himself ensnared in a similar predicament, yet the fear within him intensified. The abyss-like murderous aura was boundless. This overwhelming presence seeped into Luddy's nerves, leaving him unable to resist. Ugh! Amidst the sanguine aura, Luddy howled like a wolf, barely managing to stand upright. A red mist coiled around him, as if attempting to drag him into the depths of hell. Oh, you have risen. This is where you shall perish. With that, Weiss grasped the sword at his waist, and the ship's killing intent erupted to its zenith in an instant, crimson threads entwining around the blade, rendering it a deep scarlet. Luddy struggled to grip his large knife. Crouching defensively, he understood that his only chance was to block. If he could endure, he might prolong his life. Normal attack, 1,000 strikes in an instant. Weiss vanished from sight, and in that moment, Luddy's expression shifted dramatically. He flailed his knife wildly in the air, as if such a motion could stave off Weiss's assault. Puff, swoosh, in that fleeting instant, countless blood-red sword lights flickered across Luddy's body. The sounds of steel slicing through flesh relentless. The blades cut into him like serrated teeth, continuously shredding his flesh. A desperate scream echoed across the sea. A whirlwind swept by, and Weiss appeared behind Luddy, his long sword slowly sliding into its sheath 1,000 times, neither more nor less. Puffed. As Weiss's words fell, blood gushed from Luddy like a fountain, splattering recklessly across the deck, while his throat gurgled as if attempting to utter something. His gaze lost its luster. In his final moments, he beheld Karina tending to Jack and Cardon. Now it was your turn. Weiss lifted his gaze to the towering figure before him, a man exceeding 3 meters in height. his murderous intent unmistakable that a flicker of madness crossed Doran's eyes. The moment he witnessed Weiss brutally slaying Ludi, he understood that he was no match for him. But what could he do? They were at sea. He was a devil fruit user. Where could he possibly escape? He could only fight. To survive, he must tear apart his enemies in battle. Roar. Doran let out a thunderous cry, gradually morphing from a human voice into a beastly roar. His body began to swell, muscles coiling tightly over his scarred form, dense fur sprouting forth to envelop him entirely. Finally, his head completed its transformation into that of a beast, a massive black bear. Standing over 7 meters tall, took its place on the deck of the Chris ship, wielding a wolf fawn club that surpassed 3 meters in length. Thus, the title of Doran, the frenzied beast, was born. A Zoan-type black bear fruit granting immense strength, tough hide, and a surge of vitality, but also a propensity for uncontrollable rage. The colossal body bore down with a massive bear's head, its blood-red eyes fixated on Weiss. Seemingly hesitating, a deafening roar erupted, as if to bolster his own spirit, and he raised the wolf fawn club to strike Weiss down. Damn it, my deck. I don't have a carpenter. Weiss's already furious demeanor erupted into a full-blown rage. How dare you damage my deck? With every step Doran took, the deck splintered beneath him. By the time he confronted Weiss, his momentum reached its zenith. Approaching closer, he bent his legs and leaped onto Weiss's head, bringing the hefty wolf fawn club crashing down toward him. Using a wolf fawn club, do you think you're Kaido? Weiss's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward, one leg bending, dark haki bursting forth from within him, instantly enveloping his sword. It's not that I can't defeat you. Even without haki, I could handle someone like you. I simply fear shattering my sword. Clash. The metallic clash resounded from their point of contact. Weiss remained steadfast, while Doran, landing on the deck, continued to exert pressure, attempting to force Weiss down. A bear. You're far too weak. Weiss controlled his strength, striving not to destroy the Chris ship, for he would have nowhere to seek repairs. Had they not grievously injured Jack and Cardon, Weiss would have dispatched this massive bear with a single blow. Under Doran's bloodthirsty gaze, the two bear-like arms pressed down relentlessly, as if this alone could vanquish Weiss. Yet, no matter how hard Doran tried, Weiss's hands remained as immovable as Mount Tai. Not even the deck beneath him cracking under the pressure. Doran found himself deeply questioning his existence. How could the disparity be so vast? At this moment, consumed by his complete transformation, Doran's mind struggled to keep up. A flicker of anxiety creeping into Weiss's observation haki allowed him to sense even the slightest hint of deceit in a person. And Doran's rising panic was effortlessly perceived. You're anxious, are you? Just this. For reasons unknown, upon hearing these words, a surge of inexplicable rage swelled within Doran. Unable to suppress Weiss any longer, he was suddenly overwhelmed by brutality. Smash, smash, smash the ant before me. Bang, bang, clang. Doran swung the wolf fawn club incessantly, as if hammering iron, relentlessly striking at Weiss. In stark contrast, Weiss's feet remained planted. He simply wielded his longsword, effortlessly parrying the seemingly ferocious wolf fawn club. After a prolonged exchange, Doran, panting and realizing he could not overpower Weiss, finally halted his assault. Have you had enough? Then it's my turn. With that, Weiss's aura shifted dramatically, a glint of crimson igniting in his eyes. His murderous intent surging forth, crashing into Doran's mind. Now thoroughly consumed by his beastly form, Doran's mind dulled, and with Weiss's killing intent igniting his rage, he lost all reason, seeing only destruction of all he surveyed. Weiss regarded the now frenzied beast with an unchanging expression, swinging his longsword forward, a red flash coalescing into a line that sliced toward Doran. Sensing the imminent danger, Doran instinctively raised his wolf fawn club in defense. Alas, Weiss's strike, imbued with murderous intent, was beyond the feeble defense of a mere wolf fawn club. Sizzle, the red light met the black wolf fawn club, effortlessly slicing through it, like winter's snow meeting the gentle sun. It dissipated without a sound. The 3-meter-long wolf fawn club snapped in two, the breakage as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Doran's entire visage. The red slash, having severed the wolf fawn club, continued unabated toward Doran's chest. Uft! A 2-meter-long gash appeared, slanting from Doran's left shoulder to his abdomen. The dark fur was cleaved apart, blood saturating the wound. Roar! The excruciating pain forced Doran to howl at the sky, bewildered as to why such a seemingly ordinary strike could inflict such agony. And how could the typical regenerative powers of a Zoan type fail him here? Doran sensed his wound was not healing. If Weiss were to learn of this, he would merely scoff, thinking, with such a level of mastery. You expect to heal? Dream on, realizing the pain. Howling now, don't rush. This is just the beginning. Who knows how Weiss felt upon witnessing Jack and Cardon's injuries? Thus, he had swiftly eliminated Ludi, the architect of this chaos. As for the true culprit, he would be dealt with slowly. Another slash followed, leaving yet another gash on Doran's body, a fork-shaped wound appearing on his chest. Enveloped in Weiss's murderous aura, he seemed unable to control his muscles. Rendered immobile, powerless against Weiss's relentless onslaught. Reflect on the deeds you've committed. How could you become so cowardly? Don't. Now. Our pirate king Weiss's eyes shimmered with a chilling light. Do not be deceived by the bear's pitiful state. The bounty of 80 million berries he commanded in the earlier part of Paradise attests to the deeds he has committed that a man like him has taken at least 800 lives. Considering his brutal methods, who knows how many he has tormented? Had Weiss been weaker than them, it is likely he would be the one lying on the ground, howling in despair. The victors write history. There is nothing more to say to I in the midst of his intense pain. Doran muttered, his wolf-fawn club severed, his spirit and will crushed under Weiss's might. We are all heroes of the sea. Grant me a swift end. Doran seemed prepared for a noble demise. Heroes, a swift end. Ha ha, that is the most laughable joke I've heard on the Grand Line. What kind of hero are you? Merely a scoundrel of the sea, a swift end. Have you ever granted your victims a swift end? Look at yourself. You still call yourself a pirate? Weiss retorted disdainfully. With every word Weiss uttered, his long sword would swing once. And in mere moments, Doran bore several new wounds. What exactly do you want? Anger could no longer convey his emotions. He merely wished to tear apart the impudent child before him, that it seemed the fierce emotional turmoil sought to break through Weiss's killing intent that clouded his thoughts. And one could clearly see Doran's bear-like body trembling violently. Boom! Doran finally regained control of his arms, seemingly breaking free from Weiss's oppressive killing intent, preparing to pummel Weiss into submission with his fists. Ha ha ha, little brat, your killing intent no longer affects me. Now it's my turn. Observing the raucous laughter of Doran, a hint of mockery crossed Weiss's lips. Ignorant, what is the greatest despair of mankind? It is the moment when hope appears to be within reach, only to discover that it was merely a cruel illusion crafted by the enemy, rendering it true despair. Doran roared as he charged forward, his massive form crashing down upon the deck, shattering it beneath him. As he excitedly aimed to strike Weiss on the head. After all the fun, we still need to tend to the wounds of the two, Weiss murmured softly, seemingly oblivious to the impending bear paw descending upon him. Doran, exhilarated, was mere moments away from delivering a crushing blow to the head of the man before him, convinced that victory would ultimately be his. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, the expression on his face froze in place. In an instant, 1,000 strikes, a crimson glow re-emerged, and a flurry of slashes transformed into a relentless swarm, incessantly hissing against Doran's body. The red strikes blossomed like radiant flowers, enveloping Doran as he beheld the most splendid moment of life in his final seconds. Weiss reappeared, sheathing his sword, as the overwhelming aura of bloodlust ebbed away, restoring the ship to its original state. Doran collapsed to the ground, unresponsive, his body reverting to its former state, riddled with sword wounds. What has happened to them? Weiss hastened to Jack and his companion's side. If they've lost too much blood and have been bandaged, but I cannot reset the broken bones. That we must find a doctor quickly. Karina said anxiously, looking at Weiss as if he might devise a solution. Just as Weiss furrowed his brow to utter something, a voice echoed from the sea. Attention, vessels ahead. We are the Navy. Have you seen the pirate ship of the beast Doran? The Navy pursuing Doran has arrived. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a colossal fortress loomed over the Grand Line, dominating the entire island, exerting its might over the seas and suppressing countless pirates. It upheld peace upon the oceans with absolute justice. At this moment, within the vast crescent-shaped bay, countless warships were entering and exiting the harbor, either returning from missions or preparing to embark on new ones. Massive fortress cannons loomed over the harbor's high walls, akin to ferocious beasts. However, their symbolic significance outweighed their practical value. Weak pirates could not utilize them, and strong pirates had no need for them. A towering edifice stood at the heart of the fortress, emblazoned with the two grand characters, Navy. Each floor was bustling with Navy personnel rushing about, as every event reaching headquarters demanded urgent attention. Here, Time was a luxury they could not afford. On the top floor resided the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Yet, what should have been a solemn office was filled with discordant laughter. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, I've found your donuts again. Trying to hide them from me? How stingy. Kapu, that was my last bag of snacks. How did you find it? Sengoku's frustrated voice echoed from within the office. Outside, the soldiers on guard had long since grown accustomed to such antics. Standing firmly at their posts, come on, Sengoku, don't be so stingy. It's just a bag of snacks, Kapu declared, plopping onto the sofa and unceremoniously devouring the donuts. Opposite him, Sengoku sat beneath the plaque of justice, letting out a helpless sigh as he continued to sift through the documents before him. Kapu, you still carry such nonchalance, remarked Akiji, the admiral seated beside him. Today, no crisis warranted the admiral's intervention, allowing him a rare moment of rest at headquarters. Usually, he would be seen cycling with a penguin. It was indeed a rare leisure for Akiji, who donned a lazy demeanor, as if he were about to recline on the sofa. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door interrupted the moment. Report. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, intelligence has arrived. Enter. Sengoku replied without lifting his gaze, burdened by the multitude of matters demanding his attention. A Navy soldier stepped inside, saluting before placing several documents on Sengoku's desk. This is information relayed by Major Riggs regarding the pursuit of the beast Doran. The beast Doran? Is he the user of the animal-type black bear fruit? A pirate with an 80 million bounty? How did such news reach here? Sengoku furrowed his brow in disbelief. When had an 80 million bounty pirate become significant enough to warrant the admiral's attention? Had the subordinates grown so complacent? He was aware of the two individuals mentioned, notorious for their cruelty towards captured foes. The Navy had also suffered at their hands. Otherwise, Sengoku would not have retained such vivid memories. However, upon seeing the two photographs attached to the intelligence, his frown deepened. Were these indeed the beast Doran and his sadistic subordinate? The two figures in the images were shrouded in blood, their features barely discernible, having been subjected to countless wounds from Viss's blade. What kind of enmity did they provoke to meet such a grim fate? Sengoku inquired of the soldier, for such brutality seemed excessive, even in the vastness of the ocean, where far more fearsome individuals lurked. No, these two were slain by Viss, the great swordsman from the East Blue, whom we were advised to keep an eye on. The soldier clarified. That moment, Kapu's head popped up from behind Sengoku, chewing thoughtfully. Wow, how did these two offend that little brat to end up so gruesomely? He mused. I didn't see such murderous intent from him during my last spar with Bogart. You're standing too close. Kapu, donut crumbs are sticking to my face, Sengoku complained, shifting aside as if to distance himself from Kapu's presence, tossing the photos toward him. The situation is as follows. It appears that Viss's ship ran out of provisions, prompting them to anchor and fish in the sea, where they fortuitously encountered the beast's pirate crew. Due to the small number of crew aboard the Chris, the sniper named Jack managed to hit the beast's powder magazine with a single shot, leaving only himself and his officer alive. Haha! What bad luck! Kapu burst out laughing, inadvertently spraying Sengoku with donut remnants. Kapu, stop fooling around and get out, Sengoku bellowed in anger. The messenger soldier could only shake his head. Continuing, afterward, the two boarded the Chris and tortured the crew members. Ultimately, Viss emerged from the depths, executing both of them. This moment, the Navy was in pursuit of Viss, and his two injured crew members were being treated aboard the warship. Due to prior instructions, any news of this individual required reporting and documentation. Thus, the major had transmitted his information. After hearing this, Sengoku waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. This was a directive from Sengoku, as Kapu had once mentioned seeing a familiar shadow in Viss's swordsmanship. Initially, it was assumed to be merely a dual-edged sword technique, easily forgotten. Yet Sengoku had not abandoned the thought. After all, if Viss were indeed the heir of the Golden Lion, it might lead them to the location of the Golden Lion himself. For a notorious pirate who had vanished nearly 2 decades ago, his ambition undoubtedly harbored a grand conspiracy. Finally, tracing Viss's sailing direction, it took them over half a month to locate Twin Swallow Island. Through merchant vessels and covert investigations, they gleaned no useful information. The only detail acquired was that Viss enjoyed training alone by the sea, ultimately preferring to submerge himself underwater to practice swordsmanship. Never seen receiving instruction from another, such a talent seemed ripe for recruitment into the Navy, not only to bolster their combat capabilities but also because of his tender age, an 18-year-old great swordsman with such terrifying potential. One could only wonder what heights he might reach as he continued to grow. even with the fleet admiral orchestrating matters and the three admirals suppressing the seas, alongside a Navy hero instilling fear. The Navy's legacy had already suffered a fracture. No new generation had emerged to carry the flag. Moreover, it was essential to keep him under surveillance, no matter how skilled his swordsmanship, under their watchful eyes. Even if he were truly the heir of the Golden Lion, what could he accomplish within the Navy headquarters? Grasping the pivotal threat of this situation, Sengoku swiftly issued orders to contact the Major. To test the waters, for nothing ventured, nothing gained. In the first half of the Paradise on the Grand Line, the Chris was docked alongside the Navy warship, with Weiss standing on the deck, awaiting the Navy to tend to Jack and Karina's injuries. This was the outcome he had secured through the bounties of the two after encountering the Navy. The Major had indeed permitted this. It was an order from above regarding an individual warranting attention. And it was a rather beneficial arrangement. Moreover, this also constituted an additional source of income, as the intelligence had already reported Weiss's feat of slaying Doran. Thus, the Navy would have to pay a bounty. But now the bounty had transformed into compensation for Weiss to treat two of his crew members, a sum of 80 million for Dolan and 38 million for Root, altogether exceeding 100 million in bounty. Each individual aboard the warship would receive a share, leaving a substantial remainder. Such a fortunate turn of events was certainly not something the Rear Admiral would refuse. Now, Karina, the naval doctor, may not be hailed as the finest in the world. Yet she is far from inept. She has dealt with injuries like those of Jack and his companions countless times, so there is no need for concern. Weiss called out to Karina, who was pacing incessantly. One might have thought her husband was inside giving birth. That was a misstatement. Men cannot bear children. But that conveys the sentiment, does it not? Karina said nothing, merely letting out a silent sigh. Enough with the sighing. Once they recover, I will subject them to rigorous training. It seems their previous complacency has led to this predicament. I have been too lenient with them. They couldn't even defeat a petty pirate with an 80 million bounty. Such cowardice is utterly disgraceful. The soldiers on guard nearby, overhearing Weiss's words, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They thought to themselves, brother, this is merely the first half of the Grand Line. Where pirates speak of Paradise. An 80 million bounty is already quite formidable here. Even in Paradise, it would still be impressive. After all, before becoming a warlord of the sea, Crocodile's bounty was barely under 100 million. How could it then be perceived as insignificant in your eyes? Mr. Weiss, our admiral wishes to speak with you. Upon seeing the Rear Admiral approach, the Navy members tucked away their thoughts and straightened their posture. Determined to present their best selves to their superior, the Rear Admiral waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to vacate the area, as he was unsure of what to say. What if it pertained to a secret? Why does Admiral Sengoku wish to speak with me? Weiss pondered, perplexed. Killing a minor pirate hardly seemed worthy of alerting the highest authority of the Navy. Could this pirate have some special status? A fallen noble? A prince of a foreign land? Or perhaps a member of the celestial dragons lost to the world? With a furrowed brow, Weiss accepted the transponder snail from the Rear Admiral. He possessed one himself, though it had never rung. If he called others, they never answered. Hello, Sawadika. This is Weiss. The formerly calm transponder snail suddenly transformed into a comical face. Haha, Weiss the brat. Do you remember me? It's Garp. Shortly thereafter, a loud thud was heard, as if something heavy had fallen. The transponder snail then displayed a pair of bulging eyes. Hello, I am Admiral Sengoku. Of course, I know you are the Admiral. There's no need to emphasize that, Weiss thought, though he would never voice it. Hello, Admiral Sengoku. How may I assist you? Weiss held the utmost respect for the Admiral, who bore the weight of the world government while maintaining justice upon the seas. He could be considered a scapegoat caught between the Navy and the Gorosei. After taking over the chaotic seas from Steelbone Kong, due to a remark from Roger, he ultimately reached an agreement regarding the warlords of the sea under the pressure from the Gorosei. Currently, he merely maintained the facade of stability among the Navy, warlords, and the four emperors. It was only after a certain destined child set sail that everything began to change. That year, the supernovas stirred the seas into unrest. I am calling today to invite you to join the Navy. If you accept, I can personally promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral. Sengoku wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Weiss was taken aback by such directness. Did the Navy truly hold him in such high regard? Including Sengoku's invitation, this marked the third time. Moreover, this was the highest rank offered thus far. Garp had once extended an invitation in Logtown, and Colonel Enderles had done so once. Weiss had not believed that one was truly his decision. Was he really that sought after? If Weiss had known that Sengoku intended to keep him under close surveillance, he might have had different thoughts. Meanwhile, the rear admiral stood by, rendered speechless in astonishment. This was not a grand conscription. The Navy's combat power was formidable, yet they were promising a rear admiral rank so readily. He was unaware that Sengoku would not dismiss any information regarding the Golden Lion, even if it was merely Garp's instinct. But who was Garp? A top-tier powerhouse of the seas, such instincts were, in themselves, a form of evidence. Furthermore, those who wielded dual swords were rare, and it was even rarer to cultivate a young swordsman of such caliber. If Weiss ultimately cleared his name, Sengoku would not hesitate to nurture him as the Navy's next generation. Admiral Sengoku, I would like to pose a question. If you answer, I shall accept your offer, Weiss insisted, determined to clarify the Navy's intentions regarding his recruitment. You may ask, do you uphold the justice of the Navy, the Celestial Dragons, or the Gorosei? If the justice of the Navy conflicts with that of the Gorosei, what would you do? Sengoku fell silent, and Weiss waited for his response. The rear admiral, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat, wondering why he had to hear such words in his mind. The Navy should be unconditionally obedient to the orders of the Gorosei. After a moment of silence, Sengoku finally spoke. I understand. The transponder snail was abruptly disconnected. Weiss returned the transponder snail to the rear admiral, shrugged his shoulders at the awkwardness of the situation, and walked over to Karina. How are Jack and the others faring? They're nearly done. The Navy doctor is finishing the last of the bandaging. He provided us with some medicines for later use. The doctor, having received a little extra compensation, is particularly attentive. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, after hanging up the call, Sengoku found himself alone in a strangely quiet office. He pondered whether the actions of the Navy over the years truly embodied justice. Moreover, he was aware of the clandestine dealings of CP, as a man of his rank could not be oblivious. Yet, what could he do? If the Navy were to sever ties with the world government, the enormous military funding would lead to its immediate disintegration. After Weiss posed his question, Sengoku realized that Weiss would never join the Navy. There were questions he simply could not answer. Regaining his composure, Sengoku returned to work. That Weiss's inquiry might have caused him to reminisce for a few minutes, but it would not affect him in the grand scheme of things. After a while, Sengoku suddenly picked up a photograph. With distinct sword wounds visible, he wondered if the familiarity stemmed from Garp's earlier remarks or simply because they both wielded dual swords. He summoned a Navy messenger and instructed him. Go inform Mihawk that an 18-year-old great swordsman has emerged in the Grand Line. Although the messenger was perplexed by the order, he complied. With the messenger's departure, the office fell into silence, save for the sound of Sengoku's pen scratching across the documents. The warship, carrying 2 corpses, slowly departed from the Chris. With 2 injured crew members, Weiss had no desire to hasten the journey. After replenishing some fresh water and provisions on the warship, along with what Weiss had caught, there was no urgency. The Chris drifted leisurely toward its intended destination. By nightfall, the 2 unconscious crew members finally regained consciousness. To facilitate care, they were placed in the same room. At that moment, Karina was changing their dressings, but her technique appeared somewhat brusque. His dada. The 2 men winced in pain, exchanging glances at Karina's back. Almost simultaneously, they murmured, "Did you offend her?" "I did not." They lay silently on the bed. The pain in their bodies was insufficient to dispel the confusion in their minds, both wondering where they had wronged this woman. A mere worker treating official crew members in such a rude manner was utterly unreasonable. Weiss entered, carrying 2 portions of food, placing them before the injured men. There was no question of feeding them. They would need to eat on their own. Without hesitation, the moment they laid eyes on the food, their earlier doubts vanished. After all, what could be more important than eating? Observing the 2 devouring their meals, Weiss once again marveled at their remarkable vitality. For individuals from Blue Star to survive such severe injuries was already a feat. How could they possibly eat after merely resting through the bandaging? This included Cardon, that weakling. Seeing them eat heartily, Weiss remarked, "You are far too weak. Weak to the point of being indescribable. That I thought you could at least defend yourselves. Yet you were utterly humiliated. You know the bounty of the one who defeated you? It is merely over 30 million berries. You couldn't even handle someone of such insignificance. Have you trained so poorly that it has become a joke?" The 2 men, engrossed in their meal, slowed their eating at Weiss's words, their expressions betraying a flicker of uncertainty. At last, unable to consume any more, he cast an awkward glance at Weiss. Weiss spoke the truth. Despite their successful cannon strike that obliterated an entire pirate ship, Jack understood that a measure of luck was involved. Had the adversaries exercised even a modicum of caution, they would have easily evaded that cannonball. Moreover, they were utterly outmatched by the surviving captain and crew, who had effortlessly subdued them. In that moment, both felt a profound sense of shame. Realizing that these individuals were formidable pirates who roamed the seas, the disparity in experience and strength was stark. Just look at yourself, Jack, the self-proclaimed finest marksman of the East Blue, reveling in the destruction of a pirate vessel while remaining blissfully unaware of the intruders aboard. Is your observation hockey merely for show? And you, Cardon, who claim to be the greatest navigator of the East Blue. Navigators must possess combat prowess, as well. In the New World, certain exceptionally powerful pirate crews have navigators who can effortlessly dominate all pirates within their territory. Do not tell me you were caught off guard, or that navigators are exempt from battle. Weiss observed the two with their heads bowed. He softened his tone, stating that the most crucial aspect of this vast ocean is survival. Without it, all claims to greatness are rendered meaningless, and a dead champion is no champion at all. To survive, one must possess strength, the ability to crush all adversaries. Once you have healed, I shall subject you to rigorous training. If you cannot endure, it will merely confirm your inadequacy. With that, Weiss exited the cabin, leaving the two feeling dejected. Sensing Weiss's departure, they gradually lifted their heads. Cardon spoke first, tauntingly. Mysterious man, don't perish under training. Otherwise, I shan't retrieve your corpse. That sounds like something I should be saying to you. Weakling, your forte is certainly not in combat. Who says navigators cannot fight? Haven't you heard the captain speak of the formidable navigators in the New World? Cardon retorted defiantly. Perhaps he was reluctant to discourage you. Jack pondered for a moment. Mysterious man, you're courting death. Weakling, it's you who's inviting doom. And thus, the two injured men resumed their brawl. Consequently, their scuffle reopened their wounds, leading to a severe reprimand from Karina. As night fell, the moon seemed to hide its visage, while the stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the sky. Weiss made his way to the deck, stowing away the sunshade and reclining in a chair. Such a scene was rare in his previous life. Apart from the childhood memories of gazing upon the resplendent Milky Way, it had vanished with adulthood, taking with it the small fish that once swam in the nearby streams. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Karina's footsteps approached as she settled into a chair beside him, mimicking Weiss's reverie of stargazing. Such a sight, even upon the sea, was a rarity. Each day was a battle against pirates or storms. Who had time for leisure? Have the two of them rebandaged their wounds? Weiss inquired. Indeed, but I wonder why their spirits remain so buoyant. You might consider them youthful, yet they are both in their 20s. Cardon is already 25, Karina replied cheerfully. In the grand scheme of this ocean, we are all still quite young. Ugh, 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 Karina suddenly retched. Goodness, are you pregnant? When did those two move so swiftly? But wait, you've only been aboard for a month. That has hardly enough time. Don't pin this on us. Weiss replied warily, eyeing Karina. None of them wished to play the role of an unwilling guardian. Just then, a fist aimed at Weiss's eye flew towards him, but he deftly dodged it. What are you thinking? I'm only 17. How could I possibly be pregnant? Do you think I'm so indiscriminate? Karina responded, offended. It's your words that disgust me. You're only 18. After all, still quite young. As she spoke, Karina looked at Weiss quizzically. You don't harbor any ill intentions toward me, do you? She instinctively covered her chest, only to realize it was futile. Weiss was taken aback by her gesture. What an unexpected display. Impossible. You're not my type. Even if I were to leap from here, or if Kaido were to descend from the sky, I still would find you appealing. That's a relief. Karina shot Weiss a knowing look, then lay back to continue enjoying the breeze and the stars. Weiss fell silent, his thoughts consumed with how to train Jack and Cardon. His expectations for Jack were modest. He only needed to ensure that Jack could best another Jack, considering their similar ages. With nearly 3 years having passed since Luffy set sail, they had 2 more years until they encountered Jack. At that time, Jack would be a mere 28 years old. Who would have thought? Following the timeline, he was now only 23, just 3 years older than this Jack. In 5 years, there was no reason he shouldn't surpass him. As for Cardon, he would first focus on building physical strength, and later, he would provide him with a devil fruit. It was not necessary for Cardon to achieve greatness in battle. Merely avoiding being a hindrance and ensuring his own survival would suffice. 5 days later, Jack and Cardon had shed their bandages and were able to move about. In the following 2 days, apart from the scars on their bodies, no signs of injury remained. Initially, Weiss had hoped for a few days of rest, but instead found himself on deck, saying nothing as he kicked them directly into the sea. forcing them to swim alongside the ship, continuing on their path. Weiss moved the lounge chair to the back of the ship, observing the two floundering in the water. Normally, swimming would not require constant vigilance, but he feared a sudden sea beast might swallow them whole, leaving him with no means to intervene. This was merely the first stage of their training. After sufficient swimming, there would be a variety of training exercises aboard. This time, Weiss intended to push them to their limits, as long as they did not perish in the process. Karina, clad in light attire, approached Weiss with a glass of juice she had obtained from a naval vessel, which also contained a variety of green vegetables. Weiss, I feel our ship is rather monotonous. We should consider adding some decorative items. Karina mused, leaning against the railing and gazing at the two below. I think it's perfectly fine. What is so dull about it? Isn't ship meant to be just this way? Weiss replied. The deck of the Chris was sparsely furnished. Apart from Weiss's lounge chair and sunshade, there were only the two cannonballs that Jack had brought aboard for such a large deck. It appeared quite empty. Compared to the Straw Hat Pirate ship in the original story, it felt rather desolate. There were no lawns, no orange trees, and even the training equipment was stored away in the cabin. That one do. If we don't plan to change ships in the future, we ought to decorate the Chris properly. In a monotonous environment, people's mindsets gradually shift, leading to a sense of isolation. Karina asserted earnestly. Then look at the two below. Do they show any signs of a shift in mindset? Weiss pointed out. They are different. One plays with his gun daily, while the other immerses himself in navigational books. How could they possibly be bored? Not everyone is as peculiar as you two, Karina retorted. Well, then, it's settled. If their mindsets are changing, it's simply because they have nothing better to do, wasting their limited energy. Weiss remarked, casting a glance at Karina. Fine, I'll leave it to your discretion. After all, there's plenty of space. Karina cheered at this. Feeling the ship was exceedingly dull, everyone could find their own tasks. Yet she felt her only contribution was cooking. Unlike other pirate crews, where one could scheme to seize treasure, aboard the Chris, the only way to leave would be after everyone disembarked, taking the ship with them. However, the thought of Weiss's strength left Karina feeling disheartened, uncertain if such an opportunity would ever arise. Meanwhile, the two men in the water, after a prolonged struggle, were creating less and less splash. This was not a diving competition. The more perfect the dive, the less splash indicated a higher score. On the surface, as their splashes diminished, it signified their waning strength. With diminished strength came the risk of sinking. Cardon, not being a dedicated combatant, was the first to falter. Even after training in the East Blue, he could not compare to Jack. Cardon, can't you hold on any longer? Do you need my assistance? Just say the word, and I'll haul you back aboard. Weiss called from the ship. Cardon, don't listen to the captain. You're nearing your limit. Just hold on a little longer. You can break through this barrier, Jack urged, genuinely concerned for Cardon's stamina. How could I possibly give up? I am a man who has survived 2 complete crew wipeouts. Cardon gritted his teeth, swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater, ignoring Weiss's words. After enduring the torment inflicted by the pirates, he had vowed to train diligently, not only in navigational knowledge, but also in combat skills. He no longer wished to experience that sense of powerlessness after a quarter of an hour of relentless swimming. It seemed as though every ounce of his strength had been depleted, leaving him too fatigued to converse with Jack. The mere act of swimming in the sea now relied solely on the persistence of his consciousness. Just as Cardon felt he could endure no longer, a surge of newfound energy seemed to flood his body, wrapping him in warmth and revitalizing his limbs. Cardon felt invigorated once more at that moment. Weiss tossed down a rope, instructing Cardon to grasp it, pulling him up, leaving Jack to swim alone below. Cardon collapsed onto the deck, unable to move like a lifeless fish. That newfound vitality had seemingly become an illusion. His chest heaved like a bellows, gasping for air. Very well, you have surpassed your limits on your first swim, proving that you still possess room for growth, and further affirming one crucial truth, Weiss remarked, piquing Cardon's curiosity about this revelation. What truth? He wondered. That you are indeed weak beyond measure. I suspect you have not trained at all in the East Sea, merely hiding away to study navigation. Captain, how can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? I have simply been studying while exercising. Cardon exclaimed, agitated. Was this a denial of his efforts? Enough. I acknowledge your training, but your methods are misguided. Rest for 15 minutes. Then complete 3,000 push-ups, Weiss commanded, handing Cardon a cup of water to replenish the fluids lost through strenuous exertion. Half an hour later, Jack was pulled aboard by Weiss. and after resting, he commenced a new round of training. From now on, both of you shall swim 50 laps around the ship every morning, followed by push-ups. You must utilize all the training equipment before you can rest. Afterward, we shall engage in combat training. Endure beneath my blade for 10 minutes. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. A smirk graced Viss's face at this proclamation, sending a shiver down the spines of the two still immersed in their training. Finally, I will place you on a small island, and your sole responsibility will be to breach its defenses using only your own strength. This is the plan I have devised for you. Whether the two in training were listening or not, Karina cast a sympathetic glance their way. Encountering such a captain was a stroke of fortune. Among the pirates Karina had met, only Viss sought ways to enhance his crew's combat capabilities. The rest merely replaced their fallen comrades, for the world was never short of pirates. Alas, such was their misfortune. Amidst such devilish training, they could only fathom the extent of the torment they would endure, both physically and mentally. Viss viewed it differently. Better to endure some hardship now than to risk their lives later. Logically, in 6 months' time, their powers should significantly increase. What would Kobe become when he encountered Luffy 3 years hence? After months of training with the Navy, there was no reason these two should be weaker than him, especially since Jack was in a phase of rapid growth. 6 months later, the Chris was docked at a harbor, preparing to disembark onto an island. This island was peculiar, with every street lined with a variety of trees, golden leaves, white peach blossoms, and vibrant red flowers painted a picturesque scene, rather than the trees merely accentuating the houses. It was as though the homes were constructed within the forest, a row of villas nestled among the majestic mountains. Some residences were even built atop towering trees. Jack and Cardon had completed all their training, including survival on a deserted island, and their appearances had transformed. They appeared more spirited, with Jack standing taller, his entire demeanor exuding newfound vitality. Cardon, no longer the image of frailty, now radiated the aura of a skilled practitioner even from a distance. Before them lay this island, the first inhabited land they encountered upon entering the Grand Line. The Chris had not followed the recorded compass direction but drifted aimlessly across the sea, wherever the currents took them. Whenever they spotted land, they would replenish their fresh water. When provisions ran low, this would dive into the sea to forage. At that moment, Cardon and Jack engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, the loser remaining on the ship as the watchman. Meanwhile, Karina had long since vanished in a flashpoint. 6 months. Do you have any idea how I've spent this time? Jack had rushed to the weapons shop, his ammunition running dangerously low and in desperate need of replenishment. Cardon tasked Viss with procuring books on navigation, having nearly exhausted all the material available on board. As Viss strolled through the bustling streets, he was rejuvenated by the lively atmosphere. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares enveloped him, and he felt vibrantly alive. Indeed, prolonged exposure to a specific environment can profoundly influence one's spirit. As he observed this vibrant world, Viss pondered why he had taken these two weaklings aboard his ship. Dispelling that ludicrous thought, he shook his head, realizing he need not worry any longer. After departing the port, a dock worker hastily made his way deep into the island. This island, known as Canopy Island, was home to a kingdom called Canopy, though it was more an organization managed by the island's inhabitants. The island thrived due to the abundant availability of shipbuilding materials. Perhaps he could find a shipwright here, Viss mused as he walked along the tree-lined streets. The trees, pruned in a unique manner, allowed sunlight to filter through, illuminating the pathways. The air was infused with the natural scent of mingled flowers and trees. One hand held a delicious skewered delicacy, while the other grasped a newspaper that piqued his interest. Fire Fist Ace challenges the 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks. 5 Zo and Devil Fruit users mysteriously vanished. It appeared Ace had reached the New World. After all, he was not as aimless as Viss, possessing a clear objective. Recognizing the sensational headlines, Viss understood Ace merely sought to reconnect with Shanks to express gratitude for his care of Luffy. Having perused the articles, a particularly striking news item caught his eye. The Celestial Dragons are set to visit Canopy Island to inspect its local customs. Viss noted the date. It was scheduled for tomorrow, but paid it no mind. As long as he maintained a respectful distance, there was no need to provoke them. Leaving the island now was out of the question, as they had already spent too long at sea. Wandering the streets, he marveled at the unique local culture. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Fishmongers, news vendors, and fruit sellers filled the streets, creating a vibrant marketplace. Despite its small size, the island boasted an abundance of resources. Following his usual routine, Viss purchased all necessary ship supplies before searching for navigation books, only to find that few people on the island seemed to have an interest in reading. When he inquired, Most were unaware of any bookstores. "Are you searching for a bookstore, sir?" Turning towards the source of the voice, Weiss beheld a middle-aged gentleman in a suit, stout and leaning on a cane. Appearing somewhat unsteady on his feet, beside him was a young girl, around 7 or 8, clad in a pristine white dress, nervously clutching the man's hand. Her cherubic face bore a hint of baby fat, accompanied by 2 charming dimples, rendering her exceedingly adorable. "Yes, I am indeed looking for a bookstore," Weiss replied with a warm smile, his polite demeanor enhanced by his striking appearance. People generally appreciated courteous individuals, and being handsome only amplified his appeal. "Unfortunately, there are no bookstores on this island. Those born here have been immersed in the timber industry, and the knowledge passed down through generations suffices for their lifetime." He lamented. "How unfortunate." "Thank you for your enlightening response," Weiss replied politely, preparing to take his leave. "However, if you seek books on navigation, I happen to possess a few at home. Might I extend an invitation to you?" "Young friend?" The middle-aged man smiled amiably, his invitation feeling more like that of an old acquaintance rather than a stranger. Weiss contemplated briefly, activating his observation hockey to scan the area within a 10-mile radius, instantly absorbing a wealth of information that a few individuals lurked in the shadows, seemingly guarding this man. Satisfied that no danger was present, Weiss responded, "I would be honored." "Not at all. My name is Gru," he said, extending his slightly pudgy hand. Weiss, he hesitated momentarily before shaking Gru's hand. "This way, please," Gru said, his perpetual smile and rotund figure making him seem unthreatening. Yet, from that moment on, Weiss kept his observation hockey active, maintaining vigilance as they walked side by side, the little girl occasionally glancing curiously at Weiss. As Weiss glanced over, she immediately diverted her gaze, feigning nonchalance. Little did she know, her actions were laid bare before Weiss's observation hockey, which even allowed him to sense the curious emotions of the young girl. Strolling down the bustling street, Gru elaborated on the history of Canopy Island. 3 centuries prior, Canopy Island was but a desolate land. It was only when a navigator arrived, discovering the abundance of timber perfect for shipbuilding, that he chose to settle here. Through generations of continuous development, the islanders established the reputation of Canopy Island, attracting more visitors, some of whom decided to make it their permanent abode due to the appealing environment. The finest shipbuilding materials from the sea are indeed the precious atom trees, yet few possess the means to acquire them. If the pinnacle of shipbuilding techniques resides in the city of 7 waters, then the abundance of shipbuilding materials is found here on Canopy Island. Gru, a merchant whose lineage has thrived on the island for generations, does not trade in the various shipbuilding materials available but rather in essential goods that cannot be produced here. Approximately 50% of the everyday necessities on the island are distributed through him. Although these items may seem trivial, their sheer volume and sustainable nature ensure they are never in short supply. Gradually, Gru guided Weiss to a cluster of buildings concealed among the trees. Upon witnessing the bustling activity within, Weiss inquired of Mr. Gru, "Which of these structures is your residence?" All that you see belongs to me," Gru replied with a smile. Weiss fell silent, wishing she could reprimand herself for her impulsive words. "When our ancestors first arrived on this island, it was already well established. Continuing in the trade of those materials would inevitably lead to conflicts with others. Our strength is quite limited, thus we opted for these seemingly low-profit items. The pioneers recognized that we posed no threat by merely dealing in necessities. Instead, they extended considerable assistance to us. The original intent of our forefathers was simply to secure a foothold on Canopy Island with these goods. Yet eventually, we would have to engage with materials. After all, that is where the significant profits lie, potentially equating to a year's income for others in just a month. What they did not anticipate, however, was that these seemingly meager products would yield such astonishing returns. Many material merchants ultimately faced bankruptcy for various reasons. At that juncture, our ancestors extinguished any ambitions of venturing into the material trade, focusing instead on the provision of everyday items. As they walked, Gru continued to share tales of their family lineage. Yet, Weiss was perplexed as to why he divulged such information to a stranger. Gru wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, a result of their extensive walk. "These are hardly secrets. Anyone who spends time on Canopy Island will learn about our family." He reminisced about how material merchants once envied their profits and attempted to undermine them, only to fail. Gru continued to converse, with Weiss listening attentively. Now, an unsettling premonition gripped Weiss, as if her decision to procure books was a grave error. As they traversed the narrow paths between the trees, everyone encountered greeted Gru. These were the island servants. In Weiss's perception, the individuals here possessed formidable strength, surpassing even those covertly guarding Gru. A couple exuded an exceptionally fierce aura. Their gazes fixated on Weiss from the moment they entered the estate. Weiss chose to ignore them, reasoning that together they posed no threat. Being in the estate while listening to Gru recount the past felt like a rare privilege. Failed. Logically, even if you have established yourselves here. Your foundation should be inferior to those entrenched material merchants, Weiss casually remarked. Indeed, we cannot compare in terms of business scale or connections. However, our top-tier strength is unmatched by theirs. I trust that someone like you understands that in these seas. Numbers mean little to certain individuals, Gru replied, casting a meaningful glance at Weiss. Sir, which room will you be occupying today? A butler approached Gru. Let us stay in the central building today. It houses a complete library with the items this young friend requires. Gru said, his eyes narrowing with a smile, devoid of any airs of a grand proprietor. The butler glanced at Weiss before making his way toward the heart of the estate. I ask for your understanding. I manage 50% of the island's everyday goods, which has drawn the envy of many ambitious individuals. Consequently, I face assassination attempts each month. The construction of these numerous buildings serves to obscure the assassin's vision. Moreover, I never rest in the same room for more than 2 consecutive nights. Occasionally, I even change rooms in the dead of night. As Gru continued to elaborate, Weiss grew increasingly perplexed, though Canopy Island was not small. With 9/10 of its territory covered in various trees, the population remained sparse. Even if he controlled the channels for 50% of the island's necessities, such caution seemed excessive. Furthermore, their top-tier combatants had once been capable of single-handedly opposing entire nations. Surely they had not diminished to such a degree now. Please, young friend. Gru maintained his characteristic smile, seemingly exuding charm. Regrettably, Weiss was well aware of one truth. Those with squinted eyes often conceal monstrous intent. Before them lay a grand castle reminiscent of medieval Europe. Its gates now swung open. A procession of servants streamed out, lining up on either side. Gesturing for their entry point, 2 individuals stood beside Gru, one a towering figure. 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles radiating an aura of brute strength. The other, less than 2 meters tall, slender, clad in athletic wear, exuding the charm of a friendly neighbor. Yet in Weiss's eyes, the latter appeared even more formidable than the behemoth. At this moment, if Weiss could not discern the underlying issues, his intellect would surely be called into question. Mr. Gru, I am merely here to purchase some maritime books. Surely such pomp is unnecessary, Weiss said. A glimmer of danger flashing in his narrowed eyes. In that instant, the 2 individuals positioned themselves protectively in front of Gru, their unwavering gazes locked onto Weiss, as if prepared to unleash a tempest of violence should he exhibit any hint of malfeasance. Matt, Emma, you may withdraw, Gru commanded, and without hesitation, they retreated behind him. Witnessing this scene, Weiss inwardly marveled at Gru's formidable control. These powerful beings exhibited such obedience to an ordinary man. I trust that with your strength. You are not intimidated by this situation, young friend, Gru asserted, brimming with confidence. I must admit, I feel a twinge of fear, Weiss remarked before striding away, leaving behind a nonchalant silhouette. Even the seasoned Gru found himself bemused by Weiss's demeanor. What was this game? Was he not supposed to laugh confidently and saunter in? This was unlike the strong individuals he was accustomed to. Truly, he was not mistaken in identifying Weiss as a potential successor to the Golden Lion, a young swordsman of unparalleled prowess. His character was indeed peculiar. Young friend, please wait, Gru called out as he watched Weiss's retreating figure, struggling to maintain his smile. Weiss had become the strongest individual he could currently engage with. If he could not persuade him to stay, the Gru family would find themselves in peril. Hearing the call behind him, Weiss did not falter. Did Gru think of him as some sort of fool? Subject to his whims, how utterly underestimating of him. Mr. Weiss, I simply wish to request your assistance, Gru said, sensing Weiss's unwavering pace. As Weiss continued onward, he contemplated employing a swift maneuver to escape. All he desired was to swiftly depart this estate and take in the island's most breathtaking scenery. Was that not the purpose of venturing out to sea? Mr. Weiss, should you assist me, I can offer you a devil fruit as compensation. Upon hearing this, Weiss halted in his tracks, standing still. It seemed merely listening to a request was not an unreasonable endeavor. Within the castle's reception room, the towering walls adorned with various European-style oil paintings boasted an array of classical furnishings. Weiss sank into a plush sofa, which enveloped him in its softness. Jello appeared to have discerned Weiss's habits, prompting a maid to present a tray adorned with red wine. Weiss, holding the aerated wine, brought it to his nose for a whiff. The aroma was exquisite, indescribable, and he concluded it was the finest red wine he had ever encountered. After a brief inhalation, he returned it to its original position, for Weiss was not invulnerable to toxins and dared not indulge in such wine. Observing Weiss's actions, Jello offered a wry smile, aware that the seemingly relaxed swordsman opposite him had yet to abandon his wariness. "Weiss, my dear." Jello refrained from addressing him too casually. If Weiss were merely a well-meaning gentleman seeking to sell books, such a salutation might have been acceptable, but in the current context, it was prudent to clarify matters first. "Before I comprehend your intentions, you must disclose how you came by my information." Upon hearing this, Weiss's languid demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as though any unsatisfactory response from Jello would provoke immediate hostility. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Jello summoned a servant to escort the young girl away, leaving only Weiss and Jello in the expansive parlor. Unbeknownst to Weiss, two presences lurked in the shadows. "Mr. Weiss, it seems you are unaware that your information is not a secret among a select few. In fact, across this vast ocean, anyone who has attained the pinnacle of their profession is familiar with your name. You are, in essence, an invisible celebrity." This statement was not difficult to comprehend, although Weiss's reputation was not overtly prominent on the seas. Those of note were well acquainted with his details. How is that possible? Weiss furrowed his brow, reflecting on the two instances he had truly engaged in combat along this journey, the skirmish with Bogart and the two sadists. Such encounters hardly warranted widespread attention, so how could so many know of him? Jello seemed to have regained his composure, reverting to the demeanor of a middle-aged man with narrowed eyes. "That it is due to the Navy's interest. They suspected you had ties to a notorious pirate, prompting them to investigate your background. You can access the Navy's files? Do you take me for a fool? Or do you think the Navy is inept?" No, Mr. Weiss. Initially, the Navy merely regarded you as a young swordsman emerging in the East Sea, instructing their subordinates to keep an eye on you. They wished to prevent such a person from becoming a criminal. Thus, during that period, your information was virtually transparent to those with means. The Navy does not pay particular attention to the records of a swordsman, even a young one. This presented an opportunity for ambitious souls on the sea. Should they manage to recruit you, it would significantly bolster their own strength. The higher-ups in the Navy were aware of this and did not intervene, considering it a boon for their own ranks. Allowing them to trade some useless information. It was only when Admiral Sengoku took a keen interest that your information became classified. Now, all that remains visible is a young swordsman. The fact that this swordsman is the heir of a legendary pirate has been kept under wraps. After all, if the heir of the pirate Admiral, Gold Lion, were to surface on the seas, no one could predict the ramifications. The motives behind this heir's voyage and the intentions of the legendary pirate behind him were subjects worthy of contemplation. This was a figure who once stood toe-to-toe with the Pirate King. Had it not been for that storm, if too many ambitious individuals learned of this, they might attempt to contact Gold Lion through Weiss. From Garp's intuition, this had already caught Sengoku's attention. However, after Weiss firmly rejected the Navy, Sengoku had only passed Weiss's information to Mihawk and classified it as top secret. Upon hearing this, Weiss pondered whether such caution was necessary. That notorious pirate had vanished from the seas nearly 20 years ago. Was he still of such significance? This line of reasoning struck Weiss as rather absurd. After all, he was the one destined to seize the helm from Gold Lion. "So, what is your invitation about?" "There are many stronger than I upon these seas," Weiss stated, his expression impassive as he regarded Jello. Jello mused silently. "Should I reveal that I had formulated a more detailed plan prior to inviting you, and that you are merely an accessory?" "Mr. Weiss, you jest. Truly, few can surpass you on these waters." My invitation was not a particularly arduous endeavor. You mentioned a devil fruit as compensation. Do you truly think this is trivial? Do you assume I am unaware of its value? By the way, what type of fruit is it? You must know. It is a paramecia, the warp fruit. One who consumes it can instantaneously arrive at locations they have previously visited. "Farewell," Weiss retorted, abruptly excusing himself. Such a fruit could surely attract powerful allies to the Navy. A paramecia of spatial nature? Any fruit associated with space is inherently formidable. Offer such a fruit as remuneration. What an arduous task that must be. And why, pray tell, does Jello not consume it himself? Setting aside other considerations, it would undoubtedly be exceptional for fleeing. Wait, Jello called out as Weiss made to depart. You might want to listen, if you find it unworthy. I shall not insist. Weiss genuinely wished to leave, yet an insatiable curiosity compelled him to remain. Curiosity truly can be a perilous thing. To kill a man. Whom do you intend to slay? Weiss instinctively inquired. The celestial dragon. Farewell. Before Jello could finish, Weiss had vanished in a flash. Jello stood in stunned silence, his expression one of bewilderment, as he realized he had spoken without thought. At that moment, Matt and Emma emerged from the shadows. Standing beside Jello. Did I speak too slowly? The youth clad in athletic attire questioned, frowning at Weiss's vanishing form. Not at all, my lord. It was Weiss who was too swift, came the reply. Jello shook his head in a wry smile. Realizing he should not have mentioned the celestial dragons, he could have simply referred to the steward. Do not be misled into thinking that the steward's position is exalted. To them, the only distinction between him and a slave is the absence of the celestial dragon's mark on his back and the freedom to move about. Losing one would not affect them in the slightest. Why does Jello wish to eliminate this steward? Because this steward has set his sights on the Jello family's business, which encompasses not merely 50% of Crown Island but extends throughout the Grand Line. Why select Weiss? Firstly, he is easily approached. Secondly, he is young and allegedly the heir of Gold Lion. Such a person, impulsive and reckless, is easily manipulated. Should Weiss accept such a proposition, Jello's plans could remain dormant, with all dangers borne solely by Weiss. Furthermore, given that he is suspected to be Gold Lion's heir, this burden can be said to be negligible. Jello had prepared all his arguments, with years of experience. He was confident in his ability to ensnare Weiss. Although the process had taken an unexpected turn, it remained within his control. He simply had not anticipated Weiss's speed, leading him to vanish upon hearing the mention of the celestial dragons. It felt as if his carefully prepared words had struck nothing but air, rendered utterly ineffective. My lord, do you think he might go? Emma's heavy voice suddenly interjected. Not at all. He is a strong man. Not a snitch, Jello asserted with conviction. Matt, go and seek out Weiss again. I truly wish to avoid that plan. The risk is too great, Jello instructed. Very well, my lord, Matt replied, pondering whether to report Weiss or warn him. The audacity of a native attempting to assassinate a celestial dragon was indeed a bold notion. Weiss reclined atop the expansive canopy of a grand tree, the sun unabashedly bathing his face. Below, a bustling street teemed with life, oblivious to the figure lounging above. Plucking a fruit from the tree, Weiss hesitated to partake. It was an unfamiliar variety, though its fragrance was quite delightful. As he inhaled the aroma of the fruit, his gaze drifted to an opposite window, where the arrangement of items suggested a lady's quarters, and his mind wandered. Wait a moment, I can see into the opposite bedroom. Startled, Weiss felt a jolt of realization. Thankfully, the room was unoccupied, or he would have found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Be mistaken for a peeping Tom would be utterly lamentable. Weiss leapt from his concealed perch, ensuring no one had witnessed his descent before emerging from the alleyway. You just jumped down from that tree. A youthful voice piped up from behind him. Startled, Weiss turned to see a child and quickly retorted, I did not. You must be mistaken. I observed that this tree bore the marks of many climbers, all of whom sought to catch a glimpse of Sister Sophie. Do not attempt to deny it. The boy, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years of age, possessed a strikingly delicate visage. With a round, cherubic face, he was clad in impeccably clean attire, albeit marred by numerous patches. Witnessing the boy's earnest expression, Weiss felt a twinge of incredulity. It seemed that even a casual sunbathing session could lead to such encounters. Little one, you are mistaken. My brother is merely here to pluck this fruit, Weiss calmly asserted, grasping the fruit in his hand and fabricating a perfect excuse. You speak falsely. The inhabitants of Tree Crown Island are well aware that this fruit smells delightful. Yet even dogs refuse to consume it. The boy retorted, pointing at the fruit. I am utterly innocent. Weiss explained, Do you possess any coin? I can keep your secret for just 100 berries, the boy adeptly proposed. Recognizing the boy's demeanor, Weiss understood that he was likely a seasoned troublemaker. Lowering his gaze to meet the boy's eyes, he inquired, Do you know who I am? Never seen you, came the reply. Have you ever encountered me? Not at all. Do you know where I reside? The boy hesitated but ultimately replied, No. Then farewell to you. With that, Weiss vanished, leaving the boy in a state of bewilderment, who subsequently screamed in fear. A ghost. At that moment, a melodic voice emerged from behind the little boy. Willis, where's the ghost? Although the voice was gentle, upon hearing it, Willis's complexion shifted dramatically as he turned, trembling. Before him stood a slender woman with flowing hair, wielding a thick wooden stick. Upon seeing the stick, Willis swallowed hard. "Sister Sophie, please, hear my defense. I was not extorting. I was merely observing the peepers. You must believe me. Is that so? I offer you money to watch the voyeurs. Yet here you are resorting to extortion. Quite the business genius you are." Sophie ominously tapped her stick as she approached Willis. "Please no, don't strike my face," the alley echoed with his anguished cries. Meanwhile, what was Weiss up to? Nothing in particular. Simply meandering through the bustling streets, he noticed a woman followed by a procession of individuals, each laden with an assortment of packages. Bystanders pointed and whispered, criticizing the extravagant woman and pondering why she did not come to spend her coins at their establishments. Upon spotting Weiss, the woman's eyes brightened. "Weiss, is that you?" It was Karina, who, having spent far too long aboard the ship, had unleashed her true nature upon disembarking. The allure of the local attire had compelled her to indulge in extravagant purchases, ultimately necessitating the hiring of islanders to carry her parcels. "Money? You speak of repayment? For what? The entire ship belongs to me. Repayment is unnecessary. Did you truly spend 6 months' wages on all this?" Weiss exclaimed. Incredulous. "Indeed, what's the matter? It's merely clothing, not excessive. And what of the decorative items, the embellishments aboard the ship?" He had assumed that Karina sought provisions for life aboard. My heavens, you wouldn't exploit your crew, would you? Shouldn't those items be procured by you as captain? Are you still considering my wages? At this, Karina instinctively recoiled, eyeing Weiss warily. No, I'll purchase them myself. Just be careful, Weiss cautioned before proceeding deeper into the streets. He had no concerns for Karina's safety on the island on the seas. It was not merely about conflict. In this thriving commercial hub, pirates would be disinclined to disrupt the peace unless provoked. Should these merchants feel threatened, they would issue bounties that would summon bounty hunters like hounds catching a scent. Such bounties often exceeded the pirates' own capabilities, rendering them more effective than naval warrants. Trouble would rarely find Weiss unless he actively sought it out. "Hey, handsome, I have a newspaper I'd like to show you." Suddenly, a woman from the alley seized Weiss's arm, attempting to pull him inside. "Thank you, but I'm not interested in newspapers." Weiss hastily retreated, bewildered by the island's boldness. The woman watched him depart with a look of inscrutable intent before vanishing into a pink-hued dwelling. Were all the locals so audacious? Did they truly expect someone like him, raised in the modern era, to succumb to such temptations? Preposterous. He silently vowed to uphold his principles, declaring, "I stand resolutely against gambling and drugs." After contemplating this, he continued to savor the snacks he had purchased from the street vendors. This commercial island was unlike the likes of Twin Swan Island or Logtown, providing endless delightful discoveries. As night descended and the full moon illuminated the sky, after tirelessly arranging all the decorative items aboard the ship, the weary Weiss felt he might finally rest. The nighttime streets thrived with even greater vitality than during the day. Establishments that remained closed in daylight ignited red lanterns to entice passers-by. In Weiss's observation, in just a few short hours, the number of individuals clad in black suits had noticeably increased on Tree Crown Island. Coupled with the day's newspaper, their identities became clear. The CP organization was preparing for the arrival of their masters, who would visit the island for leisure. Naturally, they needed to familiarize themselves with the local landscape. It was not out of fear for the celestial dragons, for no one dared to harm them. Their intent was merely to ascertain what was most entertaining and captivating, for failing to answer their questions could lead to dire consequences. Weiss disregarded the lurking figures in black. Their tall frames, cloaked and masked, were far too conspicuous to be credible spies. Upon entering a bar, Weiss knew it to be a wellspring of information. "Did you hear? The celestial dragon will be visiting the island tomorrow." "Indeed, we ought to remain indoors. One misstep could lead to a fatal encounter. Make sure to hide your daughters and wives. I've heard the celestial dragon has a particular fondness for beautiful women." Weiss listened intently. Realizing that many patrons were engaged in similar discussions, he also noticed that some patrons, upon hearing the conversation, quietly slipped away. "Mr. Weiss, greetings." Mart stepped into the bar, approaching him directly. "I have already stated I will not go. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I do not expose you. Why do you persist in pursuing me? Do you believe me easily intimidated?" Weiss felt his temper flare, his gaze fixed on Mart, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. These individuals sought to entrap him in their schemes. Were they out of their minds? Mart, perceiving the intensity in Weiss's eyes, felt a chill run down his spine. as if he stood amidst a sea of flames and corpses, some towering, others as small as a young rabbit that a single misstep could lead him to join their ranks. Mr. Weiss, you misunderstand. Our master may have spoken too slowly. We only wish to deal with their steward, Mart hastily clarified, beads of sweat dotting his handsome face. Leave, Weiss commanded, unyielding. Mart opened his mouth to retort, but found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, he exited the bar.at. That moment, the bar's door was forcefully kicked open, revealing three masked individuals. It is highly inappropriate to discuss the celestial dragons here. Therefore, we kindly request those engaging in such discourse to step forward, lest we be compelled to take action. The patrons exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered by the notorious CP's unexpected presence in the bar. Observing the situation, it seems as though they are intent on capturing someone. The three individuals discussing the celestial dragons are completely consumed by fear, having never imagined that merely speaking of the celestial dragons would lead to such dire consequences. Under normal circumstances, the CP might have ignored them. But now, with the celestial dragons approaching Crown Island, there must not be a trace of slander against them. These individuals must be dealt with. In the hushed bar, silence reigns, with merchants wearing expressions of dread, while pirates grip their blades, poised for action. Do pirates fear you? Even if you are with the CP. Seeing no one emerge, the CP agent approached the three individuals directly. These three, natives of Crown Island, found no escape, forced to cower behind a throng of pirates. The pirates felt a chill as the CP stood before them, for they had also been discussing the celestial dragons not long ago. Charge! The leader of the pirates shouted defiantly, refusing to be captured without a fight. Brothers, we cannot escape alone. We must unite. Some Navi souls thought this made sense and surged forward. The first pirate to charge was sent flying after receiving a kick, landing at the bar's entrance before hastily fleeing the scene. Chaos erupted as the natives scattered. All the pirates focused their assault on the three CP agents, though sheer numbers sometimes proved ineffective. As the CP entered, Matt instinctively retreated to Weiss's side, who had not spared a glance at the CP. Savoring his wine. 3 minutes later, only 5 remained standing, while the bartender trembled behind the counter. The leader glanced at the two, his gaze lingering on Weiss for some time before he retreated. It seemed the arrival of the celestial dragons was far from straightforward. Weiss mused silently. Mr. Weiss, get lost. This time, Weiss's murderous intent was unleashed without restraint, a crimson aura enveloping the bar, causing the bartender to faint instantly from the overwhelming pressure. Matt was struck with terror, his arm frozen mid-air, his mind screaming warnings that continuing to speak could lead to death. Weiss scoffed. Did they truly think him easy to manipulate? Time and again, they dared to provoke him. The Chris. Boom! A colossal fountain erupted from the sea, accompanied by Jack's jubilant voice proclaiming his success at last. Ha ha! After purchasing all the necessary materials on the island, Jack hurried back to the ship, eager to conduct his experiments. After an afternoon of preparation, he had finally succeeded. Having spent 6 months refining his techniques, he now reaped the fruits of his labor. Ha ha, Cardon. With this, my power will surge. Jack, a sharpshooter, understood that the caliber of his weapon determined his prowess. Congratulations, Jack, Cardon replied, genuinely happy for him. Despite their playful banter, they stood firm during crucial moments. However, let us not forget the captain's words from earlier. Even for a sharpshooter, mastery of observation hockey and armament hockey is essential. A top-notch marksman can imbue their bullets with armament hockey, a necessity for survival in the New World. Cardon reminded him aptly, this is what true friendship entails, offering caution during moments of triumph and encouragement during times of despair. Jack nodded thoughtfully. I understand. I will train diligently. I have grasped a sliver of insight. I believe I am close to mastering armament hockey that I will safeguard our feeble navigator. Initially, this seemed acceptable, but upon hearing the latter part, Cardon's expression darkened. What did you say, you brooding man? Who asked you to protect me? The scene descended into chaos. Weiss returned to the ship, where the two were embroiled in a heated exchange. After learning the circumstances from the onlooker Karina, another spectator joined the fray on deck. Jack, aim for the eyes. What a splendid opportunity. Cardon urged, quickly, tug his ears, poke his nose. Too late. Seeing his moves seemingly ineffective, Weiss sighed in disappointment as he sipped his coconut juice, then resumed his antics. Karina covered her face, as if not recognizing the captain. After a brief scuffle, they ceased their bickering. You weakling, look at your frailty. How do you expect to survive at sea? Brooding man, look at your reclusive nature. How do you expect to find a girlfriend? Need me to set you up? All right. All right. How long are you two going to bicker? Are you going to eat or not? Karina interjected, sensing the imminent resumption of their quarrel at Gru's estate. Matt approached a villa, pushing the door open and climbing the stairs to a corner where he rapped on the wall. Hearing the sound of mechanical movement, an invisible door emerged from the wall. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the secret door and stepped into darkness that in the narrow passage. Only Matt's footsteps echoed, with a dim light casting an indistinct outline of a figure. Suddenly, the scene brightened, revealing a grand hall before him. Inside, it was resplendent, with lights illuminating the underground palace as if it were day. Gru reclined on a sofa. This was his hidden sanctuary. They had lied to Weiss. His residence was not among any visible villa. His true dwelling had always been this one, known only to two. Even the builders of this palace had been discreetly dealt with. On the table before Gru lay a box, and upon seeing it, Matt's pupils dilated in surprise that he would display such an item. A paramecia type, the coordinate fruit, intended as a reward for Weiss. Matt inhaled sharply. He declined. I anticipated this conclusion, Gru remarked calmly, unfazed. Then let us proceed with the plan. Matt's expression shifted dramatically. Do we truly have to go that far? If we do, and it is discovered, we will have no chance of survival. Our vast family could crumble in an instant. I will handle the assassination. I can ensure it is flawless, Matt contemplated. But did the assassination of one celestial dragon steward truly warrant such severe upheaval? No. You are my most trusted subordinate. I cannot allow you to take that risk. Furthermore, if you are exposed, they will summon the celestial dragons directly, and it will not simply be a matter of destruction. Would you sacrifice 300 years of accumulation in a single night? Matt genuinely could not comprehend. There was no other choice. The individual Gru had his sights set on would stop at nothing to obtain what he desired. Do you believe he could elevate his family to such heights in merely 30 years? Merely as a steward, from the moment I met him, I recognized he was not one to be content with the status quo. I just never anticipated he would entangle himself with the celestial dragons. To preserve such an advantage, he willingly became a steward for the celestial dragons. A boldness not everyone possesses. It is worth noting that even as a steward, he could face death at any moment. Yet he has endured for 20 years. Such high stakes yield high rewards. Leveraging the power of the celestial dragons, he achieved what most could only dream of. His family has flourished during this period, having decimated numerous long-standing families of the sea by any means necessary. Now, he has set his sights on the Gru family's business. Do you think he will let it go? He has never failed to obtain what he covets. Thus, we have no alternative. He must die, even if it means sacrificing the entirety of Crown Island. Do you understand why the celestial dragons suddenly arrived at this island? It is hardly a renowned tourist destination. It is merely a resource-producing island. It is simply that the steward discovered our headquarters here and somehow managed to lure that fool here. Do you believe that when the celestial dragon disembarks tomorrow, he will come straight to our territory? Upon hearing this, Matt inquired. But we possess nothing enticing for the celestial dragons. If they are dissatisfied, then the steward who lured them here will be the one to perish. We do not, and that is precisely what he desires, for he will convince the celestial dragons that we are unwilling to offer what interests them. What do you think will transpire? Such a simpleton's ruse. Who would believe that? Matt questioned incredulously. You overestimate the intelligence of that lot. Such a simple lie is one they would surely believe at that time. A grand fireworks display could very well extinguish the wrath of the celestial dragons. Once we perish, that accursed butler would seamlessly seize control of all our assets. At this juncture, Gru still wore that squinting expression, seemingly unperturbed as he spoke of matters of life and death. Therefore, we must incite chaos, a turmoil that engulfs the entire Crown Island, to shock the celestial dragons through disorder. As long as we achieve this aim, regardless of the outcome, he is as good as dead. However, no one possesses the courage to. The lack of bravery stems solely from insufficient interest. Go ahead and pull aside the books on the third row of the bookshelf and retrieve the boxes behind them, Gru suddenly instructed. Confused, Matt complied with the command. Upon uncovering the books, he discovered a hidden compartment, and as he opened it, his pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Before him lay 5 devil fruits, quietly arranged within the secret compartment. They were so striking, so tantalizing. For a fleeting moment, Matt contemplated claiming them all, but then a realization struck him, and he swiftly obliterated that thought that he retrieved the 5 devil fruits. All of the Zoan type, meticulously placing them on the table. The sheer impact of their presence was beyond words. It is worth noting that devil fruits have a minimum value of 100 million berries. And that is merely the base price. As far as Matt understood, no devil fruit currently being auctioned is valued below 300 million. This equates to a staggering total of 1.5 billion berries laid out before him. Adding a paramecia-type space devil fruit, the total value exceeds 2.5 billion. Yet, this is still insufficient. It remains inadequate. The might of the celestial dragons is too formidable. I understand. Hence a lie is necessary. A deception that can facilitate the plundering of devil fruits. And these 6 devil fruits serve as evidence. When the time comes, not just Crown Island, but the entire Grand Line will erupt in fervor. What significance does a celestial dragon hold here? One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates is already en route. When he witnesses his devil fruit being fought over by such individuals, what emotions will he feel? Surely, he will be filled with rage. This scenario, a chaotic clash among pirates, the arrival of the 3 disasters, and a young swordsman of great prowess, holds enough power to summon a marine admiral. When that moment arrives, the butler is as good as dead. It will be our time to seize their dominion. Gru concluded the entire plan. Matt was left speechless, utterly shocked. He had initially thought it was merely about using a knife to kill the butler. Little did he imagine that Gru had plans to inherit the butler's power. The next day, the number of black-clad figures on Crown Island grew increasingly evident, their presence unmistakable on every street. As their numbers swelled, the common folk dwindled. The atmosphere among the celestial dragons became increasingly grave. Rumors of the 6 devil fruits spread like wildfire among pirates and merchants alike. The celestial dragons have now arrived at the port. Amidst a grand welcoming ceremony, the grotesque celestial dragon, adorned with a bubble-like headpiece, disembarked onto the shore. Those gathered to welcome him promptly bowed in unison. Behind him stood a well-dressed man, seemingly in his 50s, engaged in conversation with the celestial dragon. Those aware of the celestial dragon's brutality had long since hidden away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, those witnessing the celestial dragons for the first time were likely filled with sorrow. This is the so-called deity residing in Mariwa, grotesque in appearance and even dripping mucus. The docks had seen a significant reduction in merchant ships since the previous night, and Weiss and his crew had, for this reason, relocated their vessel to a guarded port, where one need not leave anyone to watch over their ship. The guards would ensure no one boarded. They didn't even need to take the initiative to leave, as assistants had already arrived to guide and clear the area. Nothing could obstruct the path of the celestial dragons. In stark contrast to the brightly decorated docks, dark currents swirled within Crown Island. That morning, news spread from an unknown source that 5 Zoan-type devil fruits were hidden on the island. Even more alarming was the rumor that one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, Jin, was on his way. His purpose, to claim those 5 devil fruits. Kaido had been assembling a legion composed entirely of Zoan users. If he discovered the presence of 5 Zoan devil fruits here, he would undoubtedly dispatch his men. However, no one anticipated Jin. The timid had already begun to set sail, while the bold were actively seeking every piece of information regarding the devil fruits. 5 devil fruits could easily forge a formidable pirate crew. If they were of the ancient or mythical types, there would be a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. This place, rich in shipbuilding materials, attracted countless merchants and pirates. The current facade of tranquility was merely a pretense, for they had yet to uncover the devil fruits. Once discovered, it would undoubtedly ignite a cataclysm. Gru stood in the central castle, 6 devil fruits laid out before him. The entire castle was armed to the teeth. Former servants now wielded knives and guns, their faces twisted with ferocity. Meanwhile, his daughter had been discreetly sent away on a ship overnight. That a father would rather prevent his daughter from being embroiled in a grand calamity, even if it was instigated by him. Emma, arrange for 2 of the devil fruits first. These individuals truly won't act until they see the rabbit. A glimmer of derision flickered in Gru's eyes. Understood, sir. Matt, where are the celestial dragons now? They have already disembarked. News is coming towards us. Then let the word spread. After a moment's hesitation, Matt replied, yes. He then dialed the din mushy dot on a certain street. At a restaurant, Weiss and his 3 companions were indulging in this rare culinary delight. As none of the 4 were particularly adept at cooking, their usual meals could only be described as edible. Not delicious, Captain, Shouldn't we recruit a chef? At this rate, I'll end up starving. Jack devoured his food ravenously, far from his usual aloof demeanor. Are you implying my cooking is terrible? Karina observed Jack with an expressionless gaze, her eyes sending shivers down his spine. No, of course not. Jack hastily denied, shoveling more food into his mouth. Having come across such a delectable meal, he intended to savor every bite. The waiter had already brought out several tables worth of dishes, and the owner, seeing the steady stream of food, was already beaming with joy. These pirates and adventurers truly brought immense wealth, devouring their meals like starving wretches. Just then, a new wave of customers entered, their fierce demeanor palpable. The leader brandished a box, striding aggressively toward an empty table. "Owner, bring out your finest dishes." The owner's eyes lit up. Yet another fat sheep. A group of customers. He hurried forward to attend to them. But upon noticing the box, his expression soured. He dared not speak and could only signal the waiter to serve the food, retreating to the back. Weiss glanced at the box, his lips twitching. This is how we play it now. Almost every gaze in the restaurant was now fixated on that box. The pirates glared menacingly, while the merchants' eyes gleamed with greed, as if they wished to devour it whole. "Captain, do you think it could be fake?" Cardon reluctantly tore his gaze from the box to ask Weiss. Weiss remained silent, while Karina rolled her eyes at Cardon. "How could you be so naive? You're supposed to be a navigator, a scholar, yet you can't see through such a simple ruse. Didn't I mention that I sensed something was off since we set foot on the island? Plus, there has been so much credible gossip." "Of course, I would believe it," Cardon retorted at that moment. Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and shouted to the pirates, "Is there a devil fruit in that box?" The fierce pirate paused mid-bite, pointing at the box. "Can't you see what's written on it?" Upon closer inspection, the box prominently displayed the words "contains devil fruits." "Then that means it's real," another pirate exclaimed. "Enough with the chit-chat. Let us open it and find out." One of the pirates, seemingly irritated by his companion's ramblings, stepped forward confidently. Seeing that the first pirate did not stop him, he reached out and opened the box. Inside lay a banana-shaped fruit adorned with intricate patterns, captivating the eyes of the pirates. Swallowing hard, he moistened his dry throat. "To verify its authenticity, I'll take a bite first. If it's real, I'll share it with everyone." As long as I grasped the devil fruit, all eyes were drawn to him. Do you take us for fools? The assembled pirates launched a simultaneous assault, and in an instant, Long Tao was engulfed by a miasma, meeting his demise on the spot. Having fulfilled his mission, the tranquil surface of the lake was shattered by the presence of the devil fruit, inciting all with even a modicum of strength to surge forward. Unwilling to let this precious fruit fall into another's hands, in an instant, the sounds of blades slicing through flesh, anguished cries, and the gushing of blood filled the air. The chaos of battle spiraled into uncontrollable mayhem. Some fought to seize the devil fruit, others sought treasure, and some were driven purely by the desire to kill. Those blinded by rage aimed to slaughter Weiss and his companions, only to be met with bullets that pierced their foreheads, sending them crashing to the ground. The turmoil within the tavern spilled out into the streets, and this scene unfolded simultaneously elsewhere. All pirates and merchants rushed toward these two locations. Yet, the pirates clamoring for the devil fruit seemed to be purposefully converging in one direction, the very path of the celestial dragons. The expression on CP's face darkened. On the thoroughfare, pirate factions with grievances clashed openly, utterly indifferent to the existence of the devil fruit. This was precisely the outcome that Gru had envisioned. Explosions echoed all around, the air rife with the thunder of detonations. At this moment, the devil fruit resided in no one's possession for more than 5 seconds, with too many vying for it. Countless buildings collapsed. Flames erupted, and the strife consumed lives indiscriminately. The cries and pleas for help filled the air. Observing the unfolding chaos, Gru felt a sense of satisfaction. The inevitable clash between pirate crews and the celestial dragons was upon them, and he anticipated even greater disorder as for how many lives were lost. What did it matter? In these waters, death was a constant companion. Matt, toss out the remaining 3 devil fruits. This turmoil requires an accelerant. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gru's eyes. If successful, the Gru family could not only survive but ascend to greater heights. What was a headquarters to him? As long as he, Gru, was alive, anywhere could serve as the headquarters. "This devil fruit belongs to me," Ru shade. "I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million. Who dares approach?" Standing atop a fallen corpse, bloodied and triumphant, Ruishate brandished the devil fruit, surveying his surroundings with an air of sovereignty. In that moment, he was king. The scene seemed to still, as gazes were fixed upon the man who appeared to have emerged from the depths of hell, momentarily rendering everyone speechless. The next moment, bang, boom, crack. What was meant to intimidate the desperate rogues unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of bullets, cannon fire, and various forms of assault upon him. The pirate with a bounty of 70 million was swiftly overwhelmed by a collective onslaught. Among those attacking him were pirates with bounties equal to or even exceeding his own. Their combined efforts inflicted a merciless slaughter upon him. Once more, the devil fruit lay abandoned, quietly resting atop a sea of corpses. No pirate dared approach. To do so would invite the wrath of all. Without the power to annihilate every pirate, claiming it would be in vain. This was not the outcome Gru desired. Among those pirates were his own operatives. Seizing a moment of distraction, a diminutive figure stealthily approached the abandoned devil fruit. Ecstatic at the proximity of the coveted fruit, the person reached out to grasp it. Just then, a slicing attack cleaved through the throng. Severing a head, how dare you think of stealing while I fight for my life? A towering man, exceeding 4 meters in height, wielding a long blade, spat blood onto the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped. That was the renowned swordsman, the giant blade master, with a bounty of 90 million. Master, are you so unconcerned with our battle that you can afford to be distracted? A furious pirate charged forward. Fists swinging. Clang, clang. The man countered swiftly, his fists packed with destructive force, raining down blows that clashed against the master's sword as if striking iron. Are you a fool, Lothar? Did you not see that rat attempting to steal the devil fruit? The master's blade left trails of afterimages in the air. Each swing effectively parried the incoming fists. Lothar executed a backflip, retracting his fists, and with a dismissive swipe, he gestured toward the egg-like devil fruit. What use is that? A man should rely on his fists, not some trivial devil fruit. Aren't you a swordsman? Do you really need a devil fruit to augment your power? The master, incensed, trembled that I intend to use it to empower my subordinates. What is wrong with that? Unlike you, a solitary wretch whose death would go unnoticed. With that, he unleashed a slicing strike, a transparent arc of energy sweeping past the nearby pirates. Some unfortunate souls, unable to evade in time, were cleaved in two, the strike continuing unabated, narrowly dodged by Lothar, who vanished into thin air after severing a colossal tree. The fallen tree crashed to the ground, burying several pirates beneath its weight. Such battles became commonplace as Gru cast the remaining 3 animal-type devil fruits into the fray, with powerful individuals recklessly displaying their might. The weak were obliterated in the tide of the strong. Yet none retreated. Greed had triumphed over the fear of the powerful. Who among them was willing to bow to another? Every seafarer harbored aspirations for the singular throne atop the ocean, praying for the day they could ascend to that exalted position. Yet without the requisite strength, they could only remain in obscurity, biding their time. Now, that opportunity had arrived. 5 devil fruits. Once a faction on the sea acquires a devil fruit, they tend to consume it themselves. With the chances of it reaching the auction house being exceedingly slim, ultimately sold at exorbitant prices, lowly pirates could never lay claim to such treasures. There was no need to acquire them all. Securing even a single one would suffice. What if fortune favored them and they obtained an ancient or mythical variety? Such opportunities were rare indeed. Vizzy, accompanied by Karina, drifted at the periphery of the melee, while Jack and Cardon engaged in the fray. This battle served as a perfect test of their 6 months of training, a crucible for self-discovery. Should they manage to obtain a devil fruit amidst the turmoil, it would be a boon, whether consumed or sold. However, Vizzy harbored reservations about them consuming such unknown animal types. If it were a tough-skinned variety, it might be acceptable, at least capable of withstanding blows. But what use was a joke of a devil fruit, like the sausage dog form? Cardon mingled among the pirates, having fought for quite some time, his breath slightly ragged, wielding a large blade acquired from an unknown source. Reaping the lives of pirates, while silently drawing aggro, he stealthily approached the central clearing, where all the pirates were contending for a single devil fruit. The blade was visibly dulled from use. Cardon specifically targeted weaker pirates for ambushes. Engaging in direct confrontations was not his style. Survival was always paramount. Had he not sought to prove himself through this skirmish, he would not have engaged at all. Ultimately, his tactics ignited the ire of the pirates. The young man, lacking honor, resorted to ambushes. I nearly had my rear end skewered by you. A green-faced pirate spat. Damn it, when one is in battle, how can one expect to be attacked from behind? If not for my companion's quick intervention, I would have been in dire straits. Yes, this brat seems to relish ambushes. Several of my mates have fallen victim to his sneak attacks. Brothers, let us take him down together. Though they spoke thus, none moved, for this lad was not only adept at ambushes, but also lethal in combat. Had they not been cautious, it would have been them lying on the ground. Come on, let us do this, you bunch of weaklings, scum of the sea, always preying on the weak. How would you fare if the tables were turned? A bunch of cowards, still dreaming of seizing the devil fruit. You'd be better off returning home to drink milk. Unable to bear it any longer, the pirates, known for their rebellious nature, charged forward. Observing this, Cardon discarded his weapon, arms wide open, declaring, I need not lift a finger to deal with you. The surrounding pirates felt a surge of elation. This fool had dropped his weapon. Was he not courting death? Some, however, quick-witted, halted and retreated cautiously. Indeed, bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed as a group of pirates besieging Cardon fell. Their foreheads punctured, collapsing into pools of blood. It's a sniper. Quickly, locate his position, one pirate screamed in terror. Without the ability to sense hockey, they were mere living targets before the marksman. This was undoubtedly the work of Jack, who had lured those individuals into the open space, taking down one with a single shot, while hoping to seize a devil fruit in the process, in stark contrast to the ongoing chaos where countless lives were extinguished. The celestial dragons remained eerily tranquil. The explosions and cries of battle seemed to have no effect on their vicinity. Latris, what is happening over there? Inquired a celestial dragon seated atop a slave's back. Addressing the steward beside him, he was the very individual whom Gru sought to eliminate, St. Jolarud. According to reports from CP, some pirates are attempting to seize devil fruits, causing a bit of disorder. However, they shall not disturb the esteemed St. Jolarud, Latris responded respectfully. Oh, how amusing. A rabble of lowly scum daring to fight over food meant for slaves. Take me there at once, the celestial dragon exclaimed with childlike glee, clapping his hands in delight. He had witnessed battles in the Colosseum and had tormented slaves, often feeding them devil fruits merely for his amusement. Yet, he had never seen a throng fighting over such fruits. St. Jolarud, there is nothing worth your attention among these pirates. Their filthy bodies would surely sully your eyes. Within the castle of the Gru family, there are far more entertaining toys. Are you attempting to stop me? You wretched slave, I must see this. It promises to be quite entertaining. Were it not for my father's orders to treat you differently from other slaves, you would have perished long ago. Take me there. The corpulent figure of the celestial dragon writhed on the slave's back, impatiently kicking at the unmoving slave beneath him. You filthy slave, why are you not moving? Hurry up, Jolarud, now visibly impatient, drew his gun and aimed it at the slave's head, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang. In that fleeting moment, the slave's eyes seemed to regain a glimmer of life before succumbing to death. CP, seemingly unperturbed, swiftly assisted the fallen slave and brought forth another to take his place. Latris dared not interfere this time. In the past, he would never have contradicted a celestial dragon's command. Yet today, he felt a pressing urgency to accept the Gru family's entire estate. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hastened to keep pace, reminding himself to avoid repeating past mistakes as the celestial dragon altered his course. The CP agents across the island sprang into action. Under the protection of the celestial dragon, they drew closer to the battlefield. Gru, maintaining a calm demeanor within the castle, had just received word that his covert operatives had been eliminated. He had underestimated the strength of the pirates, as well as the allure of the devil fruits for them. If a devil fruit lay on the ground, the pirates would fight amongst themselves. However, once someone approached or grasped it, they would inevitably become the target of collective aggression. At this moment, the chaos on the island had divided into 5 distinct battlegrounds, each centered around a devil fruit. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. His original plan had been to send individuals carrying 5 devil fruits to lead the bloodthirsty pirates in an assault against the celestial dragon's carriage. As a result, Latris, who had guided the celestial dragon here, would certainly meet a grim fate, even if the celestial dragon himself suffered no harm. But now, the pirates seemed poised to decide the fate of the devil fruits. While the celestial dragons were approaching the castle, a mere merchant has underestimated the pirates, Gru asked, his expression unchanged, as if nothing could disturb him. Has the news been disseminated? It has been released, but we are uncertain how many will come. Gru appeared resolute as he considered the potential impact of revealing the powers of the 5 Zoan-type devil fruits. Thud, thud, a figure entered the room. Master, the celestial dragon is heading towards the pirates. What? This is fortuitous. Gru's eyes lit up with excitement. However, Mart felt an ominous undertone. The spectacle created for the sake of killing a steward seemed overly grand. The celestial dragon arrived at one of the battlegrounds. Countless CP agents surrounded the area, while the pirates remained oblivious, continuing their fierce combat amidst the carnage. Upon witnessing the chaos and the bodies strewn across the ground, the celestial dragon clapped his hands in exhilaration. How delightful! This is far more entertaining than the Colosseum. I must inform my brother and suggest we host a wager on which pirates will ultimately claim the devil fruits. How amusing it would be. Saint Andrea would surely concur with such a notion, Latris flattered, keen to redeem his earlier misstep in the celestial dragoness eyes. Indeed, I too find it delightful. The pirates on the streets gradually sensed a shift in the atmosphere. After all, a multitude of black-clad figures had appeared in the trees and on rooftops, encircling them. If they failed to recognize the change, they would indeed be foolish. Jack, concealed within a nearby building, took advantage of the chaos. As the inhabitants had long since fled, the open view was an ideal vantage point. Cardon nimbly navigated through the pirates, but soon noticed their movements growing increasingly sluggish, eventually halting altogether. Upon closer inspection, he saw a figure seated upon a slave's back, donning the distinctive glass dome, animatedly conversing with those around him. The celestial dragon. The purpose of this unexpected presence remained a mystery, as did how long he had been observing. Regardless, no one at sea harbored any fondness for them. Arrogance and tyranny were merely mild descriptors for individuals who regarded themselves as gods, engaging in acts that only beasts would commit, and to label them as beasts would be an insult to true beasts. Observe the slave beneath his feet, whose gaze was vacant, body rigid, existing as if in a state of undeath. Yet, one could not strike him, for it would provoke the admirals of the navy. Why have they stopped? These wretched scum, do they not know to please me, their great god? Are they not fighting for the devil fruits? Who has claimed them? No, the esteemed Saint Jolarud, they are merely in awe of you as a divine scion. Halting their actions in anticipation of your command, Latris fabricated a lie to placate the celestial dragoness temperament. Very well. Allow them to continue battling. Whoever successfully seizes a devil fruit shall earn the supreme honor of becoming my slave. Understood. I shall see to it at once. Latris elegantly maintained his composure as he approached the pirates. The esteemed Saint Jolarud has declared that whoever obtains this devil fruit shall earn the honor of becoming his slave. Upon hearing this, all the pirates turned to the quiet devil fruit lying on the ground, instinctively taking a step back. For you, this may be an honor, but for the pirates, it is akin to a descent into hell. If you desire it, take it. Cardon, lurking in the shadows, gradually edged closer to the building, ready to make his escape. Just as he was about to succeed, a figure clad in black appeared before him. My companion wishes to depart. Do you dare obstruct him? The black-clad figure, upon hearing this voice, felt a chill sweep over him, rendering him immobile, too afraid to turn his head. A sharp double-edged sword rested against his neck. Akin to a biting winter wind. I have such a splendid captain. Do you? Cardon, noting the unmoving figure, strutted past him with the confidence of a proud rooster. The paralyzed black-clad figure could only watch helplessly as Cardon walked away. At that moment, more black-clad figures approached from outside, remaining silent, seemingly intent on keeping Weiss and Cardon here. The cause of their agitation was the celestial dragoness wrath. Why have these wretched scum not engaged in battle? Do they not wish to become the slaves of a god? Have them kneel before me. The pirates exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. However, faced with the oppressive gaze of CP, they had no choice but to bend their knees in humiliation. Observing the throng of kneeling figures, the celestial dragon nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, these wretched scum should lie prostrate at the feet of their god. After scanning the surroundings with his gaze, he beheld an incomprehensible scene. All the pirates were kneeling, while 2 individuals stood boldly in a corner, surrounded by a throng of people, as if oblivious to the presence of this godlike figure. In an instant, every eye turned toward them. Pirates, CP agents, and celestial dragons alike, astonished to discover that someone dared to remain standing before a celestial dragon. It is worth noting that in the original tale, a certain supernova, caught off guard, had to sacrifice his pride and kneel by the roadside upon encountering a celestial dragon. Such was the terror of the admirals. The celestial dragon, Charlad Saint, seemed to feel his authority was being challenged. How dare those two wretched commoners not kneel? With that thought, he drew his pistol and unleashed a flurry of shots at Weiss. The sword in Weiss's hand showed no sign of movement, as the bullets were deftly redirected in midair. It was Jack, hidden in the shadows, who altered the trajectory of the bullets with his aim. For him, who had mastered observation hockey, it posed no great challenge. The difficulty lay in striking a celestial dragon, yet he hesitated not and fired, intercepting the bullets aimed at his captain. Damn it, kill him. Kill him, and those wretched commoners. The celestial dragon was utterly enraged upon seeing his bullets thwarted. Under the wrath of the celestial dragon, CP agents could not defy orders and charged toward the pirates within. One masked man, upon hearing the command, dashed forward with his sights set on Weiss, the apparent strongest among them. Damn it, we must break through. That accursed celestial dragon intends to leave us all behind. Witnessing the CP's actions, the pirates refused to remain idle. Having survived through blood and fire, they would not allow themselves to be slaughtered without a fight. Chaos erupted anew. A gun-wielding pirate was struck down by a figure in black. And as he lay dying, he caught sight of the celestial dragon not far away. That a peculiar thought suddenly seized him, refusing to dissipate. Since he was doomed anyway, why not take a shot at the celestial dragon? With that notion, his dazed mind guided his hand to aim the gun at the celestial dragon. Bang! The gunshot rang out, followed by the agonized scream of the celestial dragon. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene as everyone momentarily forgot to gaze upon the howling celestial dragon. Their attention fixated on the pirate who had fired the shot. The pirate, astonished that he had hit his mark, never anticipated that, despite the protection surrounding the celestial dragon, he would succeed. Then, darkness engulfed him as he succumbed to death. His demise was swift, yet the island of Crown Tree erupted into chaos. Several CP agents stood frozen, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to assault a celestial dragon, leading them to lower their guard. In his pain, the celestial dragon shot dead several individuals who attempted to attend to his wounds, and the remaining CP agents dared not advance. With the celestial dragon now injured, their fate was sealed. Those who had come with him could very well become tools for his father's vengeance. Lattice, witnessing this unbelievable spectacle, felt his mind blank. He momentarily short-circuited, but, upon regaining his senses, realized his doom was imminent. He shouted, "Quick, call the Admiral. Someone has injured a celestial dragon. Run, flee this place. The Admiral is on his way. This place has become unsafe." The pirates, in a frenzy, rushed toward the exit. And the black-clad figure who had been obstructing this no longer paid him any mind. The moment the celestial dragon was injured, he returned to his side to protect him. The celestial dragon clutched his arm, wailing in agony, the pain causing him to writhe on the ground. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never endured a single injury. Even a minor scrape on his finger could result in someone's death. What more in this dire situation? He vowed to annihilate everyone on the island. Leaving not a single soul alive, the masked man swiftly lifted the celestial dragon, racing toward the port, where medical facilities awaited, poised to extract the bullet from Charlad Saint's shoulder with utmost urgency. Once that was accomplished, it would be the Navy's duty to cleanse the island of pirates. For now, he had to ensure the celestial dragon survived. Weiss, accompanied by Cardon, found Jack. "Let us return to the ship immediately. The Admiral is on his way, and we must leave this perilous place." News of the celestial dragon's injury gradually spread across the island, prompting the remaining pirates to flee desperately, seeking to set sail as swiftly as possible. If the Admiral arrived, escape would be impossible. At Navy headquarters, in Admiral Sengoku's office. Brew brew. Click. "This is Sengoku. Sengoku, deploy forces to Crown Tree Island. Someone has injured a celestial dragon." After the call ended, Sengoku furrowed his brow. 2 hours prior, he had received word from the Grand Line regarding a technique for plundering devil fruits rumored to exist on Crown Tree Island. Accompanying this news were 5 photographs of devil fruits, ultimately confirmed to belong to 5 missing Zoan-type users. This revelation sent shockwaves through the seas. Everyone flocked to Crown Tree Island, eager to seize this technique. The Navy dispatched Kizaru on the Navy warship. Kizaru stood on the deck, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, his justice cloak billowing in the wind. "Brew brew. Hello, Moshi Moshi. Hello. Why is no one speaking? How vexing." Kizaru spoke into the black transponder snail on his wrist. "Old man, You're using a bug-proof transponder snail, Borsellino shouted from nearby. What a hassle. Who switched my transponder's position? He pulled another transponder snail from his pocket. Moshi Moshi, Kizaru. Did you mistakenly grab the wrong transponder? The voice mimicked the one with frog-like eyes. Admiral Sengoku. I distinctly remember placing it in my pocket. Kizaru, you must head to Crown Tree Island at once. A celestial dragon has been injured, and investigate who orchestrated this plot. How terrifying to have injured a celestial dragon. This old body is in for quite a workout. With that, Kizaru transformed into light and sped toward Crown Tree Island. Pirates fleeing for their lives detonated bombs, igniting a grand display of fireworks across Crown Tree Island, albeit at the cost of lives. Upon learning of the celestial dragon's injury, the island descended into madness. The previously restrained pirates unleashed their true nature. Anyone who obstructed their quest for devil fruits would meet a grim fate. Naively, they believed that consuming devil fruits would empower them to defeat an admiral. Conversely, the more astute individuals, aware of the true terror of admirals, rushed to the port, seeking to set sail at the fastest possible speed. Yet, they remained unaware that even more ships were converging on Crown Tree Island, drawn towards some mysterious allure. Grilly disseminated information regarding the technique solely to the Grand Line. And those on Crown Tree Island remained oblivious, only aware of the existence of 5 Zoan-type devil fruits. Willis, where are you? Come, let us leave this island. Sophie searched for the young boy in an alleyway. The chaos on the island necessitated an escape to avoid the turmoil. However, her concern for Willis compelled her to return. Willis. Sophie, I'm here. Come quickly. At the corner, Willis peeked out, waving his hand. Sophie hurried over to find him hiding in a hollow tree. Willis, we must go. This island is perilous. Sophie, hiding in this tree hollow is the safest option. The pirates outside have gone mad, their eyes glazed with greed for the devil fruits. If anyone gets in their way, they will kill. Sister, come into the hollow with me. We will wait for the danger to pass. We've dug deep inside. It's our secret base. Sophie hesitated. Upon his return, she had witnessed the chaos in the streets. The main town of Crown Tree Island lay in ruins, the once vibrant trees now toppled. As she faltered, a lewd voice drifted in from outside the alley. I want to join you in the hollow. May I, dear lady? Quick, sister. Don't let them catch us. It was already too late. Sophie had been seized by the pirate, unable to escape his grasp. Help! Help! Is anyone there? She cried out desperately, hoping that someone might hear her pleas and come to her rescue. Huh. Call all you want. It would be futile. Even if you scream until your throat is RAW. Think that amidst the chaos of this island, one could still encounter such exquisite beauty. Even dying here would be a welcome fate. The pirate's hand trailed along her arm, creeping towards Sophie's neck. She was merely an ordinary girl. How could she possibly hope to resist a pirate? Then you may as well perish. The pirate's gaze became unfocused. His demise inexplicable. VS stood at the mouth of the alley, a small knife deftly spinning on his fingertips, followed closely by Jack and Cardon. Cardon held a box in his hand. Do not be perplexed. It contained a devil fruit. They were originally heading towards the Chris ship, eliminating any brazen pirates along the way, ensuring no one dared confront them. However, as they passed a certain alley, a devil fruit fell from the sky and landed in Visa's hand, immediately followed by a horde of bloodthirsty pirates. When a devil fruit is offered, one should not refuse. With a single stroke, the pirate was buried beneath the endless ruins. Witnessing Visa's terrifying strength, the others dared not advance. As they passed through, a pirate's intentions became apparent, and Sophie's cries for help reached Visa's ears. Such an unusual request could not go unmet. He swiftly dealt a blow. Thank you for saving my life, Sophie repeated incessantly. Had it not been for Visa's timely intervention, she would have surely fallen victim to the pirate's vile intentions. No need for thanks. It was a mere act of convenience. Any person of conscience would have intervened. VS waved dismissively, preparing to depart. Sophie, that was him. He was peeping at you, which led to my beating. Upon hearing this, VS turned around, noticing Jack and Cardon's scornful glances, and walked back to confront Willis. Young one. I've already told you. I was merely sunbathing above. I am not a peeper. Do you understand? VS took a deep breath. This matter must be clarified, lest his reputation be tarnished. I don't believe you. Your excuses are all too similar. Sophie, terrified, quickly covered Willis's mouth, hoping he would refrain from saying anything further. If they angered this powerful individual, their fate would be sealed. How dare you, little brat, spout nonsense. Did you see me spying? Visa's voice suddenly rose several decibels, causing Sophie and Willis to retreat a few steps in fright. Jack and Cardon hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Captain Weiss. It's not necessary to kill him for just a glance. Who among us doesn't have their peculiarities on the sea? Exactly, Willis mumbled under the cover of Sophie's hand. Sophie, standing close, heard this and cast an awkward glance at Weiss. The three before her were formidable, and the two had awakened observation hockey, hearing everything more clearly. Let us go. Realizing this situation could not be clarified, Weiss took a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions and departed with Jack and Cardon, not looking back. Wait, sir. My name is Sophie. Might I request your escort to the port? I can offer a reward of 30 million berries. Initially disinclined to respond, Weiss paused upon hearing the sum. He was not in want of money. Aboard the Chris ship lay countless treasures, most acquired from other pirate vessels over the past 6 months. The flag currently flying from the Chris ship read Saviors. Assisting a client on shore was not out of the question. Can you afford that? Weiss queried, noting she did not appear particularly wealthy. Although she was tall and possessed striking beauty, reminiscent of Nami 2 years hence, there were no signs of affluence. Sophie is the daughter of the island's wealthiest tycoon, Willis chimed in, clinging to Sophie's leg. Pouting, witnessing this scene, Weiss was reminded of a detestable little brat he wished to see utterly destroyed. Fine, I shall accompany you. Huh? I've got it. This devil fruit is mine. On a distant battlefield, a pirate stood atop a growing mound of corpses. Clutching a devil fruit, his face smeared with blood as he laughed maniacally. The other pirates below had lost their nerve, unwilling to charge forward, for all who did had fallen at his feet. Someone recognized him. That was the notorious pirate Telly, with a bounty of 110 million berries, who had made quite a name for himself in just 5 years at sea. It was said he sought to challenge the New World. Why he was here was a mystery. Now it's mine. Does anyone have an issue with that? Telly boasted. Is that so? I feel this devil fruit belongs to me. A voice interrupted, halting Telly's laughter. Who? The pirates looked up, and Telly's jaw dropped. How are you here? The figure was none other than Jin of the Beast Pirates' Calamities, a fire-breathing pterodactyl soared above, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Telly regarded the figure above with trepidation, feeling he was not far removed from those in the sky, merely less renowned. Huh? This is Telly's. Yours? Who do you think you are? Kaido, a frog in a well. Jin replied calmly. In the blink of an eye, Jin vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later holding a devil fruit. The ground trembled beneath his feet, shaking the very souls of the pirates present. Telly was no longer visible. All that remained atop the pile of corpses was a charred husk. One strike. Just one strike to eliminate the notorious pirate with a bounty of 110 million? Was this the strength of the New World? Was this the might of the Calamities? It was truly overwhelming. Jin paid no heed to the surrounding pirates. Such scenes were commonplace in his career, and he was long since desensitized. He retrieved a transponder snail from his chest and dialed a number. Have you arrived? A voice crackled through. Yes, but there is only one devil fruit here, not the 5 as promised. Moreover, it seems many pirates are vying for it. Perhaps an explanation is in order? This was my oversight, yet I've perfectly tracked the whereabouts of the remaining 4 devil fruits. Given your strength, acquiring them should pose no challenge. As a show of good faith, I can offer you the 4 devil fruits for free. Consider the previous deal null and void. Upon learning of the other 4 devil fruits, Jin hung up the transponder snail and disappeared into the horizon. Wings unfurling in a grand castle. Gru ended the call with Jin, a flicker of amusement crossing his otherwise calm visage. Although events had not unfolded as he had planned, the final outcome remained unchanged. He never anticipated a pirate would dare to fire upon a celestial dragon at the brink of death. What a delightful surprise. Rattless was doomed. Gru proclaimed that even Jesus would be of no help. Moreover, one of the devil fruits had fallen into Visa's possession. How intriguing. It would be fascinating to see whether this young swordsman proved mightier than the long-established Calamities, along with the impending Marine Admiral and their ambitious cohorts. Rattless, you are not worth my extensive efforts. How many lives will be lost this time? How many vacancies will the sea have to offer? Gru clutched a crumpled piece of paper, on which the words Devil Fruit Plunder Techniques were scrawled. On Tree Crown Island, with Jin's arrival, the bloodthirsty pirates regained their composure. Upon learning he had effortlessly dispatched a bounty of 110 million, their clarity returned. Yet, somewhere on the island, a box had appeared. The first passerby to find it believed they had stumbled upon a devil fruit, only to discover a mere slip of paper inside. Disheartened by the note, they almost cursed, lamenting the deceit. Hastily, they discarded the box, allowing the note to flutter to the ground. Another bystander, seizing the moment, picked up the note and gasped upon reading its contents. "This cannot be true." Their exclamation caught the attention of other pirates, who inquired about the note's contents. The bystander, unwilling to divulge, quickly stuffed the note into their pocket and fled. A throng of pirates, believing it to hold great significance, surged forward in pursuit. When the demon fruit became unattainable amidst the arrival of the conflagration, it was clear that this treasure must be seized at all costs. The death of bystander heralded the emergence of a note, followed by gasps of astonishment as bystanders see his demise. Each individual who received the note was struck with awe, only to be swiftly slaughtered moments later. The curious spectacle unfolded upon the island, as pirates vied fiercely for a piece of paper, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. What was known, however, was that each recipient was profoundly shaken, indicating the note must pertain to an extraordinary treasure. At last, upon bystander D's acquisition of the note, its contents were revealed. At this moment, some pirates began to waver in their pursuit of the demon fruit, questioning the existence of such a thing. Today, 5 Zoan-type demon fruits appeared on the island, the very fruits belonging to the 5 previously vanished Zoan users. "I have witnessed them," a voice echoed from an unknown location, igniting the remaining pirates. Meanwhile, at the port, lavish ships approached, each tactfully avoiding docking near the celestial dragons, with groups of individuals disembarking from each vessel. Even from a distance, one could sense their formidable presence, a crew without a reputation upon the seas. Each of them traversed the ruins with ease, swiftly making their way to the island's center. After approximately 15 minutes of running, they heard the cries of pirates. In an instant, these figures left behind only a fleeting shadow and vanished. This was all orchestrated by Gru, who released the perfect information at the opportune moment to achieve the desired effect. Now, the pivotal characters had arrived, and the expendable pirates were destined to disappear. The final demon fruit rests in your hands, does it not? Gazing at the towering figure of Jean, who stood over 6 meters tall, Weiss could scarcely fathom encountering such a character in the first half of Paradise. It seemed he intended to seize the demon fruit from Weiss. "Hand over the demon fruit, Cardon. You and Jack take these 2 to the ship. Instruct Karina to sail towards the record pointer. I will follow shortly." "Understood, Captain." Cardon passed the box containing the demon fruit to Weiss, and the 4 hurried towards the Klee. They understood that remaining here would only be a hindrance. Weiss would be unable to fully unleash his potential. Jean paid no heed to the 4 fleeing individuals. His sole focus was on the demon fruit held by Weiss. Weiss extracted the demon fruit from the box, weighing it in his hands, curiosity evident regarding the miraculous powers it possessed. Jean was unconcerned that Weiss might suddenly consume the fruit, believing Weiss to merely be an ordinary pirate, skilled at concealing his aura. Such a pirate, he was confident, could be slain the moment he attempted to bite into the fruit. "Come and take it. I might spare your life." Jean felt rather pleased, having acquired 5 Zoan demon fruits, essentially receiving them without cost. How could his mood be anything but splendid? In this favorable disposition, if Weiss were wise, he might be granted clemency. "Spare your life. Come and take it then." Weiss retorted mockingly. "Do you think I would relinquish what I possess merely because of your words? Do you believe yourself to be rehearsed?" With that, Weiss unleashed a torrent of murderous intent, a crimson wave that engulfed the area, the unseen malice creating ripples that clashed against Jin's form. The scarlet hue suffused the entire space, the clouds above seemingly affected, casting an ominous gloom over the land. As darkness enveloped the skies, and the murderous aura erupted freely. Under the onslaught of this malevolence, Jean realized he had underestimated his opponent. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable individual on the Grand Line, which was undeniably exhilarating. Just as he prepared to strike at Weiss, a rather lewd voice echoed from above. How terrifying! Such a level of murderous intent. Both men looked up. It was Admiral Kazaro. Kazaro descended from the heavens, the shattered debris of buildings and scattered tree branches littering the ground, creating a kaleidoscope of colors, albeit dimmed in the current atmosphere. "Jean, one of the 3 disasters. How fearsome indeed. Sengoku did not mention you would be here," Kazaro remarked, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. The scene momentarily quiet. "So, it is you 2 who have dared to lay hands on the celestial dragons," Kazaro continued. "Only those of exceptional strength and audacity would dare to confront the celestial dragons. The rest of the pirates lacked the courage and requisite power. Well, you might not believe this, But we weren't the ones who struck down a certain pirate in his dying moments, had a whim, and fired a shot. I was just about to leave, Weiss explained, not wishing to confront the world government just yet. Should they not believe him and choose to strike, he was not one to be trifled with. Who struck that pig is of little importance. What matters is that you hand over the demon fruit. For Jean, whether Kizaru was present or not was inconsequential. Obtaining that demon fruit was paramount, as it was essential for reporting back to Cardon in the original work. Only those with the strength to directly confront the ships of the four emperors could do so. Hey, Admiral Kizaru, there are pirates threatening a peace-loving civilian here. Are you not going to intervene? Weiss brandished the sword at his waist, poised for action. The young man here hardly seems fragile. I doubt he requires my assistance, Kizaru replied, his demeanor unchanged and slow. No sooner had he spoken than, boom, the two had already engaged in battle, a fierce gale erupting from their clash, their conflict provoking a tempest in the heavens, a bolt of lightning striking down, illuminating the entire battlefield. The earth could not withstand the weight of their powers, the once solid ruins now cracking apart, fissures rapidly extending outward, stones were sent flying, propelled by their might, creating a cacophony that pierced the eardrums. Chunks of rock hurtled towards Kizaru, leaving glimmers of yellow light in their wake. Claws gripped Weiss's sword, the blade crashing against the obsidian talons. Not bad, little brat, Jean praised from beneath his mask, as expected of one of the three disasters. After their initial exchange, Weiss discerned that their strengths were closely matched. Clang! Weiss withdrew his sword from Jin's grasp, sparks erupting as the blade glided past. Both parties engaged in cautious attacks, wary of employing their full strength with Kizaru nearby. Jean was a pirate, while Weiss was suspected to be the heir of the Golden Lion. How about we both take a step back? I won't take the demon fruit, and you can keep it as well. Let us call it a day, Weiss suggested, twirling his sword as if to signal a retreat. Jean fell silent, having realized that in the short term, victory was unattainable, with an admiral casting a watchful eye nearby. He understood that to continue fighting would be to his detriment. Very well, Jean agreed, not being the type to recklessly charge into battle without assessing the consequences. After all, he had already secured 4 fruits without cost. It was not a loss. With that, Jean transformed into his pteranodon form, flames trailing as he prepared to ascend and leave this place. That won't do. I cannot report to Sengoku like this, especially after an injury to a celestial dragon. Yada no Kagami, the elemental Kizaru morphed into a yellow light, soaring into the sky, an onslaught of radiant light, cascading like rain from above. The dense array of luminescent droplets appeared as beautiful as shooting stars. Yet each possessed the ability to send a person to the depths of hell. Damn it, Kizaru, did you receive overtime pay? Weiss cursed as he realized this attack encompassed him as well. Armament hockey surged from his arm, enveloping the sword in a dark hue. The long sword danced in Weiss's hands, impervious to the rain of light that could not approach him in the slightest. Crack, crack, crack. The luminous droplet struck the ground, penetrating deep into the earth's layers. That a tremendous force erupted from the light, akin to a volcanic explosion, raising the ground and causing another detonation. The strong could obliterate the heavens and the earth, and those of the natural type were particularly outrageous. Jean, having just ascended to the sky, was bombarded by the countless rays of light, ultimately forced back to the ground, though he sustained no injuries. This time, Kizaru merely aimed to keep him in check. Young man, let's make a deal. You help me keep this person here, and I'll reward you with a bounty, Kizaru proposed after executing his technique and descending. Tisish, not interested, Weiss replied, resting the sword on his shoulder, certainly unwilling to agree. Well, that's quite a conundrum, Kizaru mused, realizing this could be an opportune moment to eliminate Jean, for the beast pirates were absent. Jean stood alone. Had Weiss been aware of Kizaru's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly found it hard to believe. The yellow ape must have been swapped out, for he now harbors thoughts of actively eradicating pirates. In the original narrative, his demeanor towards the supernovas during the Spade Archipelago incident was akin to letting the ocean flow as it pleased, without resistance. Throughout the Marineford War, he was merely treading water. And now he contemplates sparing the likes of Jin. If one were to rationalize this shift, it could be due to the obvious perception that if he were to merely release the Straw Hat crew, it would be blatantly apparent that he was merely appeasing Garp. Hence, he resolved not to capture any supernovas at all, and instead returned with hundreds of underlings as a form of compliance. As for Marineford, did we not witness Garp nearly striking a Kainu, held back only by Sengoku? In the climactic moments on the ice, whether he was saving Luffy or seeking to end his life remained solely in his own knowledge. Jin rose from the ground, as if he had come to recognize the gravity of the situation. Even if Weiss refrained from intervening today, escaping would exact a dire toll. Comparing speeds with the yellow ape atop the ocean would be tantamount to courting death. He may indeed be a pterosaur, but he is no thunderfruit user and cannot compete. Ah, you two continue. I shall take my leave, Weiss thought, noticing the two seemed poised for combat, and he promptly made his exit. After all, it was not his battle. Why involve himself? The yellow ape could not permit this individual to depart, for the injury of St. Charlos was linked to him, and a masked man suddenly approached from the fringes of the battlefield. Weiss expressed confusion, questioning why he should care about the injury of that swine. If one were to draw a connection, it might be due to the masked man's slip-up while confronting Weiss, which resulted in gunfire directed at the celestial dragons. What does this have to do with me? Facing Weiss, the masked man was gripped by fear, yet someone had to take the fall if the injury was inflicted by a dying pirate. He would share the same fate as those others, certain doom. Did he not witness how Ratleys was shot dead by an enraged celestial dragon, and Weiss was the prime candidate to shoulder the blame? Who could argue otherwise, for he was the strongest present at the time, and such an explanation would surely be accepted by the celestial dragons, now that the celestial dragons had decided to remain. Docking their ship on the shore, they demanded to see every pirate from that street eradicated. Were it not for the orders of the five elders, this celestial dragon would have sought to annihilate every inhabitant of the Crown Island. Thus, a cadre of CP agents was dispatched to the island to capture pirates. It mattered not who had been present on the street, but rather to apprehend enough pirates to quell their wrath. Simultaneously, they sought to seize the so-called devil fruit technology. Hey there, if you help me capture this pirate, I shall pretend I never heard this conversation. The yellow ape regarded Weiss with an odd expression. It seems I have become your scapegoat, have I not? Weiss's dark pupils flared with a hint of crimson light, fixating intently upon the masked man. Any sign of disobedience would lead to his immediate demise. Is it not you who injured the celestial dragon? The masked man felt the overwhelming pressure, his face paling beneath the mask. You see, just a moment ago I was implicated in the injury of the celestial dragon. And now I am the one responsible, and you claim to have the strongest intelligence agency, yet you exhibit such weakness of character? Trash. No matter how you spin it, if I say it's unrelated, then it is so. However, I now intend to end this masked man's life. Yellow ape, you want to obstruct me, will you? Furthermore, after this incident, should you dare attribute this matter to me, I would not hesitate to eliminate a celestial dragon. I mean every word. Upon witnessing Weiss's sudden disappearance, the CP agents were engulfed by fear. They understood they could not best Weiss. Any prior exchanges had merely been Weiss restraining his strength. Brother, I cannot allow you to harm him. The Navy, despite their disdain for the underhanded CP agents, could not stand idly by as they were killed before their eyes. A grave taboo. Yellow ape, you remain here. The three acted almost in unison. The yellow ape sought to prevent Weiss from killing, while Jin aimed to thwart the yellow ape's rescue. Should Weiss eliminate the masked man, their chances of escape would significantly increase. That a flash of light surged forth. A blood-red slash erupted, and blood sprayed forth. That a long gash appeared across the masked man's chest, piercing through his entire being, and he collapsed, lifeless. Weiss turned, brandishing his sword at the yellow ape, prepared for battle. For he had been wrong not once, but twice in a single day. Even a mere clay figure would harbor rage. Weiss felt no desire to utter another word. Jin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. It seemed there was now no need to worry about escaping, thanks to the CP's inadvertent assistance. Tengaku no Amatsuke's particles of light coalesced in his hand, gradually forming a sword composed entirely of luminescent hues. The golden blade cleaving towards the oncoming edge of his opponent's sword. Clang, clang, clang. Their swords clashed continuously in the air, emitting a clear and melodious sound. There were no extravagant sword energies colliding, only pure swordsmanship at play. Should an observer witness such a duel and deem the Admiral to be lacking, they would quickly find themselves facing certain death after just a single clash. Sparks flew as Weiss firmly gripped his sword. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since setting sail. He had assumed such encounters would only occur in the New World, yet today was unbearably infuriating. To not fight would be unsatisfying. Jin was ablaze with fervor, biding his time, refusing to flee. Despite their fierce exchange, the moment he contemplated retreating, the yellow ape would be swift to follow. That it may seem reckless, but there was room to maneuver. Weiss blocked the yellow ape's strike, twisting his arm, his sword gliding deftly upwards, targeting the yellow ape's face. The blade was enveloped in hockey. Should it strike true, the yellow ape would be gravely injured if not killed outright. At that moment, Jin too seized the opportunity, springing forth, his razor-sharp claws imbued with the force of shattered stones and fierce gold, descending towards the yellow ape's head. In such dire circumstances, the average individual would meet their demise with unfulfilled rage. But the yellow ape was no ordinary man. He was a vice admiral of the Navy, a wielder of the light fruit. Could he not outpace light itself? In an instant, the yellow ape transformed into a beam of yellow light, evading their combined onslaught. Yet, in that fleeting moment, both Weiss and Jin could not retract their attacks. They collided head-on. Boom! The ground shattered beneath Weiss, erupting once more, clouds of dust obscuring the view. Pah! He spat out the grime clinging to his lips. Emerging from the smoke with a leisurely demeanor. If you interfere, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you first. After all, what difference does it make whom I battle? What a fearsome brother. Yet, such a notion is acceptable. The yellow ape showed no reluctance to ally with Weiss against Jin. Jin remained silent. He was an astute individual, not a fool. At this moment, Weiss's demeanor was clearly volatile, the kind that could explode at any provocation. Yet, he remained rational, ensuring he retained sufficient strength to guard against others, rather than a battle. It felt more akin to a friendly sparring match. The yellow ape, however, ceased his aggression towards Weiss and redirected his focus towards Jin. The three engaged in a chaotic melee, with Weiss targeting the yellow ape turning towards Jin, and at times, the two would join forces against the remaining contender. Yet, when the yellow ape faced Jin, it was evident he fought differently than when confronting Weiss. The clouds above churned, stirred by the intensity of their battle, as flashes of lightning flickered within, the dancing bolts seemingly poised to strike at any moment. This area had become a veritable wasteland, the ground beneath them marred by the tumult of their conflict. Should one gaze down from the heavens, that section would appear significantly lower than its surroundings. Look over there. What is that? The onlookers by the shore turned their gaze toward the island, where the atmospheric conditions had shifted dramatically. Even from a distance, one could sense the cataclysmic force erupting from within, as if stepping into it would lead to instant obliteration. What kind of formidable beings are engaged in battle? Why do I feel the island trembling? The voices of those aboard the ships quaked with trepidation. Quickly, look! What is that black object emerging? The island was fracturing. Cracks radiated from the heart of the battlefield, as if seeking to cleave the island in two. That the rifts formed by the combat surged forth, flooding the sea with water. With the passage of time, the battleground of the three had morphed into a miniature lake. Both combatants were devil fruit users, and the encroaching seawater would strip them of their powers. As the lake took shape, the two ascended into the sky to continue their clash. Weiss relied on moonwalk, but he was beginning to struggle. One swift maneuver brought him to the shore, while the other two wielded fruit abilities conducive to flight. Weiss, a pure swordsman, found himself at a disadvantage in aerial combat. Did they think they could thwart him this way? Weiss stood before him, his sword raised upright, the entirety of his formidable aura coalescing to his zenith. A subtle yet palpable sword energy arose without a breeze, swirling around him, gradually forming a crimson tempest. This scarlet storm seemed to unleash the gates of hell, the scent of death engulfing the battlefield like mist. A palpable killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Within this maelstrom, Weiss appeared as a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell, a harbinger of death traversing the mortal realm, reaping the lives of the living. The two combatants in the sky felt the weight of his blade's momentum. The bodies engaged in battle swiftly maneuvered to evade. At this moment, a sword beyond compare. With Weiss's furious exclamation, the surrounding sword energy awakened as if imbued with sentience. The once whirling sword energy converged like a river flowing into the ocean. Strands of sword energy coalesced upon the blade. And as the sword energy concealed itself, the world seemed to descend into a hushed silence, rendering the ears incapable of perceiving any sound. With a flick of the sword, a thunderous wave of sword energy erupted from the blade. Two colossal arcs of sword energy obscuring the horizon, rendering escape impossible. That it appeared as though it had condensed into a fine thread, easily evaded with a mere sidestep, presenting a deceptive lack of potency. Two utterly disparate sensations. How is this possible? Jin, for the first time, lost his composure. He had fought many great swordsmen upon the sea, and numerous formidable foes had perished by his hand, yet he had never encountered a swordsman like Weiss. What seemed to be a single strand of sword energy concealed a total of 7 lethal strikes, unpredictable in nature. If one were to block one, the rest would scatter and strike. To block them all meant to endure a direct assault. This was entirely different from facing a mere blade wielded by someone attempting to strike you multiple times. Fire Dragon King. Jean dared not hesitate for even a moment, instantly unleashing his technique. A colossal dragon, ablaze with fierce flames, materialized behind him, its visage monstrous. Roar. The dragon bellowed as it surged forth, engulfing everything in raging fire, scorching all it encountered, warping the air around it, and painting half the sky crimson with its fury. Meanwhile, the yellow ape, in a more straightforward manner, unleashed his haki with reckless abandon upon the onslaught, enveloping the space before him in a downpour of golden light, rendering the sword energy incapable of advancing even a fraction. The battlefield was thus divided into 3 realms, one realm of sword energy slicing through the air, another of flames raging fiercely, scorching the atmosphere, and a third transformed into a realm of light. The techniques of the 3 clashed violently in the air. Those on the shore had long distanced themselves from the coast, perched upon their vessels, gazing at the island where it seemed a stalemate had emerged. Is this what the world of the strong looks like? Some fortunate pirates who had managed to escape stared in awe at the spectacle above. How could such powerful beings exist here? It defied comprehension. One was Admiral Kazuru, another was Jean, one of the calamities, and who was the last? To stand equal with these two must surely be someone of great renown. Gru sat listlessly aboard the ship, his gaze fixed upon the island. He had departed the island long before sending out the note. This was no longer his concern. Now, he simply awaited the outcome from the island. He knew Weiss was formidable. After all, he was suspected to be the disciple of the legendary Golden Lion, a great swordsman who could not be too weak. Yet, he never anticipated such overwhelming strength. If Crown Island were to survive this battle, it would undoubtedly be due to the restraint of the 3. Yet, even so, half of the island had already been transformed into an archipelago as a result of their clash. If this continued, it was not impossible for it to vanish beneath the waves. Due to the intensity of their conflict, a peculiar magnetic field had formed in the area, and from a distance, the clouds above the battleground swirled like a vortex. "Look, what is that?" a pirate exclaimed. The crowd's attention shifted once more as a blade of sword energy cleaved through the sky, striking the cloud cover above. The scarlet slash seemed to awaken the latent forces within the clouds. Lightning cascading like a torrential downpour towards the island. This storm of lightning did not persist for long. A brilliant flash erupted from within the clouds, splitting them asunder. Did that just cleave the sky? Sophie trembled as she spoke. That moment, they were aboard the Chris, not heeding Weiss's command to set sail immediately, but rather waiting here. This was the unanimous decision of the group. The sea was crowded with vessels, and they feared Weiss might exhaust himself too greatly in the fray. Weiss gasped, standing upon the battered island, the waves crashing relentlessly against the shore, the recent eruption having drained him of considerable stamina. Jean was in a similar predicament. He had not transformed into his dragon form soaring above, like Weiss, and had exhausted himself as well. At this moment, conserving energy was paramount, for strictly speaking, he was the only pirate present. Kizaru, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, remained largely unharmed. An admiral is still an admiral, especially one of the natural type. Moreover, since the 3 had not fought to the death, the apparent destruction was merely superficial. All 3 were merely fatigued. Kizaru merely sought an explanation. Jean needed to depart, and Weiss was venting the fury within his heart. If it were truly a battle to the death, Weiss would not hesitate to ally with Jean to eliminate Kizaru first, rather than engaging in this dance of shifting opponents. What a terrifying young man, Kizaru sincerely remarked at this moment, recognizing Weiss's remarkable combat prowess at such a young age. Jean was already in his 40s, while Kizaru was in his 50s. That Weiss could contend with them at their peak for such an extended period without sustaining injuries was extraordinary. The crucial point was that Weiss would only reach his zenith at the age of 30. Contemplating this, both men felt a chill run down their spines. Who would be able to stand against Weiss when he reached his full potential? No. How could you compare to me, Admiral Kazu? Weiss spoke truthfully. Although he currently wielded Vice Admiral level strength, there remained a gap between him and an admiral. However, it would still take some time for an admiral to subdue him, had Kizaru not pursued him. He could have easily escaped. So, what should be done in this battle? Jin's flames flickered ominously, seemingly signaling to the two that he had reached his limit. With just a bit more effort, he could extinguish Weiss. Not enough. If it were merely this, I would have no explanation to offer above, Kizaru replied, hands tucked into his pockets. If the island were destroyed, what would become of the pirates? What of the pirates who had harmed the celestial dragons? Kizaru would not allow Jean and Weiss to depart without first ascertaining whether the Navy had captured any smaller pirates to serve as scapegoats. Then let us continue. After all, it is still early. A good time to finish this and return home for dinner. Weiss drove his sword into the ground before him, resting his hands upon the hilt, the sword energy around him flickering in and out of existence. Unperturbed, Jean was already contemplating retreat. Within his observation hockey, he sensed an increasing number of warships beyond the island. If he did not depart soon, 2 vice admirals would arrive, and he would truly find himself unable to escape. He immediately made a decision. Flames erupted from his body, a torrent of fire once more obscuring the vision of those present, 2 fire dragons roaring forth. Yet, it appeared to be more bluster than substance. Indeed, as the flames dissipated, Jean had transformed into his dragon form, ascending into the heavens. Just as Kizaru was about to pursue, his transponder snail suddenly rang. Old man, I've captured several pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. It's War Peach Maru, the voice emanated from within. Hey, War Peach Maru, when did you become so formidable? This time, Kizaru had not mistaken the transponder snail, that I've always been this formidable. I am the mightiest navy on the seas. Click, Kizaru hung up the transponder snail. See you later, young man. With that, he transformed into a streak of yellow light and vanished. Seeing both men depart, Weiss also made his way toward the harbor, Grand Line. Aboard the Chris, Karina had been haggling with the news bird, perhaps lacking Nami's avarice. Yet she was frugal, ensuring every penny was well spent. She would not waste a single coin, especially evident when purchasing clothing. Oh my, the trio was drawn to Karina's exclamation. Witnessing her cover her mouth with a newspaper, her expression one of astonishment, sparking their curiosity. Sophie and Willis had disembarked after paying the requisite fare. Cardon was the first to peek out, his head nearing Karina's, his eyes scanning the newspaper for whatever had astonished her. What the hell? Cardon exclaimed in shock. Jack leaned in, casting a calm yet disdainful glance at Cardon. Is this not the treatment befitting a captain? Engaging in a fierce contest against 2 formidable foes, Jack's demeanor was notably unperturbed, yet the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. Bring it here, let me see, he commanded, as Weiss reclined languidly in the chair, unwilling to stir. After departing from the island the previous day, he had set sail, leaving the Navy to clear the remnants of the pirates on the island. As for the extraction technique for that devil fruit, the note had been torn into fragments by 3 opposing factions, and by the time the Navy reached the island, it had vanished without a trace. Weiss held a newspaper, its front page boldly declaring, "The might of the strong, threatening the Admiral, a declaration of dominance." The subsequent lines recounted Weiss's words to Kizaru, "If you slander me, I shall indeed slay a celestial dragon." It was certain that only 3 individuals had been present at that moment, and during the heightened state of observation, Weiss had failed to detect the presence of a 4th. Nevertheless, the photograph tinted in red alongside those words had indeed graced the pages of the newspaper. If the paparazzi of the past life possessed such capabilities, one could only imagine the tranquility that would envelop certain circles. The entirety of the newspaper was devoted to reports on Weiss, detailing his fierce battles against the Navy admirals and one of the beast pirates' calamities, a peerless powerhouse. What changes would the emergence of such a mysterious figure bring to the tumultuous seas? Shocking, the newly emerged strongman turned out to be his disciple. Weiss found himself at a loss for words upon seeing this headline, and as he delved deeper into the content, his incredulity only grew. Even the Navy remained skeptical, yet there they were, asserting it as fact. Did they not fear the Navy's retribution? The 18-year-old swordsman, Hawkeye, are you prepared? Weiss inadvertently spat out his coconut juice, bemused by the absurdity of it all. When did I ever claim I would challenge Hawkeye? Am I mad? He was uncertain of Hawkeye's true strength, but from the fervent actions that followed, it was evident that Zorro required a grand technique to cleave a meteor in 2. While Hawkeye could accomplish the same with merely a standard strike, undoubtedly formidable at present, Weiss was certain he could not prevail, still lacking that crucial edge. His exchanges with Kizaru had been evenly matched, but that was merely due to the fact that none had fought earnestly. The grand operation to obliterate the island bore no marks of injury upon any of them. If Akainu had been present today, given his extreme temperament, he would likely have needed to collaborate with Jean to escape unscathed. The difference between being a hair's breadth away from an admiral was still a significant gap. Despite the fact that little Marco had sent Kizaru flying with a kick, it was well known. "Captain, can you truly contend with an admiral?" Cardon inquired. "An admiral, you say? There's still a measure of disparity." Weiss replied. "Then, Captain, how strong do you estimate you are now?" Jack pressed. "Well, strength is quite an abstract concept, but to rephrase it, if I were a pirate, I would estimate my bounty to be around 1.3 billion. After a moment's hesitation, Weiss disclosed a figure closely resembling Jin's bounty. While the Navy's assessment of bounties was based on the severity of one's misdeeds, it often corresponded to one's actual prowess. In the original narrative, Jin's bounty was 1.36 billion berries. "Wow. Captain, you're worth that much? Why not accompany me to Navy headquarters?" Karina exclaimed, her demeanor transforming to one of elation upon hearing the figure. "Hey, Karina, I was merely using a metaphor." "You know, a metaphor. I could never possess a bounty, understand?" "What a disappointment," she lamented. "What expression is that?" At the Holy Land Mary Joa on Red Soil Continent. Within the Panga Hall, 5 elderly men, some seated, some standing, some polishing their swords, were engaged in deliberation over certain matters. "What do you make of this individual? To utter such words suggests he must be a nuisance," remarked a white-haired elder, placing the newspaper upon the table. "These are trivial matters. The crux is whether he truly is the heir of the Golden Lion. The sudden reemergence of a great pirate who vanished nearly 2 decades ago, what does that signify?" pondered the elder with a long beard, gazing out the window. "As for this individual, I hold no particular opinion. Merely a strong man who has been slandered, and it is understandable for him to voice such sentiments. Wielding a double-edged sword does not necessarily make one the disciple of the Golden Lion. It could simply be a personal preference," the sword-bearing elder remarked, examining the newspaper and the more detailed photographic dossier concerning Weiss laid out on the table. "Moreover, the data suggests that he seems disinclined to embrace the life of a pirate, aspiring instead to be a free man. I propose we refrain from interfering for the time being," the sword-bearing elder continued. The other 4 fell into contemplative silence before murmuring an agreement. Agreed. Agreed. In the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. "Old man, look here, this is the good friend I told you about who I encountered at sea. During my time in the East Blue, he was my main transport," Ace exclaimed, squinting with a wide grin, his joy palpable as he spoke of his friend who had made a name for himself. At this moment, he had been accepted by the Whitebeard pirates due to his challenge against Whitebeard. "Hey, Ace, you actually stayed on someone else's ship," a pirate teased. "Indeed, Weiss is an exceptionally strong individual, and the devil fruit I consumed was encountered during our voyage together." Ace recounted his experiences sailing with Weiss in the East Blue, omitting any mention of debts owed. Whitebeard, his massive frame holding the newspaper, spotted the phrase and seemed to recall something, a strange expression crossing his face as he muttered, "Interesting lad. Gura, since Ace's friend has made a name for himself on the seas, let us celebrate Ace's friendship. Let us feast." "Old man, are you yearning for a drink?" Marco interjected, hands raised in surrender. "Marco, this is a celebration," Whitebeard declared with his usual commanding presence, though he appeared somewhat sheepish. Should those at sea behold the legendary Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, bearing such an expression, they would undoubtedly be left agog. The strongest man, Whitebeard, feeling bashful. This scene would likely only be witnessed by Whitebeard's sons, who he regarded as family. On Onigashima, a pirate cautiously approached Kaido, who was drinking, presenting a newspaper. "Captain, look, someone fought against Lord Jean and Kizaru." "Who cares?" Kaido dismissed, casting the newspaper aside. "Just a little brat. Did Jean acquire the devil fruits, the 5 Zoan-type devil fruits?" Upon hearing this, the pirate broke into a cold sweat. "Captain Kaido, Lord Jean has already obtained 4. But one remains in Weiss's possession." "The little brat, what did you say?" Kaido roared, causing the cave to tremble, sending pirates flying to a tea cake island. Big Mom, having reviewed Weiss's information while indulging in cake, made a unilateral decision. "Recruit this little brat as my son-in-law." Red-haired merely glanced at the newspaper before becoming engulfed in the revelry of the banquet. Hawkeye, upon seeing the newspaper, wore a detached expression, lost in thought as he shouldered his black blade, Yoru, and stepped out of the eerie castle. More and more individuals across the sea were becoming aware of Weiss's existence, coupled with that photograph seemingly stained with blood, earning him a new moniker, Sword Demon. In truth, Weiss had initially rejected this title, for it bore the implication of having slain many. However, From the beginning of his training to the present, Weiss had personally killed fewer than 10 individuals. Moreover, these had been mere petty pirates from the East Blue, often with accomplices adept at erasing evidence. In comparison to the unparalleled strongmen capable of obliterating entire islands, Weiss's kill count was exceedingly low, so low that since setting sail, he had likely not personally slain more than 10. Thus, why did the captain's murderous intent seem so terrifying? How many had he truly killed? Karina had witnessed Weiss's bursts of murderous intent, but had never seen him unleash his full power. She had not anticipated such a terrifying presence. Merely viewing the photograph sent chills racing down her spine. In reality, the number was not significant. These were not kills, but rather a consequence of his sword training. His practice targets had primarily been beasts. Once, upon discovering that the beasts on their island had been eradicated, his master had cast him into the sea to combat sea kings that Twin Swallows Island, being near the calm belt, often found sea kings emerging. For a time, the residents of Twin Swallows Island had grown so accustomed to feasting on sea kings that merely seeing meat would make them retch. As for the source of his murderous intent, it had stemmed from a particular incident. While underwater, he had encountered a swarm of smaller sea kings, and, perhaps due to the accumulation of pent-up murderous intent over time, it had finally erupted. Thus, it was not as you all envision. Having uttered this, Weiss shrugged, realizing that unless he clarified, he would be branded a bloodthirsty fiend. That would not do at all. After hearing this, Karina patted her chest, leaving Cardon in a state of bewilderment. She feared that her captain might be a deranged killer, a notion that seemed far too perilous. After all, she considered herself merely a thief with a fleeting desire to pilfer the ship. While on Canopy Island, Karina had contemplated stealthily commandeering the vessel, yet ultimately hesitated, reasoning that Canopy Island was fraught with danger. Perhaps next time she would attempt the heist. Jack, how long do you think it will take us to reach the next island? Weiss inquired, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed. Captain, I truly do not know the answer to that question, Cardon replied, his expression grim. We lack a detailed map of the Grand Line, and can only rely on the recorded compass. It was a disheartening admission. A navigator unable to resolve a route was a significant failure. Do not despair. Even the Navy does not possess a complete map of the world. However, there might be maps detailing the primary routes to paradise. We can obtain one when the time comes. Weiss consoled Cardon, resting his head on his hand. Upon hearing this, Cardon sighed in relief, secretly resolving to chart a map of each island they encountered, meticulously marking the distances between them. Weiss's lack of reproach did not mean he felt no disappointment. Meanwhile, not far from the Chris, a merchant vessel was undergoing a calamity. The band of pirates had boarded, demanding the treasures and belly from the captain, and proceeded to plunder the ship, seizing all its riches. At that moment, the merchant captain knelt on the deck, witnessing the pirates mercilessly slaughtering his clients. His heart heavy with sorrow, knowing that his turn would soon come. That he had fought back, but was no match for the notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly. What perplexed him was why such a fearsome individual was not in the New World, but instead lurking in paradise. All he wished for now was to escape and report to the Navy to apprehend this audacious pirate. Yet, in this vast ocean, merchant ships were routinely robbed by pirates, and even hiring numerous guards proved futile. The captain could not help but cry out to the heavens, "When will this accursed pirate era come to an end? Roger, I loathe you." He attributed all his misfortunes to the Pirate King. Roger, believing that the current situation was a consequence of the great pirate age he had ushered in. Hate all you want. Soon you will join him. When you meet him, do convey my gratitude, Rokudo. Rokudo, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly, had returned from Fishman Island. A failure in the New World, yet a tyrant in paradise, he reveled in the despair of others during their darkest moments, relishing the power he wielded at that instant. Witnessing Rokudo's arrogant demeanor and the client's desperate cries, the captain cried out, "Oh heavens, save me. I offer all the treasures aboard my ship." This feeling, this sensation, listening to the captain's lament, Rokudo spread his arms wide, embracing the scene before him, reaching a euphoric peak. Ha ha ha. Scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throat, Captain, another ship approaches from behind, unmarked and not resembling a pirate vessel. Jack reported from the lookout as he observed the unfolding situation. Advanced toward it. Certainly. Moments later, the two ships crossed paths, and Jack and Cardon were the first to leap onto the pirate ship. They upheld Weiss's commendable tradition of not engaging in battle aboard their own vessel. Rokudo, seeing the two intruders on his ship, grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Eliminate them. It was as direct as it was decisive. Employing overwhelming force to crush the adversaries, the anguished cries of the weak became a symphony to his ears. A scream echoed, exquisite in its melodiousness. Rokudo mused, "Do, save me." More cries, a delightful sound. My misfortune is unbearable. Wait, weren't there only two of them? Why is there an additional voice? Upon realizing the precarious situation, Rokudo opened his eyes to find his crew being slaughtered by the two intruders, an overwhelming massacre with no resistance from his men. Consumed by rage, Rokudo charged at the duo, furious that his crew would be left to fend for themselves in future confrontations. Bang! Jack, observing Rokudo's advance, swiftly distanced himself and fired a shot. Yet, Rokudo, recovering quickly, pulled one of his subordinates in front to shield himself. Seeing his fallen crew member, Rokudo's eyes blazed with fury as he cried out, "You have slain my man. I have never encountered such audacity." Jack's initial reaction was one of disbelief. How could Rokudo so shamelessly assert that when he had used his own crew as a shield? Rokudo was indifferent to this, while those around him had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. If he ever refrained from acting in such a manner, that would indeed be a cause for concern. This was also why there were no officers aboard this ship. All had been sacrificed to shield him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jack found himself rapidly approaching. What happens when a sniper is cornered? One could easily deduce the outcome. Rokudo wore a cruel smile, victory seemingly within reach. Yet, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Bang! The sound of a face colliding with a gunstock. Rokudo's visage was distorted as the gunstock struck him. Several teeth knocked out in the process. What had just transpired? Had the captain truly slammed his face against the gunstock? Was this a new technique? Perhaps it was a strategy to use sheer impact to dislodge his teeth, then spit them at the enemy for added humiliation, inciting furious retaliation from the captain, who would ultimately be vanquished. Indeed, the captain had devised yet another method of tormenting his foes. He was truly a genius. You have deduced correctly. This is precisely what I intend to do. Only through utter humiliation of my enemies can true strength be asserted. Now, I shall counterattack. Rejoice. Rokudo rose, as if rallying himself, through his observation. Jack heard the conversations of the crew. He thought to himself, what strange individuals these are. How could they harbor such delusions? Do they not see their captain clutching his mouth, crouching in pain? Are they all blind to the fact that his face has been rendered unrecognizable? Jack dared not be complacent. The ability to have knocked out Rokudo's teeth was not solely due to his 6 months of training, but also a stroke of fortune, anticipating the attack. He had placed the gunstock in the right position. One would expect a pirate of such high bounty to evade an attack. Yet, he had not anticipated this. Kid, you can now relish the embrace of death, Rokudo declared, retrieving a massive cleaver nearly 20 meters long. Hey, brooding man, do you need assistance? Cardon skillfully maneuvered through the minions, delivering a swift kick to one of the pirates. Mind your own business. Just deal with the minions. Jack replied, his expression grave. This was his first direct encounter with such a formidable foe, necessitating the utmost caution. To become a top-tier sniper, he must continually confront various adversaries. This time, he would rely on himself. Since your comrades refuse to assist you, you shall perish. I will sever your waist. Rokudo hoisted the colossal blade, gripping it tightly. A wild grin plastered across his face. The blade whistled through the air as he swung it in a wide arc, causing some pirates to duck in fear of being caught in its wake. As long as my sword is long enough, my enemies cannot reach me. A whirlwind erupted, and Jack leaped, knowing that such speed would not touch him. On the contrary, the distance provided him with an advantageous opportunity. He aimed his weapon at Rokudo, firing several shots, each targeted at the head, determined to eliminate him. The bullets carved swirling lines through the air before swiftly vanishing. Clang, clang, clang. This time, Rokudo positioned his sword horizontally before his forehead, its broad blade effectively blocking 3 bullets that would have been lethal to an ordinary pirate. Such is the lament of a marksman. Once the ammunition is expended, one can only passively endure the blows. With a smile, Rokudo charged forward, having already envisioned his enemy writhing in agony upon the deck. You are correct, but who told you I have run out of bullets? Jack observed Rokudo's approach with an unruffled demeanor, devoid of the panic typical of a marksman confronted by an advancing foe. The figure drew nearer. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes. I've been waiting for you. Explosive round. Jack tossed 2 black projectiles from his pocket and swiftly retreated, He was keenly aware of the devastating power these creations held, having meticulously crafted them during his training. With several successful trials culminating in their production after acquiring the necessary materials yesterday. What is this? Bullets. A grown man laying eggs. Ha! Rokudo scoffed, picking up the black projectiles from the ground at him. The threat of bullets was vastly overshadowed by that of blades. He was unconcerned that Jack had evaded his attack. After all, the more a prey resists, the more it ignites the hunter's competitive spirit, adding to the challenge. Hunters rejoice more at capturing a rabbit or a tiger. Boom! Black smoke mingled with fiery explosions erupted from the deck, enveloping Rokudo, who stood at the epicenter. Those outside, only a dark silhouette was discernible, motionless, as if the explosive ordnance had claimed his life. Jack, however, remained vigilant. Within his observation, he sensed a fluctuation in the pirate's vitality. Though the injuries were insufficient for fatality, for the strong, explosives often lacked the necessary lethality. Even Jack's modified explosive rounds, based on Buggy's design, failed to deliver the desired impact. Little brat, you've caused me considerable pain. Rokudo emerged from the flames, his face bearing subtle burn marks, his long hair singed and curled against his scalp, his attire, marred by the fire, clung tightly to him, and the air was infused with the scent of roasting flesh. Rokudo discarded his comical large sword onto the deck, now gripping a small dagger, its surface gleaming with a chilling glint. Even amidst the flames, let us get serious, little rabbit, and see if you can endure. The wounded Rokudo shifted his demeanor, eager to toy with his prey rather than be the one toyed with. Had he not utilized his armed hockey at the last moment, the marks on his face would have been far more grievous. The fleeting shadow lingered on the deck, and Jack's expression shifted as he sensed Rokudo's presence. His body instinctively reacted. Swoosh! The dagger grazed Jack's cheek, a trickle of blood cascading down. Rokudo, licking the blood from the blade, suddenly clutched his throat, grimacing. This blood is toxic. Jack stared at the fallen pirate in bewilderment. My blood is toxic. How was I to know? Is that even possible? Suddenly, ha ha ha, I was pulling your leg, little brat. Did you not see that coming? Rokudo sprang up from the deck, clutching his abdomen, doubled over with laughter. A few dark lines appeared across Jack's face. Are you insane? Insane? Rokudo replied nonchalantly. No, this is merely my nature. In this chaotic sea, isn't it rather cool to maintain one's unique behavior? There are those who bang their heads against bells, others who pick their noses, or those who relish noodles. Isn't it perfectly normal to have a neurotic pirate among them? Cardon, having dispense with all his lackeys, approached Jack. How do you assess the opponent's strength? The disparity isn't vast, merely that he is far too slow. That should be easily remedied. Jack interjected, Is it my speed that is lacking? As Cardon's observation sunk in, he realized something was amiss. Perhaps he was slower than Jack, who excelled beyond him in nearly every aspect except navigation. What about I distract him while you find a way to take him down? Forget it. I can only hold out for 5 minutes. You do your best, Cardon shrugged, preparing to give it his all for those precious 5 minutes. Hey, have you two finished your discussion? Hurry up if you're ready. Rokudo licked his lips, instructing his crew to scatter and raid the Chris ship while he remained to deal with the two youngsters. These two, daring enough to strike first, must be the strongest aboard. They're coming. Cardon stomped on the deck, his fist aimed squarely at Rokudo's face, just as he was about to unleash his full power. His punch met empty air. Upon a second glance, he realized Rokudo's form had gradually faded from view, leaving only an afterimage behind. Little brat, to die at the hands of my signature technique is quite fortunate indeed. Cardon's face paled as he heard the voice, and as he attempted to use the Jeppo technique, pain shot through his back, a long wound evident. The shadow of death loomed over him as Rokudo chose to toy with his prey, relishing the exquisite melody of despair amid fear. Bang! Just as Rokudo prepared to unleash a second strike, a gunshot rang out. The bullet clanged against the dagger, the force nearly dislodging it from Rokudo's grip. Seizing the opportunity, Cardon escaped, and the two encircled Rokudo. 2 against 1. No matter. A multitude of ants remains merely ants. Rokudo remained unfazed by the shift in numbers, confident that quantity held little value against him. In response, 5 gunshots echoed, each bullet aimed at a different target, each a vital strike that he must evade. At that moment, Cardon surged forward, wielding an iron rod he had procured from an unknown source. Leaping to deliver a fierce blow to Rokudo's head, the tide of battle seemed to shift. With 6 points of attack, Landing even a single hit would surely incapacitate the foe. Yet, as Rokudo faced such a barrage, a wicked grin spread across his face. Thought he discerned the trajectories of the 5 bullets and effortlessly evaded them, allowing them to pass harmlessly behind him. The armed hockey enveloping his head rendered him impervious to Cardon's iron rod. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the ship as Cardon's weapon bent under the force of impact. How can he be so formidable? How can his head be so hard? Cardon gaped at the warped iron rod in his grasp, astonished that such a solid object could be bent so easily. Rokudo relished the sensation of dropping his hockey, relishing the impact, though it lacked sufficient force. You must be the weakest, so I shall begin with you. My delightful melody. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression darkened. Cardon, be careful. But alas, it was too late. Boom! As Rokudo aimed for a second strike, the explosion of impact sent Cardon hurtling backward, leaving a long streak upon the deck. His back colliding with the mast. The mast, unable to withstand the strain, creaked ominously before collapsing onto the deck. Cardon staggered to his feet amid the splinters. Had it not been for 6 months of training, that blow might have claimed half his life, but he was no longer the man he used to be. That hurt. Cursed pirate. Cardon clutched his chest, but this was merely the beginning. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Rokudo. Did you think I only possessed these tricks? A pirate who resorts solely to sneak attacks lacks honor. As the words fell, a fist the size of a sandbag struck Rokudo squarely in the face, contorting his features in an instant. This time, it was not Rokudo who initiated the attack. Rather, Cardon had landed the blow. With his strike successful, Cardon wasted no time. Jack, act now. I can't maintain this state for long. Rokudo's ambush was akin to a sneak attack, and what of Cardon's actions? Bang, bang, bang. Jack, without a moment's hesitation, fired 3 shots in quick succession. This time, Rokudo's reflexes were not as swift, and all 3 bullets found their mark. Though none struck a vital area, crimson blood oozed from the bullet holes, rapidly soaking the charred, crumpled fabric of his clothing. Struggling, Rokudo managed to rise, his fingers stained with blood as he brought them to his lips. Tasting the metallic essence to his surprise, he found the flavor of his own blood to be strangely nostalgic. It had been ages since he had bled, not since his return from the New World. Today he had been wounded by these 2 young brats. They were indeed formidable. Yet, how unfortunate it was for them. They would surely meet their demise here today. Stop boasting. The fact that you haven't subdued us yet only proves your inability to kill us. Jack retorted, his tone monotonous, piercing deeply into the heart of the once mighty pirate who had roamed the New World. Rokudo seethed with rage. Could he truly be overpowered by these wretched youngsters? I will kill you, he roared, a wounded lion threatening the hunting dogs surrounding him. Though his injury rendered him feeble. At this moment, the 2 of them united, ready to subdue him. It would merely take a bit of time. A quarter of an hour later, Rokudo lay on the deck, gasping for breath, his vacant gaze fixed on the sky, lost in thought. So, you were dealing with this fellow, Weiss observed from the bow, eyeing the fallen Rokudo. Upon hearing this voice, Rokudo turned his head, and upon seeing Weiss, his pupils constricted. You, the sword demon. This was sufficient to comprehend the situation. The power that should have dominated the New World was now flaunting itself in paradise. Surely, he too must be a failure. What? Weiss was curious to know what this disheveled figure on the deck had to say. He glanced at Jack, who returned a resolute look, confirming Weiss's suspicion. Indeed, this man was a lunatic. TSK, let us go. Just throw him into the sea and return to the ship. And no need to pity this pitiful loser, Weiss said, shaking his head as he prepared to return to the Chris. Who do you think you are, a loser, in need of pity? Rokudo, like a cat with its tail stepped on, erupted in fury, clumsily rising from the deck, blood flowing from his wounds. Isn't it true? What is the difference between a pirate fleeing from the New World and one escaping the Grand Line? They are all cowards. That a man who cannot even face his own failures is hardly worth consideration. Who do you think you are? Just a greenhorn who has barely stepped into the world. Utterly unaware of the terrors of the New World, Rokudo's grip tightened around his dagger, his knuckles turning pale as the veins in his arms pulsed like earthworms. His expression tinged with fear, seemingly haunted by memories of past horrors. Oh, I dare to confront the admirals, he exclaimed. You have no idea that pirates are monsters capable of wreaking havoc. Oh, I dare to confront the admirals. The strong possess everything, while the weak are but ants. Oh, I dare to confront the admirals. You. Rokudo found himself at a loss for words. Admirals are figures who stand atop the pinnacle of power in this world. Although he was unaware of Weiss's true strength, he understood that Weiss belonged to the second tier of power to Tio Mini. He was undoubtedly a monster. Kill him. Jack raised his gun, aiming at Rokudo, just as Weiss felt like a villain in that moment. Wait, don't kill me yet. I have information about the devil fruit. Rokudo, suddenly invigorated by Weiss's murderous intent, involuntarily shivered. Begging for mercy had become second nature to him, as long as he could survive. What did pride matter? Otherwise, he would not have so easily fled from the New World. Moreover, facing the renowned sword demon, pleading for mercy was only natural. Devil fruit, you say? I happen to have one. On Tree Crown Island. I obtained a Zoan-type devil fruit from Jean, one of 5 missing Zoan users, though the specifics remain unclear. Yet, all 5 fruits were rather lackluster. Cardon didn't consume his. Of course. I know that the papers reported the sword demon snatched a Zoan fruit from Jean. But I know of a paramecia fruit. Seeing Jack hesitate to pull the trigger, Rokudo sighed in relief. As long as he was alive, as long as he could speak, he had a chance. What ability does it possess? Kill him? You want to barter with something you don't even understand to save your life? How audacious. Weiss mocked. Wait, don't exude so much killing intent. Let me finish. Rokudo pleaded desperately. Fine. I'll wait until you're done before I kill you. No, you must guarantee that you won't kill me, and will let me go, Rokudo insisted, realizing he needed assurance. Otherwise, he would have no recourse if he perished as long as the information is valuable enough. I can spare your life, Weiss replied indifferently. And your crew cannot harm me either. After receiving this assurance, Rokudo saw Jack still holding his gun and added hastily, Many have met their demise with such tricks in the New World. Do you truly intend to do that? Seeing Weiss hesitate, Rokudo grew anxious. Agreed. Only after confirming that no one would kill him did he finally relax. Strong individuals seldom go back on their word. And Rokudo felt he would not die today that he allowed himself to unwind on Bird Island. There will soon be an auction featuring a paramecia-type devil fruit. However, the specific abilities haven't been revealed yet. Bird Island? Where is that? Cardon inquired. It's the next inhabited island over. It was named after a former devil fruit user whose ability was flight. As soon as you set foot on the island, you can gather relevant information, ultimately verifying the truth of my words. I could even accompany you on your ship. Fearing Weiss would doubt his words, Rokudo quickly added, hoping to establish himself as someone who had been on the sword demoness ship. Potentially a bargaining chip for the future. You are using a widely known piece of information to bargain for your life. The sea breeze wafted through, and it seemed as if a crow had flown over Rokudo's head. How awkward it was that he hadn't anticipated this. Can I still live? Rokudo weakly raised his hand. In response, he was met with 3 pairs of unyielding gazes. No. You are a strong man. You promised that if I provided the information, you would let me go. Your crew must not intervene. Rokudo panicked. Could it be that he was truly destined to die here? Weiss stroked his chin, the small sword dancing swiftly at his fingertips. Think carefully about what I said. Rokudo pondered, his expression shifting dramatically as his form abruptly vanished from sight. He finally grasped Weiss's words. Realizing he would not survive today, preparing to launch a surprise attack, he thought perhaps he could eliminate this rising sword demon in one swift strike. If successful, his name might echo across the seas. Clang! Rokudo's dagger clashed against Weiss's blade, producing a clear sound. Considering you provided me with information I would eventually learn, I shall personally send you on your way. In Rokudo's shock, Weiss vanished before him, only to hear the sound of footsteps echoing on the deck. Struggling to turn, he caught sight of Weiss slowly sheathing his sword. That moment, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and with a splatter, blood gushed forth like a spring. How could it be so fast? Is this the difference between me and a monster? He fell, unable to rise. Returning to the ship, the deck was strewn with pirates, all devoid of wounds, appearing as though they were merely asleep. Captain, have you awakened the Conqueror's hockey? Witnessing Cardon's exuberance, one could liken it to a personal awakening. Over the course of 6 months, the formidable Weiss imparted relevant knowledge to them. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of sword intent. It was merely a whimsical inspiration from Weiss, who expanded the sword intent akin to the observation hockey, enveloping a certain radius. Currently, however, this radius remains limited. Should it continue to develop, even in the absence of awakening the Conqueror's hockey, it would still facilitate the elimination of lesser foes with remarkable ease, under the weight of the sword intent. Those unable to withstand it would inevitably succumb to unconsciousness. Should the concept of a domain truly manifest, one could fear that a mere glance might prove fatal. After this brief interlude, they continued to clear the pirates from the deck of the Chris and proceeded forward. Following a fortnight of sailing, the Chris slowly approached a specific maritime zone. The number of vessels upon the sea became increasingly visible, with 3 to 5 ships navigating the waters, accompanied by countless seagulls trailing behind. Here, pirates and merchants coexisted in peace. The paths of pirates and the navy seldom crossed. The commerce on Bird Island flourished splendidly, unlike the previous Crown Tree Island, which relied solely on a singular industry for sustenance. This island thrived with diverse trades. This, however, also led to the clandestine proliferation of the underground world. As the Chris approached the bustling port, they entrusted their vessel to the dockworkers for safekeeping and disembarked in succession. The port brimmed with prosperity, with porters scurrying like ants, transporting cargo from the ships. While merchants engaged in fervent negotiations, the throng of tourists disembarked from the tour boats, but a greater number were private vessels like Weiss's. As the four made their way to the shore, one keen-eyed individual among a group of conversing people spotted them and hurriedly approached, abandoning his companions. "Greetings, esteemed tourists. I am Bert, the guide of Bird Island. Well versed in all matters pertaining to this isle. How may I assist you?" Bert enthusiastically introduced himself, aware that a recent auction featured the appearance of a devil fruit. The influx of visitors invariably attracted those unfamiliar with Bird Island. Providing an opportunity for profit, Weiss pondered for a moment. Regardless of the circumstances, the locals undoubtedly held the upper hand. That would be acceptable. Excellent, sir, while you are on Bird Island. I shall accompany you throughout your visit. And feel free to inquire about anything you may not understand. The young man appeared quite pleased, recognizing that each assignment could yield considerable earnings. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the young man before him seemed somewhat familiar. Was he a former client? Please take us to the finest restaurant. After such a lengthy voyage at sea, it is time for a change of palate. What do you say? Weiss inquired of the three. "I have no preference," replied the aloof Jack, reverting to his cool demeanor in front of outsiders. "That a change of flavor could be agreeable," Cardon remarked, casting a furtive glance at Karina, for she had prepared all the meals aboard the ship. He wondered if he might misinterpret her intentions and face her wrath. Karina, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "Whatever you wish." Seeing their reactions, Weiss found it somewhat peculiar, but attributed it to the occasional fluctuations in a woman's mood. Thus refraining from further inquiry, "Lead us to the island's finest restaurant." "Certainly, esteemed guests. However, the best restaurant is located at the center of Bird Island, where pirates comprise half of the clientele. Would you mind?" Bert tread cautiously, recalling a previous encounter with a peculiar client who had claimed ignorance despite having been informed of the pirate presence and ultimately left him without earnings, even facing violence. "Not at all." Weiss waved his hand dismissively. After several confirmations, as Cardon began to exhibit impatience, Bert finally guided the four towards the island's center. The town of Bird Island possessed a distinctive character, with an overall circular layout. Surrounding a central square stood a statue, encircled by 8 pathways leading directly to the center. It resembled a coil of incense divided by 8 lines. Perhaps the designer harbored a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The central statue depicted the island's former champion, who had valiantly defended it from pirate incursions. The people had since renamed it in his honor. Cardon glanced at Weiss and, adopting a casual demeanor, placed a hand on Bert's shoulder. "Oh, you know where the auction for the devil fruit is being held?" Bert, unbothered by Cardon's familiarity, having encountered more outrageous behavior, responded, "Yes, it is located in the auction house to the left of the central square." Due to the anticipated appearance of the devil fruit, the auction house owner has heavily promoted the event, resulting in an influx of outsiders, all drawn by this coveted fruit. He then cast a glance at Weiss, his trained eye recognizing that this individual was the one in charge. "Oh, you know what kind of ability it possesses." Weiss, with hands tucked into his pockets, surveyed his surroundings, noting the numerous pirates present. Bert appeared troubled. "I truly do not know, as even the auction house owner has yet to see this devil fruit. To boldly promote something without having seen it, are they not afraid of being overwhelmed by those who come seeking it?" Weiss mused, pondering whether the owner of the devil fruit wielded an undeniable reputation and credibility. This was the only scenario Weiss could conceive. The audacity of the auction house to advertise without having the item on hand suggested that the seller's reputation was indeed formidable. "You are quite astute," Bert leaned closer to Weiss, whispering, "It is said that this devil fruit is prepared by an underground king known as Joker, and the auctioneer has included this detail in their promotion." One could only wonder about the extent of Joker's abilities. Just a name could incite such fervor, with no fear of deceit. Bert shook his head, acknowledging that for him, these underground affairs were far removed from his reality. Simply knowing of such a figure was already impressive. The underground world was one that ordinary citizens could not fathom. Upon hearing the name, Weiss surmised that the value of this superhuman devil fruit was likely minimal. If it truly possessed significant power, it would have been showcased in the new world to create a considerable stir and generate profit, rather than being brought to paradise, the Mara Mara no Mi. For instance, had ultimately been claimed by his own crew, only to be intercepted by Sabo, resulting in a substantial loss. Yet, having arrived, there was little harm in taking a look. Perhaps he might encounter something extraordinary. After all, the protagonists of novels often stumbled upon fortuitous events at auctions. Surely, Weiss's luck could not be so dismal. When does the auction commence? 3 days hence, the group made their way towards the central square. A passerby in black caught sight of Weiss and hurriedly departed. Weiss observed, recognizing him as an informant from CP, and chose to disregard him. The man swiftly traversed a narrow alley and arrived at a location illuminated by pink lights. Even in broad daylight, the rhythmic knock echoed as he approached the door. Moments later, a provocatively dressed woman emerged, casting a disdainful glance at the man in black before retreating inside. The man, seemingly accustomed to such scrutiny, paid her no mind. Upon entering a chamber, he navigated through several doors until the space brightened. A bespectacled woman reclined on an expansive sofa, perusing a booklet in search of something. The man promptly approached. "Leader, the sword demon has landed on the island, and his target is likely the devil fruit." The woman lifted her gaze, the light reflecting off her glasses, and raised a slender finger to indicate silence. "No need to concern yourself. Prior to this event, no one is permitted to provoke him. That is a direct order from above. Understood." After receiving her response, he slowly exited the chamber, passing through the hall as a clamor erupted around him. Weiss's impression of the finest restaurant on Bird Island was one of chaos. Noisy, bustling, and teeming with pirates. This was in stark contrast to the elegance, opulence, and harmonious music he had envisioned. The establishment had not always been this way. It seemed that following the death of their chieftain half a month ago, they had refrained from seeking vengeance. The family squabbled over power and wealth, leaving them little time to manage the restaurant, resulting in its current disarray. Just half a month prior, it had been thriving. Weiss felt no desire to speak, merely waving his hand dismissively. Karina, begrudgingly, handed Bert 100,000 berries as payment, having earned only 200,000 berries in a month. She resented the notion of parting with such a sum for merely guiding them. Her spirits, already low, plummeted further. Cardon and Jack discreetly distanced themselves, moving further away, fearful of being caught in the fray. With Karina now assuming the role of chef, they were even less inclined to offend her. A waiter emerged and, upon spotting the four at the entrance, rushed over, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests." He appeared to recognize Weiss. His speech faltering. "Sword, sword, sword demon." The waiter's voice pierced the air, capturing the attention of the pirates within the restaurant. Upon hearing his words, some pirates picked up newspapers from their tables, comparing the images before hastily finishing their meals and departing. The presence of powerful figures invariably heralds conflict. There are always a few reckless youths eager to make a name for themselves. How splendid a target Weiss is. The waiter approached, trembling, with a mournful expression. "Lord Sword Demon, please, this way." The waitstaff here are professionally trained, and they must memorize the appearances of notable figures from the seas. Failing to recognize the wrong person could lead to dire consequences. Weiss, the recently ascendant star with an unclear past, had faced formidable foes without injury upon his debut, which alone was enough to instill terror. Coupled with his overwhelming aura of bloodlust, it was evident he had a history of merciless slaughter, causing the waiter to quiver with fear. Despite their training, one must still show deference in the presence of such individuals. What if? Just as the waiter trembled, a manager-like figure approached. "Mr. Sword Demon, I apologize. My subordinate is rather timid and has never encountered someone of your stature. This way, please. We have a private room." With that, he guided Weiss away from the bustling hall to a secluded chamber. Weiss silently followed, pondering the manager's words. Timid, indeed. Had it not been for the sweat glistening on his brow, he might have been inclined to believe it. And furthermore, that aura of menace was not born from the act of killing, but rather from slaying sea kings. I am no cold-blooded killer. Am I truly that terrifying? Unable to voice his thoughts, Weiss refrained from speaking, aware that his words could further frighten the quaking manager. Quite the dedicated worker. The journey was marked by an eerie silence, with every pirate in the establishment observing Weiss and his companions, their gazes following the quartet like a solemn tribute. The four remained mute, their expressions stoic as they approached the private room. The moment they vanished from sight, a chorus of swallowed breaths echoed in the hall. Was this the aura of a true powerhouse? It rendered the assembled pirates speechless in awe. Indeed, it was frightful. Hey, are you all swallowing hard because Lord Weiss is too fearsome? One began, only to be swiftly silenced by another. Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. You dare to glance at Lord Weiss's woman. How did you know that's what I was referring to? You wouldn't be. Ahem, this meal is on me. In the private room, the manager, maintaining his composure, exited with the menu. During their earlier exchange, he had discerned that Weiss was quite amicable, not nearly as intimidating as the newspapers suggested. Once the manager left, Cardon, Jack, and Karina collectively exhaled. The sensation of being scrutinized by hundreds of pirates had been utterly terrifying. Those who have never experienced such a thing cannot comprehend it. Their silence was not from reluctance to speak, but from the weight of the gaze upon them. It was a different sensation than battling 500 foes. Thus, their tense demeanor gave off an air of aloofness. You fear me, and I fear you, Weiss mused. Aren't you afraid? Surrounded by so many eyes, Karina inquired, sipping her drink, while Cardon and Jack turned to her. Afraid? Why should I be? I feel quite fine. If you feel fear, it may stem from your unfamiliarity and the formidable pressure emanating from hundreds of pirates. Once you possess strength akin to mine, you will realize that numbers are but a jest. In the New World, a single display of Conqueror's hockey can incapacitate 100,000 such individuals. 100,000. How is that possible? Cardon exclaimed in astonishment. Are these people monsters? Nothing is impossible at such levels. Only those of equal caliber can exert significant pressure. By the way, you will also notice that the world gradually shrinks beneath the steps of the powerful. Weiss recalled how red-haired Shanks could influence reality with his Conqueror's hockey. It was highly probable. Truly terrifying. Jack muttered. So this world is so vast. Indeed, following the captain was the right choice. How could one witness such grandeur alone? The dishes began to arrive in succession as the waiter attended to them. For the strong, swift service is imperative, and everyone must yield. Please, take your time. Lord Sword Demon, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. And I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests. The manager beamed as he exited, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow before quickly dialing a snail phone, with the auction approaching. The island's strong were amassing. This establishment was no longer within his capacity to manage and required reinforcements. Its just one life. Must we bicker daily, too afraid to seek vengeance? Truly, a change of scenery is in order. Eating the same fare every day is growing stale. Enjoying the meal, Cardon engaged in idle chatter, while Weiss and Jack subtly shifted away, not wishing to be spattered with blood later. Why are you distancing yourselves? Cardon queried, glancing at the two suddenly. He recalled Karina's darkened expression, envisioning a swirling mass of black flames igniting behind her. Sister Karina, I was mistaken. I didn't mean to imply your cooking was unpalatable. I merely sought a change in flavor. I was wrong. Truly wrong. Not there. Don't slap my face. The two bickered, while simultaneously enjoying the moment. Karina's eyes glinted with mischief. Alas, she missed her chance, striking at his lower back instead. Just then, bang, the door to the private room was violently kicked open, revealing a youth poised mid-stride, clad in flip-flops and shorts so short they revealed leg hair, his bare torso on display. The occupants of the room appeared frozen in disbelief, Karina's fist poised near Cardon's eye. Weiss and Jack caught in the act of eating, all staring incredulously at the youth whose oversized shorts were an eyesore. The sword demon Chris Weiss here. I challenge you. The youth, evidently pleased with the stunned silence, dropped his leg and crossed his arms, looking down his nose at them, his bare chest displaying well-defined muscles. His golden curls cascaded behind his ears, lending him an air of rugged charm, though he paled in comparison to the onlookers. The pirates in the hall were bewildered by this spectacle, abandoning their meals and drinks, speechless as they beheld this foolhardy youth preparing to meet his demise. This kid is doomed. Why challenge the sword demon? Does he think that aura of menace comes from slaying sea kings? murmured a nearby pirate. Exactly. What a fool. Who knew a meal could provide such entertainment? Keep it coming. The four in the private room exchanged glances before Cardon finally shouted. Manager, are you going to let this disrupt our dining experience? Throw him out. What a sight to flaunt at such a size. It's utterly ridiculous, he continued. Coming. The manager, with a look of exasperation, shot a glance at the youth. Knowing he was not worth provoking. What a predicament. You insolent fool, if you wish to challenge, do it outside. Do you even comprehend who you are facing? If this escalates, even Bird Island won't withstand the fallout. Sword Demon, I'm merely a small establishment here. I cannot afford to cross either of you. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow, lamenting the day's excessive perspiration. The youth regarded him with a knowing look. You leave. This is none of your concern. Any damages will be settled on my ship. Given your family's reputation, you should know where my ship is docked. Sword Demon, please. You may leave now. It appeared this youth had some stature. For the manager's expression suggested he was not to be trifled with. Weiss chose not to press the matter, recognizing the manager's predicament. The manager, head bowed and smiling nervously, retreated. The question arises, what to do when caught between a tiger and a wolf? The answer, be humble and let the tiger deal with the wolf. It is advisable to first satiate the tiger. However, how one might do so remains to be elaborated. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Theodore, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 90 million. Upon hearing of your esteemed reputation, I have come to challenge you. Theodore unceremoniously pulled up a chair and seated himself across from Weiss. Why should I accept your challenge? We share no ties. And, on the contrary, you have disrupted my meal, Weiss remarked, setting down his fork to lift a glass of red wine. The three onlookers observed Weiss's actions. Casting sympathetic glances at Theodore, they were well aware that Weiss indulged in a glass of red wine before and after battle for inspiration. That is of no consequence. I shall cover this meal. And it will be on my account, Theodore declared with a grand gesture. Suddenly, Weiss's eyes brightened, and he leaned in to whisper something into Karina's ear, prompting her to gaze at him in bewilderment. Though her heart raced with excitement as she thumped her chest, exclaiming, "Leave it to me, Captain." Karina then sprang from her seat and dashed out. What is she up to? Theodore felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Oh, it's nothing. She is my ship's purser. I have merely instructed her to procure some supplies for the ship. Is that acceptable? Weiss replied with a friendly demeanor. Of course. Now, let the battle commence. Theodore exclaimed, rising from his chair, his fist cracking in anticipation of a vigorous clash. Hold your horses. You enjoy challenges. First, tell me how many formidable adversaries you have faced, Weiss said. Biding time for Karina. If it came to a real bout, a single strike would suffice to incapacitate him. A great many. I have fought against pirates with bounties ranging from 50 million to 100 million, no less than 10 challenges in total. I once encountered Admiral Akiji and, regrettably, was defeated, only to be rescued by my crew. Theodore's countenance darkened, as being captured by an admiral seemed a rather humiliating affair. Weiss's interest piqued. To have extracted someone from an admiral's ship suggested a degree of capability. However, it was not yet the time to inquire further. Perhaps the chances of revelation would increase after the fight. After all, such knowledge was akin to a lifeline. And what else? Weiss feigned indifference. Half a year ago, I encountered Hawkeye, who was allegedly searching for someone, and I dared to challenge him. What was the outcome? He ignored me and casually shattered my ship. You believe that since Hawkeye disregarded you, I would treat you any differently? Weiss continued, very well. Given that you are footing the bill, let us engage in a duel. As soon as Weiss's words fell, Jack and Cardon sensed a hint of danger emanating from Theodore, and then they beheld a blur charging towards Weiss. Too slow. Your punches are simply lacking in speed. To others, Theodore's movements appeared swift, but to Weiss, they were sluggish as a tortoise. Weiss shaped his hand into a palm and firmly seized Theodore's fist, then delivered a kick that cleaved the dining table in two, the force unabated as he struck Theodore's chiseled abdomen. Boom! Theodore felt a sharp pain. Both his belly and arm throbbed, sending him hurtling backward. The dining area, within a 10-meter radius, was cleared in an instant. The table lay shattered, and Theodore found himself drenched in soup, resembling a drenched chicken. He sensed something amiss. Why was the hall devoid of pirates? A swift glance revealed that a throng of pirates had already vacated half the hall, huddled together on the other side. It seemed they were placing bets. Brother, is this truly wise? What if the sword demon becomes enraged? A pirate expressed his concern. What is there to fear? We'll simply present the winnings, and it will be fine. Besides, we never claimed that the sword demon would lose. We merely wagered on how long this fool, Theodore, could withstand the fight. 1 second or 2. Look at the odds. It's all betting on 1 second. The sword demon's strength is truly monstrous, another pirate proclaimed confidently. Yet, brother, Theodore was sent flying in just a second. They won the bet. We shall incur losses, the first pirate lamented. The second pirate shivered, realizing the gravity of the situation as he caught sight of the ferocious glares from the surrounding pirates, who seemed eager to tear him apart. Wait, Theodore still has the strength to fight back. Don't be hasty. Go, Theodore, you can do it. Stand up, as Theodore struggled to alleviate the pain in his arm and abdomen. He heard the rallying cries and felt a surge of unexpected warmth. It was astonishing that someone had faith in his ability to defeat such a formidable opponent, one who could face an admiral head-on. He could not let them down. Gritting his teeth, he managed to rise. Sword demon, here I come again. Seeing Theodore regain his footing, Weiss sighed with relief, secretly contemplating how much force to exert. He genuinely feared he might kick his opponent into a state of incapacitation. Should that occur, Karina would lack the time to procure supplies. To maintain the demeanor of a strong individual, Weiss uttered a single word with indifference. Theodore rotated his arms. The pain slightly lessening, he wiped the remnants of soup and vegetable leaves from his upper body. Assuming a posture of aggression, here I come. The pirates in the hall witnessed Theodore vanish from sight, silently chanting 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. The gamblers murmured amongst themselves, urging him to last just a few more seconds. Boom! This time, Weiss threw a punch, and the fists collided, producing a dull thud that reverberated like a drumbeat, resonating with the surrounding gamblers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Crash! Theodore was once more sent flying, and the gamblers erupted in joy, exclaiming, I'm rich! Ha ha ha! Yet, they failed to notice the surrounding pirates had turned a shade of crimson, and by the time they comprehended the situation, they had already been overwhelmed by the frenzied crowd. While their companions scurried off with the winnings, Weiss observed Theodore being hurled once more and felt a twinge of regret. Why could he not restrain his strength? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Karina had likely procured what was necessary, and as long as it was transported, it would belong to Weiss. Well, you have witnessed it. You cannot possibly defeat me, so surrender, Weiss kindly advised, feeling somewhat awkward about holding back too much, though he had restrained his strength. The persistent assaults from Theodore were relentless. No matter, he had anticipated the outcome before the fight began. Though a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained, it dawned upon him that the gap between himself and the world's top-tier warriors was indeed vast. Despite Theodore's words of despair, his expression bore no trace of disappointment. Clearly, he understood the reality of his own abilities. Why are you so insistent on challenging the strong? Weiss approached him, helping him to his feet. This world is one ruled by the strong, is it not? The strong possess everything, while the weak can only cower in the shadows, scraping by. Becoming strong is merely my singular purpose. How did your crew manage to rescue you from the Admiral's ship? We simply let the waters carry us. Weiss could scarcely fathom such a response. As Theodore waved dismissively, he turned to the manager who had rushed over with Karina and said, all their expenses will be charged to my account. You know where my ship is docked. I told you it would be fine. Why did you doubt me? Karina confidently addressed the manager. The manager, with a forced smile, nodded. Yes, I understand now. The supplies are already on their way. In truth, had no one provided the funds, the manager would have dared not speak out. Both parties were beyond his ability to confront. One was a stubborn fool, and the other an unknown murderer. In such circumstances, it was wise to choose the easier target, as long as he incurred no loss. That was the best outcome. Wait, I need to ask you something. Weiss turned to the manager. The manager, not daring to refuse, could only maintain a professional smile as he inquired, Sword Demon, what would you like to know? What was the situation with that individual just now? Though Weiss had not spent much time with Theodore, he sensed that the individual, while somewhat ostentatious, was not inherently malicious. The bounty of 90 million likely stemmed from his prowess. Upon hearing the query, the manager breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a particularly challenging matter. This is simple. Theodore is the heir of the Carmeline family, his full name being Carmeline Theodore. Their family primarily engages in the medicinal herb trade, controlling nearly 30% of the herbs traversing the Grand Line. They even sell to the Holy Land and the New World. Other ventures are involved as well, though to a lesser extent. However, Their family is currently confronted with a formidable predicament, the absence of formidable warriors. He is, in fact, the strongest within his lineage. Such a level of power is insufficient to uphold the family's business, which has gradually been usurped by others over the years, during the previous incident on Crown Island. Their family dispatched individuals, yet they were swiftly eliminated without having the chance to make their mark. Consequently, he is fervently seeking to enhance his strength, not necessarily to restore the family to its former glory, but merely to safeguard its existing enterprises. Upon hearing this, Weiss felt a striking resemblance between this situation and that of the Groove family from Crown Island. Perhaps the entire maritime landscape bears similarities. Without strength, one is bound to decline. The Groove family employed devil fruits as bait to lure ambitious individuals to eliminate their rivals, simultaneously clearing out competitors within the industry, even if they successfully reclaimed the vacated enterprises. What strength do they possess to protect them? In the end, it would merely amount to donning someone else's garment, only to be harvested by another. What perplexes Weiss most is why Gru himself does not consume the devil fruits. Nor does Mart. Meanwhile, Theodore has opted to enhance his own prowess, addressing the issue at its core, albeit he seems to have strayed off course. It appears that the seas are not just populated by the Navy and pirates, but also by an array of elusive families, the rulers of the underworld. Their elite forces may not rival those of the Navy and pirates, yet they have become the prevailing theme of this world. It seems that the era of great pirates lacks fresh blood to invigorate even those families that have existed for decades or even centuries. Those with vision are diligently striving to bolster their strength. As the maritime landscape cannot sustain its current state indefinitely, ultimately, one must possess formidable strength. In this vast ocean, even the mightiest cannot evade the imposing presence of the Navy, the four emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea. Weiss is confident that he can contend with 5 of the 7 warlords. After all, there are only 6 in total. Have you eaten well? If so, let us explore this island separately. It is a thriving commercial hub, abundant with everything one could desire, Weiss stated, casting a pointed gaze at Cardon, the older youth. Captain, what does that look for? Cardon exclaimed, his face flushed. I have nothing, but you seem to be the one blushing. Weiss retorted as he made his way toward the exit. Weakling, disgusting. I did nothing. What are you all thinking? Cardon protested, following suit, determined to stay close to Jack to avoid misunderstandings. At that moment, at the port. What? What did you say? How can it be so expensive? There are only 4 of them. How could they have spent so much? Do you expect me to pay? As if I were a wealthy young man. Theodore exclaimed, his face pale as he perused the bill filled with an array of items and food. Yet, amidst his thorough inspection, he could only discern the phrase sucker, a staggering 10 million berries for a single meal. How could they not choke on it? However, the words had already escaped his lips, and seeing the smiling manager beside him, he had no intention of making things difficult, given the strength of the Carmeline family. Even in its weakened state, 10 million would not be considered excessive, yet the feeling of being treated as a fool was quite unpleasant. Suddenly, Theodore seemed to have a revelation, a sly smile gracing his lips. Do not assume that this 10 million is so easily obtained. He chuckled on the bustling streets. The group gradually dispersed. Cardon followed Jack. Karina ventured off alone to procure her necessities, while Weiss aimlessly strolled, taking in the sights unique to this island. Meanwhile, in a shadowy alley, a group was covertly observing Weiss as he savored his skewers. Is this the sword demon? Quite young indeed, remarked a scruffy-looking pirate, brandishing a serrated knife, his tongue lolling out like that of a ghoul. Within the alley, 3 factions stood distinctly apart, each belonging to different pirate crews. Their convergence here was driven by a shared objective, the sword demon. Weiss. Initially, each captain intended to claim the glory of vanquishing the sword demon independently, but upon discovering that the others harbored the same ambition, they decided to unite. The 3 captains resolved to launch a surprise attack. Whoever could seize this unparalleled honor would rely solely on their own skill. Should they falter and fall during the ambush, it would be an unfortunate yet inevitable outcome. Long tongue, do not let youth cloud your judgment. It is only yourself who will meet your demise, warned a pirate, his head wrapped in a bandana, his physique resembling that of a devil, wielding an exaggerated hammer. This brat merely capitalizes on the fact that the admirals and the 3 calamities dare not engage him fully. Otherwise, how could he possibly stand on equal footing? Do you truly believe he possesses strength akin to an admiral? What were you doing at his age? Most likely just setting sail for the first time. Long Tongue scoffed. This perspective was shared by many in the ocean. They believed Weiss had merely stumbled upon an opportunity, His genuine strength far from formidable. There was no other reason for this belief than his youth. If he were a supernova, it might be understandable, but to rival an admiral seemed preposterous. Thus, the idea of eliminating Weiss took root in the minds of the three, a means to gain fame and prove that the sword demon was merely a figure of empty renown. Enough talk, shall we proceed? Even if he is not as strong, he undoubtedly possesses some level of power that a pirate leaning against the wall exhaled smoke rings, exuding a casual demeanor. Heh, Smokey, are you in a hurry? Why not lead the charge? Long Tongue replied, rolling his eyes. That might work on someone with a simpler mind, but it won't affect me, he concluded, casting a glance at the hammer-wielding pirate. The three were the leaders of their respective crews. If it had been one person, he likely would have charged in by now. Yet with three, should one suffer significant injuries during the ambush, it would merely benefit another, hence their stalemate. They were merely waiting for someone to take the initiative. The alley fell into a hushed silence, each lost in their own thoughts, none willing to make the first move. Unbeknownst to Weiss, he sensed an ominous gaze directed at him. His keen perception swept the area, revealing two pirates in an obscure alley, guns raised and ready to fire. This scene felt inexplicably familiar, had the treatment reserved for admirals prematurely fallen upon him. Sensing the weak auras emanating from the two, Weiss continued to relish his meal. He refused to let the antics of two crabs waving their pincers ruin his mood. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire froze the street as if time itself had stopped. Yet, the stillness lasted but a second before screams erupted, reverberating throughout the thoroughfare. People scrambled in all directions, clutching their heads as they ducked into buildings, praying to avoid the chaos. Observing their familiarity with such a scenario, Weiss felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for them. This island could not be as peaceful as it appeared. The daily gunfire had surely conditioned them to respond reflexively. What is happening? We had them in our sights. How could we miss? One pirate exclaimed, bewildered as he glanced at Weiss, unable to comprehend how a strong individual could be so peculiar. Neither can I. But how is that possible? The pirate interrupted his own thoughts, for he beheld a sight beyond his imagination. Weiss was nonchalantly weighing 2 bullets in his hand. With a playful spirit, he held a skewer in one hand and the 2 spherical bullets in the other, aiming them at the 2 pirates. Whoosh! Without mercy, the bullets were hurled forth, and given Weiss's current strength, the force behind his hand-thrown projectile surpassed that of a gunshot. Both pirates collapsed, struck in the forehead. Do not mistake Weiss for cruel. Against those who seek his life, he could only retaliate with unyielding force. He could not afford to let them go simply because he remained unscathed. This scene was witnessed by the 3 pirates concealed in the shadows. Can you do that? Long Tongue inquired. I can, but it won't be so easy, Smokey replied. Then shall we all go together, suggested the hammer-wielding pirate. Even at this moment, they still believed they possessed the strength to eliminate Weiss. Believing that by cooperating, they could deliver the final blow with minimal effort. Each pirate harbored their own thoughts as they moved into position, surrounding Weiss from 3 different angles, preparing to launch their assault. If he could fend off one attacker, could he simultaneously thwart 3? Weiss approached a fruit stall, his back turned to the bustling street, and noticed that the fruits appeared exceptionally delectable, a sentiment he had already experienced in restaurants. This is the moment, Long Tongue shouted, leaping from his concealed perch atop the roof, brandishing a serrated blade that descended upon Weiss's head with the weight of a mountain. Upon seeing the other 2 figures emerge simultaneously, his force somewhat diminished. Although he was the first to strike, he found himself a step too slow. A hammer, a sword, and a fist swiftly followed, all aimed at Weiss's back. The proprietor's horrified expression widened as if he wished to warn Weiss. Yet Weiss stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat. How dare you, little thief, challenge my brother? A jarring voice erupted from the side, and in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept through the street. The pirate wielding the hammer was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a building and disappearing from sight. The young man was immensely satisfied with his handiwork, lowering his raised leg with a flourish. The remaining 2, witnessing this, attempted to flee, but it was already too late to retract their assault. Gritting their teeth, they intensified their efforts, aiming to land a surprise attack. The knife and fist drew ever closer. Perilously near to Weiss's head, Long Tongue, the smoker, was inwardly elated, thinking to himself that even if Weiss were indeed the world's foremost master, at such close range, a hit would surely result in death or severe injury. The 2 assailants envisioned their victory, picturing Weiss's shattered skull and the blood that would flow, already fantasizing about their names gracing the newspapers as famed marauders of the sea. They failed to notice the young man beside them. who regarded them with a mocking gaze, as if observing the inevitable demise of fools. Their imminent victory had clouded their judgment. The knife and fist were nearly upon Weiss's head. Suddenly, a wave of crimson killing intent burst forth, engulfing the entire street. Under the shroud of this malevolence, the street's colors morphed, leaving only a maddening hue of red in every direction. The closer one got to Weiss, the more pronounced the red became, akin to blood coursing down walls and the pavement. Under the weight of this murderous aura, the two pirates rolled their eyes back and ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, those around them seemed oblivious to the unfolding drama. A testament to Weiss's control over the situation, the pirates collapsed. The crimson tide receded like a wave, leaving the scene as if nothing had transpired. "Boss, how much is it?" "Dear guest, this bag of fruits is on the house." The proprietor, cowering behind the stall, dared not ask for payment, especially with the two pirates having fainted before they could even show their faces. One could only imagine the terror this individual inspired. Observing the proprietor's expression, Weiss surmised that payment would not be forthcoming. He tossed down 1,000 berries and departed with the bag, the young man hastily following him. "How did you end up here?" Weiss inquired, glancing at the flamboyant Theodore, perplexed since he thought Theodore had returned to the ship. "Wherever you are, brother, that is where I shall be. No, I cannot bear a subordinate like you," Weiss retorted. "Do you find yourself so idle that you seek to challenge every strongman you encounter?" "Not at all. Brother, haven't you accepted my filial offering?" Theodore exclaimed, exaggerating his expression. "Wait, when did I accept your offering? I was completely unaware." Reflecting on it, Weiss realized he had never received any money from Theodore. Moreover, Karina and the others would not accept without his express permission, rendering the notion of a filial offering preposterous. "That batch of goods is worth 10 million. "What? 10 million berries? How could it possibly be that much?" Weiss was utterly astonished. He had considered the possibility that Karina might pilfer a fair amount, yet he had not imagined it would amount to so much. Having such an abundance of provisions raised the question of whether they could consume them. But the real concern lay in whether they could store them properly. I inquired thoroughly with the hotel manager. "Since you were served only the finest ingredients, your meal cost approximately 1 million berries without extras. However, I ended up footing a bill of 110 million berries. I am not a miser. 10 million is merely a trifle. Consider it my boarding fee. How about we each take a step back? I 1T refund your money, and you 1T board my ship. How does that sound?" Weiss proposed. "No. Once I give something away, I cannot take it back. Besides, do you truly have that much money?" Theodore crossed his arms, adopting that familiar flamboyant demeanor. He had long since learned that Weiss and his companions were not pirates and had never engaged in the plunder of merchants. Thus, he presumed they could not possibly have much money. "Repayment? Do you possess that amount?" In his mind, Theodore was confident of his position. "Captain, actually, Theodore turned to say something more, only to find that Weiss had vanished from where he had stood, his hand, raised in mid-motion. Hesitated, unsure whether to retract or lower it, leaving him awkwardly frozen in place. Time slipped by. "Mommy, is that a new statue? It's so lifelike." A passing girl pointed innocently at the frozen Theodore, eager to reach out and touch. The woman swiftly pulled the girl away, exclaiming, "Darling, that's a pervert. Don't pay him any mind." As the sun set that day, the wind rustled the leaves, and the afterglow of dusk bathed Theodore's proud figure. It was the first time in his life he had been labeled a pervert. "TCH, still trying to cling to me, as long as I'm quick enough to avoid hearing your words." None of it counts, for Theodore. Weiss held a begrudging respect for him. He was willing to venture into piracy for his family, challenging various strong foes to enhance his own strength, even if it meant risking his life. Such a person deserved admiration from a distance. However, allowing him on the ship would only invite a multitude of troubles. His family ties would always place their interests above the safety of comrades. Keep your distance, unless, with nightfall, Weiss entered a tavern, a ritual he adhered to upon arriving at any island, relishing the local cuisine and spirits. Genuine fine wines seldom appeared in taverns, often kept as private collections. Yet Weiss was unacquainted with such individuals and had to rely on chance at the tavern. Due to the auction, a diverse array of individuals flooded Bird Island, and lawless pirates were particularly abundant. The tavern was filled with a cacophony of noise. Weiss ordered a drink and settled at the bar, savoring it leisurely. The dim lighting obscured his features, preventing any unnecessary commotion. "Hey, Captain, the best drink in this bar is certainly not what you're holding." Upon hearing this voice, Weiss paused in the midst of swirling his glass, spotting Theodore seated directly across from him. Irritated, Weiss felt as if he had encountered someone like Mart. He was inclined to lash out verbally. Yet, facing Theodore, he felt at a loss for how to respond. Kick him out. He has been sending supplies and treating me to meals. How could I be so shameless? For the first time, Weiss experienced the sensation of being indebted to someone who was truly taking advantage of whom. Indeed, there were no free lunches in the world. Fine, I'll have Karina deliver the money to your ship later, and I'll even pay you an additional 10 million in interest. Was the only solution Weiss could conceive. If you insist on boarding, then you must sever all ties with your family and become strong enough to return. You cannot simply ride on your family's reputation while challenging strong foes on the high seas. He reflected on how he had been rescued from the Admiral's grasp, likely due to the reputation of the Carmeline family and the fact that he had not committed any transgressions. After all, who could rescue someone from an admiral? Did Theodore think he was one of the 4 emperors? Seeing Weiss's expression, Theodore felt somewhat helpless. Captain, although my family has fallen on hard times, we truly are not lacking for $1 million or 2. Sometimes, a single meal can cost several 100,000 berries, and hosting a banquet can drain millions. If you wish to board, you must abandon everything tied to your family and run wild with me across the world. You still want that, remember? Your family relies on you now. If you leave, the Carmeline family will truly have no strong figures left. Can I still use the Carmeline name? Theodore hesitated, asking timidly. That should be permissible. Then I agree. No problem. Theodore, relieved to hear he could continue using his name, readily assented, as if fearing Weiss might renege. Huh? Weiss was taken aback. Whatever happened to family ties? What happened to the family honor that was said to surpass all else? What became of the commitment to strive for the family's rise? How could you so readily acquiesce? You were deviating from the script. After pondering for a while, Weiss still could not comprehend, leaving with a vague, "I'll think about it," before vanishing into thin air. Theodore gazed at Weiss's departing figure, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, as he sat alone, drowning his thoughts in drink. A butler-like figure approached from behind the bar, striding directly toward Theodore. "Young master, is this truly worth your while?" Theodore's ability to find Weiss so swiftly stemmed from the fact that this bar belonged to his family. Our Carmeline family cannot afford to wait much longer. A pack of hyenas has already caught the scent of blood. We need a lion to intimidate them at this moment. The name of the sword demon carries more weight than that of Theodore. If pirates can plant their flag upon an island, then the sword demon can surely plant his within the family. All that is at stake is merely one individual. As night fell, Weiss returned to the Chris. Having spent the entire night pondering why Theodore would forsake so much to sail the seas, for the sake of so-called freedom, a grand treasure? Nonsense. Is Weiss truly so foolish? If he were, he wouldn't have achieved the status of a great swordsman at such a young age. Yet, being outside that circle, he lacked understanding of the relevant circumstances, leaving him perplexed. Should one inquire of Weiss regarding swordsmanship, he could speak ceaselessly for days and nights. On the deck, Cardon ascended the ship, burdened with a mountain of books, while Jack carried an enormous package, the scent of gunpowder wafting from a distance. Weiss looked at the two and inquired, "Where is Karina? Why is she not with you?" "Aside from mealtime, I haven't seen her shadow today. Perhaps she is off enjoying herself on the island. Shopping is a woman's nature. She may have simply lost track of time," Cardon replied without even lifting his head. "Oh." Weiss returned to his designated spot, reclining in a chair beside a coconut juice, easing himself down. Missing dinner was of no consequence, as he had not ceased eating throughout the afternoon. Cardon read in the helm, while Jack busied himself cleaning gunpowder, both calm and thorough. Weiss, come help me with something." Karina's voice echoed from the port, rousing the drowsy Weiss. He sluggishly approached the ship's edge, spotting 4 or 5 individuals at the port, each bearing packages twice their size, with Karina waving her hand in the distance. "Oh my goodness, this is what women are like. Thank goodness I don't have a girlfriend. Buying all this must take ages." Weiss slapped his forehead, shuddering at the thought of a shopping spree lasting an entire day. "Hurry, Weiss, I can see you," Karina called again. With no choice but to roll over, Weiss jumped down from the ship. As he neared the shore, he noticed Karina signaling for the men to carry the packages aboard. "So, why did you call me here?" he asked, bemused. "Humph, those men have been eyeing me with ill intent all along." "Did you think I was unaware? If they intended to rob, the shore would be the prime location. The current low-foot traffic near the ocean makes it easy to dispose of evidence, and arriving here would allow me to let my guard down. Yet, they did not anticipate me calling upon my companions aboard. Karina regarded the men bearing the packages with disdain, then let us depart. Weiss never imagined he would one day find himself wielding the authority of a tiger by virtue of association. Wait until we're on the ship. I have something intriguing to show you. Karina whispered mysteriously, clutching Weiss's arm as they returned to the vessel. Weiss observed as the package bearers hastily departed after receiving their due compensation. There was no other choice. Those gazes were far too intimidating, like that of a tiger. Once they had left, Karina summoned Cardon and Jack, producing a roll of white paper from her second dimension pocket. What is this? Why all the fanfare? It wouldn't happen to be a treasure map. Would it? Cardon speculated first. If it were truly a treasure map, do you think she would reveal it? Jack shot a glance at Cardon, well aware of Karina's character. What is yours, what is mine, and what belongs to the public is public. There shall be no confusion. Do you think I am a miser? What could possibly pique my interest? Karina seemed quite displeased with Jack's assertion. This is a stack of information regarding an upcoming auction, detailing the items to be auctioned and the individuals invited. Curiously, we have not received an invitation, yet our names are listed. Weiss took the paper from Karina, noting the items and their order: renowned blades, crowns, treasure maps, and more. There was also a peculiar note. To his astonishment, he discovered his name listed alongside the familiar Groove family on one of the pages. Where did you acquire this? Weiss inquired, puzzled, as such detailed information would not be accessible to Karina, who had only just arrived on the island. It was a stroke of luck, Karina beamed with pride. While shopping, I noticed a suspicious figure in black trailing me, clearly not a good person, so I approached him. I never imagined I would obtain this. Well, it has some utility, Weiss mused, noting the entry for the devil fruit lacked any specifications or images, only bearing the word Joker in large letters alongside a drawn smiley face, rendering it unworthy of further attention. Meanwhile, on Bird Island, a figure darted across rooftops illuminated by soft lights, hastening toward a specific direction at night. He dared not traverse the streets below, as they were teeming with more people than during the day. If he were to expose himself, it would spell disaster. The shadow paused outside a room, clad in a standard black suit, peering through the slightly ajar door. Inside, the dimly lit space housed several small rooms, their doors tightly shut. After confirming no one was present, he pushed the door open. Navigating through several dark corridors, the lights flickered on. A bespectacled woman was vociferously berating someone. Damn it. You can't even handle such trivial matters. What use are you? You'd be better off dead. The higher-ups trained you to execute plans, not to sabotage them. When I ask you to inquire about something, all I get are 3 words. What good are you? 5 men in black kept their heads bowed, too fearful to meet her gaze or rebut her. Let her scold. As long as they kept their lives, it mattered little. Seeing the new arrivals, the bespectacled woman waved the 5 out. Get out of here. You useless lot. The 5 exited, heads downcast. How is the situation progressing? She inquired, returning to the sofa and picking up a document. Everything is ready. The file has been delivered to Karina without raising suspicion. One of the black-clad men reported if Karina were present, she would surely recognize this man as the one she found suspicious. The information was deliberately sent to her. That's good. We only need to lure him to the auction site, and the pirates will gain another enemy. This gathering is too significant. We must ensure absolute success. ISNT that an unnecessary measure. The sword demon would naturally attend such a grand event, the black-clad man retorted, believing the sword demon would not miss such a gathering, deeming it unnecessary to send information beforehand. Unnecessary? We must ensure perfection. What if he chooses not to attend? If he sees the information above, he will undoubtedly come. After all, this matter is of such magnitude that it could alter the world's landscape. That item must not fall into the hands of anyone outside the world government. The woman asserted, hasn't it already been divided into 3 parts? Only one piece of information will appear at the auction. Is there really a need for this? The black-clad man continued to question. Who do you think would care the most about this information? Surely, the other 2 owners. Very well. Do not concern yourself with these matters any longer. Kindly step outside. The woman lowered her head, seemingly engrossed in the booklet she held. The man in black dared not inquire further and prepared to exit. However, just as he turned, the sound of a gunshot rang out. The bespectacled woman held a smoking gun. The following day, Weiss was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of noise. The Chris was anchored in a rather secluded spot, already on the periphery of the port. Logically, such sounds should not have reached this far. Yet what are you still talking about? Move that ship aside. I need to dock there, do not obstruct me. I am a relative of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. As Vis stepped onto the deck, he spotted a familiar vessel not far away, adorned with the grinning Jolly Roger. A woman clad in a maid's outfit, cigarette in mouth, stood atop it, but a rotund man, with hair resembling a propeller, was bellowing at the dockworkers, insisting they must allow him to dock there, not even considering a swap. This man was none other than Bartholomew, an officer of the Don Quixote family. It was entirely understandable for them to be present at this auction, given the items prepared by Joker. Joker was merely the underground moniker for Doflamingo. Yet Bartholomew's ostentatious arrival seemed rather suspect. The Paradise was aware that this name belonged to Doflamingo's crew, yet there were not many who truly understood its implications. On the surface, he still maintained the faade of being the benevolent king of Dressrosa. A model citizen under the world government, the port's overseer could only fret in agitation. Who knew why this auction had summoned a warlord from the New World? Had they known, they would have never accepted the position. Warlords were not to be trifled with. Those already present were certainly not to be underestimated. Reports indicated that 2 foolish pirates had already perished on the island, and their bounties exceeded 80 million. Lord Bartholomew, please do not make things difficult for me. That ship over there belongs to the Sword Demon. We cannot dare to drive it away, the overseer pleaded earnestly. Sword Demon, you say? Merely someone who happened to encounter an admiral and the 3 calamities in battle. How could he possibly possess such formidable strength? Bartholomew scoffed. As a subordinate of a warlord, he felt emboldened to speak thusly. Why don't you try and see if you can persuade the Sword Demon to vacate his position? Are you instructing me to do your bidding? Very well. It appears I am needed. The overseer was left bewildered by Baby Five's actions. He was unaware of her peculiar habits and had assumed that women might be more amenable than men. To his surprise, it worked. Bartholomew, take me over there. Baby Five tapped Bartholomew on the head, urging him to utilize his devil fruit ability to transport her. But no buts, hurry. With no other choice, Bartholomew reluctantly lifted her onto the Chris. Vis observed the 2 individuals before him quietly, stifling a yawn. Having been awakened so early by the commotion, he wished to return to his slumber. Hey, I am commandeering this spot. Move the ship. Bartholomew was not so courteous, issuing orders to Vis as if he were addressing a subordinate. What did you say? Vis rubbed his eyes, still groggy. I said to move the ship. I am a combatant of the Don Quixote family, a warlord of the sea. Do you think I resemble someone who is afraid of trouble? Vis turned to Karina, who had just emerged upon hearing the commotion. No. Receiving the answer, Vis immediately erupted in expletives. What did you say? Bartholomew seemed oblivious, accustomed to the arrogance of warlord members. When had he ever been subjected to such disrespect? Watch my lips. Get lost. Vis shouted vehemently, pondering what audacity it took for someone to demand he yield his position. Hearing this, Bartholomew's rage ignited, his expression darkening. You have provoked me. His hair began to whirl like a jet engine, a fierce gust of wind materializing from nowhere, gradually coalescing into a tornado. This was the manifestation of his devil fruit ability. The spin fruit allowed him to lift himself into the air and generate tremendous winds in his hands. It was essentially a colossal electric fan. I will kill you. What a pitiful display. Is it not rather unbecoming for a grown man to act in such a manner? Vis could no longer contain himself and vanished from sight, delivering a swift kick. An outline formed in midair. Tracing a parabolic arc, he had arrived with great speed, and he departed even faster. The rotund figure was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the pirate ship bearing the smiling flag, creating a deep indentation in its hull. Bartholomew attempted to halt his momentum, but an overwhelming force rendered him unable to control his body. After breaching the entire pirate vessel, he finally succumbed to the force and plummeted into the sea. The pirates aboard the ship scrambled to leap into the water to rescue him. Everyone knew the fate of a devil fruit user who fell into the sea. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and Baby Five's attempt to assist came too late. Even as Bartholomew sank beneath the waves, the winds he had conjured had not yet subsided. This illustrated just how swift Fish truly was. The winds gradually diminished, dissipating over the ocean. Baby Five turned her stiff neck to gaze at the now breached ship's hull, realizing that the individual before her might indeed possess the strength to confront an admiral head-on. With a single kick, he had dispatched an officer of the Don Quixote family. If Vis were aware of her thoughts, he would surely find amusement in them. Were officers truly formidable? A certain flag-waving oddity had once bested Robin and her crew. Yet in the end, it too was dispatched with a single blow. The warlords themselves were formidable, but their subordinates were not particularly impressive. So, esteemed officer of the warlords, do I still need to clear a spot for you? Weiss approached Baby 5, gazing down at her from a height. Baby 5 remained silent, but upon regaining her composure, she lifted her long leg, transforming it into a firearm aimed at Weiss. Damn it, you injured Bartholomew. At this moment, Jack's eyes lit up. This devil fruit seemed rather intriguing. My dear lady, might I inquire if you could possibly lower your leg? It would be rather unseemly otherwise. Weiss replied calmly. If one were to consider which pirate was easiest to deal with in the world of piracy, it would undoubtedly be Baby 5 before him. Due to her childhood experiences, she desperately craved to be needed, which led her to struggle to refuse requests. Considering her maid outfit, he opted not to retaliate. Are you requesting my assistance? I am needed. Indeed, Baby 5's excitement caused her to cover her flushed cheeks with both hands, lowering her elevated leg and returning to her normal form. Then might I ask you to return to the ship? Weiss continued. All right. Wait. No. To Weiss's astonishment, Baby 5 turned and leaped into the sea. As she could not fly, Jack dove into the water to retrieve Baby 5, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Do not misunderstand. I am not enamored with this little maid, but rather intrigued by her ability to transform into a weapon. It seems he has become even more of a scoundrel. He is merely coveting that weapon fruit. For a marksman, consuming the weapon fruit would mean never needing to reload again. Each expenditure would simply deplete one's stamina. The difference between quick reloads and eliminating the need to reload altogether is monumental. Soaked and gasping for breath, Baby 5 was placed on the deck, regaining her strength before standing up and glaring at everyone. You despicable scoundrels! How dare you almost kill me in such a manner? One may indulge in a variety of meals, but one must not speak carelessly that I merely asked you to return to the ship. I had no idea you would be so foolish as to leap into the sea. Do you not know that devil fruit users fear seawater? Weiss raised his leg again and added. Shall I escort you back? No, that will not be necessary. Baby 5 shook her head vehemently, resembling a rattling drum, horrified at the thought of being returned in the same manner as Bartholomew. One can only fear that half a life may be lost. Jack, row her across, Weiss commanded. This was not an act of cowardice towards Ming, but rather a reflection of the current triviality of the conflict. With that kick's force, even if Buffalo were to survive, being fished out would leave him in a state of unconsciousness for at least 10 days. Weiss was quite merciful. If a real confrontation were to ensue, he would show no mercy and no need. I shall walk myself. Baby 5 dared not let Jack escort her. During her unconsciousness, she had felt a malevolent gaze, as if someone intended to swallow her whole. She refrained from making threats, as the man before her did not care for the title of 7 warlords. He was not a fool like Buffalo, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Jack shrugged, indicating indifference. He was ravenous for the devil fruit, yet he was not the type to kill for it. Besides, even killing might not guarantee the acquisition of the fruit. It was too capricious. As the maid departed, Weiss reclined in his chair. Karina, we have embroiled ourselves in a great predicament, one that you have instigated. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, Jack and Cardon gathered around, eager to ascertain the nature of the trouble. If there is trouble, we shall bear it together. Captain, what trouble is it? Do you require my assistance? Cardon, the weakling, could only cheer from the sidelines. Given the captain's mention of a troublesome matter, Cardon likely felt overwhelmed. You, brooding man, what are you saying? Do you perceive me as weak? No, you are not weak, truly, Jack replied earnestly. Though his tone suggested otherwise, crackling sparks erupted between the two. Karina was infuriated, wondering what trouble it could be. Could it be that her previous employer had come to reclaim her, demanding Weiss hand her over? Surely not. She had only stolen from pirates in the interest of safety. What would the East Blue Pirates do? Would they seek out the Sword Demon for assistance? Could it be due to the forced discount from yesterday's negotiations? What is this trouble? Do not frighten me. Karina feigned innocence, her eyes sparkling with concern that it was merely a young master from a privileged family who had realized he had been duped, now attempting to board the ship under the pretense of paying a price. What shall we do? Weiss, as if performing a magic trick, produced a coconut from behind the chair. Hey, it was you who instructed me to do this. Do not deny it. What sort of captain shifts the blame to his crew when trouble arises? As a thief accustomed to the seas, the key to understanding the situation dawned upon him in an instant. And did this truly constitute trouble for Weiss? Upon hearing this, Jack and Cardon quietly exited to attend to their own matters. Knowing they would remain on the island for at least 2 more days, perhaps even facing combat, necessitating proper preparation. Who would have known you were so ruthless in milking the system, amassing a full 10 million in supplies? By the way, how come I saw so little yesterday? How dare you say that? As a captain, do you have any idea how much the Chris has lost after sailing for so long? Repairs do not require materials, do they? Jack extended his hand, asking if he could provide them for free. The kitchenware had been entirely replaced, all spoiled food cleared away, and replenishing supplies costs nothing. Have you not noticed the ship has acquired numerous decorations and training equipment? Has the cannon at the bow not grown larger? Are there not new books adorning Cardon's shelf? And have you not realized that the reclining chair beneath you has been replaced with a brand new one? Even that accursed coconut has been adequately replenished. Oh, no wonder I felt somewhat uncomfortable lying down today. It turns out it has been replaced, Weiss exclaimed, coming to a realization. Dio not remained so calm. Hey, you dare say I was too ruthless in milking the system? Rarely does one find a fool to exploit. To be gentle would be an affront to him. No. In truth, if you do not regard me as a fool, then you ought to be gentler. It is a matter of respect. A voice emerged from beneath the ship that a figure leaped onto the deck, crouching at the railing, with a bare torso, baggy shorts, and an ostentatious demeanor. It could only be Theodore. Weiss and Karina simultaneously covered their faces, for nothing could be more embarrassing than speaking ill of someone only to have them overhear. What brings you here? Weiss asked awkwardly, while Karina stood behind him like a dutiful girl, even her thick skin flushed with embarrassment at this moment. I merely gathered some intel and thought to present it to you, to see if it holds any value. Theodore approached Weiss, only to find there was but one chair, leaving him to stand. I do not believe I need these things. I merely intend to attend an auction to observe and leave without causing any trouble. Upon witnessing Weiss's earnest demeanor, Theodore's mouth twitched. Not cause trouble? Had I not known you and 2 monsters reduced half of Canopy Island to a mere cluster of treetops, I might have believed you. Truly, believe me, I do not seek trouble, Weiss insisted, recognizing Theodore's skepticism. Once at sea, I had no intention of causing conflict. I merely sought to forge a sword and find my comrades. Trouble found me instead. I was compelled to retaliate. This auction had already created a stir in the first half of the Grand Line due to the presence of devil fruits. After all, such items that enhance one's power were typically consumed upon discovery. Currently, 7 pirates with bounties exceeding 80 million were confirmed to be attending. With 2 surpassing 100 million, they were seasoned criminals, too wary to venture into the new world. Initially, it was merely this number. However, a mysterious individual later appeared, entrusting a note that contained a portion of the method for extracting devil fruits. Consequently, not only pirates but even CP agents had begun to surface, with countless hidden figures lurking in the shadows. According to reliable sources, due to the battle you engaged in last time, Canopy Island was devastated, and that secret method has since been acquired by 3 families. However, it remains unclear who these individuals are. Despite extensive investigations, no leads have surfaced, as if they had never existed in the vast ocean. Theodore refrained from mentioning how their people had been swiftly overwhelmed without laying a finger on the matter. It seems someone intends to fish for the other 2 parties. It remains to be seen who will ultimately lay claim to this secret. This was utterly bewildered. A method for extracting devil fruits? Such a thing exists. Was it not the power of the dark fruit, capable of extracting the fruit from a host? Yet, he had never heard of such methods. Could it be that someone had obtained the dark fruit, fearing exposure, and ultimately perished for some reason, allowing Blackbeard to seize it? Now, with the emergence of this auction item, nearly every faction aware of it had become agitated, all exerting tremendous effort to locate the individual responsible for auctioning this information. Why not simply control the auction house personnel instead of going through all this trouble to find them? Since it has appeared on the auction list, they must have encountered the client. Correct? Nothing is that simple. The CP agents have long since acted. They believe their actions were undetectable, unaware that the majority were already privy to the situation. The auction house's manager had gone missing for half an hour the day before, after which the auction items appeared, including a note detailing a third of the technique. Yet, the manager did not even catch a glimpse of the individual involved. It is said that during the half hour of disappearance, he was in a state of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found 2 notes by his side, one detailing the technique, the other filled with threats. The manager, unable to comprehend the contents of the notes, chose to consult with the powerful benefactor behind the scenes. adding the notes to the auction. Yet, he subsequently vanished again, having gone missing 4 times within 2 short days. What terrible luck! By the way, how do you know so much about this? Weiss suddenly inquired. Curious, as such information should be beyond the reach of common individuals. Theodore looked perplexed. Your focus appears to lie elsewhere. Shouldn't a normal person be concerned with what was written, since the manager read the notes? He must know the content. Should you not inquire about that instead of asking how I know so clearly? Oh, it is nothing that it seems unrelated to me, as I have no interest in that matter. Seemingly catching Theodore's concern, Weiss replied nonchalantly, embodying the principle of being unencumbered by desire. And no matter how turbulent the waters may be, I remain steadfast and unmoved. Very well. Theodore suddenly felt a sense of ennui. What others toiled tirelessly to obtain seemed to matter little to Weiss. Receiving such news was a trivial matter for the Carmeline family, hardly a challenge. Theodore puffed out his chest, proudly showcasing his family's capabilities. Oh, he was struck dumb, completely at a loss. Did this sword demon not comprehend how terrifying it was to have immediate access to various information across the seas? Was there any need for such nonchalance? Were it not for the fact that the auction house belonged to the Carmeline family, and that the person in charge was Theodore's brother, he would hardly possess such clarity regarding this matter. Damn it, the slip of paper contained only 3 words. Who could possibly decipher such a riddle? The threats were penned in 2 writings. Few, if any, were likely aware that at least 5 parties now knew the contents of that note. The mysterious figure. The Carmeline family, the CP, and the culprits behind the previous 2 kidnappings of Theodore's brother. Now, these 5 factions awaited the day of the auction, eager to see who would go to any lengths to secure that slip of paper. Naturally, the most probable outcome was that it would go unsold, with no one willing to bid on it. Seeing Weiss's calm demeanor, Theodore was suddenly struck by a mischievous grin. If only he knew the rumors circulating in the underworld. Would he still be so composed? Weiss lay lazily, feeling an uncomfortable prickle as he opened his eyes to find Theodore's smug face before him. How could someone so undeniably handsome wear such a silly expression? What are you laughing at? I can't shake this uneasy feeling. I'm not. Don't make baseless accusations. It's impossible. Theodore replied. Is that so? Well, then, it's good. Since you've asked so earnestly, I, as a crew member, shall share this piece of news with you. Theodore declared with a righteous tone. Did I even ask? I didn't, did I? Why are you so excited? And you're not even my crew member yet. So stop trying to get chummy. Of course, this was merely what he thought. Weiss was also curious about the rumors circulating in the underworld that it was currently being whispered that the sword demon had learned the complete extraction technique for devil fruits. Oh, what did you say? Weiss shot upright in shock. How did they know that I possessed such knowledge? Who leaked the information? I not only know about the devil fruits, but also about the Pluton, the Poseidon, and the rocks. I even know about the empty throne above the 5 elders, and about him. I'm privy to many secrets unknown to this world. Has the secret of the traveler been exposed? Theodore was quite pleased with Weiss's reaction. His revelation had clearly astonished the sword demon. He had assumed Weiss would maintain his usual indifference, but it appeared he had been merely aloof until now. Finally, my words have surprised you, Theodore thought to himself with a touch of pride. But you needn't worry. These are merely speculations, and coupled with your formidable strength, no one dares to trouble you at present. Reflecting on the reasons behind such speculation made Theodore want to laugh. On Crown Island, before Jin and the Admiral arrived, Weiss was the strongest, having even participated in the struggle for the devil fruit and narrowly avoiding entanglement in the incident involving the celestial dragons. Thus, the denizens of the sea had reason to believe Weiss had seen that slip of paper in its entirety. Otherwise, how could one explain his apparent disinterest in the matter thereafter? Initially, he had received this news with unwavering conviction. But upon encountering Weiss, he realized such a notion was utterly impossible. This man was so indolent, he could scarcely muster interest in anything beyond himself. Oh, it's merely conjecture. Then let it be, in all fairness. Weiss truly had no idea about this matter. When Gru had disseminated that slip of paper, Weiss was already making his way towards the outer islands, ultimately clashing with Jin and Kizu. Weiss reclined once more. Observing Weiss's expression and demeanor, Theodore couldn't help but suspect. You can't possibly know, can you? Don't be absurd. I don't. How could I? If I did, I would have already killed you. Weiss rolled his eyes. Then, aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? All right, you're impressive. Your strength is formidable. The ones who should be afraid are those seeking to trouble you, not you fearing them. A potent whiff of jealousy seemed to waft from Theodore's words. How he wished he could possess such power himself. That way, no one would dare encroach upon his family or brazenly kidnap his brother, threatening the entire Carmeline family. Strength? Everything hinges upon strength. Yet, considering the current situation, Theodore felt a wave of despondency wash over him. At T23, he was already a late bloomer. Would he ever elevate his strength to match Weiss' before turning 30? If he could acquire that technique, his family's power would experience a significant surge. Alas, it was a pity. Seastone, what could 3 mere words accomplish? Nothing at all. He could only hope that all his efforts were not entirely meaningless. As Theodore pondered, a voice shattered the tranquility aboard the ship. Sword demon, surrender the devil fruit extraction technique. Above the Chris, a majestic eagle soared across the sky, casting a shadow over the sun. Its talons glimmered with a metallic sheen, poised to tear through foes at any moment. That very proclamation had emanated from the beak of this eagle. Weiss, awakening from his pretense, opened his eyes, devoid of emotion. He would show no mercy to those who dared provoke him. Theodore, however, was an exception. Is this what you call no one daring to trouble me? Weiss cast a sidelong glance at Theodore, who was whistling and gazing skyward. Gather all of your comrades. Ambushes 1T work against me. Beneath the cover of observation hockey, at least 5 presences were concealed nearby. As expected, with a cry from the eagle, people began to emerge from the ship, the shore, and the sea. Quite a number had come. A flash of derision flickered in Weiss's eyes. Did they truly believe that sheer numbers would suffice? The eagle continued to flap its wings, proclaiming, Sword demon, I respect you as a strong individual. Let us negotiate. Hand over that technique, and we shall withdraw, offering you 1 billion berries as compensation. What do you think of this proposition? Negotiate. You, lofty and aloof, who even dares to look down upon others, call this a negotiation? Is this how you conduct business? The eagle fell silent. These individuals were all hidden powerhouses from the underworld. Their benefactors could no longer wait for the auction to commence. Who knew how many would arrive by then? Given their strength, they were hardly a match for Weiss. Having received word that the sword demon had seen the complete technique, they could not contain their eagerness. Initially, they had doubted that Weiss possessed such knowledge. However, this morning, when members of the 7 warlords boarded the ship only to be cast out, their suspicions deepened. In their intelligence, there was no connection between the 7 warlords and the sword demon. Aside from this technique, nothing else could possibly attract someone from the distant New World. Others might not realize that Tion Yacha was indeed Joker. Were they unaware? This was a character who wouldn't rise without profit, likely hidden away somewhere. Now that the strongest member of the Carmeline family had also boarded, it was likely that the truth was indeed as they suspected. Unbeknownst to them, the captive was Theodore's brother. They were acutely aware of Weiss's formidable strength, understanding that no faction could successfully contend with him. After a brief yet intense discussion, they resolved to cooperate, ultimately sharing the technique among themselves. How many devil fruits they could obtain would depend on how many capable individuals they could hunt down. Each family sent forth 1 representative, totaling 6 people. Under their successive assaults, they believed it impossible not to subdue the sword demon. At that point, they had myriad means to extract the desired information from him. What's the matter? Are you too frightened to speak? Why bother saying so much to him? Does she truly believe herself to be a formidable general? A woman, seemingly impatient, was eager to eliminate Weiss and launched the first attack. Some individuals are like this, always thinking that the strength of others is merely a fabrication. The woman extended her arm, removing the black glove from her hand, revealing a pair of pristine white hands poised to strike the deck of the Chris. Upon witnessing this, Weiss furrowed his brow. He vanished from his reclining position in an instant, a small sword poised to slice across the woman's exposed neck. What do you intend to do to my ship? He inquired, startled by the voice. The woman was filled with dread and swiftly slid away at an astonishing speed, causing Weiss's sword to miss its mark. This was also the reason Weiss had not gone all out. The ship had just been refurbished by Karina, and damaging it would incur significant costs. Had the opposing party not intended to harm the ship, Weiss would have been disinclined to act, letting them attack. Are you all dead? Why aren't you making your move? Waiting for the dishes to be served? After merely 1 exchange, the woman realized that single combat against Weiss was utterly futile, the remaining for exchanged glances. Understanding that there was no chance for a peaceful resolution today, and they collectively advanced toward Weiss. Wait. Weiss raised his hand to halt them. What? Is the sword demon inclined to cooperate with us? Inquired the eagle above. No, take it to the shore. If you damage my ship, You shall compensate. Weissi's Chris was indeed precious. Although Weissi could easily obliterate them, clearing away the corpses would also be a hassle. Wouldn't it? They were infuriated. All five, including the eagle in the sky, were seething with rage. Did we intend to kill you? And you still think about not damaging the ship? Weissi leaped onto the shore first. Despite their anger, the remaining six followed suit. With no one on the ship, venting their frustrations there would be futile. Weissi did not call upon Jack and the others for assistance. He merely wished to stretch his limbs. If one were to calculate by bounty, that woman had at least the strength of a supernova. Those with formidable power had all turned to piracy, yet that did not imply that those from the underground world lacked formidable individuals. Otherwise, they would not have had the qualifications to attend Big Mom's tea party. Upon reaching the shore, Weissi stretched lazily. It had been over half a month since he last engaged in combat, and he felt as though his bones were on the verge of rusting. You are being excessive, the woman shouted in fury, stepping onto the shore as she witnessed Weissi's nonchalance. Did he truly look down upon others to such an extent? Sliding domain, she forcefully slapped her hands against the beach, leaving a clear handprint in the sand, a visible aura spreading like water nourishing a parched riverbed. Sliding fruit. Upon hearing the name of the technique, Weissi's brow twitched. No wonder it appeared so exquisite. Unfortunately for her, her fate was sealed. No one could save her. As the watery ripples washed over his shoes, Weissi found the ground beneath his feet somewhat slick. But it was manageable. He could still maintain his balance. However, the others, unaware that the woman had activated her ability, they leapt onto the shore, only to stumble and fall, hastily inserting their large blades into the sand to stabilize themselves. So slippery. Damn you, Bailey May. You made it so slick. How are we supposed to fight? Apologies, it was a mistake. I got too excited and made it too slippery. Bailey May waved her hand, instantly rectifying the icy surface along the shore. The five surrounded Weissi in an instant, with the eagle hovering above, its wings stirring up a whirlwind of sand. The origin of such humid sand taking flight remained a mystery. Sword Demon, disclose the technique now. Our terms remain unchanged, and we can additionally offer 300 million berries as a show of good faith, the eagle declared once more. Let us have a fight first, and then we can discuss these matters. 13 billion was a substantial sum. One should note that the bounty on Jean was only slightly higher. Suddenly, Weissi pondered whether capturing these six individuals would persuade their backers to cough up 13 billion in ransom. The dual-bladed sword at his waist was already drawn, a surge of sword intent coalescing upon the blade. With a flick of his wrist, a scarlet slash shot toward the eagle above. For some reason, Weissi now held an inexplicable disdain for eagles. Their mere presence reminded him of someone who owed him money and had yet to repay it. The eagle, perceiving the imminent strike, deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it, causing a few feathers to drift down from the sky. Enraged by the attack, the eagle's fury ignited. A clay figure could still harbor some anger, let alone a being accustomed to the underground world. It flapped its massive wings in the air, the winds it generated accumulating in front of its chest, slowly forming a colossal vortex. This was a technique it had developed. Anyone struck by this vortex would not only be injured, but might also shed layers of skin. In a previous experiment, it had reduced a 5-meter-tall beast to mere pulp. Go. The winds within the vortex wrapped around like blades, their destructive power palpable even from a distance. The five individuals dragging Weissi down were filled with frustration. Weissi was simply too swift, so quick that only when he wanted to fight could they even hope to strike his blade. It was as if he showed mercy by merely engaging with them. Providing a semblance of comfort, witnessing the seemingly small storm in the sky rapidly descend, the five hastily retreated. They had seen the horror of this move before. Weissi also sensed the power contained within. This kind of storm felt eerily familiar, something ostentatious. Drawing a sword, the blade resonated, causing the sand beneath to quiver as grains began to leap, forming a peculiar low-lying sand cloud that enveloped Weissi's feet. What was he planning? Was he preparing to withstand the attack at such close range? Bailey May questioned in disbelief, while her companions remained silent, clearly shocked by Weissi's actions. Normal, a strike. This was merely a conventional slash. Yet it seemed to lack a certain momentum without a battle C or Y. As the sword was swung, a luminous blade of sword intent sliced through the air, creating an imperceptible crimson line, which appeared as a floating red thread in the sky. Drawn toward the descending storm, the howling wind, upon encountering the red slash, suddenly sputtered as if a machine had run out of oil, halting its rotation and visibly splitting in two at the moment of separation. The wind lost its balance, and a violent gust erupted, scattering razor-like wind blades in all directions, slicing through nearby coconut trees, which cracked and eventually toppled to the ground. Reciprocation is only fair. Weiss glided across the ground. Arriving beside the eagle in the blink of an eye, he lifted his sword lightly, allowing the hilt to slip from his grasp. "What do you intend to do?" the eagle, now aware, asked in alarm. Thud. Weiss demonstrated his intentions with action, gripping the sword hilt with both hands and delivering a heavy punch directly to the eagle's head, producing a dull thud. The eagle, reeling from the blow, felt a splitting headache. His vision swirling, he struggled to maintain his humanoid form, plummeting from the sky. Boom! His body crashed onto the coastline, creating a deep crater from which seawater surged forth at a visible rate. Had he not awakened in time to leap from the pit, he would surely have drowned. "Aren't you a great swordsman? Why resort to punches?" the eagle shouted, ignoring his bleeding head. Furious and embarrassed, the wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger slightly. He had prepared to evade a slash, but had not anticipated such a tactic. "Nonsense. I used the sword hilt. If you don't believe me, check the back of your head for a bump about the same size." Weiss sighed in relief. Should he kill the eagle, the ransom would be lost. He then landed on the beach, feeling quite fatigued from continuously using moonwalk. "Look, standing on solid ground is perfectly fine. I couldn't be bothered to wave my hand toward the sky." Suddenly, a slash came hurtling from behind, and Weiss's expression shifted. He no longer appeared casual, his demeanor sharp as if he had just emerged from a forge, glimmering with cold light. He turned and swung his sword. The clash of sword auras erupted. And without a doubt, that streak of sword energy transformed into a myriad of twinkling stars, dissipating into the air. A chill flickered in Weiss's eyes as he sheathed his longsword, unveiling a smaller blade in his grasp. His gaze fixed intently on the assailant lurking behind him. The intruder, poised with his weapon, had seized the opportunity when he noticed Weiss's back turned, engaged in conversation with another ability user, and thus conceived the notion of a sneak attack. Descending without hesitation, yet he had not anticipated failure, which seemed to have only incensed the renowned swordsman before him. He realized he had committed the cardinal sin of a swordsman. With unwavering focus, he scrutinized the small sword in Weiss's hand, recognizing its form and style. Once, in his youthful arrogance, he had challenged the world's greatest swordsman and had tasted defeat. In the end, he had been told, "You are unworthy of being a swordsman." Weiss remained silent, the essence of his sword intent meticulously converging within that small blade. Confronted by such a foe, he felt little need for respect. Regardless of their status as swordsmen, those who resort to ambush from behind are devoid of martial integrity. The oppressive atmosphere by the seaside weighed heavily upon all present, stifling their breath. Bailey, in particular, clutched her chest as if to ease her discomfort. The sun above seemed to cower from the oppressive aura. Retreating behind the clouds, we must not allow the sword demon to kill Coster, or none of us will escape today. The eagle's expression was grave, ready to intervene at a moment's notice to rescue the swordsman. It was not out of deep camaraderie. They were merely a makeshift team, apprehensive that should one fall, the rest would stand no chance against Weiss. "Rescue? Do you believe you can?" The swordsman's countenance shifted dramatically as he raised his sword. Poised at his neck without a trace of hesitation, he did not believe he could outpace Weiss's blade. Rather, he was wagering that Weiss's strike would be aimed at his throat as long as he safeguarded his neck. He might survive this encounter until help arrived. In a fleeting moment, as he passed Weiss, the latter stood right behind him, while the five who had come to his aid seemed frozen in place. As if time itself had paused. At that moment, he felt no pain and assumed he had survived. "You are unworthy of being a swordsman." Weiss's voice resonated behind him, accompanied by a sudden, excruciating pain that surged through his chest. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a wound bleeding from where his heart lay. The same words, the same small sword, yet this time, he would not survive. With the swordsman's demise, the remaining five gathered together, cognizant that to separate would only lead to their own demise. They had to unite. They launched a simultaneous assault on different angles, hoping to inflict damage on the sword demon. This was the only strategy they could conceive, for their opponent was overwhelmingly formidable. Their assessment of strength had been drastically miscalculated. "You five are encircled by me. Surrender." Weiss turned, pointing his sword at the five, a smile gracing his face. To be encircled by a single individual, under normal circumstances, such a notion would be met with ridicule, yet the five did not find it humorous at all, for they faced the one known as the sword demon. How could they be so easily intimidated? Where had that earlier, dominating presence vanished to? You prefer to prey upon the weak, do you not? Weiss continued to speak with a smile. Onward, the eagle, steeling his resolve, forced the attack. Lingering any longer would surely extinguish whatever fighting spirit remained. As his command resonated, the five left behind 5 afterimages in the air, simultaneously charging towards Weiss. This time, they fought as one, targeting the areas they deemed vital. The battle raged on, while the 4 observers aboard the Chris ship watched Weiss remain stationary. Surrounded by shadows that perpetually advanced and retreated like satellites orbiting a planet. To the onlookers, Weiss's movements appeared languid, yet each strike deftly countered the lethal assaults aimed at him. The opponent's strikes seemed swift, yet none succeeded in delivering harm. This realization caused the already wounded eagle to cough up blood. As the battle extended, an increasing urgency gripped the hearts of the 5. They recognized a troubling truth. Regardless of their efforts, Weiss remained unscathed, as if utterly unaffected by their onslaught. Despite their synchronized attacks, Weiss not only parried their strikes, but did so with an ease that suggested he had yet to exert himself fully. The eagle's heart sank. He understood that their mission would remain unfulfilled, and their survival was now a significant concern, having irrevocably offended the Sword Demon, a top-tier powerhouse. The rulers of the underworld would likely find their slumber troubled in the days to come. Damn it! Who was the fool that made such a decision to provoke this situation? The eagle silently cursed within. You're distracted, Weiss remarked, having noticed the eagle's lapse in focus, thus amplifying the force and speed of his strike. Almost simultaneously, a scar appeared on the eagle's arm, blood oozing from the wound. He had sustained the most injury. Who could blame him for being so arrogant? The fallen swordsman was no longer a concern. He was dead. The frequency of attacks faltered due to the eagle's injury, and Weiss would not allow this opportunity to slip away, even though he could have dispatched all 5 of them at any moment. Puff, 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 puff. Unintentionally executing a crescent slash, Weiss successfully inflicted wounds upon the chests of the 4 as he passed by Bailey. He took special care to imbue his strike with armed color hockey. The 5 clutched their injuries, gasping for breath, the relentless combat having thrown their rhythms into disarray, rendering them somewhat out of sorts. In stark contrast, Weiss remained unscathed. How about we negotiate? I have no intention of making this difficult for you, Weiss said, deliberately pausing, but upon noticing their unchanged expressions, he found it dull. I can let you go, but you must pay me a ransom of 1 billion berries. What do you say? Weiss wore an expression of mirth, as if this proposition were exceedingly reasonable. After all, had they not initially planned to offer 13 billion? Losing 1 man could easily be compensated, should their mission fail, and they sought to redeem themselves. These individuals would find no sanctuary, had it not been written in tales that villains typically negotiate for their own. Failure in their mission warranted punishment, and that punishment was death. Thus, it was a win-win scenario. Upon hearing Weiss's words, the already grim faces of the 5 grew even darker. Their strength was formidable against ordinary individuals, yet among that group, they were not the strongest. They could not be expected to agree. If a ransom of 1 billion berries was truly necessary, it was uncertain whether those ruthless individuals would consent. They likely wouldn't agree, the eagle stated. Then you may choose to perish, Weiss replied, preparing to draw the long sword at his waist. Despite being 5, at this level, it would only take a single strike to resolve the matter. Wait, Bailey suddenly exclaimed, not wishing to die here without attempting to negotiate. Let me make a call. She retrieved a din mushy from her bosom and dialed a number. Bring, click. Hello, is this Bailey? Has the sword demon agreed? A male voice on the other end presumed the call indicated success. Weiss waved his hand, and Bailey tossed the din mushy over. Hello, why are you silent? Perhaps it's because they fear to speak. Weiss paused. Silence reigned on the other end, and after a long moment, a voice finally returned. Sword demon, we are curious to know your thoughts on our proposal. Thoughts? I wonder where your confidence originates. Do you think I would admit to lacking it? Weiss planted his sword into the beach, leaning upon it. If indeed there is none, we are willing to offer compensation for disturbing you, Sword Demon. Let us set aside the matter of money for now. Why did you dare to contact me based on mere suspicion? Not only to confront me, but to send these insignificant figures. The response from the other end was silence, and after a minute, Sword Demon, perhaps you are unaware of the current global situation. Beyond pirates, all factions are striving with all their might to elevate their power. Otherwise, they will ultimately be engulfed by the tides of time, that we are compelled by circumstances. We shall not let a single opportunity to enhance our strength slip away. The underlying fear is that the Sword Demon may act irrationally, dispatching formidable foes, and what if we are slain? Very well, 5 individuals for a sum of 1 billion berries, delivered to my ship. And the people must be taken away. Otherwise, once Weiss hears of this, he will realize that aside from pirates and celestial dragons, there is likely no faction that does not yearn for enhancement. The pirates represent a collective, not merely a single crew. They have been drawn into this turmoil gradually due to Roger's words, and there is no shortage of aspirants. Just consider the supernovas, whose talents and prowess are exceedingly extraordinary. If these individuals were to be distributed among various factions, it would establish a new equilibrium. However, at present, they all belong to the pirates. The celestial dragons are utterly indifferent to such matters, as long as they are harmed. An admiral will come to their aid. For them, possessing strength is of little consequence. The man did not respond immediately. A cacophony of sounds emanated from the transponder snail, as if a discussion were underway. After a brief moment, silence fell on the other end. Sword Demon, we acquiesce to your demands. The funds will be delivered to your vessel this afternoon. Please ensure the safe return of these individuals. I am a man of my word. Once the money is in place, everything can be negotiated. There is no loss here, and a profit can be made. Why not seize the opportunity? The 5 members of the Eagles were also elated. They had initially harbored no hopes of survival, yet here they were, unexpectedly alive. However, thoughts of the punishment they would face upon returning due to their failure filled them with dismay. This, however, is where Weiss erred. On a small island somewhere in the Grand Line, within a resplendent palace, 5 seats surrounded a vast circular table, each adorned with a transponder snail that a man hung up the transponder snail and addressed it. Let this matter rest for now. We are currently unable to provoke this individual. What good is it to harbor resentment when one lacks the power? On this day, Weiss remained aboard the Chris ship, not venturing anywhere, with 10 minor objectives poised to come to fruition. Even the 5 elders would have to yield in this regard. Unless they offer a greater sum, you cannot fathom the obsession of those enveloped by fortune for the allure of wealth. Meanwhile, during Weiss's wait, events unfolding by the sea had already sparked a tremendous uproar on Bird Island, and a flurry of newspapers, propelled by the local press industry, spread rapidly, with free copies for those unable to purchase them. An unknown pirate clutched a newspaper with a bold headline proclaiming, "Sword Demon slays 6 great powers comparable to supernovas." The paper featured numerous photographs, particularly highlighting the images of Weiss effortlessly dispatching the swordsman and the 5 great powers nursing their wounds. That lethal dagger strike, the bloodied chest, the 5 individuals clutching their injuries all served to showcase Weiss's formidable strength. In the photographs, Weiss appears as though he's simply engaged in a morning exercise routine. Exuding an air of nonchalance, the pirate gazed at the newspaper in astonishment. Among the 6 individuals, he recognized one, a notable figure in the underground world of paradise, while deemed a minor character in Weiss's eyes. To the average person, he was an insurmountable powerhouse, especially for those who have long dealt with the underworld. The identities of these 6 individuals are all too clear, now, having all fallen at Weiss's hands. The Sword Demon's reputation only swells further. In a small tavern, a pirate exclaimed, "Look, the deceased is none other than King of Lone Sharksfell's subordinate, effortlessly taken down by the Sword Demon. How terrifying," Pirate A remarked excitedly. Though it was unclear what he found so thrilling. This individual, resembling an eagle, is a subordinate of a meat that it appears the Sword Demon truly regards these so-called underground kings with disdain. His ferocity is merciless. Pirate B lamented, "You are mistaken, he indeed spared them. Look, there are still 5 individuals alive, and well, clearly, the Sword Demon fears the kings of the underground," Pirate C countered, seemingly unconvinced by the Sword Demon's burgeoning notoriety. "Nonsense. It is evident the Sword Demon showed mercy," Pirate A retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "Do you have any evidence?" Pirate C asked, his expression unreadable. "Humph, you are mistaken. I possess insider information. The reason these 5 were allowed to live is that the Sword Demon had already had his fill of the fight and chose to withdraw. And those individuals paid a hefty ransom to ensure the survival of these 5. A mysterious figure interjected, not appearing to be a pirate nor a member of the underworld. What cost could possibly suffice? I refuse to believe those individuals would compromise. Pirate C remained unconvinced. Ahem. As for today's tab, it's on me, Pirate A proclaimed generously, now a staunch admirer of the Sword Demon. The mysterious figure took a sip of drink to wet his throat and quietly stated, "My cousin's brother-in-law's sister's husband's nephew works in this new newspaper company. He informed me that the 5 were spared because a ransom was paid. If you don't believe me, You can head to the shore right now. Those 5 are still waiting for their ransom, the mysterious figure emphasized, eager to convince the group. Upon hearing this, some pirates exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, before departing the tavern. Such an instance of a powerful figure being humbled is a rare sight. And those aware of their factions understand just how difficult this is to witness. Unbeknownst to them, a man clad in a suit and wearing a tricorn hat silently exited the tavern. A discerning observer might notice that he had not consumed any alcohol, merely leaving a trail of crumbs in his wake. This scene was common in taverns across Bird Island. Their intent was to bolster Weiss's reputation, seeking various reasons to amplify the narrative. All of this was, of course, the handiwork of Theodore, who orchestrated both the people and the newspapers to disseminate this information. He had even opened a new newspaper company, albeit currently limited to Bird Island. However, all these actions were sanctioned by Weiss. Without his consent, Theodore would not have dared to proceed. After careful consideration, he hoped to enhance his own reputation, thereby dissuading potential challengers from approaching him, allowing for a more leisurely existence. Observe Mihawk. He generally attracts those who pique his interest, with no one daring to challenge him. This is due to the overwhelming renown of the world's greatest swordsman. Everything Theodore has done aligns with the interests of the Carmeline family. The more formidable the sword demon's reputation, the greater the advantage for the entire family. Young master, this is the news relayed from various family enterprises today. All parties have currently ceased their actions, with only some remote areas yet to respond. A 30-year-old man wearing glasses and a suit, with a gentle demeanor, handed a document to Theodore. Brother, please refrain from addressing me in such a manner. The newcomer was none other than Theodore's elder brother, Carmeline Sri Lanka, who had been kidnapped multiple times in a short span. Now, during this critical juncture for the Carmeline family, decorum must be maintained. The family can only present a united front that I intended to appoint you as the clan leader, but you adamantly refused, Sri Lanka stated gravely, fully aware of the immense burden his frivolous brother bore. At times, Sri Lanka regretted his lack of talent for cultivation. These bullies thrive on weakness. Theodore perused the document, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Although Theodore has yet to publicly declare himself as the Sword Demon's ally, nor has the Sword Demon offered protection to the Carmeline family. In this brief span, those who previously sought to undermine the Carmeline family's enterprises have silently withdrawn. Should Theodore fail to connect with the Sword Demon, he can take his time to gradually consume the spoils. It is merely a matter of days. Should he indeed board the Chris ship, he would have already secured a favorable position. This is the ocean where strength reigns supreme. Far away on the Chris ship, Weiss had been reclining for an entire morning, followed by a midday and half an afternoon. Aside from mealtime, not a single posture had shifted. Numerous figures lurked in the shadows along the shoreline, concealed within the thickets, observing the 5 individuals on the beach, creating an exceedingly awkward situation for them. Yet they could neither leave nor dare to move, for a woman was watching them. Although this woman appeared feeble in their eyes, she stood behind a formidable figure. Even in the absence of an observer, they would not dare to depart at last. The eagle could no longer endure, springing to his feet. What do you intend to do? Karina inquired cautiously. Is everything all right? No worries. The eagle inhaled deeply, then turned and shouted into the thicket. I've already spotted you. If you don't leave now, I shall take time to deal with you. The bushes, which had been bustling like a prairie dog, fell silent for a moment, and then, with a thunderous sound, they erupted into chaos as if driven by a tiger, fleeing for their lives. In truth, the eagle had seen nothing at all. Observing the eagle settle back down, Karina breathed a sigh of relief. This task was originally assigned to Jack, but upon hearing of the billion berries, Karina's enthusiasm surged immensely. However, moments later, rustling noises emerged once again from the bushes, and the eagle was thoroughly enraged. What did you say? A dull voice echoed. Nothing. I wasn't referring to you. I was just rambling, the eagle stammered, beads of sweat cascading down his face like a fountain. Oh, that's good. The figure didn't even glance in his direction as he proceeded towards the Chris. The sun shone brightly. On the deck chair, Weiss suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint igniting within them. And a murderous intent enveloped the entire Chris. With the swiftness of lightning, he drew the sword resting beside him to the moment of drawing. His armed color hockey had already enveloped the blade. In a swift motion, he was already standing on the deck, parrying a thunderous black fist with his sword. Clang! A scarlet hue, mingled with black currents, spread across the sky above the Chris. and fine cracks traced their way from the deck to the ship's railing. At that moment, Jack and Cardon finally realized someone was attacking Weiss. Kapu. Weiss squinted, gritting his teeth as he spat out those two words. The visitor was none other than Kapu. Having overheard the pirates' conversation in the tavern, he ambled over, unable to resist the urge to give Weiss a punch upon witnessing his nonchalant demeanor. Ha ha ha. Weiss, your strength has grown remarkably fast. Kapu laughed heartily, retracting his fist, appearing quite at ease. Weiss glanced at the cracked deck. Sword pointed at Kapu. Two choices. Either we fight, and I repair the ship myself, or you fix it immediately. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, he wouldn't even bother asking. Humph. Does he understand how much Weiss aches over this ship? Since its maiden voyage, it has only encountered minor damages while sailing, never having been harmed in battle. Now, due to Kapu's punch, the entire deck must be replaced. Fortunately, he showed some restraint. Otherwise, that punch could have easily shattered the ship like buffalo, but if it were anyone else, facing Weiss's challenge, they might genuinely consider a fight first. But Kapu? No need to be so angry. I'll fix it for you, Kapu said, scratching his head sheepishly. Currently, they were not adversaries, and it would be rather uncouth to damage someone else's ship right off the bat. Then get to it, once you're done. We'll discuss matters. I don't believe you came solely to see me. Jack went to fetch the materials for the repairs, while Cardon went to inform Karina of the situation, ensuring she wasn't alarmed. Indeed, that earlier aura of devastation had frightened the 6 individuals on the shore. The Eagle speculated that Kapu was there to apprehend Weiss. However, this notion was deeply suppressed by rationality, quelling his desire to flee. After all, the sword demon was not a pirate and had no reason to act without clarity. Sure enough, that overwhelming presence lingered for only a moment before dissipating. They certainly wouldn't believe that the sword demon could be taken down by a single blow from Kapu. Upon seeing Cardon descend from the ship, the thought of escape vanished entirely. It was time to await the ransom. Karina also exhaled in relief, no longer needing to worry. She had truly been frightened. Especially with 5 blood-soaked dangerous individuals nearby. On board, Kapu picked up a hammer, with an iron nail clenched in his mouth, methodically repairing the damaged deck plank. For him, this was a trivial matter. Reputation to him, it was of little consequence. If he truly valued face, who would dare to disrespect him? Hey, Weiss, is this how you treat an elder? Not even offering to help. This is partly your doing too. Kapu glanced at the reclining Weiss, feeling somewhat indignant. Who was it that greeted me with a fist upon our first meeting? If you hadn't done that, would I have unsheathed my sword? We are not familiar enough for such familiarity. Weiss retorted, exasperated. Yet despite his protests, Weiss shifted his position to assist. After all, Kapu was a formidable figure worthy of respect in the pirate world. Grabbing the hammer, he pressed the nail down and began hammering away. By the way, why did you suddenly come looking for me? We've only met once, haven't we? Initially, Weiss suspected Kapu had learned about Ace owing him money and was here to settle the debt. However, Kapu likely didn't know Ace had been aboard the ship, and Ace would never proactively contact Kapu. Besides, was Kapu the type to help others repay debts? I originally intended to return to the East Blue to see my grandson. But I was summoned here, instructed to keep an eye on you and ensure you don't cause trouble on Bird Island, Kapu explained. Could it be those 5 old fossils? I am not one to instigate trouble. Why are they watching me? Weiss pondered, wondering if his threat level had risen to the point where the Navy was being so cautious. Furthermore, did they really need a naval hero to keep tabs on him? No, it was Sengoku who called me here. He mentioned that last time, the information was relayed too late, and by the time the Navy arrived, it was already over. This time, we must prepare properly. As for why he was here, it was simply because he had the most free time. Akainu and Akiji had gone to the New World, while Kazura was at Mariawa. Weiss, do you truly know that technology? Kapu suddenly leaned in, a mysterious look in his eyes. This was one of Kapu's ulterior motives. Getting too close. How could there possibly be such a thing? If it existed, the world government would have seized it long ago. And you wouldn't be roaming the seas. Weiss grimaced, wondering why this family was all so insistent. Really, there isn't. Kapu's face reflected confusion, revealing his doubts. Fine, I do have it. Do you want me to tell you? It's 100% accurate, truly, trust me, Weiss declared with determination. All right then, Kapu was clearly skeptical, continuing to repair the kriss. Now that you've asked, can I leave? Weiss felt that keeping Kapu on the ship was a risky endeavor. Who knew when he might deliver a punch? Weiss, don't be in such a rush. It's rare to see each other. We could reminisce a bit. Can't you let this old man stay? Kapu casually picked his nose and continued hammering nails. We are not familiar. We've only met once, and it was during a fight with your subordinate. How can we reminisce? Get your facts straight. Weiss nearly exploded. He had witnessed Kapu literally hammering his booger into the deck. Once Kapu left, Weiss was determined to have Jack refurbish that section of the deck, without fail. Ha ha ha. Don't sweat the details. Becoming close friends after a mere encounter is not rare. Seeing Kapu feign ignorance, Weiss thought if he could overpower him, he'd kick him off the ship right now. Wait, I may not be able to defeat you now, but your grandson owes me money, so let's double that. A grandson who hadn't even set sail yet, and at that time, humph, feeling that Weiss was lost in thought, Kapu sensed something was amiss. Nothing, don't make wild assumptions. How could it be? I'm an upright person. Weiss quickly turned his head, avoiding Kapu's gaze. That I won't stay for nothing. Let me tell you a piece of news. Someone is looking for you across the vast ocean. Kapu seemed to tire from the repairs and pulled out a bag of donuts from his pocket. In a short while, he had already repaired half of the deck, a testament to his prowess. What news? Who's looking for me? Eagle Eye. Kapu, didn't he mention that someone else was also suspected of seeking Weiss? But he had no proof. Weiss paused, his hand gripping the hammer, pondering for a moment before asking, how long do you plan to stay? Kapu thought for a moment, seemingly recalling Sengoku's instructions. Oh, Sengoku mentioned that as long as it's confirmed you truly don't possess that technology, and you don't cause trouble at the auction, it will be fine. After all, your destructive capability on Tree Crown Island is rather concerning. Indeed, on this island, he was the strongest. Sengoku feared he would impede the Navy's operations. Kapu continued his ramblings. That I am not. Don't make wild claims. Weiss shot a glance at Kapu, affirming, am I truly the strongest? Besides, I really do possess it. Don't doubt me. Weiss asserted gravely. As for the auction, I can choose not to participate. I can set sail right now. There won't be any trouble. Confounded Garp, are you truly leaving? You won't even take the ransom of 1 billion berries? Garp inquired hastily. Weiss was indeed departing, and the mysterious entity that seemed to be coming for him might not show up after all. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? It is the fruit of my labor. Weiss shot a slightly anxious glance at Garp. That if you leave, won't you miss out on it? Garp suddenly sensed something amiss. Yes, didn't you say that if I don't cause trouble at the auction, I can leave? Well, I am no longer participating in the auction. I'm setting sail directly. Hurry up, I must depart. Weiss waved his hand dismissively, seemingly urging Garp to disembark. You said to wait until I finished the auction and that it wouldn't be a bother. Fine, I can't overpower you, so I won't participate. Thus, there will be no trouble, right? But if I leave now and return when the auction begins, won't that work? You'll still be able to find me. Weiss was curious to see who was spreading such rumors. If there weren't any hidden hands stirring the pot, such news would never circulate so widely in the underworld. Now, it was quite the predicament. The pack of hyenas had come, and now the Navy was here too. Would those from CP be next to inquire? Who knew what sort of characters would show up next? It was rather vexing. Unbeknownst to Weiss, the people from CP had long since made contact with his associates, albeit through their own discreet methods. Not daring to be as overt as others, so, you won't be attending the auction. Garp pressed on. What would I attend for? I already know that technology. Why would I spend money to buy it? Am I insane? I'm not that bored, Weiss replied. Garp had come to believe Weiss, yet he gazed at the half-repaired, cracked deck and remarked, that's not the issue. Can your ship even still sail? No worries, as long as the keel remains intact, Jack can gradually repair it during the journey. As long as it can withstand the strain, you needn't trouble yourself, Weiss asserted resolutely, feeling uneasy with Garp on board. Surely, Sengoku had summoned Garp to inquire whether he possessed that technology. Now that he had admitted it, Garp still didn't believe him, yet insisted on staying on his ship. Haha, Weiss, you are quite amusing. Garp chuckled heartily, one hand clutching a donut while the other pointed at Weiss, bits of donut crumbs still visible at the corners of his mouth. Sengoku wasn't so dull as to have me monitor you. He merely asked me to inquire. Garp continued, popping a donut into his mouth. Really? Weiss did not think himself so formidable. Of course it's true. Now that I'm certain you lack that technology, I shall take my leave. Garp stated, departing without leaving a trace. Watching Garp's retreating figure, Weiss furrowed his brow, pondering what the old man was truly thinking. Was Garp really so foolish? Those who thought like that had already met their demise in the depths of the sea. The wise may appear foolish, he mused, but what was his true intention? Was it merely to inquire about that technology? "Captain, shall we leave?" Jack approached, having not yet had the chance to inform Karina and the others. "Of course we shall leave, but not immediately. We need to repair the ship first and collect the ransom before departing. This island has attracted all sorts of strange characters due to that dubious technology. Even the Navy's heroes are here. Who knows what sorts of individuals may appear next? Will we return?" Jack questioned again. "Certainly. I want to see who the scoundrel is that is spreading my information." Weiss replied through gritted teeth. Moreover, Weiss secretly made a decision. If they feared his interference, then he would create even greater chaos. He intended to make a name for himself, one that would render those rabble too fearful to act. Currently, even in paradise, 6 individuals dared to assault him. What would happen when he reached the new world? It would undoubtedly become even more troublesome. Weiss was determined to attend the auction. If that item were a fake, he would not hesitate to proclaim the truth. But was the reality truly as Weiss anticipated? CP had provided him with information because they believed he possessed a fragment of the truth, while Sengoku suspected he held the complete picture. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you should have seen Weiss's expression, his initial vigorous denial, and under my pressing, he actually admitted it. It was simply hilarious. Garp laughed heartily as he walked along a secluded path. Speaking to the Din Mushi, "Garp, is this how you gather intelligence? By directly questioning the parties involved? How accurate is that?" Sengoku's voice thundered from the other end of the line. It turned out Sengoku had instructed Garp to secretly gather information on Bird Island. Once the information was confirmed, they planned to approach Weiss strategically, for that technology must not fall into the wrong hands. Don't sweat the details. After all, it's just gathering information. Isn't it clearer to ask him directly? Garp replied nonchalantly. "Are you saying he vehemently denied knowing that technology, only to admit it under your questioning?" Sengoku fell silent, seriously doubting that Weiss had simply grown impatient with the inquiries. "Yes." Garp munched on his donut. "Very well. Wait there for Peach Rabbit and Tea Pig to arrive. This matter will be their responsibility. When the time comes, you can assist them. If he truly appears early on and the situation spirals out of control, only then will you intervene." Hello, Sengoku. "What did you say? The signal here is poor. I'm nearing the East Sea. Oh, the signal's gone. I'll hang up now." Garp ended the call and strolled leisurely around Bird Island. Garp had no faith that Peach Rabbit and Tea Pig would be unable to handle the situation. Controlling the situation, that could be discussed once that individual actually appeared, far away at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku rubbed his aching head, staring at the severed Din Mushi. What possessed me to send Garp to gather intelligence? I should have simply assigned him a task. How could I have believed he had a knack for intelligence gathering? As evening fell, a multitude of figures clad in black appeared at the shore, all impeccably dressed. 20 individuals, each carrying a case, trailed behind a middle-aged man. The man glanced at the 5 individuals on the shore without uttering a word and proceeded directly toward the Chris. Meanwhile, the Eagle 5 exchanged anxious glances, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. They understood that they would not return without facing consequences. Though they belonged to different factions, they had heard plenty about this man's ruthless nature. Standing atop the observation deck, Jack observed as those individuals approached the Chris and leaped aboard. There was no need for Weiss to intervene. I am Pfister, under the reign of the Queen of Joyful Street, here to redeem a person. Pfister politely bowed and addressed Jack. "Our captain is resting. You may leave the payment below, and you can take the person away," Jack replied. Pfister regarded Jack, the crimson flames of the sunset casting an ominous glow behind him, momentarily obscuring his features. "Very well. We shall take our leave." Pfister departed promptly. A day later, under the bright full moon, its light cascaded over Bird Island, draping the island in a delicate veil. The statue in the central square appeared particularly enigmatic under the moonlight. After a day of wandering the seas, Master Weiss returned to the island at this moment. The central square was bustling. The night here was a paradise for children, with toys being the only items on sale. Children dashed around the statue, clutching brightly glowing toys, filled with joy. Gru led Mart and the others through the throng, watching the playful children with a tinge of regret for not bringing his daughter along. Knowing that tonight, the place was exceedingly perilous, and those without assistance would likely perish in the ensuing chaos. Approaching the auction house, he paused momentarily, fixated on the plum blossom emblem of the auction house, lost in thought. My lord. As the throngs of people surged towards the auction house, Gru stood out conspicuously among them, prompting Mart to vocalize a reminder. Gru was roused from his reverie by Mart's voice and subsequently followed the crowd into the auction hall. Outside, Weiss approached the auction venue. a towering edifice that was only slightly shorter than the statue itself. He gazed at the plum blossom insignia, inhaled deeply, and cast a sidelong glance at Theodore, who trailed beside him. Aware that this boisterous individual clamoring to board was a second-generation wealthy heir, he was nonetheless taken aback by the extent of his affluence. Upon learning that this individual had established a newspaper specifically to disseminate information, Weiss could only marvel at the extravagance of the affluent. So, this auction house is also part of your family's holdings. Weiss raised an eyebrow and inquired. Indeed, the Carmeline family is renowned throughout the Grand Line. Theodore replied with pride. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been so easily extricated in the first place. Weiss scrutinized Theodore closely. Was it truly his family that had forged his success? Over the past day, Weiss had gathered intelligence on the Carmeline family and Theodore's background. Without the burden of family ties, Theodore's prowess would undoubtedly exceed his current standing. Ascending the grand staircase, they were greeted by the luminous glow emanating from the 7-meter-high entrance point. 10 young women clad in kipeos stood in 2 neat rows, welcoming the guests. This establishment was not merely an auction house, but also a hotel. Slanka, who had been waiting nearby, approached Theodore. With a sidelong glance, he respectfully addressed Weiss. Lord Sword Demon, you have arrived. This way. Please. The auction commences at 9 this evening, and you may rest in the VIP lounge until then. You must be Theodore's elder brother. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Weiss, he replied. Noting the apparent misfortune that seemed to follow this individual, who had recently been abducted multiple times, that it had been a while since he had heard Cardon lament his misfortunes. Was it because he had been in Weiss's company? Lord Weiss, this way, please. Slanka led the way, with Theodore following closely behind and Weiss positioned between them. The hall buzzed with conversation among those who were not privileged enough to enter the VIP room. Alongside the servants waiting outside, all eyes were on the remarkably youthful individual, accompanied by 2 prominent figures of the Carmeline family, as they speculated about his identity. Unlike pirates, these onlookers did not gawk or exclaim loudly. Some recognized Weiss and discreetly withdrew to the back of the crowd, quietly ascending the stairs, seemingly to inform their superiors. Whispers circulated regarding the implications of such a figure being associated with the Carmeline family and what measures might be taken in response. Given the numerous assets they had lost over the years, it appeared that with the Carmeline family aligning itself with the Sword Demon, they were poised to reclaim their former glory. Would the plum blossom emblem once again adorn the Grand Line? Theodore, trailing behind, overheard snippets of conversation and felt a sense of satisfaction at the effect it wrought. While allowing the news to circulate, these individuals would think twice before acting impulsively until the nature of Weiss's relationship with him became clearer. As for the future developments, Weiss had yet to disclose whether Theodore would be permitted to board the ship. It was a matter still to be determined. After taking the elevator, Weiss and his entourage arrived at the topmost floor of the hotel, which was a spacious, open area encompassing the entire upper level. Upon entering, Weiss felt as though Gru's palace paled in comparison to this opulence. 8 magnificent lights illuminated the entire floor, casting a bright, yet gentle glow. Expansive sofas were meticulously arranged in the center of the hall, while to the northwest, a foam mountain with a babbling stream and swirling mist added to the ambience. The walls were adorned with the painstakingly crafted masterpieces of artists, and exquisite porcelain pieces were displayed on intricately carved wooden tables. Weiss was unable to name any of these items, as they were beyond his comprehension. The entire room exuded a single word: extravagance. Seated on the sofa, Slanka summoned a server to bring a glass of red wine, which he personally placed before Weiss, who made no move to touch it. Speak freely. Ever since I expressed my intention to attend the auction, you've been rather enigmatic, and now it feels overwhelmingly grand. I find myself somewhat unworthy of it. Theodore realized that if he did not clarify his intentions soon, he would lose his only opportunity. He glanced at Slanka before stating, I wish to board the ship and raise the Sword Demon's flag above the Carmeline family, ensuring the family's protection under his aegis. Such an operation is indeed unprecedented. Weiss responded, genuinely astonished. In the New World, there were pirates who planted their flags on islands to safeguard them against other marauders, but this arrangement also required the islanders to pay a tribute, effectively a protection fee. The most notable examples were the 4 emperors reigning supreme in the New World. It was unheard of for a family to become subservient to a formidable figure. The unpredictability of human nature posed risks. Allegiances could easily turn a family into mere vassals, risking total subjugation. Furthermore, a family like the Carmeline, whose business spanned the Grand Line, earned far more in a year than the inhabitants of an island. How could they possibly share the bounty? The stakes were too high, and it was inevitable that the powerful would be tempted, and no one ever complained of having too much wealth. Even the notorious pirates of the New World were perpetually in search of greater treasures. Were they truly motivated by the pursuit of the throne? Had they not heard the questions posed by the one who initiated the Age of Pirates, even the Golden Emperor, who controlled 20% of the world as currency? Would not disdain additional riches that a family and an island were entirely different entities, to eradicate a family's leader and all opposition, and then select suitable individuals to assume control of centuries of accumulated wealth? Who would willingly embark on such a course? Today, Weiss encountered just such a proposition. Have you not contemplated the potential repercussions? Weiss asked, incredulous that I have considered it. How could I not? What difference does it make? If I cannot infiltrate the ranks of the powerful, the Carmeline family will inevitably be consumed in the coming years. Rather than resigning ourselves to fate, it is better to take a bold leap. This notion had merely flickered through his mind when he first saw the bill, but it solidified after his interactions with Weiss. He sensed that Weiss was unlike those other formidable individuals he had encountered. Though he could not articulate the difference, this might not be the optimal path for the Carmeline family, but it was undoubtedly the most suitable course for the present. Moreover, Theodore would eventually board the ship and find a means to grow stronger. Weiss would acquire immense wealth, the Carmeline family would gain protection, and Theodore would have an opportunity to enhance his abilities, an advantageous arrangement for all parties involved. Weiss gazed at the ceiling, contemplating that accepting Theodore would be akin to gaining an additional pair of eyes across the ocean. Money is not paramount, he exclaimed. No, money is unimportant. The Carmeline brothers exchanged anxious glances, acutely aware that Weiss's decision would dictate the pace of their family's decline. First, I need you to assist me with a task. Inside the spacious auction hall, the bright lights illuminated the room as if it were daylight. Soft carpets adorned the floor, and rows of chairs encircled the central auction stage. The second floor was partitioned into 12 private boxes, each affording a clear view of the proceedings below, an exclusive privilege reserved for the powerful and wealthy. To be blunt, one of those boxes could easily shield its occupants from the entire audience below. As people continued to arrive, finding their seats and engaging in conversation about the items listed in the catalog, they expressed their opinions on the treasures they admired, creating the illusion that they were determined to acquire them. However, most were engrossed in discussions about a particular note, speculating on its contents and whether the Carmeline family would present it as the final centerpiece of the auction, outshining even the devil fruits. They belonged to the group of individuals who were not privy to such information, while those in the private boxes were fully aware of the stakes involved. The patrons within the boxes were all there for the final 2 auction items. Weiss sat inside the box, while the Carmeline brothers were occupied with their tasks, leaving him momentarily alone, originally intending to perceive the individuals within these private rooms through observation. I reconsidered, pondering that such an action might be deemed impolite, and thus abandoned the thought. Gazing through the glass of the private room, Weiss watched as the seats below were nearing full occupancy when, unexpectedly, he spotted 2 familiar faces in the corner. Brother, do we really have to stay here? What if something goes wrong? A waitress, adorned with twin ponytails, cautiously inquired beside a young man. Fear not. Those who come here are all significant figures. What danger could possibly arise? This is a grand auction. After all, something to boast about upon our return. The young man, fully aware of his surroundings, did not regard the attendees as prey. If there were genuine threats, the outcome of the hunt was uncertain. The pair were none other than the siblings who had once deceived Weiss in Rogtown. As the siblings whispered among themselves, the lights of the auction hall suddenly dimmed, and a bright spotlight illuminated the central auction stage. A middle-aged man stepped up onto the platform, discreetly surveying the crowd, which was filled with formidable pirates and influential merchants. Even with his extensive experience hosting over 100 auctions, he felt a twinge of nervousness. The merchants were manageable, but the pirates could prove troublesome. A glance towards Weiss's private room, where the renowned sword demon resided, brought him a moment of relief. Taking a deep breath and stepping towards the light, the middle-aged man proclaimed, "Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to all present at the auction hosted by the Carmeline family. I am Torquefy, the auctioneer, and it is my pleasure to greet you all. I must express gratitude to Lord Joker for providing a precious devil fruit for this event, as such items are rare across the vast seas. Additionally, I thank the esteemed pirate Lord Rodas. With a bounty of 150 million from box number 8, and the formidable pirate Pika, valued at 149 million from box number 9, that may you find what you seek here today, that I also extend my appreciation to the Gru family from box no. 4, the Eli Star family from box number 5, the Pierre family from box number 6, and the Daubin family from box number 7 for their presence. I hope you enjoy your time here. Lastly, my heartfelt thanks to the Sword Demon Weiss from box no. 1 for his unwavering support of the Carmeline family. Following his words, Torquefai bowed deeply in the direction of Weiss, acutely aware that his fate tonight hinged upon this esteemed figure's favor. Under ordinary circumstances, such an introduction would have incited chaos among the pirates below, but the presence of Weiss rendered them silent, forced to listen to Torquefai's speech. Unbeknownst to Torquefai, inside box number 5, a member of the so-called Eli Star family lay unconscious on the floor, bruised and battered. Within the room, a man with red hair, wrapped in a scarf, stood accompanied by a woman. Meanwhile, in box number 2, 2 powerful Navy officers were present, one adorned with a spider tattoo on his thigh, and another whose appearance was rather unsavory. Moreover, in box number 3, a group of individuals clad in black observed the attendees with keen eyes. Torquefai, have you finished your introductions? When will the auction commence? How long will you bow? Came an exaggerated voice from Rodas's box. Very well, Lord Rodas, let us begin the auction, Torquefai announced. Our first item for bid is a crown dating back 300 years, steeped in history. Here, you can experience the rich culture of that nation and witness the craftsmanship of the time. Perhaps even catch a glimpse of the king's dandruff. Torquefai's half-joking remarks elicited laughter from some attendees at that moment. A lady in formal attire presented a tray covered in red fabric. Without further ado, Torquefai unveiled the crown, revealing a gold base adorned with red silk. 300 years old, starting bid at 3 million berries. In response, silence enveloped the room. It is said that this crown conceals treasures hidden for 3 centuries within that nation, should one acquire it. They might become wealthier than nations overnight. Yet, the silence persisted. Every day, tales of treasures circulated across the seas, yet 99% of them were mere fabrications, with the remainder claimed by those quicker to act. Thus, aside from avid collectors, few had any interest in such a relic. Torquefai remained undeterred. The Carmeline family had anticipated that all items, apart from the devil fruit, would fail to sell. The note was intended for seizing, not for auctioning. Just as Torquefai was about to declare the item unsold, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. 3,100,000 berries, initially intending to bid 3,101 berries. The speaker refrained, fearing they might be misconstrued as causing a disturbance. Sold, Torquefai proclaimed, not even bothering to confirm the bid further. As the auction progressed, it unfolded precisely as the Carmeline family had predicted. Nearly all items drew no bids, with attendees conserving their funds for the anticipated devil fruit auction. Now, we commenced the bidding for the third-to-last item, a sword of fine quality crafted from deep-sea cold iron. Exuding a chilling aura, blood will not stain it. Starting bid at 10 million berries, 120 million berries. A small-time pirate with a bounty in the tens of millions immediately called out. Believing his funds would not suffice for the devil fruit given the current situation. 140 million. Others shared his sentiment. 180 million, 20 million, 22 million, 25 million. This blade is sharper than a hair's breadth. Possessing a fine weapon is akin to possessing a second life. 25 million. First call, second call, third call. Sold. Congratulations to this pirate for successfully acquiring Abyss. The pirate quickly completed the transaction and departed the auction house, only to find the crowd outside had thinned considerably. The same could be said for the auction house and the plaza beyond. Now, we arrive at the item eagerly awaited by all, the paramecia-type devil fruit. The soft fruit. Consuming it allows the user to render any touched object extraordinarily soft, even enabling it to flow like water upon the ground. It is a remarkably powerful fruit for enhancing one's abilities. With a starting bid set at 100 million berries, as Torquefai's words echoed through the hall, an initial silence fell, followed by a cacophony of excited chatter, as attendees deliberated the fruit's practicality. Seated in his private room, Weiss swirled his glass of red wine, contemplating the fruit. The Carmeline family had shown it to him long ago, but as a pure swordsman, he would never consume a devil fruit. Even if he were inclined, this particular fruit was not for him. The name alone, soft fruit, betrayed the nature of its ability. Anything the user touched could be rendered soft in an instant, whether it be swords, ships, or even people. The potential was vast. Was this fruit powerful? Indeed, despite the requirement to touch an opponent to activate its effects, its potential for devastation was undeniable. Those aware of the ability would constantly remain vigilant to avoid contact, leaving the user free to attack. For those oblivious to the fruit's power, a single strike could spell doom. Is it weak? Perhaps, since one must indeed make contact with their opponent. Against swordsman or gunman, the user would still face peril if not sufficiently strong. Moreover, considering that even the swamp fruit could be developed into unique techniques, one could only imagine the bizarre applications this fruit might yield. Few men would relish the thought of consuming this fruit, especially if its powers were turned against them. What if it birthed some indescribable technique? What if 150 million, a merchant seated below, promptly countered, raising the bid by 50 million, attempting to intimidate his competitors? Only 50 million? You must be jesting. 200 million. The prices continue their relentless ascent. In the underworld, the cost of a devil fruit is a staggering 100 million berries. Yet bear in mind that this is merely the lower end of the spectrum. It is likely that only exceptionally weak fruits, such as the zoan-type alpaca fruit, would command such a price. Conversely, some fruits can fetch astronomical sums, reaching into the tens of billions, like the surgery fruit, for instance. Therefore, the valuation of a devil fruit ultimately hinges upon the worth of its abilities. In the auction house, nearly all items will be sold at a premium. The ambience is electrifying. People are swept up in the lively atmosphere, feeling that spending a little extra is of no consequence. The crux of the matter lies in the emergence of competitors. The devil fruit requires no introduction from Tokfi. Its price has already soared past 300 million berries, and the voices of those bidding below have gradually quieted. Some pirates are now filled with regret, lamenting their previous failure to secure a suitable item that could enhance their prowess. At this juncture, they find themselves out of the running. For 100 million berries, a merchant exclaims loudly, seemingly expending all his energy in that shout, before collapsing back into his seat. This represents his entire fortune. It's a do-or-die gamble. The crowd below is utterly astonished by this figure, which far exceeds their financial capabilities. Yet, they understand that this merchant is destined to be outbid. The prominent families and pirates above have not yet made a move. The families, after all, have been entrenched in the seas for over a century. Even the two formidable pirates have navigated the Grand Line for more than 5 years and possess ample resources. As anticipated, 500 million berries, Lotus interjects, raising the bid by an additional 100 million, effectively plunging the hopeful merchant into despair. Following Lotus's declaration, gasps of disbelief ripple through the gathering of pirates below. Is he truly the notorious pirate known as the Blaster Lotus, with a bounty of 150 million? Indeed, true strength commands respect. He nonchalantly tosses out 500 million berries without a second thought. What audacity! This is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. 500 million berries seems so effortlessly cast aside. When will I ever reach such heights? Of course, it's simple enough. So long as you refrain from venturing into the new world, you will inevitably become such a figure in paradise. Truly? Can I really achieve that? Certainly, I must tell you, Lotus is quite pleased with this effect, indicating that his reputation still possesses the capacity to intimidate these individuals. Yet, how has the narrative shifted so dramatically? What is this talk of my reluctance to enter the new world, of my preference for residing in paradise and wielding power? What cowardice! This is merely a strategic consolidation of my base to enhance my capabilities. Do you not comprehend? If it were not for, never mind. Reflecting on these matters, Lotus glanced towards the private box where Weiss was seated, resigning himself to the pirates below who were brazenly discussing him. Fortunately, Tokfi seemed to recognize that the situation was becoming untenable and called out, "Lord Lotus has bid 500 million berries. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Ha ha ha. Lotus, your reputation has shrunk so much that even a few juniors are no longer intimidated. It's truly embarrassing. Since you bid 500 million, I shall offer 500 million and 1 berries." It is apparent to any discerning observer that this pirate intends to challenge Lotus directly. However, the pirates and merchants below dare not speak up. Only those of equal standing can confront a pirate with a bounty of 150 million. The weak do not dare, and the strong look down upon such antics. Pika, are you seeking death? The murderous intent in Lotus's words is palpable. You dare to act? Pika taunted in response. Humph, 510 million berries. 510 million and 2 berries, 530 million, 530 million and 4 berries, 550 million. Weiss silently observed the two pirates engaging in their bidding war while glancing at the wine and tea on the coffee table that it seemed the water was overflowing. 600 million berries. At this moment, the Doran family appeared unable to tolerate the frivolous antics of the two bidders and declared a price. They were determined to secure the devil fruit at any cost. 650 million. The Pierre family also chimed in, as they were here specifically for this purpose and would not yield easily. 700 million. The Doran family remained steadfast. Pika wore a grim expression. Hesitant to retaliate, he had believed that with 700 million berries, victory was assured. Yet, these families had escalated the price to such heights, and it appeared they would not relent. These funds were a result of years of saving, supplemented by bounties claimed from slain pirates. Yet in the end, they found themselves with nothing. Rokda shared similar sentiments. If not for Weiss's presence, he would have charged forward to seize the fruit, rather than listen to this incessant chatter. The price was ultimately driven up to 900 million berries by the Doran family. The other bidders in the box fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to the prospect of this fruit falling into the hands of the Doran family. Doran family bids 900 million. Is there a higher offer? 900 million once, twice, thrice, sold. Congratulations to the Doran family for acquiring this precious devil fruit. Now, we shall proceed to the final item of this auction. Wait, Tokfai's speech was abruptly interrupted by the Doran family. You have a question, leader of the Doran family? I wish to claim the devil fruit first, though the Doran family was aware that the individuals in the box could not see them. An undeniable pressure weighed upon them. Hand it over, Weiss commanded, realizing that delaying the transaction could lead to complications later on, and the devil fruit could be snatched away by anyone. As for the money, Tokfai would take care of that. Very well, Mr. Weiss. Please allow 15 minutes for the transaction. In a bid to expedite the process, Tokfai summoned 50 individuals and 100 machines to facilitate the counting of funds, among whom were the brother and sister duo from the Carmeline family. This also marked the final 50 individuals the Carmeline family had left at the auction house. Once the transaction was completed, the leader of the Doran family instructed his son to consume the devil fruit on the spot. Now, we shall auction our final item. This is the technique for extracting devil fruits. Those present below were left bewildered, questioning their own hearing. How could such a technique possibly exist in this world? Even if it did, it could not possibly be available at this auction. 1/3 of it. Upon hearing this, the audience visibly exhaled. Even a fraction of such a technique would be terrifying. Some in attendance, upon hearing this announcement, glanced up at the box, their expressions shifting as they slowly rose and made their way out of the auction house. Such actions were not uncommon. A bespectacled woman in the box eyed the departing pirates and merchants, disregarding them entirely, for their focus was solely on the individuals present in the box or a particular person. Who knows how much effort the CP had expended to pinpoint their targets, having meticulously investigated the family powers throughout the early stages of the Grand Line. Tokfai retrieved a box from his pocket, hesitating to open it for fear of discovering something unspeakable, as he wished to live a few more days. He then placed the box on the auction stage for a no-reserve auction. Following this, he swiftly departed with 50 employees carrying the counted berries, leaving Weiss to handle the ensuing affairs. After all, one of Weiss's objectives for attending was to unearth the individual responsible for sowing discord from the shadows. Taking a sip of wine, he secured his sword at his waist and shattered the glass to leap outside. The sound startled the remaining pirates and merchants below, who assumed an intrusion was imminent. However, upon recognizing Weiss, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no conflict was likely to erupt at that moment. As he weighed the box in his hands, the gazes of the crowd followed its every movement, longing for it to fall and reveal its contents. Place your bids. Weiss leaned against the auction stage, adopting a posture that seemed to afford him greater comfort. No-one spoke. The audience below was entertained, while those above deliberated whether to place a bid. After all, the actions of the CP cannot possibly escape the notice of everyone. Lord Sword Demon, it is rumored in the underworld that you possess complete knowledge of the technology. I wonder if this is true? Lotus suddenly inquired. What do you think? Weiss cast a glance at his private box. Under Weiss's gaze, Lotus felt as if countless swords were hurtling towards him, causing him to break into a cold sweat and collapse onto the sofa. 100 million berries. A man's voice unexpectedly emerged from the box belonging to the Alista family, announcing a price. Upon hearing this voice, the others showed no surprise. The remaining families furrowed their brows in unison, for they recognized that it was not the voice of anyone from the Alista family. Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed from the top of the auction hall. Ha ha ha. I truly did not expect to find a character like you here. What a delightful surprise. The crowd looked up, and some pirates exclaimed, how can he be here? Isn't he in the New World? Who informed him? A man with golden hair, wearing sunglasses, bare-chested, stepping in sharp leather shoes, and draped in a pink feather coat, sat above, looking down at the crowd. The newcomer was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. The people in the hall had not activated their observation hockey, and Doflamingo had not glanced at the individuals in the boxes. So he remained unaware of their presence, though. If someone capable of surprising you appears here, then who might the individuals in that box be? Weiss remarked, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, poised to strike. However, the glass in front of that box shattered, revealing two standing figures and several others sprawled on the ground. The sweet Commander Kakuri and his sister Brile, with the perception of observation hockey. Weiss slashed through the glass, deciding to step out himself. Impossible. What day is it today? He had originally been in the New World, with only his sister here to notify some individuals to attend the tea party. Out of boredom and curiosity, he had crossed through the mirror world upon hearing certain news. Katakuri glanced at Doflamingo high above. While others might not be familiar with his voice, he certainly was. He had intended to acquire this dubious item through relatively civilized means, but it seemed that was no longer an option. Then it was time to confront the matter head-on. That shouldn't the remaining two boxes also make their appearance? Crack, crack. Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, and the CP personnel revealed themselves in succession. Ha ha ha. For such an elusive item, you monstrous beings actually dared to appear in paradise. How exhilarating. In truth, those who came here, even at this moment, still harbored doubts regarding that technology. Even with so-called corroboration, they would not believe it unless they witnessed a devil fruit being extracted with their own eyes. Nonetheless, each still appeared here with their individual purposes. The pirates and merchants below were stunned by the appearances of figures who only existed in newspapers or legends, and once they realized what was happening, they fled in a frenzy. Everyone understood that they could no longer remain here. Gru stealthily exited his box, as he had never intended to be involved in this matter. He was aware that the CP had been investigating who had instigated the turmoil on Crown Island and who had disseminated such news. After all, it involved the celestial dragons. Thus, he had always acted discreetly, even hesitating to accept the properties managed by the celestial dragons, opting instead for those of other families that had suffered losses. This matter had already come to a close, for the now vacant properties were sufficient for the Gru family to digest for a while. However, when he received an invitation to the auction and saw the list of participants, he realized he had become a primary suspect. He did not mind dragging a few top families into the fray. As Gru walked, he reminisced about how he had obtained those 5 devil fruits. Technology? How could such a thing exist? Were it not for the ancient ironclad rules passed down through the family, and the lessons learned from past experiences, that fruit would indeed have been an excellent choice. Alas, what a pity. Thus, the rumors about the sword demon were propagated by him. The note was also his doing, orchestrating Mart's kidnapping of Slanka. The knight Yasha had already been informed before he distributed the note. After all, with the Gru family's strength, the only feasible action was to use others as a blade. What ill intent could squinting eyes harbor? Merely a desire for their business rivals to perish. Yet Katakuri's arrival was somewhat unexpected. At this moment, the CP personnel beside the glasses-wearing woman whispered something. Subsequently, all the CP members withdrew in unison, evidently unwilling to engage in the scramble for this information. Why expend effort on something already known? As for the Navy, if they wish to snatch it, so be it. It is of no concern to me. Did the Gru family truly leave? Indeed, Daubin and Pierre remained here. As expected, our suspicions were correct. Thus, the remaining individuals are the knight Yasha, Katakuri, 2 vice admirals, and 4 others. Weiss was at a loss on how to describe these families. Were they oblivious to the dangers? Or did they believe they could reap the spoils? I recall you just bid 100 million berries. Weiss addressed Katakuri. Katakuri used his observation hockey to sense, and Weiss merely stood there, replying, indeed. Upon hearing the response, Weiss produced the note from the box under the gaze of the crowd. wielding a small knife that instantly shredded the paper into fragments. He then inserted a new note back into the box and closed it. Then it's a deal. This item belongs to you. By the way, the information you possess in the underworld is indeed accurate. The previous note contained complete information. Weiss tossed the box to Katakuri, almost simultaneously. A transparent thread shot towards the box at great speed. As for how it evaded Katakuri's observation hockey, just think of Luffy's maneuver on Skypiea. Ding! The thread was severed by a slash, producing a crisp sound. While the box, hindered by the attack, failed to reach Katakuri's hands. Navy, what do you mean by this? Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, resembling a case of varicose veins, clearly indicating his immense anger. Regardless of the truth of that information, as long as he acquired it, he could manipulate it for profit. It's nothing. This item is currently better held by the Navy. Peach Rabbit replied nonchalantly. Although the Shichibukai and the Navy publicly do not interfere with each other, secretly, there is not a single Navy officer who does not resent this system. It seems you are experiencing an internal conflict. Katakuri had long foreseen everything, thus he could not be bothered to extend a hand. The box sat quietly on the ground, with the remaining two families and two small pirates daring not to make a single move. Their reason for remaining here was merely to see if they could stumble upon a fortunate opportunity. Now that Weiss had placed the complete technology inside, their greed had intensified. They did not believe such a powerful figure would deceive them. Oh, you don't want it. I genuinely know about such items. However, they do not exist in the form of technology but in another manner. As of now, the number of people aware of this secret on the seas should not exceed 3. Perhaps those 5 devil fruits originated in such a way. Weiss was uncertain if those 5 old men were aware. Vice Admiral Garp had seemingly asked Weiss this question once, and Weiss had confirmed it, though Garp did not believe him. Now it appeared there was truth to it. T-Pig whispered to Peach Rabbit. Yet all present were top-tier experts from the second tier of the seas. With their observation hockey fully activated, how could they possibly not hear? Weiss's current objective was to engage in a battle. Afterward, no one would dare challenge him lightly, and it would also serve to set a trap for Blackbeard. Although he would not engage extensively with those from the Straw Hat crew, he would still take the opportunity to ensnare certain individuals. For instance, Blackbeard, or a certain insufferable little brat. I suppose I should mention this once more. It's best not to elaborate further if I continue. You can just investigate, as this is merely a matter of breaking through a thin layer of paper. Weiss's demeanor suggested he was hesitant to speak, seemingly enhancing the credibility of his words. After Weiss finished speaking, he distinctly felt a shift in the atmosphere of the scene. The news previously heard was only a part of the whole. Now that Weiss had provided the complete information, the significance changed entirely. Regardless of the truth, it was best to secure it first. Minga's fingers unfurled like the claws of a beast, 5 translucent threads slithering around his fingertips like venomous serpents tasting the air. The golden kinjuru in Tautu's hands reflected a cold glimmer, as if the faces of all present were imprinted upon its surface. Katakuri also raised his trident, vigilantly surveying everyone, while Bruley concealed herself within the mirror dimension. Strictly speaking, he was indeed the sole figure standing alone in this arena. Amidst the standoff, Minga appeared somewhat displeased as he gazed at the box, raising his arm and extending his index finger. A thread shot forth, glinting with a flash of light, and at the speed of a bullet, it directly struck the box lying on the ground. Unyielding, Katakuri's machi on his finger writhed, coalescing into a bullet-sized machi sphere that detonated towards the thread Minga had released. With a resounding wave, the thread and the machi collided in the air, creating a shockwave that sent the box tumbling across the ground. This spectacle seemed to act as a signal, prompting all 5 individuals present to spring into action. Weiss aimed at Minga, fully aware that the Navy would undoubtedly target Katakuri, while his own objective was unmistakably Mingji. As anticipated, Weiss engaged Minga in battle, while the Navy confronted Katakuri. Whether Minga would meet his demise at Weiss's hands was no longer a concern of the Navy. Initially, the Navy had prepared for Weiss to remain uninvolved in the auction, intending to secure the information at a high price. However, with the unexpected emergence of 2 pirates and the information being intact and verifiable to an 80% degree, it could only fall into the Navy's hands. Super Whip. Minga, perched high above, revealed a manic smile as he extended his arm backward. Dozens of translucent threads shimmered ominously, thrashing about like seaweed in a tempest. These threads intertwined like serpents, visibly coalescing into an enormous super whip. With a swift motion of his arm, the whip sliced through the air with a cracking sound, sweeping towards Weiss below. continuously elongating as it writhed in the atmosphere. Weiss, with a deft twist of his right hand, slashed diagonally upward, unleashing a brilliant sword beam that surged toward the massive serpentine threads. The strike met the column-like threads with a force akin to a red-hot blade touching snowflakes, cleaving them effortlessly in two, heading straight for Minga's arm. Observing this, Minga executed a swift turn, detaching the threads connected to his palm. The severed threads collapsed in midair, vanishing into the atmosphere. The sword aura remained potent, slicing through the very floor beneath them. I remember you injured my family. Ba Faro is still bedridden, nursing his wounds. Minga remained airborne, his voice brimming with fury that was palpable to all. Family? Do you still care for family? Weiss retorted with a derisive gaze. You seek death. Weiss's words evoked unwelcome memories for Minga. His 5 fingers splayed wide as 5 threads surged with frenzied energy, and upon reaching a certain length, he swept his palm downward. The 5 threads, akin to steel wire, arranged themselves in a precise pattern, descending upon Weiss like a musical score. You ought to come down. You're giving me a crick in my neck. Weiss unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, the crimson slashes slicing through the air, one of them severing the oncoming 5 colored threads, which disintegrated in midair. The remaining 2 strikes flew toward Minga's head. Web wall, countless threads danced in the air, interweaving to form a colossal spider web before Minga. The 2 strikes met the web at just the right moment, battling for dominance as it began to crumble under the assault. Yet Minga remained unfazed, a wild grin illuminating his face. That moment, Weiss activated his shave technique, appearing almost instantaneously before Minga. Unperturbed, Minga retreated rapidly, and in the instant the web and sword aura dissipated, his fingers formed the shape of a gun, launching threads towards Weiss. Biu, several threads shot forth like bullets, but Weiss's sword intercepted them, deflecting all the thread bullets. Minga descended from the sky, that instant. Bang! Nearby, Katakuri found himself facing the onslaught of 2 vice admirals. Even with his foresight granted by observation haki, he was still kicked away by Chafun. Boom! The wall of the auction house crumbled under Katakuri's impact, his figure vanishing amidst the dust. In that moment, Pikachu seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the formidable combatants, dashing toward the coveted box. Just as he was about to touch it, a flash of red light and a translucent beam struck, immobilizing him, leaving him lifeless on the ground. From a distance, Weiss spun his sword, glancing at Minga as he continued to engage him, having just landed a blow. Pikachu's eyes widened in disbelief, while Rodaz's heart sank. He had hoped to seize a chance amidst the clash of titans, only to witness such a fate. The remaining 2 families shared similar sentiments, initially believing that consuming devil fruits would empower them to contend with these individuals. But witnessing Pikachu's plight extinguished that notion. Now, they yearned only to escape the building, yet it was too late. Descent of the rogue threads. Minga stood firmly on the ground, one hand raised skyward, unleashing 5 threads that surged forth, piercing the heavens and forming a forked pattern in the air. Weiss stood below, gazing up at the rapidly descending threads aimed at impaling him, his sword crossed before his chest, his eyes locked onto Minga. Seemingly oblivious to the lethal strands above, calm slash. His sword spun, crimson energy swirling from its blade, producing ripples that resonated through the air, creating a cacophony of sound. The sword energy swelled rapidly, morphing into a colossal tornado of blades. Boom! The scarlet whirlwind surged upward, shattering the 5 threads into oblivion, the gusts of wind rustling clothing and causing the 2 families and Rodaz to shield their eyes, fearing the ferocious vortex would harm them. The floor collapsed, a massive void piercing through the entire building, enormous chunks of debris plummeting from above, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The moon was now clearly visible in the sky. Truly a monster, a monster. If your strength is merely this, you'll perish here today. Weiss twirled his sword, its tip angled toward the ground, dust shrouding half his body, his gaze piercing through the haze to meet Minga's. If the opportunity arises, I would relish the chance to eliminate Tenyasha. He and Blackbeard are true tyrants. At this moment, Tautu and Chafun had already joined Kakuri in battle, leaving just the 2 of them. You truly are audacious. Let's see if you possess the capability. As Minga's words echoed, Weiss had already vanished from his position that instant. An overwhelming aura erupted from Minga, a cataclysmic force that surged forth like a tsunami, consuming the surrounding environment. The onlookers, with the exception of Rodaz who strained to endure, succumbed to unconsciousness under the weight of this pressure. Clang! The obsidian blade struck the spider web wall Minga had prepared, producing a sound akin to steel clashing, revealing just how formidable those nearly transparent threads truly were. Conqueror's Haki. Spare me the trivialities of clearing out weaklings. The power within Weiss surged, converging upon his sword. You lack it. He, the famed sword demon of the New World, lacks Conqueror's Haki. How pedestrian. Minga's laughter echoed, even as the arm holding the web wall trembled imperceptibly. Ha! I may lack Conqueror's Haki, but I possess this. With that declaration, a wave of murderous intent erupted violently from Weiss, a crimson aura sweeping through the entire building, akin to autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Roda succumbed to the dual onslaught of murderous intent and Haki, collapsing into unconsciousness. How could one who dared not tread in the New World withstand such a psychological onslaught? Boom! Crack! In an instant, the clouds above shifted dramatically, as the bright moon became shrouded by ominous dark clouds. Streaks of crimson and ebony lightning descended from the heavens, while a tempest swept through the entire building. The murderous intent and power within Weiss surged relentlessly, causing veins to bulge on Ming Ji's forehead as he strained against the dual onslaught of physical and mental pressure. Outside, the Navy could not perceive the tumult within the structure, yet the changes unfolding in the sky were vividly apparent. Was this clash of overpowering will the cause? It was utterly terrifying, even from a distance. One could feel the overwhelming pressure that was simply unrivaled. Countless civilians stood transfixed, gazing in the direction of the building, their eyes wide with disbelief, rendered speechless as they began to comprehend why the Navy had ordered their evacuation. Crack! Crack! The ground could no longer withstand the collision of their formidable powers, emitting a grotesque sound as it collapsed beneath them, fissures radiating outward from the two like ivy creeping across the walls. With a resounding roar, the walls finally succumbed to the might of their clash, crumbling completely amidst a cacophony of noise. You cannot endure it any longer. Weiss exerted a fierce push, shattering Ming Ji's web of defenses. A sharp gash appeared diagonally across Ming Ji's chest, forcing him to retreat as he employed the air road to suspend himself in midair, launching himself away from the crumbling structure. Weiss, more direct in his approach, swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the debris above him, rendering it all into nothingness. Yet, this could not halt the building's inevitable collapse, reducing it to mere ruins. Standing atop the wreckage, Weiss looked up at Mingo, who was deftly stitching his wounds with fine threads. Thanks to the armor of Haki, the injury was not deep, and only a trickle of blood was lost. Meanwhile, a large contingent of the Navy was busy evacuating civilians in the distance, assisted by Jack and Cardon, who realized they were of little use in a battle of such magnitude. They were better suited to aiding the evacuation, a task Weiss had also entrusted to the Carmeline family. Anticipating the outbreak of a significant conflict, Vice Admiral Garp noted that there were two battlefronts on Bird Island. One involved Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral T. Pig confronting Kukri, while the other saw the Sword Demon facing off against the Night Demon. The Navy colonel could still recall the chilling clash of Haki that had just transpired. Reports indicated that more than half of the town to the north of Bird Island had vanished, reduced to rubble, while this battlefield had only claimed one building thus far. Are Peach Rabbit and the others fighting that fiercely? It's quite odd that the three admirals haven't even considered fleeing. Garp remarked nonchalantly while munching on a donut, as long as the civilians remained unharmed. What did it matter if half a town was destroyed? Indeed, the Carmeline family and the Sword Demon's crew have been assisting us. The Navy must continue evacuating civilians. I underestimated you. It seems I must resort to some tactics to subdue you. Mingo gracefully descended from the sky, his feathered coat billowing behind him, adopting a half-crouched posture as he touched the ruins before him. Tactics? You fight without even covering your webs with Haki. Only when you're on the brink of injury do you realize the need to use it. Is it sheer overconfidence, or do you simply fear that your demise will not come swiftly enough? Weiss gripped his sword, unyielding. Observing Mingo across from him, he deduced that he had likely awakened his powers. To deal with him would require some effort. He could not yet eliminate Mingo with the ease of Ikaji in the original tale. When Mingo sought to eliminate Smoker, he was instantly frozen by Akiji. One might consider that a swift kill. Yes? Let you be arrogant for a moment, you ignorant whelp. Raging waves of white threads. Instantly, the ruins transformed into a world woven of lines. The enormous stones of the debris morphed into countless threads, as Minggu unleashed his fruit's powers. These threads coiled together, forming gigantic pillars that soared into the sky like dragons emerging from the sea. The colossal white pillars twisted in the air like a twisted pastry, seemingly intent on strangling Weiss beneath this maneuver. Standing beneath the spiraled pillars, Weiss gazed at the shrinking space above, his murderous intent surging like a tempest, the sword energy around him sharpening the blade's edge. With a slight crouch, a crimson sword aura coalesced around him. Weiss pivoted, directing the sword energy to adhere to his blade before thrusting upward with great force. The sword energies, akin to divine dragons, surged forth from the tip of his sword as if guided by an unseen hand. Hurtling toward the descending white threads that a wave of sword circles whirled like drill bits, fiercely spinning within the pillar of threads. Strands were severed and fell from above, and the sword energy erupted with devastating force. A torrent of crimson sword light exploded from within the pillar, shattering the white threads and dispersing the clouds above, revealing the moon's visage once more. An eye for an eye, Weiss declared, vanishing from sight. With his observation haki, he sensed Ming Ji's expression shift as white threads began to emerge from the ground like worms after rain. Several massive white threads ensnared Minggu, leaving him with no room to maneuver. "Do you think this will stop me?" In the moonlight, Weiss's figure was obscured, save for the flashes of crimson sword light that struck at the enormous white pillars. With each strike, countless threads were severed and fell to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. As Weiss unleashed a flurry of strikes, the massive white pillars began to reach their breaking point, fissures appearing across their surfaces, culminating in a thunderous explosion of shattered debris, great waves of white threads. As the shield of threads shattered, Minggu activated his awakened ability once more. He was no mere passive combatant. From the ground, new columns of threads surged forth, no longer entwined or defensive, but striking directly at Weiss with fervor, much like Aleoi's ultimate ability. The red sword energy dissipated, and these tendril-like columns hurled themselves toward Weiss, creating a sound akin to sonic booms in the air. Soon, a vast chasm accompanied by the collapse of numerous buildings materialized before them. Emerging from the shield of threads, Minggu surveyed the gaping hole, his observation haki sweeping out without hesitation. There was no sign of Weiss. Instead, he found Weiss perched atop the statue in the central square. TSK, the seven warlords night demon hiding in a turtle's shell. What a curious spectacle. Weiss shook his head, seemingly witnessing something astonishing. Hehehe, do not celebrate too soon. Minggu wore no smile now. Only caution in the face of an equally formidable opponent. Pride? I have no pride, as I have yet to eliminate you. Weiss stood from the statue, his sword energy radiating fiercely, his piercing gaze nearly unbearable to behold. With haki enveloping his blade, Weiss slowly closed his eyes, positioning the sword before him, its energy pulsating outward. Meanwhile, an array of threads as thick as arms began to rise beside Minggu, their numbers quickly swelling into the thousands. Against Weiss, he could not afford to be complacent, preparing his techniques only when the enemy's attack was imminent. The thousands of white threads transformed into deadly spear tips, each adorned with haki, rendering them menacing and lethal. 1,000 arrows piercing feather strike. Minggu extended his arms, resembling a flamingo spreading its wings. The dense array of threads mirrored his movements. With a forward sweep of his arms, the wing-like threads, armed with countless spearheads, launched toward Weiss, who stood atop the statue. The wind howled. In that moment, Weiss remained with eyes shut, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming deluge of threads. In light of this, Minggu did not feel elated. Instead, he intensified his output of power. The tips, imbued with haki, cleaved through the as the encounter with Weiss drew near. An incomprehensible scene unfolded. The spikes, positioned 10 meters away from Weiss, remained impervious to Ming Ji's relentless efforts. As if an invisible wall obstructed his advance, suddenly, Ming Ji's expression shifted. Despite controlling the line fruit, he realized that the spikes shrouded in his armament haki were gradually being eroded by an unseen force, diminishing at a visibly discernible pace. Basic A/. With Weiss's words, those intangible barriers seemed to vanish, swiftly converging upon the sword's blade, allowing the spikes to discover their path of release. In that moment, a sword aura, spanning over 10 meters, erupted from the statue, severing the spikes in one fell swoop. The violent clash of energy sent Minggu hurtling backward, crashing through a series of buildings. Amidst the ensuing shockwave, the statue crumbled to dust, while Weiss, propelled by the force, unleashed another sword aura aimed directly at the vanished Minggu. The sound of collapsing buildings echoed as they succumbed to the destructive sword aura. ultimately shattering the remnants of Ming Ge's fallen form into disarray before vanishing into the ether. At this point, Weiss, sword in hand, strolled leisurely through the ruins, casting a glance at his left arm, where a spike had recently pierced through. Fortunately, his armament hockey was formidable enough to prevent any injury. Meanwhile, his observation hockey swiftly located Ming Ge's position, revealing a deep gash in his arm from the previous sword aura, which he was now stitching up with the line fruit. Just as Weiss contemplated delivering a finishing blow, the sudden crack of a bullet slicing through the air reached his ears. He instinctively raised his sword, cleaving the projectile in half, only to realize it was not a bullet, but rather a rice cake imbued with armament hockey. From a distance, Katakuri appeared, flickering through the air, albeit with his body marred by numerous wounds. Shortly thereafter, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig joined him. "Where is Yasha?" T-Pig inquired, his brow furrowed. "You're a Navy officer, arriving at a brawl without inquiring about the civilian safety. Yet you're concerned for a pirate?" Weiss retorted. T-Pig's frown deepened, his already unsightly face becoming even more grotesque. His concern did not lie with Minggu, but rather with the significant repercussions of a warlord's defeat. "Why do you intend to save him?" Katakuri remained silent, initially contemplating his departure, only to feel as though he had forgotten something essential, prompting his return. He happened upon Weiss poised to strike, and through his observation hockey, he witnessed Weiss' sword nearly ending Yasha's life. Indeed, had Katakuri not intervened, Weiss' strike might have truly vanquished Ming-Ge. In a certain sense, Minggu had already been defeated. The four individuals present exchanged no words. Remaining on guard, Katakuri stood alone, wary of the three, seemingly at ease with Weiss' current alignment with the Navy. If invited to join forces against him, he would likely acquiesce. His return was solely to retrieve that box. What if it were genuine? It could not fall into the Navy's hands. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed nearby. As Minggu emerged from the rubble, his arm visibly stitched, he glared darkly at Weiss, entirely disregarding the Navy and Katakuri, for it had been years since he had sustained such grievous injuries. Since becoming a warlord, he had scarcely been wounded. "Sword demon, where is that box?" T-Pig abruptly questioned. Noticing Minggu's well-being, Weiss cast a disdainful glance at T-Pig, uninterested in engaging with him. Who was he to demand answers? The atmosphere had grown tense, particularly with formidable foes surrounding them. Silence only hinted at the impending eruption of conflict. A faint sound captured everyone's attention, drawing their gazes to the nearby ruins, where stones appeared to slump as if rendered powerless. A hand emerged from the debris, clutching the box. Moments later, a bloodied young man joyfully crawled out from the soft rubble, but upon feeling the weight of 5 pairs of eyes upon him, his expression soured at an alarming rate. Seemingly on the verge of tears, this youth was the one who had acquired the soft fruit, having fainted under Ming-Ge's hockey, only to awaken buried beneath the stones, seizing a fleeting opportunity. He activated his fruit's ability and inadvertently uncovered the box, remaining hidden beneath the rubble, unafraid of secondary harm due to his fruit's powers. After a lengthy wait, believing the powerful figures had departed, he decided to emerge, only to be met with an unexpected surprise. Not one of those monsters had left, nor had any perished. "What were you all doing for so long?" "Playing house. Do you not realize the psychological toll this has taken on someone as feeble as myself?" You all chat. I have matters to attend to. My mother is calling me home for dinner," the youth remarked, placing the box upon a stone and nonchalantly turning to leave. After all, to depart under the gaze of so many powerful figures with such composure was no small feat. Did he not see that Lotus had yet to awaken? Beneath his nonchalance lay a torrent of regret for not assessing the situation prior to emerging. The 5 paid him no mind. After he set the box down, they did not impede his exit. After all, would one tread upon an ant by the roadside? None dared to act recklessly, even with the box so close at hand. This held Minggu at bay, preventing any movement. Yet the Navy. "I shall restrain Katakuri. Peach Rabbit, you must secure that box. Destroy it immediately," T-Pig declared, confident in his ability to handle Katakuri alone. With the Navy bolstered by an additional strongman, they possessed undeniable authority in this scenario. T-Pig's repugnant visage bore a dangerous glint as he fixed his gaze on Katakuri. Should he make a move, he would be met with swift retribution, and thoughts of the box would be rendered moot. Weiss remained focused on Minggu, who in turn scrutinized Weiss with equal vigilance, though he yearned to awaken the fruit's powers and consume the box outright. The presence of so many formidable adversaries held him back as Peach Rabbit approached. The situation had become increasingly clear. The box belonged to the Navy. However, just as she bent to retrieve it, a hand faster than hers reached for the box. Even if Peach Rabbit accelerated her movements, it would be too late as the box vanished from sight. She caught a glimpse of a glimmering lens lying within the ruins. Incensed, she stomped down, shattering half the debris, the lens reduced to fragments beneath her foot. What a remarkable turn of events! To think something so seemingly attainable has been snatched away, one of the three generals. How will you survive the wrath of the Navy? In this moment, the one least concerned about the situation was Katakuri. To preserve the world government's dignity, the Navy would not permit a warlord to be eliminated before their very eyes. In the original narrative, Fujitora had watched as Ming-gu fell to Luffy's hands. Beyond his own convictions, the repeated defeats of the warlords had caused the world government to lose face. That so. Tenyasha, are you so certain I shall perish here? Katakuri replied nonchalantly, as a notorious pirate who had dominated the New World for years. He wouldn't genuinely believe he had not prepared an escape route. With the box in his possession, Katakuri could now seek an opportunity to slip away. Yet the proximity of their positions rendered such an escape challenging. Suddenly, the sound of a phone worm vibrating in T-Pig's pocket broke the tension. With a grim expression, he answered, Moshi Moshi. This is T-Pig, we're both completely fine. There's no need for that kind of order. T-Pig appeared quite agitated. Understood, no problem. After concluding the call, he turned to Tenyasha, declaring, the world government has issued a mandatory assembly order. Tenyasha is to assist Peach Rabbit and myself in apprehending one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri. How could this be? Vis's immediate reaction to such orders was disbelief. Would the world government truly issue such a command? They always sought to maintain balance upon the seas. It seems this time, you truly shall meet your end here. In Brother Ming's gaze flickered an inscrutable meaning, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. The three individuals encircled Katakuri, while Vis observed like an outsider, clearly disinterested in joining the fray. Continuing to attack Brother Ming now would be tantamount to opposing the world government, a choice that was far from wise at this juncture. Flowing rice cake, nine-headed rice cake. Katakuri did not remain idle, waiting for the trio to launch a simultaneous assault. Instead, he struck first, unleashing two formidable awakened abilities with reckless abandon. Pouring forth his energy without restraint, the ground transformed into a state resembling rice cake, becoming exceedingly viscous, with tendrils of rice cake erupting from the earth, seeking to ensnare his three opponents. Concurrently, 9 donut-shaped rice cakes materialized on the ground, each enveloped in the color of hockey, with 9 arms derived from the rice cakes themselves extending from each. Ready to attack the trio, Katakuri did not expend excessive effort against Brother Ming. Within the realm of observation, he hardly exerted himself. Suddenly, amidst the battle among the three, the clouds above darkened ominously, and a black appeared upon the high-hanging full moon. The wind howled violently, and lightning crackled, as bolts of electricity recklessly traversed the clouds. That a colossal shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing down into the center of the fight, and creating a bottomless pit. Vis, witnessing the emergence of the gaping chasm, cursed under his breath. Damn it. Dust and debris rose, obscuring their view, as all 4 warriors engaged their hockey to investigate, warily anticipating the creature that would emerge from the pit. Seizing the opportunity, Katakuri reached into his bosom and retrieved a small mirror, then promptly stepped into it, vanishing from sight. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig had already noticed Katakuri's actions, but there was no time to intervene. For the creature from the pit had already emerged, a towering figure, broad-shouldered and clad only in dragon-like horns, with long black hair cascading down, crawled out of the hole, bearing a resemblance to a demon. How painful! Why am I still alive? Kaido! Peach Rabbit exclaimed loudly. Vis could scarcely fathom how Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, could appear in this part of the paradise if he were to commit suicide. He could have gone to Marine headquarters or attacked the Holy Land. Why had he suddenly fallen here? Vis's first instinct was to flee. He deemed it unwise to provoke such a formidable presence at this moment. Garp's presence here was also due to the suspicion that Kaido might arrive after learning that Jin's devil fruit had been stolen. Drunk, he had left the New World in a fit of rage. Marines, where is this place? Kaido mumbled, clutching his head. Clearly coming to his senses, he removed the large gourd from his waist and took a hearty swig. He recalled drinking heavily, then being informed by his subordinates that Jin's devil fruit had been snatched, prompting his furious exit from Onigashima. What had transpired afterward was a blurred though. That little brat Weiss, known as the Sword Demon, stole the devil fruit. Kaido suddenly remembered. Marines, where is that little brat Weiss? Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were unwilling to engage with him, especially because of Vice Admiral Garp's presence on the island. They pondered the possibility of capturing Kaido, uncertain of how long they could contain him. Kaido, Weiss is right behind you. Brother Ming, reveling in the chaos, pointed out Weiss's location. Kaido slowly turned his massive form, dark gas seeping from his being as the liquor flowed down his throat to his chest. His demon-like eyes fixated intensely on Weiss. So it was you who stole my devil fruit? Kaido exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he continued to pour liquor into his mouth. Weiss remained on high alert, his haki enveloping his blade, prepared to counter any attack from Kaido. Despite Kaido's current tearful demeanor, he was known for his ferocity in battle. This was merely a state induced by intoxication, yet even in this condition, he could pose a significant threat. That I didn't steal yours. I took Jin's, which doesn't count as yours. Weiss retorted, eliciting a barely perceptible twitch at the corners of the mouths of those around him. What did he mean by that? A subordinate is not my subordinate. Kaido, inebriated, seemed momentarily confused by Weiss's words, but shrugged off the thought. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Shit. In an instant, the storm surged as the lightning-wreathed 8 trigrams swept towards Weiss with astonishing speed, prompting him to curse internally. Using this technique, he was not vying for kingship with all his might. He covered his long sword with haki, the crimson intent of slaughter entwining with the haki, enhancing its power. Clang! With a single strike, Weiss was hammered into the ground like a nail, fissures spreading outwards as red and black lightning ravaged the earth, hurling massive stones into the air that he managed to withstand it. Unlike the 5 emperors, he wasn't sent flying. To have withstood the attack indicated he was worthy of engaging with someone of the 4 emperors' caliber. But to emerge victorious, he possesses a measure of strength. At this moment, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig observed, knowing Kaido would inevitably engage. However, they were keen to assess Weiss's capabilities first, after the initial clash. Weiss leaped into the air, twisting his wrist as he ferociously covered his blade with haki, the sword vibrating as the surrounding air began to warp, gathering an immensely powerful sword aura. Justice is my strike. Weiss's body twisted, propelling the blade's eruption as he slashed forth, unleashing a fierce wave of scarlet sword energy aimed directly at the formidable Kaido. Kaido swung his kanabo once more, seemingly deflecting the sword energy as it burst forth in a blinding flash, annihilating nearby structures. Failing to land a hit, Weiss wasted no time, appearing on Kaido's shoulder, delivering a slash that drew blood from Kaido's chest, sending a spray of crimson mist into the air. However, almost instantaneously, the wound healed, a testament to the absurd regenerative abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, who had left a scar on him in the first place. Weiss could not recall, even forgetting how it had come to be. Are you merely tickling me, a great swordsman? Jin is utterly useless for allowing you to steal the devil fruit. Kaido grumbled that a candidate for Admiral is still not an Admiral. A great swordsman is still not the world's greatest swordsman. There is always a thin line that separates them. Reaching the pinnacle of the second tier does not equate to entering the first tier, just as achieving a score of 98 is easy. Yet a perfect score remains elusive. Now, facing a formidable 4 Emperor-level opponent, managing to exchange blows and survive is already quite commendable. However, Kaido seemed intent on swiftly concluding the battle, abandoning his human form and transforming into a colossal azure dragon. A massive blue dragon stretched across the sky, accompanied by winds and bathed in thunder, its enormous form the sole entity amidst the dark clouds that in dragon form. Kaido's throat bulged, and a surge of intense, scorching energy flowed from his enormous maw. Standing directly before him, Weiss remained silent, summoning all his mental fortitude to prepare for the impending strike. Weiss's haki enveloped his blade, the crimson intent of slaughter ever present. As the air around him trembled with the force of the sword energy, Azure Dragon's breath, a torrent of flames, akin to the eruption of a volcano, erupted from Kaido's mouth, forming a towering inferno that burned at an extraordinarily high temperature. The devastation along its path left behind long, deep trenches in the ruins, as the earth was melted and evaporated by the searing flames. A single strike. Weiss's expression grew solemn as the sword energy coalesced around his blade. threads of sword intent converging into menacing arcs of slashing strikes. As the approaching flames surged towards him, Weiss did not hesitate to unleash his attack. 7 unmatched sword energies, bolstered by his intent to kill, cleaved through the blazing inferno, which was instantly split into 8 parts, roaring past Weiss and incinerating the surrounding debris, leaving behind a charred scent in the air. What remained on the ground was a viscous liquid resembling molten lava, burning trails across the earth. The surrounding area was engulfed in roaring flames, walls of fire obstructing the sight between a few individuals. While the Navy remained inactive, Weiss looked up at the towering dragon, resembling a deity, realizing that he could only rely on himself in this battle. Every ounce of his formidable presence was meticulously restrained, his aura rapidly condensing, unwilling to waste any energy against such a formidable foe. With a gentle exhale, Weiss's figure vanished once more, opting to take the initiative against his powerful adversary. Utilizing the moon step, he swiftly approached the airborne Kaido, gripping his sword tightly. The blade, enveloped in black hockey and tinged with red killing intent, cleaved through the air. Kaido, high above, merely exhaled a breath of hot air, dissipating Weiss's sword energy. That moment, the winds and lightning surrounding Kaido grew increasingly tempestuous, with resounding thunderclaps echoing throughout the sky. Kaido extended his massive dragon claw, intent on crushing this audacious ant daring to seize his devil fruit. Witnessing the claw hurtling towards him, Weiss countered with a swift strike of his sword. Directly colliding with the claw, the force sent Weiss hurtling backward like a fallen star, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. Kaido, seemingly unwilling to let Weiss escape, transformed the clouds above, darkening the skies as thunder rumbled ominously, with a bolt of lightning descending from on high. In the cave, a surge of red sword light erupted, obliterating the descending lightning. Rain began to pour from the heavens. For the dragon could indeed command the weather. The winds intensified, causing the onlookers to retreat to a safe distance, while 2 Navy officers remained to witness Weiss's limits. Don Quixote da Flamingo refrained from adding insult to injury, which was commendable. Cough, cough, this is indeed terrifying. The sound of Weiss coughing echoed from the cave, blood spewing forth. That last blow had taken its toll. It seemed he would have to rely on his slashing strikes. Weiss dared not ascend into the sky again, for a few more such blows would be unbearable. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a tempest, the winds swirling and lifting debris from the ground, forming a cataclysmic tornado of razor-sharp sword energy that surged towards the airborne Kaido. The tornado, composed of blades, collided with Kaido's massive form, the sharp edges slicing into his flesh like a drill. Blood gushed forth as the relentless sword energy soon carved a gaping wound into Kaido's body. Yet, the dragon in the sky appeared unfazed, plummeting directly downward, a meteor-like claw descending with lethal intent. This strike aimed to claim Weiss's life. In response, Weiss positioned his sword before him, unleashing a surge of sword intent that enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. Upon contact with this domain, Kaido's claw slowed, the tempestuous sword energy relentlessly cleaving into it in an instant. A significant portion of his claw was eroded. Roar, Kaido bellowed, a mass of energy coalescing in his mouth before he unleashed a torrent of scorching breath towards Weiss. Unfazed, Weiss stood his ground as the fiery breath collided with the sword energy domain. The resulting explosion shattered Weiss's sword energy, sending him hurtling backward from the powerful shockwave, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. His feet carved nearly 100 meters into the earth as he finally dissipated the force. At this moment, Kaido shed his dragon form, wielding a colossal kanabo, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. With a burst of speed that spanned 100 meters, he swung the massive weapon at Weiss. "You little brat, use that move again." Kaido's boisterous voice rang out once more. The kanabo, accompanied by the howling winds, struck Weiss's already unsteady form. He braced himself, slashing his sword diagonally, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The ground beneath them split open, a massive fissure consuming the surrounding walls, extending for kilometers before finally ceasing. At such close proximity, Kaido transformed his head into that of a dragon, unleashing a torrent of breath. Realizing the imminent danger, Weiss could not afford to be careless and activated his sword domain once more. The moment Kaido's breath escaped his maw, it was shattered into fragments by the relentless sword energy. But Kaido was not without his troubles. He too found himself ensnared within the sword domain. Countless fine wounds appeared across his body, blood mist erupting around him as he was engulfed in a shroud of crimson. That's it, you little brat. Put in more effort to kill me." Kaido seemed to have succumbed to madness. The dark haki enveloping his kanabo, purple-black lightning crackling ominously, the Conqueror's haki pressing down on Weiss's spirit. Witnessing Kaido's frenzied state, Weiss gritted his teeth and, after blocking a strike, swiftly retreated to 100 meters away. You find this enjoyable, huh? But I certainly do not. The sword domain, initially developed to eliminate lesser foes, was now ineffective against a powerful opponent, akin to mere tickling, despite having eroded half of Kaido's claw. Have you not noticed that it has already regrown? A single strike, an unparalleled strike. The sword domain trembled, stirring up fierce winds as countless sword energies danced in the air, forming a colossal sword over 20 meters in length behind Weiss. Gazing at the approaching massive blade, Kaido's pupils constricted, undaunted as he charged headlong into the onslaught. Weiss pointed his sword, the sword energy roaring to life. The 20-meter blade surged forth, its scarlet energy laced with black haki, colliding fiercely with the rushing Kaido. Fall into the abyss, as Kaido sprinted with his kanabo. He leaped high, spinning the weapon at incredible speed, the Conqueror's haki surging forth. With a resounding crash, the iron club struck Weiss's blade, unleashing a wave of energy that rocked the ground, fissures stretching for miles in the wake of the explosion. In that instant, Weiss dashed forward, slipping to Kaido's side, unleashing an onslaught of strikes. Each blow, imbued with haki, left trails of crimson light enveloping Kaido's form. Punctures tore through Kaido's flesh, blood spraying forth. Yet Weiss understood the futility of his efforts. If he did not master a technique capable of leaving scars on Kaido or ultimately slaying him, any wounds inflicted now would be meaningless. A resounding clang echoed as Kaido's haki coalesced upon his head, deflecting Weiss's lethal strike, his entire being once again crackling with dark lightning. Kaido swung his kanabo towards Weiss, who braced for impact, retreating in the process. The prolonged intensity of the battle had drained Weiss's stamina significantly. He had only sustained minor injuries due to his instinct for self-preservation. Now, he needed to devise a means of escape. He could not rely on the Navy. What's the matter, little brat? Out of strength. Kaido, now in his half-beast form, hefted his kanabo, lightning flashing behind him. Standing atop the ruins where not a single structure remained intact. I still have strength, but the question is whether you can withstand it. One does not yield in the face of adversity. If one cannot prevail, one must at least maintain their spirit. So let us engage once more and see if you can take my life. Kaido launched the first assault, his colossal form barreling forward, covering the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Weiss was already prepared, his murderous intent and haki intertwining upon the blade, delivering a magnificent slash. Unexpectedly, Kaido enveloped himself in haki, disregarding the strike entirely, and shattered the lethal blow that could have annihilated millions of pirates with his body. Unfazed, Weiss pressed on, propelled by a torrent of disdain. Your haki is formidable. But what of it? The crimson aura of his killing intent erupted uncontrollably to counter Kaido's overwhelming Conqueror's haki, a desperate measure to alleviate his own discomfort. With a thunderous crash, their weapons collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward, reducing the surrounding ruins to mere dust. Clearly, Weiss was not adept at this test of strength. Under Kaido's immense power, he was hurled backward once more. In midair, he squinted, pondering what techniques might inflict harm upon Kaido. For only then could he hope to escape the battlefield. His sword domain remained undeveloped, ill-suited for the current moment. A backflip carved a trench into the ground as Weiss steadied himself, while Kaido charged forward once again, crackling with lightning. After repeated battles and setbacks, Weiss bore several new scars, while Kaido appeared utterly unscathed. Though Kaido had suffered more wounds than Weiss, he had since healed. Such was the consequence of competing in endurance against a Zoan type. Weiss lamented his own weakness, realizing that the path to becoming a figure like his mentor was still long and arduous. With a swift strike, Weiss slashed at Kaido's arm, prompting a thunderous roar as Kaido transformed into his dragon form. A sweeping tail struck Weiss, creating a massive human-shaped crater in the ground. Weiss hastily leaped from the pit, clutching his chest. Had he not shrouded himself in haki, he would have sustained grave injuries. In this world, if one could not envelop themselves entirely in haki, they could hardly claim to be a strong warrior. Kaido opened his maw wide, gathering a tempest of wind within. Weiss emerged from the crater. Kaido unleashed a violent breath. Wind blades formed swirling tornadoes in the air, accompanied by crackling lightning, as the gusts tore through the atmosphere, enveloped in a shroud of white mist. Weiss, eyes glinting with fierce determination, refused to be underestimated. Basic attack. Multiple slashes erupted from his blade in a frenzy, a calamity-level assault that left no room for hesitation. The strikes cleaved through the tornado, and Viss's figure vanished once more, reappearing atop Kaido's arm. With a series of swift movements, he leaped onto Kaido's back. On the dragon's body, Viss, furious and humiliated, swung his blade with reckless abandon, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that carved fine gashes into Kaido's form. So you can breathe wind, so you can breathe fire, so you can conjure lightning. What is it with you and that spiked club? What kind of man toys with a spiked club? Do you think your mythical dragon fruit makes you remarkable? His ire only fueled the ferocity of Viss's strikes. In an instant, Kaido's body bore an array of new wounds. Yet he could do nothing to retaliate against Viss, for he could not land a blow. You wretched little brat! Kaido bellowed, lightning crackling upon his form, yet it could not touch Viss. Why do you roar? Do you wish for death? Why not simply succumb to it, or better yet, jump into the sea with sea stone cuffs? Viss growled, channeling all his fury into his blade. Regardless of the haki or the overwhelming killing intent, Viss bounded along the length of Kaido's dragon form toward the tail, appearing as unremarkable as an ordinary person. Even his sword-like gaze had seemingly vanished. Try using your tail to strike me. As if I were a fish. With a concentrated thrust, the repressed sword intent erupted like a volcanic eruption. Crimson sword light laced with dark energy coursing through the air. Crack! The strike cleaved through nothingness, descending toward the ground, dissipating like tofu, leaving only a scar on the earth. Boom! The sword energy ignited beneath the surface, sending tremors through the land, as massive stones erupted, glowing red. Kaido gazed solemnly at the ravaged ground. Having sensed a flicker of danger, it seemed that if he did not evade, his tail would indeed be severed by that very sword. Viss landed heavily upon the ground, gasping for breath. That singular strike had drained every ounce of his spirit, but Kaido had shrunk, thus avoiding the blow aimed for his head. The sword demon must be nearing his limit. When shall we strike? Shibuya inquired, observing the apparent outcome. Without hesitation, he turned to Momotaro, ready to act. Indeed, quite formidable, remarked Momotaro, noting how Viss had managed to contend with Kaido for such an extended period, nearly severing his tail. Kaido, glancing at the flowing wound upon his foot, wondered if he had truly been unable to strike. Despite the wound's slow recovery, it was evident that an inexplicable force was impeding the healing process. He recognized Viss's potential, having always valued talent. He considered offering Viss a position, even that of first mate. With great aptitude and youth, he mused that marrying his daughter to Viss would not be out of the question. Viss, do not heed this scoundrel of the seas. Garp, munching on a donut, approached from afar. As dawn broke, the sun ascended slowly upon the horizon. Seagulls soared amidst the crimson clouds, seeking the early worm that in just 1 hour, with the combined might of 2 vice admirals and Garp's hammering strength.